Jooheon furrowed his brows and warned Solar and Yuya that the relic was trying to seduce them. Daji began to emit a bright purple glow. These streams surrounded the protagonist, who came to the conclusion that the woman wanted to confuse them with this attack. He gritted his teeth and thought that he could withstand it by resisting. Yuya's nose started bleeding and he looked at Daji with admiration. The protagonist hit the youth on the head and told him to pull himself together. Jooheon clenched his hand into a fist, saying that this way Yuya would definitely not be able to withstand the enemy, and that sometimes he could use the lessons from these relics. Yuya sat there clutching his head and closing his eyes. Suddenly, the protagonist turned around with his mouth slightly open. Jooheon's backpack began to emit an emerald light, calling out to Daji. While the relic was confessing its love to the tomb lady, the protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that they were all under a spell. He turned around, realizing that only Solar could help him, and asked her what she thought about teamwork. The girl looked ahead with her mouth open. She put her hands on her face and asked why Daji's skin was so smooth. The blonde woman laughed and said that she would share a few secrets with Solar if Solar made an offering to her. Solar turned around abruptly, looking at Yuja, her eyes shining brightly. She grabbed the youth's wrists and screamed for the tomb lady to accept him. Jooheon turned around, hearing Yuja scream loudly for help. The protagonist said with a serious face that he would stop Daji before his allies got worse. The woman fixed her hair with her hand and told Jooheon to go ahead. He grabbed the sword and the woman added that he must make sure that he would not be killed first. The protagonist picked up the weapon, which Daji immediately admired. Jooheon frowned and ordered the sword to hold itself, saying that he was going to fight the tomb mistress. His face began to sweat, and he thought that all the relics were enchanted and therefore did not obey, so he would have to use twice as much dominance as usual. The protagonist jumped into the air, deciding that he would finish Daji. The woman's eyes shone dazzlingly, and she said that it was useless. A white flash flashed through the air. Jooheon gritted his teeth and turned around. A blow flew past. Long limbs immobilized the protagonist. He gritted his teeth, touched it, and guessed that it was a fox tail. Daji smiled and covered her mouth, saying that she really was a nine-tailed fox. One of her tails grabbed Jooheon's throat, and he thought that it was no surprise because Daji was often associated with the nine-tailed fox, and that in the ancient Ming Dynasty epic novel Spirit Rise, there was a story about a monster fox that turned into Daji. The woman licked the protagonist's face and said that she would suck out all his energy and make it her own. Jooheon awkwardly turned away when Daji asked him in confusion why it tasted so disgusting, and suggested that it would taste better if he swallowed it all at once. The system notified that the relic was using paralysis. Daji was trying to take away his purity. The protagonist cursed in his mind when the system told him that he wouldn't be able to cleanse the relic if he was deprived of energy. Daji kissed Jooheon. Yuya opened his eyes wide and called out loudly for the protagonist. Solar's mouth dropped open in shock when she saw this. Jooheon looked away, his thin eyebrows furrowed. The system notified that the relic of bankruptcy was going berserk. Multiple purple screens appeared with the same message. A huge explosion thundered. Yuya furrowed his eyebrows, asking if it was a bomb. Jooheon turned around, and Daji looked at what was left of her tomb that she had worked so hard on, dumbfounded. Another explosion caused the boards to shatter around her. The woman closed her eyes and screamed loudly as the splinters grazed her face. A dark human silhouette was visible in the middle of the fog. The protagonist was lying on the floor, coughing loudly. He touched his head and stood up, asking what happened. He turned around when he heard someone asking if he was okay. Irina looked at him worriedly. The girl knelt down on one knee, took Jooheon's hand, and he asked how she got here. His face was wet. Irina said that she came here because the prophecy said that he was in trouble. The protagonist smiled and asked her to help him get out of here because this tomb was quite difficult, and the girl said that he could rely on her. Daji was sitting on the floor, grinning aggressively. She raised her hand and asked Irina and Jooheon to stop when they approached her. The woman forced a smile and offered to talk. Irina frowned furiously when Daji said that she would take Jooheon first and then return him to her. A bright light flashed around the girl and the nine-tailed fox screamed, jumping back. She fell to her knees and screamed that she promised to bring the protagonist back. Daji looked at her hands and realized with horror that there was something wrong with her power. A blinding blue flash appeared and the woman screamed that she had no choice. She turned into a fox with 9 tails. Jooheon looked at Irina and assumed that Daji did not have the strength to maintain the disguise, so she returned to a less energy-consuming form. He smirked and said that he would finish her off now. Long columns were visible in the cave. Daji sat on the ground, asking how this happened. She blamed the protagonist for everything. She turned around and decided that she needed to recover first and then run away from here. The fox stood up and shuddered in fear when Jooheon approached her and said that she was not afraid of people who were hiding and waiting, but she was not a human. Daji jumped up and the rope rushed after her. The rope tied her tightly and she began to kick and scream loudly, not going to give in. The fox frowned when the protagonist declared that he was now her master. She asked if he thought she would obey the law of a man, and Jooheon answered with a smile that he would tame her. He smirked and said that since foxes are dogs, he would start by scratching her belly. Daji's eyes widened in shock and her mouth fell open when the protagonist stretched out his hands to her. There was a blue sky above the mountains. The attack on the Tomb of Lust was successfully completed. 2 employees were walking through Pandora's main office, and one of them asked him if he had seen the conference materials. Holding a box in his hand, his colleague said he had not, to which he replied that 2 of the 7 great tombs had already been cleaned out. One of the employees asked if all the Pandora team could do was call people together. The colleague said that they had all been enrolled by one person, to which the other was shocked by this news. They were discussing the possibility that they were working for the wrong person, when suddenly they heard footsteps. Austin came out from behind the wall and interrupted their discussion, to which the employees jumped up in fear and screamed. Dissatisfied with their conversation, the guy frowned and said that he would throw them out. Frightened, the employees clenched their teeth and apologized. Outraged, Austin watched the backs of the leaving employees. Turning to them, he said that there was some kind of mess here. Looking at Jack, he said that the staff was right and asked what the Pandora robbers team was doing. Gritting his teeth, he said that as soon as he got home, his sister would start grumbling again. Entering the office, he heard a voice behind him that recognized the guy. Eva was sitting on the couch with a smirk on her face and saying that Austin had invited a bunch of people and he was the last one to arrive. The guy yelled why she was there. The girl stood up and said that she was there because he was screwing up time and time again and wanted to make sure that the people he had gathered would be useful to Pandora. The guy looked at her angrily, and she asked why he couldn't learn to choose people. Sitting on the couch and crossing her legs, Eva said that she would take matters into her own hands and he could go. Austin yelled at her to stop making him laugh. Eva's people immediately grabbed the guy by the arms, to which the girl said that the council had already made a decision. As he dragged the guy out of the office, he yelled at them to let him go, and Eva looked at him with a smile on her face. Austin yelled that she would regret it, to which the girl smirked and said goodbye to him. Turning her head to the staff, Eva asked who Jooheon was. Lio said that the guy ranks first in terms of the number of relics. Tapping her finger on the table, the girl said that she would lower Jooheon to the ground. Turning away, the girl said that such pests should be gotten rid of. Looking at her, Lio said that Pandora's secretariat was busy with this. Remembering Richard, the guy said that he would definitely stop Jooheon. Spreading his arms out to the sides, Lio said that the girl should focus on the next of the 7 great tombs. Eva thought for a moment and folded her arms over her chest, listening to him. He added that Jooheon was currently in Korea. Eva listened to him attentively, and Lio convinced the girl that they were on good terms with Korea and he was sure that they would stop Jooheon. The girl smiled sarcastically and said that she would leave the guy with them. At this time, the guys were on the streets of Seoul. Jooheon saw the apartment and asked in surprise if it really belonged to Jooheon. Irina looked around the apartment with shining eyes. Standing behind Jooheon, Jooheon asked in confusion why he had not found a better option since the guy had a lot of money. Dissatisfied, Solar stood in handcuffs behind the guy. Smiling, Jooheon said that he did not have any money when he bought it. With a smirk on his face, the guy thought that since then his financial situation had changed and the number of relics and supporters had increased. The protagonist said that they should feel at home. Dissatisfied, Jooheon asked how one could feel at home in such a place. Solar turned around indignantly and asked the guy if he wanted to let her go, since it would be better for him if there was one less person in his apartment. She said that she was no longer of any value to the guy, to which Jooheon ordered her to sit quietly. Taking the backpack, the protagonist said that he would check the condition of the relics for now. Unzipping it, he said that he was not sure if Daji was there. A relic flew out of his backpack, calling the guy sir. The protagonist screamed, recognizing the relic as On and Kansio. The relic said that they had nowhere to go since Daji was missing. The confused guy said to go wherever they wanted and build a new one. Laughing, Kansio said that they were too busy. An irritated Jooheon looked at them. On said that he wanted to be on Jooheon's side since he defeated Daji. The protagonist told him to respect him from a distance. The relic said that they wanted to help the guy. Surprised, Irina asked what kind of relic it was, to which it asked if the guy really had a girlfriend. The relic said that they would help them, and fear appeared in the guy's eyes. Embarrassed, the guy covered it with a bag and tied it in a knot. Opening the door, he threw it away in anger. Irina stood behind the guy and wondered what had happened. The guy told her not to pay attention because it was just trash. A red ear appeared from the guy's backpack. A fox crawled out and wondered how the guy managed to catch it. A voice appeared behind the fox, asking where the fox smelled like. Anubis jumped out of the backpack at the fox and tried to catch up with her. Having cornered her, he asked if she was not Daji, who betrayed Jooheon Suh and ran away. The fox asked him if he was really on the side of humans now because he used to hate them. Jooheon and Irina looked at them in surprise. Looking at the guy, Anubis asked what he was going to do with this bastard because he was sure that she would try to betray him. Grinning, Jooheon asked if relics really betray each other. Anubis said that it happens, but not as often as with people. Pointing at the fox, he continued to talk about how she was a bad relic. The fox snorted that she would never forgive Jooheon Suh because he stole her power. Jooheon folded his arms over his chest, watching their argument. The indignant guy told the fox that she had a bad reputation, so for now she would be under supervision, and ordered the rope to stay with her because they were now friends. The rope tightly wrapped around the fox and was happy to meet her. The angry fox shouted at her to leave her alone. Squeezing it even tighter, the rope said that Jooheon ordered them to stay together while the guy in Irina watched them. With his arms folded across his chest, the protagonist said with a smile on his face that now the fox would have no time for idle thoughts. Suddenly, the protagonist was called from behind. It turned out to be a guy in a brown shirt whose name was Jooheon. He was very excited. A drop of cold sweat was running down his face, and he himself was asking what happened and who all these people were. They were just acquaintances, the protagonist answered, turning to the guy. Irina also said hello, after which the guy, confusedly scratching the back of his head, entered the apartment. At that very second, Jooheon leaned towards the protagonist and whispered how he knew foreigners. The protagonist answered with a smile on his face that he and Irina had simply become close during this time. At this time, Yuya came out of the kitchen chewing a banana, and Solar was standing behind him by the wall. The protagonist forgives Jooheon to tolerate them for just a couple of days, even if there is a little chaos here, because he is going abroad soon anyway. Hearing this, Jooheon asked the protagonist again in confusion, adding that he was talking as if he had not been in the country all this time. To this, Jooheon replied that this is true because he is constantly on the move. While the protagonist was talking to Jooheon, Irina stood aside and watched everything. The guy asked if the protagonist had heard the news. What kind of news? Jooheon immediately asked with a sarcastic smile on his face. Then Jooheon told him that Jungwoo was in big trouble. Hearing this, the smile disappeared from the protagonist's face. He did not understand what had happened. Some time passed. The city was calm, and the sun was covered by clouds. The protagonist and Yuya left the apartment. Yuya, walking behind, asked what Jungwoo was to the protagonist, to which he replied that Jungwoo was his benefactor. After these words, the protagonist descended into memories. Introducing Jungwoo, who had a wide smile on his face, he said that Jungwoo took care of him when he was broke, and then added that he also helped him get out of jail when Jooheon first returned to the past. After that, he left the memories and with a serious face asked himself what could have happened to Jungwoo. Suddenly, a loud dissatisfied voice was heard, asking why they were the criminals. Looking ahead, the protagonist saw that the door of one of the apartments where two police officers were standing was open, and an angry girl was peeking out, shouting that they themselves were victims of the tomb incident. The police officers, confused, replied that the girl still had to pay a fine and a tax on the relic. The girl, with her hands on her hips, continued to shout in displeasure that they had not dealt with the tomb on their own whim, and then asked if they should have turned a blind eye to the abuse of a child. Looking at her, the protagonist recognized her as Jungwoo's wife, Jooheon. One of the police officers, with a smile on his face, answered that he did not think that everything was exactly like that, and then said that according to Pandora, the first-level tomb does not harm people. After that, the guy asked if the girl had any evidence or if she was just bluffing to get out of paying the fine. Hearing this, the main character quickly walked towards the guys. Hearing this, the girl indignantly asked what he was talking about. What happened? Jooheon, the main character, asked, reaching the girl. Seeing Jooheon was very scared. The main character, without any emotion on his face, standing between two representatives of the law, asked if Jooheon had suffered because of the tomb, after which he said that Jungwoo had not said anything like that. Immediately, one of the guys answered that it was all because the relic was probably very small. The main character, hearing this, turned to the guy and asked what was the matter then. Frightened, the policeman asked him what to tell him. The guy immediately began to tell that a tomb had appeared in this house, but instead of reporting it, the owner arbitrarily cleared out the tomb. Behind him stood a confused Jooheon. The protagonist's eyes flashed with pride for Youngwoo and his wife. "And what?" he asked sarcastically. The guy, confused, began to explain that at the moment, Korean citizens are prohibited from destroying or cleaning tombs on their own because in order to extract and use relics, you need to get permission. "What?" the protagonist asked discontentedly, anger appearing in his eyes. In his head, he asked himself what kind of crazy law the Korean authorities had introduced. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the second law enforcement officer, who was standing on the other side of the protagonist. He explained that if someone cleans the tomb or uses relics without permission, they will face a fine or imprisonment. Hearing this, Yoo-ja, with a drop of sweat on his face, asked how much he would have to pay. The first of the law enforcement officers, looking down, said that he would take a look now. After that, he looked at the amount of the fine on the piece of paper and said that firstly, 50 million won for illegally plundering the tomb. Secondly, 50 million won for concealing the fact of acquiring the relic. And thirdly, 50 million won for illegally using the relic. After a short pause, the guy said that it turns out that you either need to pay a fine of 150 million won or go to prison for 10 years. Hearing such a huge amount, the protagonist and Yoo-ja were incredibly shocked by this. Suddenly, Yoo-ja calmed down a little and asked everyone to wait. Jooheon looked at his friend in surprise. At that very second, the guy shouted in rage, saying that Jooheon only mentioned clearing the tomb, adding later that there was not a word about using the relic. Jooheon immediately joined in and shouted in rage that this is exactly so, because they have never used any relics. At that very moment, the second law enforcement officer couldn't stand it any longer and broke into Jooheon's apartment. The shocked girl screamed that he couldn't just break into their house. Having entered the apartment, the guy saw golden water pouring out of the tap. In a state of shock, he asked why the water was that color. Not receiving an answer, he spread his arms and said that it was obviously the power of the relic, adding that he could feel the relic even from here. After a short pause, he asked if it turned out that golden rivers flowed in Jooheon's house. After this question, he turned to the girl, smiled madly and said that she must be incredibly happy, after which he said that he heard that the girl opened her own store, after which he asked if they really paid with golden water. To this, the girl, putting her fist to her chest, with a confused and frightened look, answered that she had not touched this water with a finger, because the water was incredibly strange, after which she explained that they bought the store with their savings, and also took out a loan. Suddenly, the main character intervened in the conversation, who said that it was worth stopping there, because they did not even know if the relic was really mixed in the color of the water. To this, the guy objected, saying that he would not leave. The policeman was very serious. He said loudly that these measures were taken by the government and Pandora to protect citizens. Hearing this, the main character asked himself in his head, Pandora. After that, he smiled broadly and said to himself that everything was clear now. True, he suddenly asked the guy. After a short pause, the main character turned to Jooheon and said that he would sort everything out, but it would be a little noisy. "What are you whispering about?" the guy asked angrily. "Nothing like that," the main character immediately answered in a calm voice. He still had a sly smile on his face. Looking at the law enforcement officers, he said that the guy's clothes were on fire. "What?" the guy asked in shock, looking down. At that very second, fire ran down his shirt. Both guys were covered in fire and tried to put it out, screaming and asking what was going on. The main character, watching them quickly catch fire and burn, decided to do something. At that very second, he hit one of the guys hard in the stomach. The guy immediately fell, writhing in pain. After that, the main character, putting his hands in his pocket and watching the two law enforcement officers burn, asked if they really thought he didn't know that the guys just wanted to appropriate this relic for themselves, after which he said that the guys weren't even trying to teach people how to use them. The other guy immediately rushed to the table, screaming that he needed water. Immediately after that, he stuck both hands under the tap, from which yellow water was flowing. At that very moment, the guy caught fire even more. The main character, laughing, said that it was just oil. The guy, whom the main character had hit in the stomach, without getting up from the floor, shouted at the main character to help him, otherwise he would die like that. There was a sarcastic smile on Jooheon's face. Looking at the guy, he said that this was probably the relic's doing, and then asked what he, an ordinary citizen, deprived of permission, could do. After a short pause, he mockingly said that it would be better to report everything to Pandora, and then ask for a phone number. Hearing this, the guy clenched his teeth in rage, and hatred appeared in his eyes. "I don't know," the main character continued to speak mockingly, continuing to say how long he would have to wait for the rescue team. The fire had already completely engulfed both guys, who were begging for help because soon they would burn. A few seconds later, the guys were kneeling, and the protagonist, with his hands in his pockets, asked if they realized how bad the rules were. Yes, one of the burned ones shouted, "It's all our fault," he added. Okay, at that very second, the protagonist, after which he snapped his finger. The next moment, the fire disappeared, and the guys from the service were covered in a blue glow. Grabbing his hands, one of the guys with a drop of sweat on his face asked in horror why he didn't even get burned. What was with this fire? Jooheon suddenly asked the protagonist, who had a sarcastic smile on his face, if he really used a hallucinogenic relic. Suddenly, Jooheon, smiling, said that now it was clear why the guys caught fire so suddenly. Jumping up abruptly, the guy from the service furiously shouted at the protagonist, asking if he really used a hallucinogenic relic on them. Yes, the main character answered, smiling contentedly and raising his head proudly, after which he added that he should take his colleague and get out of the house. Without thinking twice, the main character added that if they lingered here for even a minute, everything would go in a second circle. Hearing this, the guy got very scared. At that very second, the guy grabbed his friend, threw him on his back and, running to the door, shouted at the main character that he would regret this because he would sue Jooheon for using the relics. "Are you really going to sue?" the main character asked mockingly. "Go to hell," the guy shouted in rage, after which he slammed the door of the house. There was a satisfied smile on the main character's face. Looking towards the door, he said, "Let's see who will sue whom next, because the guys just broke into someone else's house." The story is roughly like this. The main character immediately said to himself and sank into his imagination. He imagined how a month ago a relic appeared in Cheonwoo's house, which turned the house into a tomb. Fortunately, the relic did not pose any particular danger, and Cheonwoo and his wife simply looked after it, since ordinary citizens do not have the right to clean out tombs. But one day, looking into the room, Cheonwoo saw how the relic with a mad smile mocked his daughter. At that very moment, Cheonwoo in rage hit the relic with kimchi, a dish that his wife was preparing. At that very moment, the relic loudly screamed that kimchi was incredibly spicy, after which the tomb was cleaned out. After that, imagining golden water from the tap, he said that such water from the tap was probably the result of the work of this relic, since it most likely stuck to the pipe. Leaving his thoughts, the protagonist, putting his hand on the table where everyone was sitting, said that he would look at what happened to the faucet a little later. However, holding a small child in her arms, Jooheon asked, after which she said that she would be incredibly grateful. The protagonist stood up and picked up the phone, saying that he wanted to deal with Pandora first, otherwise those idiots would come again. Jooheon immediately thanked Jooheon. "Hello, Edward," the protagonist suddenly said. Jooheon and Jooheon, who was drinking tea, looked towards Jooheon. There was no smile on the protagonist's face. With tense eyebrows, he reported that Pandora had made its move, and then asked if he knew what it was. It was already night in the city Edward was in, and the moon was shining high in the sky. The protagonist reported that the guys from Pandora had introduced some kind of wild law regarding relics. Looking out the window from his office, Edward said that the protagonist, as he understood, was talking about the affairs of the Pandora Secret Service, and then added that he heard that the artist Richard Chang was working on this secret service. While stirring his wine, he continued to say that he thought Pandora would do anything to stop the protagonist, then said that on top of that, the number of competitors would be cut down nicely. Listening to this, the protagonist, holding the phone to his ear, said to himself discontentedly that this was nothing surprising, adding that in his past, Pandora had behaved the same way because their monopolization led to the fact that ordinary people did not even have access to relics. There was silence on the phone, no one said anything. The protagonist continued to say to himself that Pandora was acting too quickly now, adding later that no matter what the law was, Pandora would need at least 10 years for such tyranny. When suddenly Jooheon asked Edward if he could get a list of people who implemented this law. "I think so," the old man answered, adding that Jooheon should wait a little. "Excellent," the protagonist answered to this, and a crazy smile appeared on his face. Hanging up the phone, with a crazy smile on his face and full of confidence, Jooheon said that he would eliminate these people first. The events take us to George's building in America. George glanced at the ringing phone, then picked up the phone and asked Jooheon what happened and why he called so late. The protagonist chuckled when George asked if his sister was okay, then told George that he was calling him on business. George looked at the phone with some doubt when Jooheon suggested that he become a part of Pandora and get a seat on the Pandora Council. Jooheon smiled when he heard George asking him irritably why he should do this when he was already too busy. Standing up from his seat, George said that all the seats in Pandora had long been taken, and there were too many influential people there. But a moment later, Irina's brother was forced to hold back his anger due to Jooheon asking if the incomparable Hilton family did not have enough influence even for this. Jooheon and Yuya stood by the traffic light listening to George yell at them that he could have gotten in, but it was too much of a hassle and he had no desire or reason to, and he didn't want anything to do with the relic organization. The protagonist chuckled and asked if George saw the relics as universal evil, and he said that he was right and the relics were indeed dangerous, but that was why an organization like Pandora was needed. The man standing by the window thought about it after hearing the protagonist's words. George looked at his phone when Jooheon said that Pandora needed decent people like him, otherwise it wouldn't be worthy of existing with the people it had now. When the light turned green, the protagonist told his friend not to worry about getting into Pandora because it would soon be full of empty seats. As the boys crossed the street, George asked him what empty seats he was talking about and why all those people would have to resign. George got very angry when Jooheon hung up without explaining. Yuya glanced at Jooheon, saying that George was not very happy about it. The protagonist, hearing him, said that he was too biased towards the relics. When they had already arrived home, Jooheon said that all this was not a problem, because he would still force George to enter Pandora by force. Soon the door to the room opened, and the protagonist saw Donghyun suffering on the floor. Yuya and Jooheon worriedly asked him about his condition. Shaking all over, Donghyun said that the girl in handcuffs ran away. Slightly raising his head, the guy said that the girl tried to escape through his room and he tried to stop her. The protagonist began to worry, realizing that the girl ran away because of his hasty departure. Entering the room, they saw scattered things, realizing that before leaving, the girl was looking for her relics. Jooheon frowned and said that the bug was still there and they could find the girl at any time, but it was still annoying. Yuja exclaimed when the protagonist told him about the extra work. Soon, the protagonist placed the Emperor Nero's relic on the floor. Yuja looked at it with interest and asked if Jooheon was planning to use it, and Jooheon immediately confirmed it. Looking at the list of Pandora's victims on his phone, Jooheon said that from what Edward sent, Pandora had too many people and he would need something like a golden palace to gather them all in one place and attack. Looking at the relic, the protagonist said that the problem was that the relic itself was still suppressed. The protagonist couldn't help but remember how ever since Nero got injured at the literary competition, he hadn't spoken or moved, as if he had become an ordinary laurel wreath. Thanks to this, when the protagonist sent the relic to Chairman Kwon, he silently acted as a listening post. Looking at the relic, Jooheon decided to bring Nero to his senses because he needed him. Looking at the boss, Yuja reminded him that this relic does not need to be restored because it is a relic of ownership. The protagonist pointed to his head, saying that the problem was not in the durability at all, but in his broken spirit. Starting to get angry, Yuja asked what he wanted him to do with it. The guy became nervous when the protagonist said that he should know what words inspire people like Nero because he himself is an artist. Yuja screamed in indignation when Jooheon told him to whisper all the words in Nero's ear. The protagonist suddenly became serious, asking if a good restorer should also take care of the mental state of the relic. Yuya laid down on the floor, calling it madness when the protagonist stood up and left, saying that was his mission. Jooheon opened the door and was a little surprised by the guest. After closing the door, the protagonist asked Irina if she had just returned. She replied saying that she had recently gone shopping. With a smile on her face, the girl asked about Donghyun's condition. The protagonist answered her saying that everything was fine and there was nothing impossible. Irina closed her eyes and happily agreed when the protagonist asked her for help. Jooheon turned away, thinking that if the girl used her relic again, two risks could happen at the same time. Jooheon's plan was simple. He wanted to gather all the members of Pandora in Nero's Golden Palace and kill them all at once using Irina's bankruptcy relic. Remembering Edward's list of victims, he knew that if he wanted to deal with them all at once, this plan was perfect. The protagonist stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking that because of the risk, he couldn't use Irina's power recklessly. He looked at the girl and asked her if she had noticed anything strange about her body lately. Irina looked at the protagonist with a puzzled expression and said that she hadn't felt anything like that. Jooheon frowned, saying that he had previously thought that the risk had passed unnoticed, but it seemed that it hadn't. Irina exclaimed, remembering how she had used a lot of power last time. A moment later, she closed her eyes and began to apologize for the many troubles. The protagonist thought about it, trying to figure out how he could know what the risk would be next time, because if they could handle it, then nothing would interfere with the plan. The hand of Midas gave the risk of greed, but it wasn't some completely random desire. She was amplifying one of the owner's many desires, like Irina in the past, like the Queen of Misfortune, who kidnapped a bunch of middle-aged people. Later, the girl let everyone go and publicly apologized, but said that she did not know why she kidnapped them at all. Then for Irina, who lost her parents, the risk increased the desire to bring them back. Looking at the girl, the protagonist realized that given the past risks, he could try to predict the next one. The girl looked at the protagonist, puzzled and a little naive, while he remembered the girl's desires, body odor, alcohol, and there was also a kiss. It was as if lightning struck the protagonist when he realized that all of the desires were indecent and each time worse. Then Jooheon looked at the girl, deciding that this risk was not destructive like in her past life. After all, by nature, she was a very good person. Irina stopped smiling when the protagonist said that he made a decision. The girl exclaimed with joy when the protagonist asked her for help. The events take us to the Korean branch of Pandora. In the meeting room, many of the chairmen said that this new law was very effective, thanks to which the relics would end up with them on their own. The men sitting on the left smiled sarcastically, saying that the money from the fines was a nice bonus, and even the Pandora headquarters responded positively to this. The men sitting on the right, smiling, asked if they could keep the money and relics they had collected. The chairman, sitting at the head of the table, answered him, saying that they would send a small part to the headquarters and divide the rest between themselves, and officially they would go to the restoration work. The chairman smiled, asking for the consent of the others. Suddenly, shouts from security guards were heard behind the door. The chairman stopped smiling and looked in that direction. Two guys burst into the office, shouting that everything had been exposed and they had found out about the previous transaction. The directors sitting nearby were horrified that the house of the senator's brother-in-law had already been sealed and they all had better hide. People jumped up from their seats, causing a commotion. Someone, looking at a laptop screen, asked what was happening with stocks and real estate. Some even grabbed their heads when they saw how the value of property collapsed, and stocks fell by 75%. The protagonist watched everything from a nearby roof. The protagonist, smiling, asked Irina if it was time for them to start. The screams of people talking about their bankruptcy were still audible in the meeting hall. The men began to shout that something was wrong here because not everyone here could go bankrupt. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the walls. The system announced the construction of a golden palace and that the protagonist had captured part of Pandora's territory, due to which people in this area would be imprisoned in the golden palace. The protagonist smiled, looking at the system windows. Soon, instead of a skyscraper, the Colosseum began to appear. The people screamed, not understanding how the tomb could have appeared here since there was no sign of it. Soon, a statue of Jooheon began to form in the Colosseum, and the walls of the majestic Colosseum completely emerged from the ground. The men were shocked and scared by what they saw. A golden palace was erected. The head of the Korean branch screamed, realizing that it was the Colosseum. They looked at the walls, where every part was made of gold. Soon, the Colosseum stopped growing and emerging from the ground. Looking around, one of the men asked what was happening here. Suddenly, the commanders-in-chief of Pandora came out of the passage opposite, not understanding where they were. When the representatives of the two offices saw each other, they could not understand how they ended up here. When the third group came out, its leader asked everyone to calm down, since the tomb did not appear here by chance and there were people from all the branches here. Jooheon shouted sharply, frightening the people, asking if they were all gathered. Looking at the list on his phone, the protagonist decided to check it. Looking at the huge list, the protagonist decided to cross everyone out at once. He then smiled, not forgetting about his special guests. Richard frowned when the protagonist addressed him, saying that he was sure he had not missed anyone. Richard suddenly shouted, asking the protagonist if he was the one who did all this. The protagonist smiled, saying that no one else could do such a thing. Richard took out his dagger, deciding to kill the protagonist right then and there. Suddenly, his dagger caught fire, turning into ashes. Everyone quickly looked up, hearing Nero's voice, asking Richard how he dared to make a fuss in his sacred palace. Floating in the air, Nero blamed it on Jooheon, asking why he even invited people who were not even familiar with the arts to his palace. Nero frowned when the protagonist told him that he brought them here so that he, as a relic versed in the arts, could teach them. The protagonist remained emotionless, understanding that Nero was in a period of mental recovery. Nero smiled smugly, agreeing to teach everyone. A moment later, the ground shook, frightening the people. The system announced the transfer of control rights to the Golden Palace, which is why this area is now under the complete control of Jooheon, and the palace is changing according to the owner's wishes. Huge walls began to emerge from the ground, forming a huge labyrinth. Richard screamed, informing everyone about the strange sounds coming from the labyrinth. The protagonist smiled, saying that this was not just an ordinary labyrinth. Pointing at Irina, the protagonist said that this was a labyrinth of misfortunes created by Nero using the relic of bankruptcy. The people began to look at Jooheon in fear after hearing this, while some screamed about a lake of acid and a monster they saw. Jooheon smiled, saying that they would also have to go through the entire labyrinth if they wanted to get out. Jooheon mockingly said that by entering his tomb, they had to pay 50 million per person. People hurriedly started taking out their phones and checking their accounts. A girl screamed when she saw a debit from her bank account on the screen. Seeing the decline in the table, the man screamed, asking the protagonist what he had done. All the people started screaming, asking what they had done to him. The protagonist frowned, saying that they had done nothing to him personally, but they had harmed his brother's family, so this was payment for the attempt on his people. The protagonist then ignored the screams and said that all the relics would soon belong to him and that they had used his future things without permission. Jooheon grinned, telling the crowd that they had sinned greatly by deciding to take what would belong to him. Richard gritted his teeth in anger, calling Jooheon crazy. Looking at the crowd below, the protagonist advised them not to stand still if they wanted to get out of here. Suddenly, one of the men raised his hand and offered the protagonist to pay extra on top of the entrance fee and he would let him go. The others, hearing this, called it a good idea, since getting out of here alive was much more important. Some immediately raised their hands and began offering the protagonist various things. Jooheon chuckled, telling Irina to look at how the people were trying to bargain with him. The girl looked at him, asking if that was not good. Jooheon smiled, telling one of the men that the information they gave must be really important. The man shouted, saying that he would tell the protagonist which land would soon rise in price. One of the women shouted, saying that she would tell him about all the relics that Pandora had. Richard glared at them angrily and cursed. Richard shouted, trying to calm the crowd down. He drew everyone's attention to himself, saying that they needed to join forces to find a way out of here. The man from the Korean branch nervously said that going into the labyrinth was tantamount to signing a death warrant. Richard shouted, asking what he was so afraid of when there were so many people around. The people were shocked when Richard asked them how they could be called members of Pandora. Pointing at Richard, one of the men said that he himself would never go first, and the rest of the victims were no problem for him. The blonde guy shouted, telling Richard that he would come up with a bunch of excuses and hide behind his status as the vice director of Pandora to go in last. Then the guy raised his hand, telling Jooheon that he knew about Richard's illegal machinations. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that he already liked this. Irina glanced at the guy, asking if they needed this. Jooheon answered her, saying that they would definitely need it. Irina listened in amazement as the protagonist said that although money and information were important, they would be able to get it all back. Smiling, Jooheon said that by revealing each other's secrets and destroying their relationship, they would not make up soon, which was very good for them. The protagonist then picked up his smartphone. He pointed the camera at the people, saying that he would record evidence of this conversation, and those who revealed the most important secrets would be released from the tomb first. A moment later, people vied with each other to give out secrets to Richard, whom they all disliked. Richard was terrified and very nervous. He wanted to change the subject and began shouting out the secrets of his boss Taejun. The protagonist continued to film as people began shouting about the secrets of people standing nearby and getting into fights. People fought, naming various sins committed by each other. Nero hovered above them, calling them pathetic. The protagonist smirked at the people as Nero told them that they would be going through his labyrinth no matter what. A moment later, Jooheon turned around and walked away. The people began to talk in confusion about Jooheon's words, not understanding how this could have happened. But when they looked up, they did not see the protagonist and began to curse. Nero looked at them and thanked them for so many sensations, which was what the protagonist had asked him to tell them. Nero engulfed the people in flames, ordering them to stop talking and go into the labyrinth. Richard, engulfed in flames, angrily reminded them that he had said that they would not be let go so easily. Soon, flames engulfed all areas of the labyrinth. The materials posted on social media that evening attracted a lot of attention. The footage showed members of the Pandora Society revealing their dirty secrets. Everyone thought the video was fake, but soon the TV confirmed the truth of the information. George looked at the TV in shock, where the host said that people stopped doubting the authenticity of the recording, which is why criticism of the notorious group increased. Citizens organized a large-scale protest right outside the group's headquarters. George picked up the ringing phone. He picked up the phone, telling the caller Jooheon that he just saw the news. The protagonist grinned as George asked him how he managed to pull off all this. Standing in an alley, the protagonist said that many of the employees from that video were fired and more than 200 positions were vacated, so he should think about his offer. George smiled, asking if Jooheon insisted on him joining Pandora, although he said that he was a busy man and did not want to get involved with relics. Jooheon stopped smiling and thought about it. George looked at his phone in confusion when the protagonist asked him to look at the message before making a decision. A video came to George's smartphone. One of the guys raised his hand and asked the protagonist if he wanted to know how the couple got sick. The video blurred when the guy shouted Austin's name for doing this. Irina, enveloping herself in mana, glared at the protagonist, deciding to deal with Austin, but the protagonist calmed her down. Lowering the camera, Jooheon decided to pause the recording. George felt like a beam of light had pierced the darkness while he was watching the video. He immediately called Jooheon asking him what it was, who answered saying that it was footage that he cut out before publishing the video. The protagonist frowned, asking George if he would leave everything as is and not take revenge on Austin, who remained in Pandora. Besides, there were guys there much worse than Austin. George frowned, listening to Jooheon's words. Watching the video, George listened as Jooheon said that although he deals with the members of the group, he often goes to the tombs and has no time for them. Smiling, Jooheon said that it would be great if someone broke in and stole some information. The protagonist glanced away, receiving consent. But a moment later, an angry George demanded to know the name of the guy from the video. Jooheon upset George by saying that he died in the labyrinth, burned in a fire. The protagonist smiled again, reminding him that the guy was just a messenger. George calmed down, understanding this. George thought and looked at the phone while the protagonist offered him to take a few subordinates with him and fill the places. Turning off the call, the man said goodbye to the protagonist, saying that he would take care of everything. Jooheon was glad that he was able to convince his friend, because now he had a useful spy. The events take us to the protagonist's house. Jooheon was standing near the door. Hearing the sounds in the room, he became nervous. He turned the handle, hearing a woman's scream. It turned out to be Yuja trying to restrain the enraged Irina. He looked at the protagonist, asking him to stop Miss Irina. Seeing the girl's strange behavior and her equally strange state, the protagonist realized that this was the effect of the risk. Suddenly, the girl pounced on the guy. Yuja cried out in confusion from fear. Lying on the floor, Jooheon assured Yuja that what was happening was normal, although he was still worried about the protagonist. Irina, not paying attention to their conversation, pressed her lips to the protagonist's neck. Yuja opened his mouth in amazement at this, but a moment later, he became very embarrassed at what was happening. Yuja's voice was heard in the room, telling Jooheon that he was lucky. Stroking his neck, the protagonist asked Yuja what he was talking about, who, walking next to him, said that Irina was in love with him. Remembering how the girl apologized, Jooheon said that it was only the influence of the relic. Jooheon was very annoyed, saying that relics control the owner and get pleasure from it. Yuya, slightly nervously, reminded that Irina behaved like this only with him, after which he reminded that he had previously tried to stop her from going to look for him, but if she really does not control herself, then why does she only pursue him? Yuya, pursing his lips, asked if it was not beneficial for the relic for Irina to treat everyone like this. The protagonist gritted his teeth, saying that the relic strengthened the owner's inner desire. Spreading his arms to the sides, the guy asked if anything had happened if she was not interested in him. The protagonist immediately denied it. Jooheon froze, realizing that the reason she became like this every time she used the relics was not because she was perverted. Remembering how the girl hugged him, he realized that she liked him. Approaching Yui's house, he kept asking when they would start dating, and since they kissed, could this officially be considered the first day? The relic screamed, saying that this was his tomb. The protagonist threw the relic away, saying that this was his friend's house. The girl was happy when the protagonist told her that there was a relic in the pipe and everything would be fine now. Looking at the relics, the protagonist asked for permission to take them. At the same time, he looked at the description of the gold nuggets of the two brothers. During the Goryeo dynasty in Korea, the two brothers found a pair of gold nuggets on the road, and each took one. Then they got on a boat to cross the river, but suddenly the younger brother threw his gold into the river. Looking at the sinking nugget, his brother asked why he did it. He answered by saying that he couldn't stop thinking about how if he wasn't there, he would have both nuggets, but now that he threw the gold away, he felt relieved. After listening to his younger brother, the older one also threw the gold away when they reached the shore. Kneeling down on one knee, the protagonist said that the relic created gold in the place where it was, but given the fact that it was low level, the gold was of poor quality. The woman screamed and refused the money when the protagonist offered it instead of the nuggets. Jooheon dejectedly asked the woman why they didn't spend the money he sent them. The protagonist chuckled when he heard her say that Jung-woo told her that he earned it the hard way, which is why they were saving it for his wedding. A moment later, the protagonist deposited $100,000 into Ji-yoon's account. The girl screamed in shock as Jooheon said he made enough money. Jooheon watched sadly as Ji-yoon was embarrassed and the protagonist told her not to worry about anything. Before leaving his friend's house, the protagonist had dinner with Jung-woo for the first time and came home at night. Jooheon was holding his stomach, thinking he had overeaten a little. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked at the bed. Looking at the bulges under the blanket, the protagonist ordered the guest to get out. Cursing the relics, Jooheon tore off the blanket. Under it was a sleeping Irina. Jooheon jumped back in shock looking at the girl. Irina was sleeping peacefully in bed. Jooheon approached her, not understanding why she was sleeping in his bed. It suddenly dawned on him that the girl would never do such a thing if she was in her right mind. Irina opened her mouth. The hero decided that this meant that she was still paying for the power of the relic. He remembered how she had attacked him. Jooheon remembered that she had recently gotten into the habit of using her. It would be strange if it ended with a kiss on the neck. He covered the girl with a blanket and decided that it was time to run away. He quietly walked towards the exit. Irina suddenly groaned and turned around. He smiled and said that Jooheon had arrived. He replied that she was confusing him with someone else. He touched the handle, but it hit him with a charge of energy. His eyes widened. Irina stood up, covered in energy. She said that it was impossible for her not to recognize him. The guy noted that she was now using her powers to lure him. He smiled and suggested that she calm down and open the door. Irina giggled and said no way. The hero knew that if he got caught, everything would be over. The relic appeared and asked if the couple's honeymoon had begun. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed the stick and threw it out the window. He walked to the windowsill, thinking he had gotten rid of them. Irina's hand touched the hero. There was a noise. He asked to let him go. Irina laid the guy on the bed and said that she did not want to let him go. Her cheeks turned red. She put her hair back and said that she waited for the hero all night. Jooheon began to sweat and say that he should not have done this. The system reported that the remaining price for using the relic is paid immediately. Jooheon wondered if this was really so bad. He remembered how he suggested to Yoo-jae that the girl enhances the owner's inner desires. Yoo-jae agreed, because if she was not interested, none of this would have happened. Irina arched her back. The hero thought that the current situation was a reflection of Irina's desires, so he only had to make a choice. Irina leaned towards the guy and smiled. His face became confident. He reached out to kiss her. He was all for it. A spark flared up. The relic did not understand what the humans were doing. Jooheon and Irina hugged each other, continuing the kiss. The relic said that everything was not supposed to be like this. The hero hugged the girl by the waist, as he expected. After he responded positively, the relic panicked. It manifested in Irina's arms. The relic was upset because it ended up doing something good for them, but it was too late. The hero's room began to shine. However, in the morning, something unexpected happened. Jooheon was sleeping soundly, but suddenly he opened his eyes, saying that something very heavy was lying on him. A gold bar fell on his face. He barely pulled his hand out of the pile of gold, not yet realizing what it was. He sat down and looked at his room in surprise. It was filled with gold, cash, gems, and other luxury items. He touched his head. He had no idea where all this came from. Suddenly, he realized something. He began to rake the ingots, shouting and looking for Irina under the rubble. He removed one ingot after another and called out for Irina. She was lying under a mountain of metal and calling out for Jooheon. She was alive, which caused the hero to be greatly relieved. A system message appeared in front of him. The hero had successfully acquired the ability of the Midas relic, Prosperity. Now, the owner of Midas can use both skills, Bankruptcy and Prosperity. Jooheon smiled. This news made him happy. It was quite troublesome when Irina absorbed the golden hand in the Turkish tomb, but thanks to the fact that the Midas relic became whole, the power of collapse did not get out of control. However, unlike the power of bankruptcy that she used, Irina had not yet used the golden hand properly. Midas was known for turning everything he touched into gold. Therefore, it was strange not being able to use an ability related to gold. He looked at the pile of gold again. Now it was clear to him. For some reason, this ability was blocked, and this is the result of her awakening. Irina climbed out of the rubble and asked what was going on. The hero said that thanks to her, they were literally swimming in money. She looked at the hero in fear, asking if she had done something wrong. He said that it was nothing serious, on the contrary. Irina began to listen. Jooheon said that this meant that she could now use the power of well-being. She smiled, saying that before, no matter how hard she practiced, nothing worked, but the hero said that now everything will work out. Irina moaned in surprise. She decided to try again. A flash appeared in the room. Jooheon asked her to wait. A pile of jewelry appeared in the air. The room shot again, and the hero screamed. Jooheon and his friend looked at the golden glow in surprise. Jooheon asked to try again. They looked at the room filled with gold and couldn't understand how this could happen. Jooheon smiled and said that it was all thanks to Irina's new power. He asked Jooheon not to be surprised and follow him. He would show him the true power of this skill. They went out into the forest. The guy said that it was insanely hot to walk and how much longer should this continue. Jooheon said that they should come to a deserted place. The guy said that there was no one nearby, but Jooheon looked at him sternly and said that if he whines, he will stay home. The guy said that he is also interested in seeing it. Jooheon asked, "Isn't it far enough yet?" Jooheon smiled and said that they will do it here. He was asked what exactly he plans to do. Jooheon ordered to get the Hyungbu and Nalbu pumpkins. The pumpkins appeared in a small clearing. The hero explained that these pumpkins are a vessel with random loot that Raven gave them. He smiled and said that they would open it today. He had been holding back until now because of the possibility of the Nalbu Gerd appearing, which could create an S-rank disaster. Irina smiled. The hero said that with Irina's skill, they would be able to get the Hyungbu Gerd with 100% probability. Jooheon shook his head and said that this was cheating. Jooheon smiled and said that it was unlikely, because Raven did not say that he could use the power of prosperity. The guy listened silently. The hero said that so they should do everything possible. Jooheon looked at Irina and said that he was relying on her and politely asked her to use her ability on this pumpkin. Irina put her hands forward, her hair stood up. The hero decided that now they would definitely get the Hyungbu Gerd. Light struck the pumpkins. They began to turn white. Each of them began to be covered with cracks. Light was shining from within. The white surface of the pumpkins gradually began to turn golden. People did not understand. Did it really work? Jooheon looked at the pumpkins with disbelief and asked if they were golden only on the outside. Jooheon asked him not to worry. He took out a saw and began to cut the top with great effort. He was asked where he got the saw from. Jooheon smiled. A warm light hit his face. The pumpkins exploded. Small ones began to fly out of them. Jooheon began to cover himself from strange projectiles. He turned around and saw even more pumpkins. The system reported that the hand of Midas had multiplied the number of pumpkins. Jooheon looked at the harvest with satisfaction, while Jooheon asked how this was even possible. He opened his mouth wide. The hero said that in this case they would be able to multiply them endlessly, and he was completely satisfied with this. Irina looked at the harvest with admiration. The hero suggested opening another pumpkin. After a while, the new pumpkins were shining blindingly again. Silhouettes with wings appeared from the pumpkins. They were angels. The system reported that the heroes hit the jackpot and they now feel the presence of archangels and a lot of holy energy. Jooheon looked at the angels with a smile, surprised that they actually existed. He folded his arms and addressed the crowd of angels. They all stood with their eyes closed. Jooheon decided that since they had already appeared, they should give the hero their best treasures and not waste his time. The voices of the angels in his head asked, did he really think that they would give them to him for nothing? They took out their weapons and suddenly became aggressive. An explosion erupted. Armed goblins jumped out of the darkness. The boy and Jooheon were horrified. They asked the boss what was going on. The huge monsters looked around. They asked, did the hero really think he could fool them? They ordered the hero to accept his punishment for his greed. The system reported that the pumpkin was opened unfairly. Jooheon became nervous. The system reported that the hero's trick was discovered and he will be punished. The goblins ran towards the hero, wanting him dead. The angels surrounded the heroes from behind, catching up with the guys who were in league with him. Jooheon ran away, which he ordered the others to do. The goblin swung his arm to strike. He spun and threw the axe. Jooheon dodged at the last moment. The axe stuck into a tree next to him. Something caught the hero's attention. The glowing axe began to lie on the ground. He looked at the goblins, who asked if the hero had already given up. They ordered him to stand still and accept his punishment. Jooheon covered himself in a blue aura and smiled. He summoned a sword and said that he really hit the jackpot. He ran to attack the goblins. Massive slaughter began. Jooheon froze in place. All the creatures around him turned to stone, which began to crumble to the ground. He turned around and said that he would become one when he collected all these relics. He called Irina. He asked the girl to use her power and wipe all the creatures into dust. Irina put her hand forward, sparkling with energy. A powerful blow of energy struck from above. The hero stood with his back to the beautiful sight and said that each time she was doing better and better. The system reported that the angels were complaining and the goblins were losing their fighting spirit. The angels began to lose SS rank relics, and the goblins were already running away, leaving their S rank relics. There was a pile of relics on the ground. This is what the hero needed. He began to bend over to the object. Jooheon said that Irina was incredible because she killed everyone with one blow. Jooheon asked to help him collect the relics. He smiled and said that as soon as they collected everything, they would immediately move on to the next pumpkin. Jooheon worriedly assumed that there were only goblins left. Jooheon smiled and said that in that case they would simply take everything they had. Irina laughed. Jooheon asked if they were okay. He asked to tell her when she got tired, but the girl said that she was completely fine. Jooheon took out a saw. The hero ordered to open the next pumpkin. Dead people and horror movie characters appeared from it. Irina's new blow hit them too. The hero immediately ordered to open the next pumpkin. Dinosaurs, bodybuilders, and monsters appeared from it. They were also hit by Irina's blow. This went on for a long time. After some time in the city, there were many souvenirs on the shelves. The game characters were fighting each other. Joshua in a kigurumi suit. A subordinate burst into his room and called his master. The guy threw the controller and said that the servant scared him a lot, and he asked him to stop breaking in. The servant said that they had big problems. He looked at his master with excitement and said that the market price of his land had collapsed. Joshua looked nervously at his servant, who was saying that his stocks had almost lost their value. His hand began to tremble. The servant continued to say that his painting collection had become a pile of rubble. He asked him to stop, but the servant continued to look at him and said that most of his relics had also been destroyed. Joshua could not stand it and asked the servant to shut up. He went to leave the room. The servant asked where he was going. The guy said that he already knew about one of the prophecies that Pandora would be destroyed sooner or later. He went to the door and said that he did not know that it would affect him too, because according to the prophecy, all this was because of a man named Jooheon. He angrily turned around and asked what this guy had done. He turned away again, walked forward and said that he could not sit idly by any longer. A green glow appeared in front of him. He decided to find and destroy all his weaknesses. He went to the cauldron and said that the hero would regret contacting him. After all, he has a relic of prophecy. TKVM, US branch. The employees were chatting cheerfully with each other. The door opened. Joshua entered the office. The guards looked at the strange guy and said that he couldn't just barge in. The guards demanded to see a guest pass. Other employees began to pay attention to the noise. The guy suddenly started chewing. Joshua said that he needed to meet with Kwon. He immediately ran to the guards and asked them to stop, asking if the guards understood who he was. They let Joshua go first, and the employee said that he was the owner of the relics of Nostradamus and the Temple of Delphi. The guy's shadow fell on the elevator, and the employee continued to say that the fortune teller Joshua, also known as the Master of Fate, is a VIP. Kwon screamed, indignant that he was wasting Pandora's money. Richard looked at the old man guiltily and said that everything was wrong. He threw the phone at the artist and said that it was posted for everyone to see, and Richard was the main character. In the video, Richard was shouting at the crowd that director Kwon was squandering Pandora's savings and supporting corrupt politicians. Richard began to glance around and said that he had no choice. Jooheon really was going to kill everyone. Kwon furiously said that this is why he accused him of something he never did after the man said that he had to survive somehow. Kwon put his hand on his hip. Richard asked him not to start, because most of what was said in this video is true. The old man asked the man to shut up, because it was supposed to be a secret anyway. Richard fell silent, and Taejong continued to say that he was very disappointed in Richard. He asked how he could call himself a human being after selling him out. Kwon slightly turned away. Richard asked, "Isn't the old man acting heartless now? Is he really saying that Richard had to die there?" Joshua came to the door. Kwon said that Richard screwed up himself and was even trying to blame him for something. But the professor said that he didn't say that because he wanted to. Like he already said, he had his reasons. The guy kicked the door down and greeted the old man. The arguing men calmed down and asked what Nostradamus wanted. The guy walked forward, keeping his hands in his pockets, and said that they knew him so well. But sometimes in life you have to do things you don't like, to which Richard noted that the guy never likes to leave the house. Richard looked at the fortune teller and asked why he came. Joshua smiled and said that he heard that everyone was already completely tired of Jooheon. He decided that it was high time to do something. Kwon listened silently as Joshua said that he had a great plan, and the old man was the perfect candidate for it. He leaned towards the old man's ear with a smile and asked if he would lend it to him. But Kwon didn't understand. Joshua thought about the beggar's relic and said that he was talking about a guy named Francisco with a petty thief's relic or something like that. Hwan said that the guy was most likely talking about the beggar's relic, although they had similar abilities. Hwan looked at the fortune teller and asked why him. After all, you can't use it in battle. Joshua smiled and said that he was not going to attack openly. He smiled slyly and said that under skillful guidance this relic can be used much more effectively, because with its help they summon not only objects, but also people. For starters, he suggested getting rid of the hero's immediate circle. They can also take them hostage. Hwan chuckled. Joshua looked at the old man in surprise. He calmly noted that this did not look like a fortune teller at all, because he was one of those who find out the enemy's weaknesses before attacking, using his prophetic relics. He asked what the guy was planning. Joshua was a little embarrassed and said that he was too serious. He looked at the men and said that he wanted to do so, but nothing worked because the hero's future is impossible to read. Joshua remembered how he used the Temple of Delphi. He said that the hero would regret getting involved with him. He ordered the glowing cauldron to call the abode of the oracle. He needed to find out all the known information about Jooheon. He found himself in a different place. He was near a bed surrounded by columns. He fell on soft pillows and decided that it was time to take a little nap. He spread his legs and closed his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes discontentedly and noticed that he could not fall asleep. He was asked, "What do you mean it did not work?" Joshua said that when he sleeps in the oracle's hall, he can see the future of his target in a dream, but he did not see anything about the hero. Hwan was silent. The fortune teller said that no matter how much he tried, he could not fall asleep, so he had to resort to plan B. He said that the hero can no longer be allowed to do whatever he wants. He ordered to do as he says. Hwan asked if he was sure that his subordinate would receive such power. Joshua said that he foresaw it. He smiled. Hwan agreed with him and said that the guy could count on his help. Everything was going like clockwork. Dawn was breaking in the mountains. An explosion thundered over one of the hills. The monsters were scattered in different directions. The silhouettes of Arena and the hero could be seen in the dust. Jooheon smiled and said that it was a great catch. He held a bunch of relics in his hands and turned to the guy with them. He said that this was the last relic and asked to put everything into the picture. They stood in the middle of a scorched field. Jooheon was putting the relics into the picture and said that he did not think that they would manage in just a day. Jooheon said that the guy was worrying too much. He turned to Arena with a smile and thanked her, because it was thanks to her that they finished so quickly. The girl was glad to help. They looked at the fire they had started. The hero suggested going home to have a good time looking at the relics. Night fell. Jooheon was looking at the ingot. Jooheon came up to him and called. The guy looked at the pile of relics and asked how long it would take him to figure it all out. The hero asked without turning around, "What was it?" The guy said that there was already little space here, and now there was no room at all to turn around. Jooheon said that if he wanted everything to go faster, then let him help. The guy asked how he could help. Jooheon pointed to the boxes with relics and asked to take them. Jooheon leaned over to the boxes and asked if there was anything useful. Jooheon smiled and said that all the relics were excellent and most of them were ORS rank. Jooheon picked up the box. The hero said that they had a large selection here. Now the guy had attack relics in his hands. In other large boxes were healing and support relics, and, the hero added, many other useful ones fell out. He said that the most important thing was that they received many defensive relics, for example, the brick house of the youngest of the 3 piglets, and also the dragon's blood in which Siegfried bathed. Until now, due to the lack of defensive relics, they had to avoid or withstand attacks. Jooheon smiled and said that this was a great relief. Jooheon said that he was glad to hear it. His workplace had become safer. Jooheon noticed something. In his hands he held Odin's raven's tears. This relic had an unspecified rank. He began to closely examine the capsule and said that such things are usually a gift from Raven. Odin, the supreme god in Norse mythology, who valued knowledge. He had 2 ravens that would gather news of the world and report to him every day. One was called Hugin, which meant thought. The other was Mununi, which meant memory. Jooheon said that if it was Munin, did that mean the relic had something to do with memories? He turned to the crow and said that he could tell him how to use it. He thought about it. Dawn was approaching, and the hero decided that he would keep it for himself, since having many relics never hurt anyone. He was still sitting in front of a pile of relics, more than Hawaii, so it took a long time to sort through them. He didn't complain, because it had to be done, but then another problem arose. He was watching the news where the host was standing in front of a giant tomb that had formed in Syria, and according to Pandora, it was the 3rd of the 7 great tombs. Multiple excavation teams had set up camps near the tomb. The heroes were sitting by the phone. Jooheon said that the tomb had appeared too suddenly. The huge mountain was sparkling with lightning. The heroes did not have time to prepare for it, and even if they boarded a plane right now, they would still be late. Before, they could have seized the initiative and reached the tomb first, but not this time. Jooheon and Irina were worried. Jooheon asked what they should do now, pack their things. Irina said she would prepare a private plane. Jooheon smiled and said that they still had work to do. He suggested that they just watch. Jooheon sighed tiredly. Jooheon said that even if someone takes the relic, they can always steal it. Jooheon noticed that the hero was talking about robbery too late. In general, the heroes remained to wait and watch the developments, strangely. But the situation with the tomb was covered in great detail by the media. In particular, there was a lot of news about conflicts between excavation teams. The hero decided that the relic could affect their sanity. Jooheon lay in bed and watched the news on the phone. He tried to understand what sin could create such chaos. He assumed that it was anger. The next day, Jooheon ran to the hero with the news. He held the phone in his hands and said that people learned the essence of this tomb. Jooheon took the phone. Jooheon said that among the 7 deadly sins, this is the tomb of envy. He began to read the news and realized that envy explains a lot. He sat on a chair and, without looking up from his phone, said that even the war that broke out between various publications for the number of publications. He turned to the guy and decided that even they were consumed by envy. Jooheon was a little nervous. The hero said that in this case they had even less reason to rush. The hero looked at the phone again and said that it would be difficult to clear the tomb and they would be hindered by the fighting teams. He smiled, looked at the guy and said that they would move out only when they were completely ready, and in the meantime they could completely restore all their relics. Jooheon angrily asked how he would have time to restore them before they left, because there were too many relics here. He started crying again. The hero coolly said that the guy should start right now. Irina came into the room and said that the hero should look at the news. Jooheon sat down at the computer after Irina said that Richard said in an interview that they would soon clear the tomb. He opened the video of the interview. Richard said that they had already penetrated deep into the tomb and this time everything would be different. He guaranteed it. The hero did not understand what this old man forgot there. Irina approached the guys. She thought that Richard would decide to lie low, but after everything that happened in the Golden House, the camera focused on the tomb and said that Richard's excavation team would attempt to completely clear the tomb. The host asked if they would win this race. Irina looked at the hero and said that this race had been going on for too long. She asked what he thought, would they win? Jooheon continued to watch the interview and said that even the reporters there were going crazy, competing with each other, and therefore it was necessary to filter the news because they did not know what was really going on there. He asked himself why he felt uneasy. He had a bad feeling. Night fell. Jooheon was sitting at the table and restoring the relics. Sweat was pouring down his face. He was saying that there was no end to the relics. He was enveloped in dark energy while he was saying that the boss had too high demands. He noticed something and turned around. While the hero was looking at the news on his phone, there was a rumble. The computer monitor fell on the table. Cracks appeared on the walls and ceiling. Jooheon hugged Irina. Everyone was panicking and saying that the house was about to collapse. The system reported that an insidious entity was attempting to kidnap him. The hero covered Irina and looked at the system message in surprise. Pieces of the ceiling began to fall to the floor. A moment later, the shaking stopped. The guy turned around and asked if it was really over. The hero said yes, and no one was taken. But suddenly, a realization hit him. He ran into Jooheon's room. His table was empty. Jooheon muttered that they took his restorer. Meanwhile, in Syria, a powerful stream of energy emanated from the tomb. Jooheon fell backwards onto the rocks. He rubbed his bruised head and opened his eyes. He stood up and was surprised to notice that he was underground. Relics lay around him. They were asking if it was possible to be more careful. He pulled the scattered relics into a Van Gogh painting. He took out his phone. It was turned off. He hoped to get at least a flashlight. Jooheon went forward and began to look back. He assumed that he was in a tomb and that was why his phone was not working. He prayed to God that this would not happen. He saw a light around the corner and thought for a long time whether to go to it or not. A rope appeared next to him. He screamed in fear when the rope began to ask without interruption where the guy was going. He sighed with relief. He asked to help him find a way out. The rope began to beat Jooheon and tell him not to approach it. Jooheon went towards the light and saw a hall with columns and a bunch of paintings on the walls. He entered this hall with a rope. Jooheon looked at the gold jewelry, surprised that such a palace was underground. Suddenly, thin purple rays hit him. Jooheon fell to the ground, covering his ears. A multi-faced monster with musical instruments asked who dared to come to his workplace. Jooheon screamed in pain, and the monster demanded that he get up and not look down on him. The rope began to hit the guy in the face, asking him to pull himself together and get up so that he would not be caught right away. The rope wrapped around the man's body and said that it would do whatever it wanted. It crawled away from the musician monster and pulled Jooheon along with it. He opened his eyes, not understanding what was happening. The musician began to play the cello. Jooheon saw that in addition to it, the monster had a piano, a trombone, and a bunch of other instruments. The guy decided that he was probably a musician. The monster picked up a trumpet. He flew after Jooheon and demanded to stop. The guy did not understand why the monster was so scary. He screamed, called for help, and asked the boss to save him. The rope carried the guy forward. All the candles in the hall went out, and the chandeliers lit up purple. The rope saw an open door. Immediately the door slammed shut at the last moment. The rope came undone. Jooheon rolled forward and began to raise his fist on the rope so that it would be quieter. Both heard the terrible voice of the monster, who was looking for Jooheon, and he shut his mouth. The monster flew along the corridor. He said that they would still see who would win. He flew past the door where the rope and Jooheon ran. He slightly opened the door and was glad that the monster had already left. He already thought that he was going to die. Jooheon fell to the ground and asked why the owner of the tomb was walking around here. Don't bosses usually stay in their room? He decided that this was somehow abnormal. The rope, like last time, began to repeat after the hero. Jooheon looked at the ceiling with anxiety. He asked how they would find a way out if the relic was wandering around the tomb. He shook the phone in his hands. It still didn't work, and Jooheon couldn't even ask the boss for help. The rope was swinging from side to side. The guy asked if he could contact the boss, for example, telepathically. The rope began to repeat the last phrase. Jooheon sat down. The rope was swinging from side to side and saying that it didn't know. The guy asked it not to hang around doing nothing. Sweat was running down his face. He said that relics can communicate with each other. He asked if it couldn't communicate with its owner. He suddenly realized something. He jumped up and said that he could use the relic's network. He would think of something to say, and the network would deliver the message. He asked if it could do that. Suddenly the wall flew apart and a musical monster appeared. The network grabbed the guy. He called the boss for help again. Meanwhile, in the hero's house, everyone realized that only Jooheon was missing. The hero was sitting by a pile of relics. He said that they took several more of his relics, apparently those that Jooheon was next to. He stood up and said that they often use many of these relics, the Hammurabi Code, the gold and silver axes, the sword of the Flower Knight. The rope was also missing. Irina looked at the hero pitifully and asked what they should do. She asked if he could call the rope to himself. The hero's hand sparkled. He tried to call it because it had become a powerful relic. The system reported that the relic could not be called due to its current location because the power of envy held the relic tightly. Jooheon picked up the scroll from the floor. He opened the map, saying that he had not used it for a long time. Irina ran to get ready for the tomb after the hero's order. Jooheon held the hoodie over the map and asked it to point out where its owner was. His phone vibrated. While the map was searching for its owner, he answered the call. The phone sarcastically noted that the hero had gotten into a difficult situation. The voice seemed familiar to the hero. Richard smiled and asked if Jooheon had really disappeared. The man stood near the metal cabinet. He said that the hero should understand what the excavation team would be threatened with if they lost the restorer, because soon all his relics would be used up. Jooheon menacingly asked if he had kidnapped Jooheon. The hero looked angrily at the map. Richard said that he had thrown him into the Tomb of Envy. The map began to show the location. Jooheon looked down. He hoped that the guy had not died yet. A dot lit up on the map. Richard smiled and said that the guy was still alive. Jooheon curled his lips in displeasure while the professor said that if he accepted his position, he would get the guy out of there safe and sound, of course, if he did not die first. Richard smiled, because the hero asked what he wanted. Richard replied that he wanted the ability to easily clear tombs with a small team. Jooheon looked ahead in surprise. Richard said that he had some secret. He asked to tell it to him. Jooheon laughed out loud. Richard jumped back from the phone and began to ask what was wrong. Jooheon smiled and said that he could easily shove Yui into a tomb of the highest complexity and pull him out of there, but he can't take relics from a shabby villa. Richard bit his tongue in resentment. Jooheon leaned on the door and said that the man was right and his team was incredibly small. After all, compared to Pandora, which has a political and financial advantage, they only have relics. He was sure that they knew everything about him, but they could not find a plausible answer to the question and decided that the secret of his plundering is in some relic. Richard grabbed his bald head. Jooheon on the other end suggested in that case, wouldn't it be easier to steal the relic instead of Yui to destroy him? In their place, with their resources, that's exactly what he would do. Jooheon smiled and realized that there was a reason why they didn't do it. He even offered to name it. He said that they were sure that there was a special relic that only he could use. At that moment, he thought of the crow, but his enemies didn't know what it was, so they couldn't steal it. Even the top of Pandora, Chairman Kwon, was nothing compared to Anubis. He said that they didn't know what relic gave him this power, and they were afraid of what would happen if they encountered him. Jooheon smiled contentedly. He said that they kidnapped Yuya in an attempt to gain some advantage in these negotiations. At this moment, Yuya was hiding from the huge music monster. Jooheon said that by holding his restorer to extract information from him, they thought that they would win and take his relics without losses. Jooheon became serious and said that Richard couldn't get Yuya out of the tomb from the beginning, right? Richard shouted that they would get him out because Pandora would soon clean the tomb anyway. Jooheon replied that they would soon have time to take his skeleton. He ordered them to sit and wait in the tomb, prepare their coffins. Richard screamed furiously. Jooheon said to do this on the condition that they do not die first. Jooheon hung up and called Richard an idiot. Jooheon was called by the voice of the relic and he turned around. Nero appeared from a cloud next to them, who heard that the hero was writing a new novel. He opened a scroll in front of the hero and asked when the book would be released. The hero asked what he was carrying. He asked why he needed to write another novel. He suddenly realized something. He saw the relic's communication network, because in the middle of the scroll there was a message asking for help from the rope. Nero smiled proudly and put his hand on his chest. He asked if the hero knew how long he had been waiting for his new masterpiece. He was just delighted and asked when this novel would come out. Jooheon smiled and realized how smart Yujaha was. Meanwhile, in Syria, near the Tomb of Envy, the hero walked forward. He and Irina stood next to each other. Jooheon said that he was missing Van Gogh's painting. A system message appeared in front of him. It said that the hero sensed the power of gluttony nearby, and if the hero walked further, it would notice him. The hero was surprised that the relic of gluttony was also here. Irina looked at the hero, who said that they needed to stop for a while. She asked what happened. Jooheon looked at the vastness ahead and said that if they went any further, they would be spotted by a very strong enemy. He presented a map, said that the entire area around the entrance was in the relic's detection zone. Irina asked if that meant they couldn't enter. Jooheon looked at the girl and said no, they didn't have to go through the entrance. He sketched out that they could destroy the part of the tomb outside the detection zone and walk through it, but the wind blew into him and he said that they needed to find a place where the tomb's aura was weak while avoiding the central danger. He said that the problem was that they needed to find a suitable place outside the detection zone. If they were lucky, they would find it quickly, but that was unlikely. Jooheon turned around and suggested that they return to the car. They were being watched through a sniper scope. The sniper was surprised that the heroes decided to return. Sola looked through binoculars. There was a sniper sitting next to her and they were from the Chinese-Russian alliance. The sniper asked if he should shoot them. Sola lowered the binoculars. The sniper began to rush her and wait for her decision. Sola ordered to attack them before they leave the zone. The sniper accepted the order. He looked at the commander. She asked not to destroy their relics. He asked why. Sola looked at the guy and said that he had recently captured members of Pandora. They had lost many relics and some belonged to them too. She said that one of their spies who infiltrated Pandora was captured. It seems to be some important relic, so said Jin Ki-won. Sola gritted her teeth and said that it must be returned at any cost. The sniper took aim. He said that everything would end with one shot to the head because the hero does not even have a protective relic. He smiled. The sniper rifle flashed. He said that his relic would not miss. A bullet was aimed at the heroes. Jooheon suddenly froze and thought about something. He turned around sharply, feeling the energy of the relic aiming at them. He used a protective relic. He smiled and offered to check their relic. The bullet pierced the green dome and bounced off. The relic said that it was in pain. Jooheon realized that this relic was of a low class and therefore it would not block many bullets. Jooheon looked at Irina and said that when he gave the signal, she should stand behind the stone that was behind them. He took out a flask with a smoke screen. He threw it through the barrier and the smoke began to spread. A few moments later, the smoke turned into a huge column. The sniper saw nothing in his scope except smoke. He twisted his mouth and said that he lost the heroes. Sola asked if he hit them. He stood up and said that he couldn't miss, but he saw something green flash for a second. The system reported that Nero was taking over the zone and everything within a 50-meter radius became Nero's zone. Nero's power shut up and Obey activated in the zone. All the soldiers on the roof fell to their feet. Sola looked back and asked what it was. A fiery strike hit the roof. A silhouette of a man was hanging in the fire. He asked how dare they attack the creator he admired. He was disgusted by them, but he brought him so that they could meet him in person. Jooheon appeared on the roof of the building. Nero ordered everyone to praise him, because he is the only creator he recognizes. Everyone silently looked at the hero and Nero hovering next to him. He looked at the guy and asked if he overdid it. Nero just said that he elevated the mundane to art. Everyone started shooting at the hero. He managed to get a shield that began to reflect the bullets. He frowned. He looked at Solar and was surprised to see her here again. Nero stood in front of the hero and covered himself in fire. The hero asked him to leave this girl alone. All the soldiers began to burn alive. A powerful explosion covered the roof of the building. Jooheon stood in the middle of the ashes and smiled. He looked at the frozen Solar and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jooheon smiled. He asked if she always avoided silently. He decided to ask directly, here and now. Solar narrowed her eyes. The hero asked if she was working with the Chinese-Russian alliance and with Jin Ki-won, not because she wanted to, right, but because she had to. Jooheon calmly walked forward and said that it was about her family. Solar stepped back and asked how the hero knew all this. In her past life, debt collectors were chasing after Solar because she took on her father and brother's debts. He met her earlier than in her past life, but the debt was still large. He asked how much she owed them. Solar was embarrassed. Jooheon said that he would pay off the debts if she worked with him. He asked how she felt about such an offer. Jooheon smiled and asked her to simply name the amount she needed. Solar's fist was shaking. He said that he had plenty of money. Jooheon looked at the girl in surprise. She asked him not to make her laugh. She pulled out her sword and covered herself in a purple aura. She said that she doesn't trust people, especially those who know about her weaknesses. Jooheon nervously pulled out his sword, assessed her bad character, and asked how he should act. Solar gritted her teeth and said that she was in a bad mood. She asked not to talk to her. She ran at the hero to attack and wished him death. Jooheon turned around, seeing the system message. The system reported that Munan's tears had found a target and were accumulating power. He was surprised to see that the relic was glowing. The system reported that the hero could use Munan's tears. He pulled out a flask. Solar swung to attack. He didn't know how to use them. Solar struck the shield. The system reported that Solar was the target. Strong flashes spread from the green barrier. Jooheon was surprised by the force of the blow. There was a new swing. The barrier barely held back the girl's strong attacks. Solar viciously struck blow after blow. The relic told the hero to do something already because she was in pain. The hero did not understand why his shield was whining like a child. He smiled weakly and asked the shield to wait another minute because it was waiting for the right moment. It came. Jooheon pushed the girl with the shield. He swung the shield and splashed Munan's tears on the falling girl. The glowing liquid began to fly onto the screaming girl. They hit her face. The hero decided that this relic worked. Solar screamed, clutching her cheek. It was covered in blue lightning. She fell to the ground, falling from one blow. She continued to scream. She was in great pain. Jooheon watched this spectacle with doubt. He hoped that she would not die. Stopping waiting, he ran to the girl. He called Solar for help. The girl screamed, clutching her head. Memories were running through her head. She saw images and pictures, thinking about how this had never happened to her. She saw Jooheon arguing with Miller. They suddenly turned around. Everything seemed familiar to the girl. Jooheon smiled at her. She saw herself hugging the hero. She realized that she had a special relationship with him. Their team was always underestimated and belittled, but they did their job at the highest level. It was always the result of the team's suffering. She remembered the bloody clouds. She remembered the last tomb. That creature. Her allies were dying one after another. She was lying covered in blood and died too. She opened her eyes, realizing that the boss was. She stood up, looked at the hero and asked if he was okay, asked how his leg was. He leaned closer to her. The girl grabbed her head again and said that the hero is not the boss. She asked what all this means. Jooheon looked at the girl in surprise, who suddenly remembered that he was the boss and lost his leg. He looked at the relic, which, as he understood, brings back memories from their past lives. The system reported that there were 9 out of 10 uses left. He did not take his eyes off the flask. It was strange to him, but there were the same number of people in his excavation team. Did this mean that he had to return the memories of his team? He smiled wickedly, realizing that Raven was telling him to gather a team to take revenge. He sat down next to Solar and began to call her. She fearfully removed her hands from her head. The hero asked if she was okay. The girl suddenly hugged the hero and called him boss. She buried her face in his neck and asked how he survived. She looked forward in horror. The hero said that everything was fine now. He asked her to tell him everything she remembered. The girl stepped back a little and said that that tomb was completely different from all the others. She remembered with horror those moments when Ilya died first. Then, according to her, the hero tried to save them and his leg. No one survived. They were killed by that snake. Jooheon leaned over to her and said that everything was fine. He asked if she remembered how they met. Solar said that the hero complained about having to work on Christmas and it was her first day in Team 13. She said that the hero brought them Santa-shaped cakes. She smiled. Jooheon looked away and said that he remembered it. He said that Chairman Kwon twisted them as he wanted, forcing them to work even on holidays. Solar thought about it. The hero asked a new question. She looked at the hero with a smile and asked if he remembered how Yuya got drunk and pissed on the closet right during the meeting. Jooheon laughed out loud. Jooheon smiled silently. Their memories matched, and Solar even remembered what the hero had forgotten. She looked at him with a smile. The hero did not even give her memories and did not plant new ones. She approached the hero with excitement and asked what happened. Was she sleeping? Jooheon said that she died and he would have died at the hands of that snake too, but suddenly a relic appeared. Jooheon ran away the moments before his death. He said that that relic turned back time. It was Raven. Jooheon also assumed that it revived them. Solar began to look at her hands. She suddenly realized that it was July 2025. Jooheon smiled and said that they should not be acquainted yet, but the future is gradually changing and, most likely, because of him. He showed a bottle of Munan's tears and said that this relic returned her memory. Solar looked away. Jooheon said that all this is in the past. He did not know that he could restore her memory. Solar looked at the hero. He said that he was not going to demand loyalty from him. After all, it was her life. Jooheon said that instead. He glared at his former love and asked her not to stand in his way. His gaze was stern. Solar slightly opened her mouth. The hero said that he would not let her go so easily if they met again. The girl smiled lightly. Suddenly, she touched her finger to the hero's nose. She smiled and asked him to tell her the truth. She put her hands on her hips and asked why he then offered her to work for him in exchange for him paying off all her debts. Jooheon was embarrassed and said that he did it because Jin Ki-won had an advantage. Jooheon was embarrassed. Solar asked if the hero did not want her to betray them. Solar smiled even more and said that now that she remembered everything, who should she follow if not him? Jooheon smiled and said that he would pay off her debts for her as soon as they returned. The soldiers were lying unconscious on the floor. Nero suddenly noticed someone. He saw the hero walking with Sola and noted that this was a strong dramatic turn. He silently watched the approaching meeting, thinking that he did not expect that she would come here voluntarily. Jooheon looked at Nero and asked what was wrong with these guys. Nero beamed and said that they were unconscious. They must have fainted, he decided, from his brilliant talent. Jooheon looked at the soldiers. Nero asked who this woman was and he said that she was now his ally, to which the relic noted how quickly everything changes in people. Sola looked at the hero and asked what he was going to do now. Jooheon answered that he would go to the tomb because he needed to save someone. The lightning struck more and more strongly above the mountain. The girl asked who he needed to save. The hero calmly answered that they're restorers. Sola suddenly became worried, asking if the hero was really talking about. At this time, Yuja continued to hide from the terrible monster along with the rope. She said, of course, who else if not Yuja? A purple beam struck the sky from the top of the tomb. Jooheon stood by the car and smiled, offering the girls to get acquainted. Irina looked at the hero with a little anxiety. He introduced her to Sola and said that she was a former member of her excavation team. Sola looked at Irina Hilton in surprise. The hero said that she helps him a lot. She shamelessly pointed her finger at Irina and asked if the hero really works with her. She remembered the goddess of misfortune and said that for fun she caused crises and ruined people. Jooheon embarrassedly said that Irina heard them. Irina sadly lowered her eyes. The hero said that she was a wonderful person. He said that back then she had personal problems, but now she is no longer like that. Irina and Solar looked at each other. Jooheon thought they were speaking Korean, so he couldn't understand them, but he could get the gist of it. Irina frowned. Solar thought she didn't like her, but why did she not like her either? Irina approached the hero and asked if they could talk. She whispered to the hero if she was their enemy. He said that she attacked him in the Korean tomb. Jooheon looked at Solar, who was embarrassed, and said that she had her reasons, but now they could trust her. Solar didn't understand why the couple was standing so close at that moment. Jooheon approached the car, smiled, and said that he wanted to talk to them more, but time was running out. He suggested going to the tomb. The car was driving through the desert. Irina was sitting in the front seat and turned around. She asked if Yuya was okay. Jooheon said that everything was fine, because he was using a trick to contact him. Yuya was sitting in horror behind one of the columns at that moment, writing notes on a scroll. Jooheon said that, to be honest, he should be given credit because he even told the hero about the layout of the tomb and the abilities of the relic. Jooheon looked at the road and said that the owner of the Tomb of Envy is Salery. He was asked who he was. Jooheon said that Antonio Salery was an Austrian court composer originally from Italy. He was a successful musician, teaching Beethoven, Schubert, and many others. But he was more famous for his ND of Mozart. In fact, this is just a rumor with no evidence, but later it became the subject of many plays and films. Now it is even called Salery syndrome. Jooheon was nervous, and now he is the owner of the Tomb of Envy. Salery must be unhappy. In the back seat, Nero's wreath was floating in the air. He said that a new excerpt from the novel was published. The hero asked how. The wreath twirled and said that the ending was so-so and overly dramatic. Jooheon became more and more nervous with each word. Nero said that the characters were suddenly attacked by an army of invulnerable ghost soldiers and they immediately grabbed the protagonist. Irina looked at the hero with fear and said that something was wrong, after saying that the last line said that the tomb might have a second owner. They were riding into the sunset and Jooheon said that they needed to hurry. At this time, Yuja was running away from a crowd of ghosts. He turned back. He asked how much longer. He did not understand where the ghosts came from. He looked at the crowd of ghosts with clubs. He realized that Salery attacked only with sound. It was strange that their outfits were not even from Salery's era. The rope tied the guy again. He looked at the rope's actions in surprise while he said that he was sure that there were other relics here. The rope threw him to the side. It pulled him into a dark corridor. It threw him on the floor. She began to hit him in the face and began to ask who told her that she should go alone. Why did he go alone? Yuja began to wave him off and asked to stop beating him. He asked where his manners were. The rope was offended and began to strangle the guy, asking, is he really saying that he has no manners? The ghosts heard the noise of the rope and looked into the doorway. Yuja asked in a strangled voice to stop because they could be heard. He rubbed his constricted neck and said that it was all because she was a relic. If she were a person, he would have knocked him down with one blow. The rope began to crawl in front of the guy and asked if she could be a person. This confused Yuja and he asked why he started acting cute. A crowd of ghosts burst into the corridor and ran after the man. They knocked Yuja to the ground. The rope began to drive them away, shouting that there were too many ghosts. Salery flew to them. The ghosts bowed. Salery was surprised that his patron even caught the intruder. Yuja screamed and asked him what he had done to deserve this. He said that he had not come here of his own free will. Salery's eyes flashed. He said that anyone more talented than him should die. Yuja began to shout that Salery was the best. Lightning began to fly around Salery. He said that even a person can crawl, so even he has some talent. He was sickened by the very thought. He ordered the guy to die. The ceiling began to crack. An explosion was heard above the ghosts' heads. The ceiling began to collapse. Yuja was lying on the carpet. His face was blinded by a bright light. He saw Jooheon at the edge of the cliff, who said that it was not difficult to find him, considering how much noise they were making here. He smiled and thanked the relic. He handed Sola the headphones and asked her to put them on before they entered, because the relic attacked with sound. They jumped down. Salery asked how dare they destroy his sacred hall. Jooheon smiled and said that he could say the same about him. How dare he touch his subordinate? He said that he would pay well for it. Salery prepared all his instruments for the game and called the hero impudent. The music started playing and the heroes grabbed their ears. The sound was too loud. Jooheon ordered Solar to grab Yuja as quickly as possible. He himself struck 2 stones. He noticed that Salery's instruments could easily catch fire. He smiled and decided to introduce them to fire. He hit the ground and tongues of flame rushed towards Salery. Salery froze. A cloud of smoke and fire rose above the ground. Salery was burning and screaming. Jooheon turned away from him and went to the ghosts. Solar ran forward. The ghost turned its head. Solar was already behind, cutting it into pieces. She called Gildal. The orange spirit rushed to attack. Gildal suddenly turned around. He swung and waves of energy covered the entire hall. Ghosts were swept away and nailed to the wall. Sola approached the guy. Yuja looked at the girl with fear, recognizing her as an enemy. Sola calmly looked at the guy, who asked if she was a Chinese spy. He asked what he was doing here. Sola was surprised that he did not know her. She looked at her old acquaintance and thought that he was even dumber than before. She did not know that this was possible. She looked at Yuja's surprised face and assumed that his memories had not yet returned. She lifted his hand and said that she would help. He asked why he should believe her. Sola swung her arm to hit and asked him not to show off. She dragged the guy back, saying that he was in the way and asked him to hide somewhere secluded and safe. Jooheon did not understand anything. He suddenly understood, his mouth wide open. He looked at the flames in which Salary's tools were burning. He called the boss. Jooheon smiled calmly and said that Salary was not so scary. Salary was covered in fire. He cursed the hero. A light hit from a hole in the ceiling. Salary froze. Salary said that the fire was leaving and his powers were being restored. It was the power of his patron. Jooheon looked up and asked if this was the relic that Jooheon was talking about. A multi-armed monster hung in the air, above which hung a large chessboard. It hung over the hall. Jooheon silently looked at the board. It asked not to listen to his servant. Jooheon assumed that this relic created an army of soldiers. Solar ran up to the hero. She gave him a painting by Van Gogh and said that Jooheon asked her to pass this on. Jooheon took a sword out of the painting. He looked at the chessboard with a smile and said that he would need them now, which meant that there really was more than one relic here. The chess hung silently in the air. The second monster squinted at the heroes. The hero decided that both relics had united with each other. Jooheon took a fighting stance and said that he didn't care. He looked at the army of ghosts and two huge monsters. He ordered them to attack. The figure lit up. The hero was scanned. The relic said that the hero had no creative talent at all. She asked how such a mediocrity dared to enter his dimension. Jooheon smiled and said that he also had fans. He asked if the relic had been taught to respect other people's tastes. The relic said that it had transferred all its power to the musician. She ordered him to kill everyone. Salary smiled evilly. His eyes and mouth glowed from within. He said that he was overflowing with power and left. The ghosts surrounded the heroes. Salary ordered the orchestra to come out. He said that the man probably saw an orchestra of such a scale for the first time. Jooheon looked at the army of ghosts. System messages began to appear in front of him. He said that it was disgusting. The system reported that the boss was sponsoring all his talents, receiving support. The talents went crazy. Salary picked up the pod and announced the beginning of the performance. He hit the drum. He blew the trumpet. The ghosts began to play their instruments. Jooheon managed to put up a shield. It began to be carried away by a wave of sound. The shield cracked. Many lightning bolts struck it. The shield screamed that it was breaking and that it was being hit from all sides. Salary waved the pod and gave many commands. He asked how dare a person block their special performance. He offered to enjoy the beautiful melody and laughed. Jooheon gritted his teeth. He said that since he liked it so much, then let him listen. A pillar of the Hammurabi Code appeared behind him. The hero said that he would now return everything to the boss. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A blue wave began to fill the hall. Salary began to block his attack and call the hero names. He opened his eyes wide. The hero closed the distance and struck with his sword. His gaze was cold and angry. Salary screamed. The cut hit his hands. They began to bleed. One of Salary's faces screamed and said that hands are the soul of a musician. Jooheon smiled and asked, "Is that all he cares about?" The hero lowered his shield and said that he has no talent. What difference does it make to him? He asked him to give up this idea. Jooheon narrowed his eyes. Salary asked what gives him the right to speak like that. He thought that judging by the fact that he is angry, his method worked again. Salary squinted and looked at the hero with confusion, who thought that the relic came not so much from Salary himself, but from rumors about him. In that case, she will be unstable because of her envy. Irina and Nero were sitting in the car at that moment. The hero thought about Nero and decided to attack Salary psychologically as well as him. He lowered the sword in front of Salary and said that he knew something about music. Beethoven, Schubert, Haydn. Salary shouted that he knew names, but not music. Jooheon smiled and said that he didn't care. He said that Mozart was much better than him. Salary's face twisted. He flew into the air, spreading 6 arms in different directions. He said that the hero made a terrible mistake and he should not have said that name. A piano flew at the hero. He dodged at the last moment. The piano crashed into the floor. The monster began to throw instruments at the hero. He said it was a pity that a musician had to throw his instruments away so easily. Salary screamed. Solar ran next to the hero. She said that she would take on the henchmen. Jooheon frowned and agreed. He ran at Salary to attack, while Sola began to fight the orchestra from behind. Jooheon dodged the attacks. Salary screamed furiously and asked why. He began to strike with 6 arms and asked why this lazy scum is considered a genius. Jooheon jumped up. Salary looked at the hero and asked the gods where is their justice. Jooheon was serious. He dealt a strong blow to the boss. Salary screamed. Jooheon turned around and asked him to shut up. The monster began to cut into pieces after the hero's blow. The board did not understand how this was possible. Jooheon looked at her with a smile and asked if she was dying too. He thought about it and realized that she had given the musician all her power, which meant she also felt pain. There was a roar. The system reported that the relic of gluttony was in a fit of rage. The hero clenched his teeth and did not understand why. Sola was covering herself from falling debris. She said that the tomb was collapsing. He approached her and said that if Jooheon was safe, they should run. Sola pointed to the side and said that Jooheon was hiding over there. Salary suddenly shouted to stop. Everyone froze. They were enveloped in electricity. The relic called people simple, who thought too much of themselves. Salary smiled and realized that it was the supreme leader. The board was asked to hand over the rights of the tomb's owner. The board and Salary began to be shocked by electricity. The supreme leader demanded to hand over the power. The system reported that gluttony now rules over the tomb and its traps have been updated, and the tomb has become more dangerous. A huge fork and a book appeared in the air. They fell to the floor, becoming ordinary. Gluttony asked what to do with the people. Jooheon looked around and thought that they had lost too much power that they could not even maintain the transformation. The heroes could not move. Gluttony was proud of its trap. Jooheon gritted his teeth. Gluttony offered everyone to feel envy, one of the unbecoming human traits. The system reported that the hero's mind was weakened by envy. He was forced to feel envy towards the people around him. Jooheon grabbed his head. He realized that without his tolerance he would have already lost. He looked forward with difficulty and thought that people would kill each other. He suddenly asked himself what it was. Solar pointed a sword at him. He told her to try to pull herself together. He screamed that she was being controlled. Solar said that she would kill the hero. Her gaze was crazy. He said that she envied his talent. The hero realized that she had lost. Jooheon crouched down and began to dig through his backpack. He was trying to find something that he could use to press her down so as not to hurt her. Even the relics envied the hero. Jooheon did not know what to do. He put his hand forward. He asked Solar to stop. Her hand was shaking. She ran to attack. Jooheon watched in shock as everything collapsed. A pebble hit him. He covered his head with his hands and looked around. He thought it was all over when the boss came. More and more stones fell from the ceiling. A wall of dust rose. Jooheon fell to the floor. He already thought he was dead. But he opened his eyes and found that he was still alive. He stood up and shook himself off. He thought he was going to die. He began to look around. He noticed that the tomb had stopped collapsing, but he didn't know why, but he wasn't going to complain. Jooheon heard Jooheon asking Solar to calm down. Solar attacked the hero. He dodged her attacks. He tried to figure out what to do because the relics had also gone crazy. Jooheon began to look around. Gluttony was surprised that the hero didn't give in to envy. It impressed her. Flames appeared in the air. Purple smoke began to come from the capsule. Gluttony suggested raising the bar. Jooheon covered his mouth. Incense surrounded him. He assumed that this was the source of the trap. He ran forward, hoping to get rid of the source of the trap. Gluttony said that this would not happen. The system reported that the supreme leader had increased jealousy. The hero began to envy himself. The hero's legs gave way. They were covered in lightning. He looked at his legs angrily. His hands were shaking. He pulled them towards himself, but he couldn't move. His hands were spread apart. Jooheon couldn't control himself. The relic disappeared from his hand. The leader said that as he expected, the hero couldn't resist it. Jooheon picked up the sword. He began to pull it towards his throat. The leader said goodbye to the man. The blade had already touched the hero's throat. He asked himself, is this the end? Will he really kill himself? Jooheon tried to turn around. He was looking for an opportunity to escape. Solar was also pulling the sword towards her neck. Jooheon closed his eyes. Then Jooheon grabbed the hilt of his sword. He hit the hero on the cheek and said enough. He snatched the sword from the hero, approached Solar, slapped her on the cheeks and asked her to get ready. The hero could not understand why the relic did not touch him. Jooheon approached the boss with two swords and asked him why he suddenly decided to kill himself. He noticed that he could not even speak. Jooheon looked away. Jooheon was still asking what happened. The guy began to be enveloped in dark energy. He asked what he needed to do. Suddenly the guy looked away. He looked at the sensor and asked, is it really because of this thing? He intercepted the sword. The leader did not understand why the guy could move. An even more powerful stream of smoke began to pour out of the sensor. Jooheon coughed. He did not understand what was happening. He approached and cut the sensor into two parts. He began to trample the coals. The leader did not understand why his power did not work on him. Jooheon exhaled. Having received the ability to move, he became free. He looked at Solar, who fell to her knees. He picked her up and said that they needed to get out. He looked at the tomb relics lying on the ground. He picked them up, realizing that he couldn't let them go. He looked at Jooheon and called him out before the relic threw something else. He grabbed the backpack at the request of the hero. The leader said that everything was clear now. He believed that no one would envy him and that there was nothing special about him. Jooheon walked with his lips pursed. The relic was surprised by such an unusual trait in a person. Jooheon turned to the guy and suddenly realized that Jooheon's self-esteem was at rock bottom. He immediately hurried him. Something started to glow in the guy's backpack. The relic asked if he really thought that she would just let him go. The relic said that they would play with him again after restoring those relics. Something flew out of the backpack. Jooheon got angry. A blue light was flying around them. It evaporated. A rope was flying towards them at full speed. It tied itself into a love knot near the hero's face. She placed a coin on the hero's palm. He looked at his palm in surprise and said that it was a commemorative coin of newanime. Jooheon asked if they had such a relic. Jooheon said that they took it from those guys from Pandora. The hero said that newanime is the goddess of memory in ancient Greek mythology, which means that it is a divine relic of a commemorative type. In the past, Jin Kiwon had this relic, and it seems that she did this time too. But it is strange that Kiwon's relic was in Pandora. The hero decided that there were spies among them. He frowned and said that she had been watching him from the very beginning, and she knew that he would appear in the 7 great tombs. Solar woke up and looked at the hero. She said that it was Jin Kiwon's order. She said to kill the hero and take the relic. Jooheon asked who Jin Kiwon was. He was told that she was an influential person working for China. Jooheon looked up. The coin glowed and asked the person to let it go so that it could take its colleagues. He clenched his fist and asked who gave it permission. Electricity began to flow from his hand. He said that he would first destroy the coin before letting go. It immediately began to scream that it hurt. Jooheon raised his fist with a smile and said that they just needed to blow up one relic to get out of the tomb. Jooheon said fearfully that it was a divine relic. Is it worth wasting it? Jooheon turned around with a smile and said that it would cause them a lot of trouble if they kept it. He said that he had plenty of relics anyway. The relic screamed. A huge explosion thundered above the tomb. Irina saw the explosion and immediately drove towards it, realizing that something had happened. The car swerved on the sandy road. Irina shouted that she was going to the hero. The heroes walked through the cave. Dust was coming out of it. Their silhouettes could be seen in the darkness. The relic asked how a weak person could destroy an entire tomb. Jooheon hugged Solar. The relic finally said that they would look again. He looked at the ruins with a smile. As expected, the real relic of gluttony was not here. All that was left was to get out of the detection zone. Jooheon looked at the hero and was surprised that the relic, which is not even here, is capable of such a thing. Jooheon said that if she were here, the outcome would have been much worse. Jooheon looked at the hero with fear, who said that this was not an ordinary relic. They ran forward. The headlights illuminated them. The car stopped next to him. Irina was sitting behind the wheel and telling everyone to get in. Everyone got into the car. The hero slammed the door and thanked the girl, because with her help they would calmly get out of here. Irina asked what happened. The car began to turn around. The hero said that there were a couple of problems, but in the end everything ended well. He showed the book and said that they saved Jooheon and took the relics from the Tomb of Envy. Irina looked at the book and asked if it was that relic. It was Salary's music book. Jooheon picked up a fork and said that she was too. In his hands was a fork from the homeland of Catherine de Medici. He decided that the chessboard was not the original form of this relic. Catherine de Medici was a very famous representative of her family. She became the Queen of France and even ruled the country as a regent for a time. At that time, conflicts broke out between French Catholics and Protestants, so she was forced to rush between two fires, trying to please both sides. So, it is unknown whether she was really involved. But she went down in history as an evil, treacherous woman, guilty of killing several thousand Protestants. Jooheon tensed up, looking at the fork. He tried to understand how this was connected with jealousy. He decided that in any case, Pandora was not the first time she did something like this. However, Catherine's husband fell in love with an adult woman, Diana, at a young age. Of course, Catherine was jealous because she was treated like a second-class woman. Irina smiled and asked what ability these relics had. He said that he did not know yet, since he did not make a contract with them. Jooheon looked at the hero and said that he did not know about the other relics, but Salary attacked with sound. The hero said that Jooheon warned him about this. Jooheon looked down and thought that Catherine would buff. In the tomb she used something like this. Another column of cars appeared ahead. The heroes did not understand why there were so many cars. These were news channels. Jooheon shouted that the cars had TV company logos on them. Sola looked out the window and decided that they were here because of the explosion. Jooheon also looked out the window, assuming that they came to film a report. Jooheon smiled. He asked Irina to turn around. He looked at the girl and said that he wanted to tell them that the Tomb of Envy belongs to them, to which Irina noted that the hero usually does not do this. The car began to turn around. The guy said that he was doing this for Jooheon. Jooheon even jumped up, to which Jooheon asked, "Don't they need to deal with Richard?" Jooheon grabbed the chair and asked why. Jooheon said it was because he shoved him into the tomb. Jooheon asked if it was Kiwon who did it, but she was only interested in the hero. He smiled and said that Richard personally called him and threatened him. The hero is sure that it was him personally. He looked at Jooheon and said that everyone will see it on the news and that he will also tell about the fact that he copied his paintings. Jooheon was embarrassed, and the hero asked why he was reacting like that. The guy said that he was just scared. Jooheon smiled and said that the guy yelled at him when they met at the party. The guy said that it took all his courage. Jooheon fell silent. Jooheon asked if anything had changed since then, and it turned out that it had not. Jooheon looked at the hero in fear, who said that everything would change this time. Jooheon smiled. He said that he would help the guy. Solar smiled. She looked at the hero with affection. The hero thought that the trap of the Tomb of Envy did not work on Jooheon because he has low self-esteem. He looked forward and of course, after all, his paintings were stolen and he was slandered. Portrayed as a criminal, even becoming his subordinate, he works hard and drags himself around the tombs, taking him in. The hero made a promise that he would take his paintings and reputation from Richard. Jooheon smiled. Because it was time to fulfill the promise, he cannot just leave his subordinate. After a while, the host talked about a special news release about 7 mysterious tombs. The host and Richard were sitting together in the same studio. The host said that they will continue to talk with Richard. He smiled. He was told that his team of excavators went deeper than the rest into the Tomb of Envy. The host turned to him and said that for several days there was no news from them. He asked if they were going to conquer the tomb. If they can do this, they will break Jooheon's winning streak. Richard smiled and said that once they finish restoring the relics, they will continue to clear the tomb. He was eager to see what relics were there. The host laughed and said that when they get them, they should remember to introduce them on their news. Suddenly, someone announced that they were in trouble. The cameraman turned to another person and said that this was a live broadcast, but the man said that he had urgent news. Richard tensed up. The man shouted that there was an explosion in the Tomb of Envy. Only a crater remained. The man who cleared it made an appeal. Jooheon appeared on the screen. He was addressing Richard. He was standing next to Jooheon and said that he heard that he was having an interview. He showed Salary's book and said that this time the relic was his. Richard angrily looked at the screen, not knowing what to expect. Jooheon said that it was not surprising. He offered to tell other news. Jooheon smiled and asked to listen carefully. He said that Richard threw his restorer Yui into the tomb to kill him. The cameramen were surprised. The hero said that the guy penetrated deep into the Tomb of Envy, only to summon Yui to this place. Richard gritted his teeth. The hero said that in his excavation team there should be a guy named Francisco. The relic of this guy is capable of such a thing. He asked how he knows this. He said that this guy flashed in the hotel rooms. Jooheon smiled and said that he was so unhappy when he saw a familiar face. The host asked excitedly, "Is this really true?" The hero thought that even before his death, restorers were often kidnapped by hostile teams, but this trick was only used by the King of Destiny. Is this a coincidence, or is he in cahoots with Richard and Francis? In any case, it was not that important. Jooheon smiled and said that it was not that important. He asked to continue listening carefully. A microphone was brought to him. He said that there was a reason why Richard could not leave Jooheon okay. He offered to find out the reason from him. Jooheon began to get very embarrassed. He gathered his strength and said that Richard stole his art style when he was a student and Richard was a teacher. He shouted that the style of Richard's paintings, famous all over the world, is actually his. Jooheon smiled and said that in order to hide it, he was going to kill Jooheon. The host turned to Richard and asked if this was true. Richard began to deny everything. He boiled over. The host said that there was such a scandal once before. Jooheon smiled and asked Richard to justify himself. Richard looked angrily at the screen. Jooheon smiled even more insidiously and clarified, "Will Richard be able to justify himself?" The screen showed the smiling protagonist and Jooheon standing next to him. The men looked at them, listening to the words that now it is possible to justify themselves, if possible. The man clenched his fist tighter. Richard jumped up and raised his hand, screaming that it was slander. The guy in the suit furrowed his brows, asking if he hadn't said the hero's statements weren't true. The man opened his mouth wide, saying that they were. The guy asked why he didn't refute them then. Richard grimaced, asking what he was talking about. The guy smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that they were on live television, asking if this wasn't a great opportunity. Richard gritted his teeth, looking at him. The cameramen froze, pointing the lens at them. The man in the suit smiled. The man was thinking that this guy wanted him to keep talking, but if the ratings went up, it would be a problem for him. He froze, standing next to his chair. Richard looked at the floor, gritting his teeth, beads of sweat running down his face, thinking that if he didn't say anything, it would arouse more suspicion. He sat down and smiled, saying that it was a great idea since he originally came here to talk about the tomb, but it was cleared out. The guy smiled. He raised his hand, asking how he felt, since he had seen the third of the 7 tombs stolen from under his nose. Richard frowned and pressed his hand to his chest, saying that everything was fine, asking how he knew what the others were doing there. He smiled, looking at the guy sitting, suggesting to change the subject and talk about plagiarism. Richard gritted his teeth and frowned, saying that it was Jooheon who stole his work. The windows of the hotel shone brightly in the shadows of the street. The guy smiled awkwardly, asking the boss what all this meant. Jooheon held his hand out in front of him, seeing another object in the protagonist's hand, asking what it was. The boy said that these were all protective relics. The one in his hand was called the blood of the dragon killed by Siegfried. The boy's eyes widened. Jooheon stood with his hand raised, saying that since he explained everything, the boy should come closer. Jooheon moved back, shouting that this was enough. He asked what these were for. The boy raised his eyebrows and squinted one eye, saying that he restored all the relics after they came back, asking if he didn't deserve some rest. The protagonist raised his eyebrows, saying that it wasn't that. He was asking the boy to carry the escape painting he drew with him. The protagonist recalled how they stood in front of the relic with him, saying that Jooheon restored Catherine and Salary's relic. Not completely, of course, but enough for a contract. Catherine made a contract with the hero, and Salary with the boy. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking what it was and if he would have to use it instead of the guy. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was absolutely right. The boy froze, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly open. In his hands was a sheet with a drawing of a building. Jooheon smiled, saying that these people could summon him at any second, so there was no guarantee that they would not do it again. Besides, the protagonist was really pissed off at Richard. Jooheon furrowed his eyebrows and lowered his head, shouting that he was definitely going to die. The guy folded his arms, saying that no one was going to die, asking why he thought he was stuck on him. If they summoned him, the hero wanted to go with him. He smiled, saying that if only the boy was summoned, then they needed to prepare relics for protection and escape. The boy began to pour the contents of the relic on his head, saying that if there were no more questions, he would continue to do so. Jooheon raised his eyebrows pitifully, sarcastically saying that it was a relief. He raised his eyebrows, asking what would happen if they did not summon him. Jooheon screwed the lid on, saying that then he would just stay here for a while. Jooheon frowned, asking if he really needed to be like this. The boy smiled, saying that they would definitely summon him when they were ready, so they also needed to prepare so that they would fall into their own trap. The young man arched his eyebrows, looking at him. The protagonist raised his axe above himself, saying that then they should take the attack relics as well, wondering which of these could be useful. Jooheon held all the relics in his hands, saying that he did not even know how to use them, to which the boy, sorting through the weapons, said that sooner or later he would have to learn. The hero's eyes fell on a book. He told him to take Salary with him because he was his. Suddenly, everything around him shook. The boy stood up. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, shouting that it had started. The protagonist looked at him, saying that now they need to check if they will be summoned together. Jooheon wrapped his arms around the boy, to which he awkwardly asked if they had to stand so close. A bright flash lit up the entire room. A bright energy appeared in front of the group of people. Richard asked if it worked, to which the man with his hand outstretched in front of him said that he found it. The man gritted his teeth, saying that he would shoot him in the head as soon as he appeared. Flashes shone brightly in front of them. The protagonist smiled and held out his hand, saying that everything worked. Jooheon held the relics in his hands, agreeing with his words. He frowned, saying that everything is in his hands. Richard bared his teeth, his body trembled. He opened his mouth wide, telling them to shoot him. Jooheon smiled, holding his shield in front of him and summoning a protective dome. The boy screamed. The boy turned to the boy, telling him to attack while the hero holds the shield. Jooheon widened his eyes, asking if he should do this. Jooheon pointed at the man next to Richard, saying that he has a summoning relic, so they should attack him. The boy gritted his teeth, blocking the attack with his shield. People came at the boys from both sides, shouting that the guns weren't working, so they should attack them with the relics and not let them leave alive. Jooheon closed his eyes, asking the relics to help him. They glowed brightly in his hands. The protagonist looked at this. Yellow smoke formed in the room. Screams were heard, asking what kind of stink bomb it was. The boy shouted that it was time for the darts. The heroes covered their faces, the darts hit their hands, a bat flew past. Salary started playing the violin, telling the pathetic humans to hear his performance. The boys covered their ears with their hands. Jooheon was lying on the floor. Screams were heard from the sides that someone was bleeding from the ears. Jooheon gritted his teeth, thinking that the boy had fallen, having used so many relics at once. He crouched closer to him, thinking that they needed to find a painting for the escape. With it they could get out of here. His eyes opened wide. Under his hand was a sheet with a drawing. He said that they needed to finish the last stroke. Richard knelt down, holding a gun in his hand, and told Francisco to get up, but the man was unconscious. He frowned and pointed the gun, saying that he would not let them go alive. The protagonist smiled and, raising a brush in front of him, said that it was too late. He drew the missing line. The guy frowned, wishing him well. A bright light surrounded him. Everything around him shook. The man's eyes widened. Richard gritted his teeth, seeing only a bright trace in front of him. He arched his eyebrows. Beads of sweat were running down his face. The man raised his hands and closed his eyes, screaming that Jooheon ruined everything. The heroes found themselves in a room. The guy smiled, asking if everything went well. Didn't it? On the TV screen, men were loading people on a couch into a car. The next day, watching the news, the hero thought he could breathe easy. When Francisco was taken to the hospital, he was on the verge of death. Salary must have overdone it. He was much stronger than the guy thought. Jooheon was sitting on the bed, smiling, his arms folded in front of him. Richard appeared on the screen, holding his hand out in front of him. He was trying to cover it up. Of course, he didn't want to make a bad situation worse. The protagonist smiled, thinking how pathetic the man was, and this was just the beginning. The bright sun was falling on the houses. The guy handed over the papers, saying that this is it. Sola looked at it in surprise, asking what it was. The hero sitting opposite her said that it was a contract to join his gang of crows. She chuckled, asking if he really wanted to call it a gang of crows. The guy raised his eyebrows, saying that everything would be clear right away, not like some 13th excavation team. Jooheon brought the mug closer to his mouth, saying that in addition, the contract stated obligations. As soon as she signed it, she would immediately fall under the supervision of the laws of Hammurabi, and if she broke the contract or betrayed him, the laws of Hammurabi would punish her. Sola's eyes widened in surprise, and her mouth dropped open. The hero looked at her, saying that he made this contract because he was afraid that the people who worked for him in the past would run away. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking why he was telling her this. Jooheon smiled, saying that he didn't think she would betray him, so he didn't want to lie. Jooheon remarked that it was surprising. He leaned his hands on the table, asking why he didn't sign the contract. The hero looked at him, surprised that he was awake. The boy raised his hand, saying that there was breakfast for him, asking him to go eat and wake up. The boy looked at him, saying that he had no appetite. He asked what happened. The hero remembered the boy asking the relics to protect him, saying that he passed out after using too many relics at once. Jooheon looked at the mug, saying that he didn't have the ability and he overpowered himself, so he needed to train. The boy raised his eyebrows, listening to him. The hero asked him to eat first. Jooheon reluctantly went forward, agreeing with his words. Sola looked after him, asking if the guy had returned his memories, to which the hero answered, yes. Jooheon was sitting on the couch with a bun in his mouth. The girl asked why he was doing this, because when he returned his memory, his restoration and dominance skills would immediately increase, but the main character said that they did not know for sure. He raised his eyebrows, saying that in his case, the problem was precisely in the memories. The guy imagined a young man standing over torn sheets, running with a backpack in his hands, in glasses and a business suit. When Jooheon's paintings and his style were stolen, he turned down the wrong path. He used his wonderful talent for deception, building a career as a swindler on this. At some point, everything got to the point that Pandora began to call him the king of scams. He imagined the young man standing with his back to him, saying that he had become a terrible, corrupted person and that he did not want to face this person again. Jooheon's brows were furrowed, tears were streaming from his eyes. The hero was saying that now, of course, he was not exactly broken, and he had not yet lost his naivety and simplicity. He imagined the boy with his eyes closed and his mouth wide open, saying that once they dealt with Richard, he would help him restore his reputation, so there was no point in bringing up bad memories. The boy slowly sipped from his mug, thinking that the boy had been acting well lately because he was treating him well. Solar addressed him as boss. The hero raised his eyebrows and apologized, asking where he was. The girl raised her eyebrows, saying that the problem was with Yui's memories. The boy asked if she remembered what he was like. She immediately replied that she did, while the boy slowly ate his breakfast. Solar placed the paper on the table, saying that she would sign the contract. Jooheon, sitting opposite her, asked if she should read it first, saying that he would also send her family somewhere where Kiwon could not get them. She just needed to wait. The girl smiled, thanking him. The rope got closer. The relic approached Yuja, saying that he found him. The boy opened his eyes wide, saying that he scared him, asking what he was doing. The rope hovered in front of him, asking to make him human. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that someone was in a good mood today. The relic writhed, saying that the boy promised. He extended his hands to him, asking him to go play. He now has a headache. The rope got angry, imagining flames behind it. The relic wrapped itself around the boy's face. He raised his shaking hand, listening to the rope screams that the boy deceived her. The boy asked what he was doing. Solar raised her eyebrows, saying that it was strange such Yuja. The hero smiled, saying that she would get used to it. The plane was standing at the airport. The question was heard, how is he going to take responsibility? Because of him they will no longer be able to use Francisco. In the man's hand was a smartphone. Richard moved the phone away from his ear and closed his eyes, saying that he had a headache. A question came from the phone asking why he was silent, whether he was listening at all. The man brought the phone to his ear, saying that he was listening and really couldn't do anything. He was told of course he couldn't. He couldn't do anything at all, but he was able to call the little one, asking why, because everything hadn't gone according to plan. Richard gritted his teeth. Jake frowned, asking how they were going to pull this trick off now. Why was he such an idiot? He gritted his teeth, saying that he hadn't been able to get off the screens lately, and if this continued, they would be in serious trouble, so he just needed to lay low and restore the relics. Richard raised his eyebrows, saying that he understood everything. He lowered his hand with the phone. The man gritted his teeth, saying, did Jake really think that he would listen to him and really lie low after they caught UJ and got nothing out of it? Richard started typing a message furiously, saying that as expected from Taejun, it was impossible to work with him. Now he could only trust Kiwon. The man smiled and frowned, saying that he could only trust her with this. Buildings were visible. It was Damascus. The sun's rays fell on the hotel building. Two guys in bulletproof vests reported that 2 tombs in Lebanon had been successfully cleared. They were continuing to do business with relic dealers in the area. The woman sat on a chair with her back turned to them and said that everything was going smoothly. Only the issue of the Tomb of Envy remained to be resolved. The boy raised his eyebrows and shouted, saying that they were in big trouble, because they said that Jooheon and his team escaped from the Tomb of Envy. Taewon frowned and turned around, asking what he was talking about. He raised his hand, saying that they destroyed the tomb and took the relics. The woman smiled and rested her head on her hand, saying that it was strange. Wasn't the tomb supposed to be guarded by its relics? The fire behind her told her that the squad had gone around them. The boy had used some kind of trick, strange and extremely unpleasant. The boys froze, wide-eyed, listening to how the protagonist blew up the relic's relatives and made a hole in the tomb and stole the relics they were looking for. Taewon raised her eyebrows, asking how such a thing could happen. The woman surrounded by the fire relic asked if the boys had found the relics they were supposed to. They awkwardly replied that they hadn't yet. She frowned. The relic was saying that they had already been destroyed. They would have left them if they had come there in the evening. Taewon stood up, saying that she should stop whining. They had things to do that evening. There was fire around her feet. The relic was asking, didn't she say that supervision would be enough? Didn't she say that she was in charge of all the relics, so her aura would be enough? Taewon frowned and looked out the window, listening to the relic's words about how things weren't that simple with Jooheon. He needed to be dealt with on the spot. She was reflected in the glass, saying that it was funny. The relic asked why she was so calm. Taewon kept her hands behind her back, saying that she had lived a life where she got everything she wanted, and this was the first time something like this happened to her. She smiled frighteningly, saying that this guy was able to stop her, asking who he was and what he did. She needed to find out. The woman licked her lips, asking if she would know if she ate him. The guy behind her said that Richard was calling her. She turned around. Taewon put out her hand, saying to be connected with him, asking to finish the report. The guy bowed, saying, yes. The woman smiled. Behind her back the flames were shining brightly. The relic said that they did not have time for this idiot. He told her to be patient. After all, she was the one who contacted him first. Thanks to him they were able to easily observe the Tomb of Envy, so she needed to answer him at least out of politeness, but she still would not listen to his stupid requests. She imagined a mountain with the ruins of buildings. Richard frowned, bringing the phone closer to his ear. Taewon smiled, saying that she was only worried about Jooheon now. The planes were parked at the airport building. A loud question was heard, why not? Richard frowned, asking if he was asking for too much. They only needed to capture the 4th tomb. He gritted his teeth, thinking that everyone would quickly forget about his plagiarism, not understanding why she was so stubborn. Jooheon smiled, telling him to calm down because they still needed a name for the reorganization. She was reflected in the window, asking if he didn't have more important problems. He screamed loudly. The woman said that she heard that he was accused of plagiarism. Richard opened his mouth wide, saying that it was all a lie. Jooheon smiled and closed her eyes, saying that it meant he would quickly figure it out before going on a joint excavation. He should solve all the problems, then they would discuss it. The man frowned, shouting for her to just listen to him. He gritted his teeth, saying that this was why he wanted to cover up the scandal with the excavation, asking if he couldn't cope without her, saying that with his connections he could do a lot. The plane flew across the sky, leaving a trail behind. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of a tall building. The hero is talking about how, after leaving Syria, he returned to New York after a long time. He had a lot to do, but first of all, he needed to answer various requests, including news channels, newspapers, radio, and even online streams. The protagonist was sitting at the table with journalists. He was thinking about not hiding the fact that they used Edward's connections as best they could. There were newspapers on the wall. The hero wanted to make Richard answer. That's why they created a fuss around him, because he won't be able to justify himself. The girl handed the microphone to Jooheon, who was standing next to the guy. As far as the hero remembered, the man uses a relic of the young Francois Vidocq, a criminal who became a detective. Richard smiled, holding the relic next to his face. It was Vidocq's mirror mask, from which pink energy emanated. He imagined a man with gray hair, saying that his story inspired many authors, and therefore gave birth to many famous characters, such as Arsène Lupin and Jean Valjean. The hero imagined a smiling Jooheon and Richard behind him, saying that, perhaps because of the jokes about him being in disguise, his relic is able to make a copy of another person out of anyone. But this also has a downside. In order to paint like Jooheon, a man needs to take on his appearance. He imagined a young man painting on a canvas. That is why Richard cannot use the ability in public and sits quietly, although a loud scandal has flared up around him. There were journalists with microphones near the guys. They were about to leave. The protagonist said that they had already said everything. The reporters ran closer, asking for a few more words. Among the tall ones, words were heard asking to answer one more question. People were sitting at tables under umbrellas. Words were heard that it was hard to get used to this. The protagonist put his hand out, asking why he had only refused journalists all this time. The young man chuckled. Jooheon arched his eyebrows, asking if the boss was sure that this would be of any use. The guy looked at his phone, asking why he was hanging his nose again, saying that everything would be fine. The main neuro frowned, saying that yesterday's interview was uploaded online. The young man reached for his phone, saying that he would also watch it. Jooheon looked at the phone screen, saying that there were already quite a lot of views and comments. It was slowly attracting attention. The protagonist's eyes widened. There was a notification on the smartphone screen that this page was not found. He said that the first article was deleted. Jooheon, looking at him, asked why this happened. The guy frowned, thinking that this was Richard's doing. He jumped up from his seat in irritation, saying that they could not lose to him, so they had to go to the next interview. The young man screamed, saying that he had not finished eating yet. There was a strong rain in his throat. The hero said that after this, all the following interviews were also deleted. Some news was not published at all. There was no doubt it was definitely Richard. Jooheon sat on the couch with a laptop in his hands. The man stood surrounded by journalists. The guy was talking about how after his return to the base, Richard began giving interviews, refuting their statements, and his influence was impressive. He was a celebrity. The interview with the man was broadcast on the building's big screen. Newspapers published articles with his photo. The hero said that his excuses sounded ridiculous, but still attracted public attention. The guy took a mug in his hand and approached the young man, saying that this cannot be left like this. The main neuro smiled, asking how they can retreat if their opponent starts such dirty moves. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking what they should do. The hero held Marie Antoinette's necklace in his hand, saying that it is a relic that creates rumors about the enemy. He imagined the people around the square with the guillotine, saying that Marie Antoinette, the queen of the French Revolution, suffered from gossip. The most common false accusation against her was the story of the diamond necklace that she allegedly tried to buy while the country was in ruins. He smiled, thinking about how this story was embedded in the relic, so it was perfect. The guy furrowed his brows, saying that the problem was that in order to use it, you need to see the target in front of you. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking how they would do that. The protagonist said that they have an excellent scout. The boy widened his eyes. The guy turned his head, turning to Solar. The girl immediately walked up to him. Jooheon handed the relic to her, telling her to use it when she was near Richard, asking if she could do it. The girl clutched the necklace in her hand and smiled, saying that she could definitely do it. The protagonist smiled, telling her to go. Sola put on a suit and pretended to be a journalist. Standing in front of the man, the hero said that since Richard was constantly giving interviews, she was able to easily disappear in the crowd. As expected, the answer came in less than a day. Jooheon smiled, hearing the words on the phone that everything worked out. Yuja sat down next to him. The hero offered to check the results. On the laptop screen, they saw many articles about the man. Yuja arched his eyebrows, sadly noticing that there was not a single article about plagiarism. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, noticing one article about Richard having a bad hand. The young man cried out, asking if there was really only one article. The guy frowned, realizing that he had not thought this through. He gritted his teeth, thinking that rumors appear, but on different topics, there is no specific story. The main neuro sadly lowered his head, saying how complicated everything is. He looked at the laptop screen, noticing a new letter. When the hero opened it, it said that the guy was involved in some strange things, but his friend would help him. The main thing is that he did not forget about this help. The guy carefully read the words. Jooheon thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin. He raised his eyebrows, asking who it was. Yuja, sitting next to him, asked what he needed. The sun was rising, illuminating the tall buildings of the city with its rays. The hero said that a couple of days after receiving the letter, something unexpected happened. Richard began to be accused of plagiarism. News appeared out of nowhere. There was a photo of a man in the news program. The guy looked at the phone screen in surprise. This quickly became a hot topic of discussion around the world. Not only the United States, but also Asia and Europe were filled with news. The young man opened his mouth in surprise, looking at the guy. The hero said that Yuja asked him how he did it, but he himself did not know. The boy furrowed his brows, thinking that only one person could do this. The king of propaganda Wade, who was able to control all the media and the press. He imagined a man in a blue cloak, standing with his back to him. Above the buildings was a bright red sky, with lightning shining. The hero said that this man had a firm grip on any information that people were trying to hide, but the hero would not call him a good guy because it would cost him nothing to provoke people out of nowhere and fabricate information. The boy looked at the phone screen seriously. Yuya stood next to him, asking why the man was helping them, asking if the boy hadn't said that he didn't know him. His eyes widened when he heard him say that the man was not only helping them, but also having fun attacking Richard because he was a smug fool. Jooheon smiled, saying that in any case, it was to their advantage. It was later reported that the protagonist's leisurely squabble with Richard had flared up into a full-blown battle with the arrival of the propaganda king, after which accusations against Richard were pouring out of every crack. The city was bright and quiet. The protagonist understood that the rumor king was up to something, but for now they were just taking advantage of the convenient situation. Jooheon and Yuya were sitting in an interview. The protagonist, throwing out his hand, said that he had spoken out on the spot and demanded that Richard publicly paint a picture. Jooheon was shown on TVs across the country. He said that his proposal had immediately gathered many supporters, after which he added that he believed that people were already tired of this and were waiting for some kind of conclusion to the story. The protagonist reported that at that time he had thought of something else to increase the number of their witnesses. Jooheon made a phone call. As soon as he was answered, he politely greeted them. He called Mr. James and asked him if it was true that James went to college with Yuja. Yuja was shocked when he heard the protagonist speak. With water hanging out of his mouth, the guy rushed towards the protagonist, shouting in displeasure, asking where he got his classmate's number. The protagonist immediately stopped Yuja with his hand and told him to be quiet because he was talking on the phone, and then said into the receiver that he wanted to ask a few questions. After a short pause, he said that he was interested in what it was like back then. As soon as Yuja heard this, he was perplexed. The protagonist had a sarcastic smile on his face. He asked with a calm voice, considering the current situation, did James not think he needed to speak up? A few minutes later, the conversation ended. Yuja approached the protagonist, who was writing something in a notebook, and asked if Jooheon was threatening his classmates. The protagonist, despite his comrade, calmly replied that he was not threatening, but simply persuading. After that, he looked at the guy with a sly smile on his face and cunning in his eyes, and then asked if it was true that they needed witnesses. With a drop of cold sweat on her face, Yuja answered, upset that such people were unlikely to help, because if they wanted to stand up for him, they would have done so long ago. The city was still quiet and the sun was shining brightly in the windows of the apartment. Yooja continued to say that then this whole situation would not have arisen at all. But now the situation is different, said the protagonist. Watching the news, which showed Richard, the protagonist said that the more cowardly everyone is, the more they want to finish off the already broken Richard. And so, one after another, the protagonist spoke. He called the guy from France seeking an answer and help. We received a statement from Yooja's classmates, the protagonist continued. He also called the girl who was in Tokyo at that time. Of course, most of them were on our side, the protagonist added, remembering the guy in the purple t-shirt, whom he held by the collar because he was in New York. After that, he went to the mail, saying that they need to see how much evidence they have. More than 10 files were in Jooheon's mail. Yooja was happy. He thought that this was impossible, but he was very happy with this outcome of events. The protagonist said to himself that he never thought that Yooja would be happy with the support of some guys, even if they were late with it. With a wide smile on his face, the protagonist looked at the guy and said that he was happy as if they had already finished, after which he added that this was only the beginning. The day was clear and good. Clouds were floating in the sky. We need to prepare for the final blow, the protagonist said decisively. At this time, Richard, looking at his phone in rage, shouted why his own students were betraying him. Grabbing the door handle and about to leave, he loudly shouted at the servant to send everyone the doctored news right away. Gathering his strength to open the door, he quietly and slowly said to himself that the old students were making strange statements. After saying these words, he opened the door and was very shocked by what he saw. There were a dozen reporters standing outside his house who immediately rushed towards him, asking him to say something about Richard's students continuing to make statements. Richard immediately shouted in anger, asking what the reporters were doing here, adding that now was not the time for an interview. I am the one who brought everyone here, the protagonist said, standing to the side. Seeing Jooheon, Richard gritted his teeth in anger. The protagonist, with a sarcastic smile on his face, told Richard that it was time to confess, because everyone already knew that he stole Yi's paintings and his style. With the same tone of voice, a smile on his face, and disdain in his eyes, the protagonist added that if Richard was going to continue to insist on his innocence, he would have to prove it. Richard was furious. He was so angry that his teeth were grinding and veins were standing out all over his face. Okay, he said discontentedly. Then he suddenly set a condition that if he proved it, the protagonist would hand over all the relics. Jooheon did not react to this in any way, but Yooja was very scared. After thinking for a while, the protagonist asked why they should do anything if Richard was being accused. All the reporters at this time agreed with Jooheon and began to hold out their microphones towards Richard, who shouted in anger that it was the protagonist and Yooja who were involved in all these false rumors. Richard approached the protagonist. At this time, a crazy smile appeared on his face and, holding out his hand, he said that this was a matter of his career and reputation, that he had built his whole life, after which he added that since Jooheon had driven him into such a situation, he should also put everything he had on the line. There was contempt and disrespect for his opponent in Richard's eyes and a crazy smile on his face. "And what will you do now?" he asked mockingly. The protagonist, hearing this, smiled maliciously, saying that he had no shame or conscience. At that very second, Yooja leaned towards the protagonist and whispered that this was very stupid. Suddenly, the same crazy smile appeared on Jooheon's face and excitement in his eyes. Proudly raising his head, he said that he agreed. Having heard such an answer from his comrade, cold sweat appeared on Yooja's face, and he screamed in shock, asking if the protagonist had really gone crazy. Jooheon immediately closed his companion's mouth and said that since Richard had put forward conditions, he would choose the time, and then asked how about right now. Hearing this, Richard was very scared. Now, he asked with a trembling voice. Hearing this, the reporters immediately began to look at each other and shout that Richard and Jooheon would start right now, loudly shouting that this was a sensation. Richard was very angry at this turn of events. He clenched his teeth again, causing them to grind, veins appeared all over his bald head, and beads of cold sweat covered his forehead. "Okay," he said discontentedly, adding that he would prove it to the protagonist right now. Soon, a studio was prepared in which there were 2 easels with canvases, and in the center of the studio itself was an object that needed to be painted. It was reported that the rumors that quickly spread attracted even more reporters, and even a couple of students from the art academy. Yooja, holding his head, shook it in fear and told the protagonist that he thought they should give up on this idea. The protagonist, keeping his arms folded across his chest, asked what Yooja was talking about. Yooja quickly shook his head, looking at his hands, and replied that he felt like they had no advantage at all. The protagonist immediately said that in this situation, Richard would not be able to use the relic, adding that he was completely sure of it. Yoo-ja, with a red face and beads of cold sweat on his face, glared at Jooheon and asked what if Richard could paint a picture without the relic, since Richard was an artist after all. Spreading his arms and continuing to shake his head, he said that Richard had excellent skills and could easily copy him, then said that if the picture was even slightly similar, Richard would win. After a short pause, Yoo-ja said in confusion that Richard had agreed to the bet so easily and demanded the relics as if he knew he would win. Hearing this, a wide smile appeared on the protagonist's face. After that, he looked away and said that giving up all their relics in case of loss was really too much, and then said that he would never agree to such conditions. After these words, he looked at his comrade again with cunning in his eyes and said that Richard was radiating uncertainty, and then added that he had shown it unconsciously. Yoo-ja did not answer, only lowered his head and exhaled heavily. "I understand," he said. In a few minutes, the competition was about to begin. Richard was standing at one easel, and the protagonist and Yoo-ja were standing at another. The girl in the suit was standing at the object that was to be drawn. A second later, she took the cape off the object with a sly smile on her face and said that the theme of the competition was Professor Richard's masterpiece fairytale landscape. After seeing the painting, Yoo-ja became very nervous and his appearance was incredibly depressed and disappointed. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, told him not to be afraid. Richard looked at the two and said nothing. You could tell from his face that he was calm. Holding a pencil in his hands, he, with an angry face, said to himself that the protagonist and Yoo-ja were only getting in his way. Putting the pencil to the canvas, he said to himself that he could paint the picture even without the relic, because he had already seen Jazz paintings many times to steal them. After that, a crazy smile appeared on his face, and he said to himself that if it was even a little similar, he would win, because it was like a home match. After these words, he began to paint with a smile on his face. Many paparazzi behind him were filming all this on cameras. Suddenly, the smile disappeared from Richard's face and beads of cold sweat appeared. Looking at what was emerging, he said to himself that for some reason he could not do it as smoothly, after which he calmed himself down, saying that with time his hand would relax. The main character, standing next to the upset Yoo-ja, looked at Richard with a sarcastic smile on his face. Jooheon understood everything anyway. The smile did not leave his face, and in his eyes there was complete confidence in victory. In the silence of the hall, for some time only the brushes rustled, because everyone was watching how two artists painted. The hall remained deathly silent for a long time, and the light fell only on the two artists. The main character understood that if Richard could draw well, he would offend, but if he could not, he would lose. Some time passed and the results soon became obvious. Horror was on Richard's face. Drops of cold sweat ran down his face. His picture was terrible. Everything was blurred and nothing was clear. People, looking at this, asked each other what was painted on the canvas, adding that everything seemed to be swimming before their eyes. Richard looked at his shaking hands with horror in his eyes and asked himself why his hands did not move as he wanted them to. Two of Richard's servants immediately told him to pull himself together and take this seriously. Hearing this, Richard clenched his teeth in anger. Suddenly, the main character intervened, holding his hands in his pockets, with a malicious smile on his face, said that he was sure that Richard was taking all this seriously, it was just that everything was not working out the way he wanted. Then, with a crazy smile on his face, Jooheon said that he was right. Immediately after these words, he pointed his finger at Richard and said that he had developed a risk because of the relic. Hearing this, all the reporters began to ask each other in shock if Richard really used the relic. Hearing this, Richard immediately blushed and cold sweat appeared on his face. "What are you talking about?" he screamed in rage. Spreading his arms, the protagonist explained with a sly smile that Richard used the Vidok mirror mask to copy Ihe's style, but did not think about the risk. All the reporters pointed their cameras and microphones at Jooheon, saying that they needed to record all of this. The protagonist, however, continued to explain that this relic transformed Richard into someone else, but over time, Richard himself began to forget his true self. After a long pause, the protagonist added that in Richard's case, since he began to steal someone else's art style, he lost his own. Everyone was shocked by what they heard, and Richard did not know how to justify himself. No, he screamed in horror with a twitching eye, adding that this could not be. Maybe, the protagonist answered mockingly, adding that such relics are. Right after these words, the main character spread his arms and asked what Richard would do now, since there was nowhere to run. With a smile on his face, the main character said that Richard should confess to everyone and apologize at the same time. After a short pause, he added that everything Richard had belonged to another person. Jooheon, with a drop of sweat on his face, listened to all this, hoping for victory. The paparazzi and reporters were filming everything in shock and shouting that this was a sensation. Upon hearing this, Richard did not know what to say. He was scared. At that very moment, he began throwing brushes and paints at the reporter, shouting for them to turn off the cameras. Holding the brushes in his raised hands, he shouted, standing in front of the camera, that all this was slander and that he had been set up. The main character smiled mockingly and asked if he would really deny everything to the end, after which he told him to do as he knew. And after a short pause, he said that this would not help in court. Upon hearing this, Richard was furious. Veins appeared all over his face, and he himself put his hand in his jacket pocket. The next moment, he took out an object, raised it above himself, and an incredibly bright light illuminated the entire hall. Everyone in the hall closed their eyes. Even the main character could not resist this and, covering his eyes with his hand and gritting his teeth, said angrily that Richard was very stubborn. At that very second, he threw a rope out of his pocket and ordered him to close the doors. The next moment, the rope deceived the door handles and reported this to the owner. After a while, the light began to disappear. This was reported by Jooheon, removing his hand from his eyes. As soon as the light disappeared, everyone realized that Richard had escaped. The main character at that very second stretched out his hand and with a calm face asked everyone to calm down, saying that he would check everyone, one by one, to understand who was fake. Hearing this, everyone present became very worried. The main character reported that it was not known whether Richard had turned into someone present or into a person he knew. The protagonist immediately turned to the girl in the black suit and said that he would also check those who had come here recently or who he had not noticed before. Hearing this, the girl with a drop of sweat on her face and a trembling voice asked why Jooheon was so sure of this. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled and asked if Richard had decided to teleport using some relic, then why blind everyone. After that, he pointed to the door that was blocked by a rope and said that the door had always been closed, but the rope held it tightly so no one would escape from here. Looking at the people from right to left, Jooheon with a smile on his face said that if someone cooperated with him, they would quickly catch Richard, after which he added that he was sure that such a sensational news could be written about this process. After that, each of the people one by one began to approach the protagonist and help. The protagonist said that the reporters and visitors to the hall were happy to help him, and then added that he checked everyone before he could blink. After the people were gone, Jooheon asked the protagonist what they were going to do since it seemed that Richard was not there. Everyone in the hall was very surprised. The man asked, spreading his arms, what was going on. A drop of sweat was running down the protagonist's face. He understood that this could not be, and then said that he was sure that Richard was hiding somewhere. After a short pause, he said that they needed to check everything once when he suddenly turned his head to the side. He saw that there was a suspicious bust in the distance of the room. Its head was incredibly similar to Richard's. The protagonist began to suspect something and simply looked at the statue. Drops of sweat appeared on the bust's head. The protagonist immediately understood everything. Richard's bust was drenched in cold sweat. Richard was immediately arrested. Pandora's headquarters, New York. It was already late. The sky was strewn with stars. The TV showed Richard being arrested, being led by 2 law enforcement officers, and it was reported that Jooheon, who was present in the gallery, played a huge role in arresting the criminal. I can't believe it, Joshua said sadly as he watched the TV where the main character was being interviewed. At that moment, he threw his hands forward and shouted furiously, asking why everyone who messed with the main character ended badly. After that, he began to tugging at his hair and wondering how Jooheon managed to collect 3 of the 7 great relics. After that, he rushed to the door and said that they needed to come up with a new plan, adding that they could not lose anymore. When he reached the door, he forcefully opened it, but someone stopped him. Looking outside the door, he saw an enraged George. With hatred and contempt in his eyes, he told Joshua to watch where he was going. Joshua was very scared when he saw the scary man and immediately apologized with a shaking voice. Then, with beads of cold sweat on his face, he suddenly screamed, asking who George was and what he was doing here. At that very second, he stamped his foot in rage and said that he had never seen George here before, then, pointing his finger at the man, asked if he knew who he was. I know perfectly well, George immediately said, then asked if the prophet Joshua was not. Hearing this, Joshua fell silent in shock and did not know what to say. At that very second, George's eyes lit up blue, there was rage and hatred in them. Looking at the guy, he said that Joshua helped Austin organize an attempt on his parents, then said that this is why he knows exactly who Joshua is. What? The guy said in horror, stepping back. At that moment, a servant came up to him from behind and whispered that it was George Hilton. Hearing this, Joshua turned to the servant in fear and whispered what George was doing here. To this, the frightened servant also whispered that he had become a new member of Pandora. Hearing this, Joshua screamed in rage, asking who had given him permission to do this. The servant, lowering his head, replied that Pandora had said that they were short of people, so they hired everyone. It doesn't matter how I got here, George interrupted the guys in a menacing voice. Joshua, biting his lips, turned to the man, who continued to say that what was important now was that he was now also a member of Pandora. There was a crazy smile on George's face, and contempt and disrespect for his interlocutor in his eyes. Looking at the guy, he mockingly said that he hoped that they would get to know each other better. Joshua was speechless from fear. At this time, in the main character's apartment, it was night outside, and the moon was high in the sky. The guys bumped their filled glasses and congratulated each other. "All thanks to you, boss," Yuja said happily. Putting his hand on his hip, the main character laughed and told him not to be modest. Irina suddenly asked with a wide smile on her face if Yuja would continue to paint. "Yes, that's right," the main character suddenly said, looking at the guy, after which he said that Yuja was now their artist. Hearing this, the guy scratched his head in confusion and said that nothing of the sort, after which he said that he was just glad that they had sorted out the plagiarism. The main character, looking at his friend with distrust, suddenly asked himself what was going on. Yuja, rubbing his glass, sadly lowered his head and said nothing. The main character looked at the guy and asked himself why he was still sad, when suddenly he said with a smile that he wanted to give it to the guy later, but nothing. After these words, he asked Solar to bring it. "Okay," the girl said with a happy smile on her face. Yuja looked at Jooheon in surprise. After a while, the protagonist handed his friend an envelope. "Take it out," he said with a sarcastic smile on his face. Yuja confusedly put his hand in the envelope. "This," Yuja suddenly shouted. The protagonist smiled contentedly because he expected this option. It was a brochure for the exhibition of Yuja, a true genius who is regaining his honor. Looking at this, Yuja shouted in shock, asking if this was really a private exhibition in his honor in New York. The protagonist approached his friend and with a smile on his face said that it was time for Yuja to become a real artist, after which he added that he would pay for everything, and the guy only needed to work on the paintings. With a downward smile on his face, he added that Yuja should not forget that he would have to work on the restoration as well. Suddenly, he saw that Yuja was crying. Large tears were endlessly streaming down the boy's face. "Thank you very much," Yuja shouted, lowering his head and shedding tears, and then added that he would never forget such kindness. He continued to shout that he would forever follow the boss. A drop of cold sweat ran down the protagonist's face from confusion. He said to himself that he did not think that Yuja would like it so much. At that very second, notifications appeared in front of his face. The first one said that the disposition of the protagonist's subordinate had increased to the point that he would never betray him. The other one said that the disposition of the subordinate had created the protagonist's charisma, due to which dominance had increased, and leadership, allowing the protagonist to control military relics, had increased. The third notification said that the relics that previously hated the protagonist had taken a different view of Jooheon thanks to the title Bad Boy radiating good. And the last notification said that the protagonist had obtained the F-rank training skill. After reading all of this, the protagonist, with a smile on his face, spread his arms wide and told Yui to stop crying, then said that he felt bad saying this. "But what is it?" Yui asked with tears in his eyes. He then said that they would split the income from the exhibition 9-1. "What?" Yui asked, raising his head. The protagonist immediately explained that the guy would get 1 share and he would get 9. The girls, hearing this, quietly laughed while standing to the side. The protagonist, approaching his comrade, pointed to the papers and said that this is exactly what was written in the contract. "No, not here," he said, then asked him to turn the page. "Here," the guy asked, turning the contract over. "No, scroll down," Jooheon said immediately. "Right here?" he asked with tears streaming down his face. "Yuja." "Yes, right here," the protagonist replied, pointing to a line in the contract. Seeing this, Yuja became very tense and angry. "What the hell?" he shouted in rage, adding that he refused. A long time passed and Edward finally contacted the protagonist. Jooheon stood in the center of the room with the phone to his ear. The receiver said that there was urgent news, after which Edward said that he sent an email to the protagonist. "Okay," the protagonist said, walking over to the computer desk, and then asked why it was so urgent. "Because," Edward shouted into the receiver. Jooheon, looking through the mail, saw a letter called Relic User Ranking. "Is this it?" the protagonist asked. "Yes," Edward answered immediately. Opening the message, an image opened in full screen, which showed 4 levels of relic users. The first was an ordinary student, and the fourth was the king. Looking at this emotionlessly, the protagonist asked himself if the people of Pandora had really decided to assign ratings to people. Imagining a huge mound of earth from which a powerful magical purple laser was shooting into the sky, he said to himself that Pandora, which had previously only rated tombs and relics, had started to rank people. At this time, Sona and Jooheon approached the protagonist, who asked if everything was okay. Turning to the guys, Jooheon replied that it was good that the guys had come. After that, he smiled widely and said that he was looking at what rating Pandora had assigned to people using relics, after which he suggested that the guys find out what place the guys were in. After these words, the protagonist turned back to the computer and began quickly typing something on the keyboard. Jooheon, with his arms folded across his chest, asked with displeasure who Pandora thought they were to assign ratings to people. The protagonist immediately replied that Pandora had long since become a bigot, so there was nothing new in this. "Let's see," he said thoughtfully and mysteriously. Everyone leaned closer to the screen. He saw 5 places. In first place was the Queen of Bankruptcy Arena, in second place was the King of Fate Jeshea, in third place was the King of Robbery Jooheon, in fourth place was the King of Conquest Kwon Taejeon, and in fifth place was the King of Propaganda Wade. Seeing the title of the protagonist, Jooheon laughed hysterically. The protagonist was very confused and did not know what to say. There was a joyful smile on Sona's face. Sona suddenly screamed joyfully and began to congratulate the protagonist on his coronation, while Jooheon laughed hysterically. The girl was incredibly happy about what had happened, adding that compared to the fact that the protagonist used to be a swindler, this was a good start. Jooheon gritted his teeth in anger and thanked the girl. Cold sweat was running down his face. He closed his eyes, trying to calm down, but he could hear his comrade's hysterical laughter. "Shut up," he shouted loudly, hitting Jooheon, who then fell silent. The protagonist sat down at the table again and, picking up the phone, said that it was a very strange title, after which he asked when he had been involved in robbery. Jooheon was already silent, holding his sore cheek with his hand. He would need to call George, the protagonist said, and at the same time, a notification opened in front of his face. It said that the protagonist had received the title of King of Robbery. Immediately after that, another notification appeared, asking if the protagonist wanted to change his status. In rage, the protagonist shouted that even the Raven was making fun of him. Hearing this, Sona and Jooheon were very surprised and did not understand what the protagonist was talking about. The Raven's messages continued to appear in front of the protagonist. He wrote that the protagonist had changed from a tomb raider to a robbery king, and then said that if the status changed, the skills that the protagonist had obtained would be reset and deleted. The protagonist, after reading the notification, said that he needed to ask George to quickly change his title, otherwise this was too much. The next message from the Raven said that in exchange, the protagonist would receive new skills, and then asked if Jooheon wanted to change his status. Immediately after that, the protagonist stood in the middle of the room and called George. Picking up the phone, the man said that he knew the protagonist would call him, and then congratulated the protagonist on receiving the title of king. But before he could finish speaking, Jooheon screamed in rage, asking who gave him such a stupid title. Without thinking twice, George replied that the Pandora system was behind it, and then added that the members of the meeting unanimously agreed with the system. Hearing this, the protagonist was furious. "What bastards," he said, biting his lips. Smiling widely, George, holding the papers in his hands, asked if the protagonist didn't like it, and then said that Jooheon really was the king of robbery. After a short pause, he enthusiastically said that it was much better than the notorious king of thieves, because the protagonist himself was the personification of robbery. Not listening to the man, the protagonist furiously shouted at him to stop, and then asked if George would change his title or not, adding that there were many other good titles, such as the King of Heroes or the King of Divinity. At that moment, the phone rang out asking if the protagonist even had a conscience. Without waiting for an answer, he said that in any case, he wouldn't be able to, because in a few days the rankings would be published in the media, and then said that if that was all, then he was going. Hearing this, the protagonist took the phone away from his ear in confusion. At that very moment, he shouted in rage that he had sent George to spy, but there was none. Suddenly, Jooheon suggested looking at the list further. A few minutes later, the protagonist was sitting at the laptop and said with a smile on his face that he had found the guys. Pointing to Sola, he said that the girl had the title of Swindler Intelligence. After that, he pointed to Jooheon and said that the guy had the title of Swindler Mumbler. Hearing this, Jooheon was very shocked. The protagonist smiled and said that swindlers immediately follow the king, so this is not bad. Hearing this, Jooheon shouted in rage that his title is even worse than the boss's. "Well, slave number 1, the protagonist began to say mockingly, after which he continued to make him accept himself as he is. After a short pause, he asked if it really mattered what they called him. The protagonist turned to his comrade and finished, only the grade he received was important. At this, Jooheon furiously shouted that if it were Jooheon in his place, he would have reacted the same way. The protagonist turned back to his laptop and told him to think better about how to go from a wimpy swindler to the king of wimps. Furious, the guy shouted at him to stop repeating that. With a drop of sweat on his cheek, Jooheon sadly lowered his head and asked why he should become a king if it would only make his title worse. The protagonist, standing up from the table with a sarcastic smile on his face, explained that it was very important to become a king recognized by Pandora because it was a sign that you were the ruler of the age of relics. After saying this, he turned to the guys, folded his arms across his chest and said that in addition, there was a certain special treasure of kings that only kings could obtain. After a short pause, Jooheon said that since it was his first time becoming a king, he didn't know what it was, but he assumed it was some kind of strong buffing relic. Hearing this, Jooheon extended his hand and asked the protagonist with a shaky voice to wait. Running his finger along his hand, he asked if kings didn't become kings because they had everything, and then asked who decided to give treasures to kings in the first place. Sona, hearing this, thoughtfully put her hand to her chin, and the protagonist, folding his arms over his chest, said that Jooheon was right because, in the end, kings would rule the world. That's what they did, he said to himself. After that, he imagined how huge orange magical rays shot into the sky in Egypt and said that he thought the relics just wanted it that way because they knew that in such a situation, people would suffer. Recalling the meeting that had taken place regarding the Pandora system, the protagonist said that even the Pandora system, which had a great influence on Pandora's decisions, would in most cases be a relic. Leaving the memories, the protagonist closed his eyes and said with a smile on his face that when choosing kings, the relic would appoint bad guys to make humanity suffer. After that, the protagonist spread his arms and said that if they wanted to ruin Pandora's plans, then Sona and Jooheon would also need to become rulers, because they needed a lot of people on the side to get the treasures. There were 15 treasures in total, the protagonist said, adding that there were 5 kings and queens so far, so there were plenty of empty seats. Hearing this, Jooheon asked in confusion how many swindlers there were. Sona, folding her arms across her chest, immediately said that there were only 180 so far, so the competition was 18-1. Hearing such numbers, Jooheon threw his arms out, shouting that it was so much that it was hard to believe. At that very moment, the main character, smiling broadly and pointing at himself, asked why they should worry if Jooheon had him, and then said that if anything happened, he would make someone move. Hearing this, Jooheon asked if the main character was really going to kick someone out. Of course, the main character said, and then put his hand to his mouth and mumbled, for example, Kwon. After that, remembering the man who pointed at him in the office, he said, or Kwon. After a short pause, he said that Kwon could also be removed. The guys, listening to this, were a little confused and did not know what to say. Jooheon turned to the guys and asked if Kwon should be removed. Jooheon, scratching his head in confusion, said that if it was Kwon, then Kwon. At that very moment, the phone rang. Jooheon noticed it at that very moment. Picking up the phone, he saw that an unknown number was calling him. Picking it up, he asked in a rough voice who was calling him. A question immediately came from the phone. Did the main character really start a conversation with everyone like that? After a short pause, the phone said that it was a call from the benefactor who helped the main character bury Richard. There was a crazy smile on the guy's face. He was asking if the main character was interested in who he was. The guy was wearing a long blue coat. Keeping one hand in his pocket, he said that he knew everything about the main character. Shut up, suddenly came from the phone. There was a satisfied smile on Jooheon's face. Looking at the phone, he said that his interlocutor would tell his mother this, after which he called the guy Wade Harmon. At that moment, Wade threw the phone on the floor and jumped onto the couch in fear, whispering that he was scared. The next second, he grabbed the phone and shouted loudly, asking how the protagonist knew his name. Jooheon laughed and said that he knew everything about Wade. Goodbye, the protagonist suddenly said. Jooheon and Solar looked at the protagonist in surprise, saying nothing. Suddenly, Wade's shaking voice came from the phone, asking him to wait, and then said that it meant the protagonist really was as crazy as everyone described him. After a short pause, he said that he was calling the protagonist to propose forming an alliance with him. Hearing this, the protagonist laughed and told him to leave him alone. Hearing this answer, Wade cowered and shouted in rage, asking if the protagonist even knew how much he had helped by releasing all those articles about Richard. After thinking for a moment, the protagonist said that he did not ask for it, and Wade simply did what he wanted. After saying this, Jooheon hung up. Yoo immediately approached him, asking who was calling. The protagonist, looking at the phone, said that it was the propaganda king who was proposing to form an alliance. On the other side of him was Solar, holding her arms folded across her chest. The protagonist, swiping the phone screen, asked why he would team up with someone like Wade since he didn't even like that guy's relics. The protagonist immediately explained that the propaganda king owned a relic of Goebbels, who was a Nazi working for Hitler. Jooheon then introduced the huge German army and explained that by becoming the Minister of Propaganda, Goebbels greatly increased the popularity of the National Socialist Party, and the result was World War II and the Holocaust. After that, the protagonist picked up the phone again and said with a smile on his face that Wade should not even dream of their alliance. "Wait, listen to me," Wade shouted into the phone in confusion. Holding the phone in his hands, Wade shouted, offering to join forces in excavating the 7 great tombs and asking why the protagonist did not take him with him. Wade shouted that he would pass on to the protagonist all the information about Pandora or the King of Destiny, or even the special treasure of the kings. Hearing this, the protagonist became very interested in it. He asked in his mind, "The special treasure of the kings. Do you really know about the treasure?" the protagonist asked, holding one hand in his pocket. The guys stood around him, not saying anything and just listening to what they were saying. Wade immediately asked if the protagonist had also heard about the treasure. After a short pause, he shouted with a smile on his face that of course he knew about the treasure, because it was very important information, after which he added that he was willing to share this valuable information with the protagonist, and then asked what Jooheon thought about it. After thinking for a while, the protagonist smiled contentedly and said that he already liked it. Hearing this answer, Wade laughed and said that the protagonist made the right choice. Yoo and Solar stood silently nearby, listening to the entire conversation. Wade continued to say that before the excavation, he needed to deal with someone, and then added that he hoped that the protagonist would help him with this. After a short pause, Wade explained that if they did not do anything about this person, they would no longer see the excavation. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at the phone with displeasure and said that this was the right place to start, and then asked who this person was. The phone immediately said that he was a bastard who used various thunder relics. After a short pause, Wade said that this man was Julian Miller. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised. The propaganda king took part in the exposure of Jean Richard. Richard was taken away to prison. The propaganda king did not do this just for fun. He wanted to offer something to the hero. To his surprise, he put forward very good conditions. He agreed to give him information about the special treasure of the kings. And Julian Miller, he was captured and dragged away after the auction. But it seems that he was released and is up to something again. Jooheon was talking on the phone. He asked where he got the thunder relics from. Yoo and Solar were waiting for the hero's answer. The king said that this was all he could say. If the hero agreed, he would meet him and give him more information. Jooheon smiled and agreed to talk face to face. The king laughed and said that the hero made an excellent choice. He continued laughing. The hero interrupted him and said that he would arrange a meeting with him himself. Jooheon hung up. Solar said that the hero did not like this guy. He smiled. He realized that he could get some benefit from him. The partners looked at the hero in confusion. He said that in the future the king of propaganda would be useful to them. The city was shining with night lights. The plane was flying over the roofs of houses. The king could not believe that they were meeting in the sky. He said that he had seen everything in his life but this. He kept turning his head and said that the heroes had organized a whole house in the plane here in order to escape later. He asked how he could trust them in such a place. Yoo was surprised to notice that he acted differently on the phone. Jooheon smiled and asked what if he did something. He told him to be glad that he got to ride on a super expensive private plane. Jooheon turned around and invited the king to sit down and talk. Lightning struck the ground. Miller looked angrily behind himself, holding out his hand to attack. The tablet recorded explosions in poor quality. Jooheon calmly watched this recording, while his partners were a little out of their minds. The king looked down and said that this was all he had. But the hero should have understood that Miller was completely crazy. He raised his hand and said that Miller was plundering various tombs and destroying relics. Several of their teams suffered at his hands. He showed his finger and said that they should deal with him first, and the excavations can wait. He said that if they join forces, they will cope without problems. Jooheon smiled. The king also offered to split the profits, to which the hero agreed. Wade smiled contentedly because the hero agreed to join his alliance. Jooheon and Suh silently watched the conversation. Wade said that the guy will not regret it. Jooheon suggested heading there immediately. Jooheon smiled and said that there was no problem, because they were on a private jet and it was already ready. Wade raised his hands in confusion and said that he would see the heroes off. They arrived in Syria in the afternoon. The heroes walked through the crowd. Jooheon noticed that they were here again even though they had just left. Jooheon said that it couldn't be helped. He said that Pandora controls Europe and America while the Sino-Russian alliance controls the East. He also heard that they were excavating in Africa. Suh walked behind and asked if this wasn't the Preacher King's territory. Jooheon smiled and said that he couldn't be the Preacher King anymore because he had his relic. Suh was surprised, to which the hero said that she was still right because Ollie was alive and well. Although it wasn't like in the past when he had the Preacher relic, Ollie could still have many supporters. Basically, there was a war going on between three opposing forces, Mill, Ollie, and the Sino-Russian alliance. Jooheon rubbed his chin and guessed that Miller would be the hardest to deal with, so Wade dumped all this on them. Jooheon smiled. The guy was right. He added that Ollie's supporters just do whatever they want. Jooheon then asked how they would defeat someone who uses thunder relics. He remembered Yuda's video and said that he could figure out what kind of relic he was using. Jooheon said that the enemy was using the relic of Indra, the god of lightning and war from Hindu mythology. He remembered seeing this relic in the past. Indra was a very strong god, so his relic gives corresponding power. However, there are some compromising moments in its use. Jooheon said that even though he was the god of war, he had to ask for help from another, stronger god when he was losing the war. Jooheon noted that Indra had an interesting image. Jooheon agreed and added that the funniest thing is that he is completely opposite to Miller. They came to the parking lot. The hero said that they will win if they use this. Suh smiled and said that they would finally be reunited with the vice captain, which greatly confused the hero. Suh opened her mouth in surprise because the hero said that he was not sure about Miller. The girl asked why. The hero thought about it and remembered their constant arguments. He went on and asked to forget about it, but Suh could not understand it yet. They looked at the desert. Among the sands there was a destroyed camp. Rays of light flashed in the distance. Supplies were burning. Soldiers were kneeling and begging for mercy. Miller stood in front of them, his hands sparkling. He said that they did a lot of damage using relics. He stopped using force and said that they took someone else's land, set up a camp on it and robbed a neighboring village. Is this how to use relics? Miller was stern. He said that he was taking them from people. Miller's subordinate yelled at the soldiers and demanded that they quickly hand over the relics they had. There were a lot of different objects on the ground. Miller's subordinates looked at them. One offered to take a couple of pieces for himself in the confusion, hit him with an elbow and told him to think about what he was talking about. Miller stood behind the soldiers, folding his hands behind his back. The guy's friend said that Captain Miller said that the relics should be used for good. Miller was embarrassed because he heard everything. His soldiers continued to say that their captain was simply amazing, and the second one threw in, saying that he could not believe that he wanted to help people with the help of relics. Suddenly he was shocked because the soldiers began to think about why the captain did not want the world to know about everything. They asked, "Isn't the captain wanted by Interpol?" They turned to the captain and only now saw that he was nearby. The second guy was saying that Miller was accused of fraud. He went up to the two guys and asked them to stop wagging their tongues. They immediately apologized. One of the guys stood up and turned to the captain. Miller frowned. The soldier said that new information had arrived about the excavation union. Miller listened to a soldier report that there were rumors that Jooheon had joined them. Julian turned away. The soldier extended his hand and said that he wanted to tell him about it because he heard that he was not on good terms with the hero. Miller praised the soldier and said that it was a good job. He thought about it and asked why always the hero. The soldiers looked at each other. One of them asked who Jooheon was, and the second said that he was the one who accused the captain of cheating. Miller turned to the chatterboxes. While the first one asked who the captain really was, Miller asked the reporter how much these rumors could be trusted. The guy shrugged and said that he heard high-ranking officers of the excavation team talking about it. Miller folded his hands on his hips and ordered them to move out. They needed to attack their next target as quickly as possible. His subordinates lined up in a semicircle in front of him. The guy said that they should deal with all the hostile teams until they met Jooheon. The guy with the scar raised his hand and offered to go first. Miller said it was too early. He thought for a moment and said they would start with what they could, which was take care of the bad teams and confiscate their relics. Julian's men smiled. He said he knew they wanted to rest, but he asked them to work a little harder. He said their efforts would make the world a better place. Clouds began to swirl above the camp and lightning began to flash. Suddenly, a powerful lightning bolt struck it. People in the camp began to fuss and pass on the news that Julian Miller had arrived. A girl was shouting that his people were everywhere. Miller walked through the flames. People were asking why the union was not responding. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the excavators union, they reported that Anderson's team was asking for help again. Most likely this time it was serious. The council was sitting at the table. The girl spread her arms and asked where the man who had recently joined them was. He asked if he was doing anything. The girl sitting on the chair heard that he hadn't signed the contract yet. They were probably reviewing it. In the empty corridor, the girl could be heard screaming that it needed to be signed right away. She didn't understand that there was anything to review. The heroes were sitting at the table in front of the tired man and studying the documents. Yuya was reading with concentration. Solar was shuffling through the sheets in her hands. Jooheon didn't move at all. They apologized to him. The old man got tired of waiting and asked how long they would continue watching. He had a lot of things to do. Jooheon smiled and said that it was his problem. He had the right to review the contract as much as he wanted. The old man looked at the hero pitifully and said that it was a waste of time. Solar looked at the old man and said that the profit was divided 7-3, 7 for them and 3 for the heroes. The old man yelled at her and asked what the problem was. Solar looked angrily at the hero and asked if he thought they were being fooled. The hero smiled contentedly and agreed. The old man slammed the table and said that there were only 3 of them. 30% of the entire profit for 3 people was already too much. Jooheon smiled and said that it wasn't about the number of people. Wouldn't his team be doing all the work? The old man blushed. The hero ordered to change everything to 9-1 in their favor. Solar smiled. Yuya felt awkward. The old man asked what the point was. Other employees entered the room. They asked if they had signed the contract yet. They asked why it took so long. The leader among them pointed a finger at the heroes and asked if they knew how many teams they had already robbed. Were they really here to help them? Jooheon looked at the man calmly and said that he would start acting immediately after they changed the contract to suit his conditions. And so it was not they who were wasting time, but they. Everyone became furious. The hero said that he wanted 9-1 because he would still be doing all the work. They began to glance at each other and argue. They asked what Wade was thinking when he invited them over. They suggested canceling the contract. One of the crowd made a pitiful face and asked if they had a choice. After all, even Julian suffered from him. He was very strong. Jooheon laughed maliciously at the employees. The man gritted his teeth. He pointed his finger at the hero and said that they agreed, but they would do all the work as promised. The old man grabbed him by the collar and asked why he was going along with them. If they did not make a profit, then what was the point? Jooheon stood up and asked them to decide while they went with the team to drink coffee. In the end, the union had to accept his conditions, after which they immediately set out. Jooheon smiled thinking about this, but he had to act quickly. Yuja pointed to the huge clouds ahead. The hero said that this was expected from the thunder relic. The car was approaching a huge thundercloud. Yuja asked if they could definitely win. Jooheon said that it was worth at least trying. If they did not improve, then they would use the saving relic. Everything was on fire. Smoke was billowing. Miller looked at his subordinate and ordered him to collect all the relics and leave. The hero appeared behind Miller and asked where he was going. Miller turned around and said that the hero had arrived earlier than he thought. Jooheon said that the union had given him very detailed information about where to look for him. He smiled and said that it was inevitable since he was creating chaos. He asked why the guy was robbing these miserable camps. Miller seriously replied that if the hero knew them, he would not have called them miserable. The members of the Alliance are idiots who use the relics exclusively for their own interests. Jooheon listened patiently as Julian said that they were harming people and were useless. Julian began to get angry and covered in electricity. Jooheon said that since he was on their side, he should stop him. Miller put his hand forward. Jooheon frowned. He dodged the lightning strike. Jooheon and Solar dodged the electric shocks. Miller asked if he was on their side. He said that skills do not make him a good person. The guy's eyes lit up. He said shame on the hero. Jooheon took out the relic of the house, deciding that the guy was very angry. A brick house of the youngest of the 3 little pigs began to build around him. A bunch of lightnings began to hit the roof of the house. Jooheon said that he had to save them from the lightnings. The hero smiled and took out his phone. He said into it that now that they provoked him, they were moving on to the next step. The car circled near the battlefield. Yuja accepted the next instructions with a smile on his face. He took out a painting and something began to climb out of it. Yuja joked that they could now go out. He hoped that they were not too crowded there. A bunch of people appeared in the desert. Yuja pointed to the camp. People began to ask where is Jooheon. The angry crowd runs towards the camp, and Jooheon breathes out with relief. On the way here, the hero went to a neighboring village and gathered women, tempting them with a Casanova relic, and then they stuffed them into a Van Gogh painting. They gathered a lot of women, and they will all be released at his signal. Miller continued to use lightning. The house collapsed with a bunch of thunder strikes. At that moment they will start a real battle. A megaphone crawled out of the roof of the house. Miller was hanging in the air. The hero said into the microphone that the idiot can attack as much as he wants because he has a high-quality bunker. Miller clenched his teeth in anger. The hero said that he is not afraid of his lightning and called him Pikachu. Miller flew away from the house and even more lightning struck him. Jooheon said that the hero talks a lot when he is scared. Small fragments of the roof began to fall from the ceiling. Jooheon smiled nervously and said that the house really could collapse. Sola asked why he was provoking him. Jooheon looked at the girl and said that they needed to attract his attention because he should not notice the women. The girls were getting closer and closer. Miller's subordinates had already noticed the crowd on the horizon. A huge crowd of girls was approaching the battlefield. They began to attack their subordinates, and they tried to tell them that it was really dangerous here. The girls, crazy about the hero, angrily asked his subordinates to step back. Miller tensed up. His soldiers shouted that the girls were advancing and they were scary. Jooheon stopped attacking and asked if this was part of the hero's plan. But Jooheon said he knew nothing. He smiled inside the house. He assumed that the women had decided to hold a village meeting because it was their business. Everything was going according to the hero's plan and he smiled slyly. Miller thought about what to do. The operation was a success. All the women whom the hero had previously hypnotized surrounded them. Miller looked at the huge crowd and, naturally, could no longer attack them with lightning because he could not harm civilians. Jooheon calmly left the house. He laughed and said that it was very fresh outside. He waved to the crowd of girls in love. He asked them not to come closer and stand still. He pointed his finger at the offended girls and said that if they made another move, he would not talk to them. Miller looked at the hero and said that he knew that he brought them. Jooheon said that he just said hello to them. Miller asked the hero to stop lying. He just smiled and called the guy to him. Miller looked down and asked, "Does Jooheon really think that he can't?" He turned around and saw how the relic screamed that there were many girls here. The sky was pulsating red. The hero said that he heard that Indra loved women very much. The girls looked at the stormy sky with incomprehension. The hero said that all these girls are now in danger. Jooheon laughed and said that I wish the hero would appear. Miller looked angrily at the hero. He realized that the hero knew what kind of relic he had. Jooheon smiled and said that he knew nothing. Red lightning began to fly to the ground. Indra called all the people to him. Miller suddenly put out his hands and began to block the lightning. It scattered into many flashes. Indra asked what he was doing. He didn't give him powers so that he could use them against him. Jooheon narrowed his eyes. The relic asked him to leave, but he couldn't. The lightning began to strike even harder. The relic asked, "Does the hero really want to fight?" Miller pierced the ground. Jooheon gasped and said that it was painful. He turned to the girls. Everyone looked at him. The hero ordered to seduce the guy while he was lying on the ground. The girls began to worry and say that they did not want to because he was not Jooheon. The guy raised his finger and said that the winner would receive a full date with him as a reward. And then all the girls ran to Miller, who had just come to his senses. They pounced on the guy. Screams were heard that she caught him. They tried to divide him between themselves. Miller was covered in sweat. He demanded that the girls take him in their hand, while Indra at that moment was only happy and called all the girls to him. Jooheon took out his phone and said that the journalists would definitely like this scene. Jooheon ran up to the heroes and asked what happened. Did they really win? The hero pointed to the huge crowd of girls in love and said that the reinforcements arrived on time, and Jooheon was afraid that he would hurt the girl, so he did not use lightning. Jooheon noted that in this situation they were clearly villains. Miller covered himself from the onslaught of the girls. All the girls began to get electric shocks and they began to scream in pain. Jooheon looked at the crowd in surprise, not expecting the guy to hit them. All the girls were lying on the ground unconscious. Sola said that they only lost consciousness, but she did not see any wounds. Miller carefully got to his feet. The hero noted that she was right. He did not believe that Miller could control himself so well. He smiled and said that Miller liked to show off his skills. Jooheon approached the hero and said that he could not believe that he went for it. Jooheon praised him. Miller pointed at the hero and said that he would not leave him anymore. Jooheon asked if the guy would really continue to fight. He looked at Sola and ordered to deal with his henchmen. He took out a shield and called out the Hammurabi code. Jooheon smiled and said that Miller definitely couldn't handle it. He was already spending a lot of energy suppressing Indra's relic, which was about to explode. Miller tensed up. The hero asked if he was really going to fight him. The guy jumped up and ordered the hero to shut his mouth. He struck. Jooheon put out a shield. The shield immediately said that it was only slightly grazed, but it already hurt. Jooheon asked why it was always whining. Miller struck. The hero blocked the blow. He was thrown back. Miller stopped and asked if he was really going to run away like a rat. Jooheon smiled and said no. He had already struck, which Jooheon did not understand. He had a stick glued to his back that screamed that the owner had given him a task. Miller began to try to tear it off his back. It asked him to reveal his desires. Jooheon laughed and said that he threw this relic on the floor. He said that no matter what, it would not work, but his relics are fascinated by women, right? Miller was covered in lightning again. Indra said that now is not the time for a fight and he needs to go to the girls. Jooheon got angry and asked the relic to wait. He was hit by a powerful electric shock. Indra said that he did not want to wait. Miller began to glow yellow. Lightning struck him. Indra asked when he would give up. Jooheon just watched and laughed, glad that it worked. He relaxed and put his hand on his belt, comparing the relic to exploding popcorn. After a while, Miller was completely incinerated. He was tied up with a rope. Indra looked at the hero and asked who he was. He said that he would not let anyone get in his way, to which Jooheon spread his hands and asked him to wait. He smiled and said that if the relic let him talk to him, he would give him to a bunch of girls. How does he like that? Indra thought about it and agreed, but asked him not to break his promise. Jooheon put his hands in his pockets and walked up to Jooheon and asked him to admit defeat, and he lost to his own relic. Miller was silent, looking down. Jooheon said that if he was going to use his relic, with whom they did not agree in character, he should use dominance or deal with it in advance. Jooheon looked at the guy in surprise. He asked if the hero would kill him. He raised his head and said that he could kill him, but let his people go. Jooheon reached into his pocket and asked who told him that he was going to kill him. He showed the guy the document. Miller studied him closely with his eyes, while the hero said that this is a contract that he is offering him to become his colleague. What does he think? Miller studied the contract in surprise, not understanding anything. Jooheon stood aside contentedly, asking if the guy was surprised by his generosity. He smiled and said that he did not think that he would make such a decision either, but Jooheon immediately refused. He screamed and said that he would not sign his contract for anything in his life. He said that the hero was offering him to become a slave. Solar turned around. Jooheon screamed that if the hero called him, he would have to run to him wherever he was, and he could only do what he was told. He could not even quit everything if he wanted. The contract could only be terminated by agreement. Jooheon continued screaming that it would be better for him to die. Jooheon asked him not to act like a big shot. He smiled and asked if honor was really more important to him than life. He said that he had something to put pressure on him with in that case. He showed a recording of a bunch of girls swarming him and said that if he didn't sign the contract, he would put it in the newspapers with the headline, "Jooheon harasses 500 people at once." Jooheon screamed that it showed that he was the victim. Jooheon looked at his phone and said that he recorded how he knocked them out. He looked at the guy and asked him to think again. Jooheon looked down. The hero pointed to the salary and said that it was not bad. New lightning began to appear in the sky and Jooheon screamed for the whole district. He put his imprint on the contract. It was already getting dark. Jooheon hung his head dejectedly. The hero asked him not to whine, because working with him is not as bad as he thinks. Miller looked away and asked how it can not be bad if he works for a villain. Jooheon smiled and asked who else is a villain here. The rope began to spin around the guy's face and say that the owner is not a villain. Jooheon suggested looking at himself and his surroundings. He said that a bird of a feather flocked together. Jooheon fell silent. The guy said that the union of excavators is full of rotten idiots, and they are not so weak as to ignore it. The hero folded his arms and asked what he knew about them. Jooheon said that he knew, but it was unlikely that the hero would believe him, but he asked him to tell. Jooheon said that at first glance they were just a club of interests, but, to be honest, they have the potential to become a large company like Pandora or the Sino-Russian Alliance. At the head of all the freaks is Wade Harmon, who owns the relic of Goebbels. Jooheon looked away and remembered who Goebbels was. Jooheon said that their goal was to find the relic of Hitler. He looked angrily at the hero and said that the relic of Hitler and Goebbels is a very strong combination for villains. Jooheon rubbed his chin. Miller said they were going to use this power to suppress Pandora. The hero said the guy knew about it and tried to stop them, and they dragged him into this to get rid of him. He asked the rope to let Miller go. She untied the guy and asked him to behave. Jooheon reminded him that he did not team up with Wade. Miller dusted himself off and asked if he just lied to them. Jooheon put his hand in his pocket and said that he used them for a short time. Miller adjusted his glasses. The hero said that he did not like the propaganda king either. He turned around. Miller asked if he could trust him. The hero asked why he would lie to him. He put his hand on the guy's shoulder and said that he would see with his own eyes how he betrayed them and then he would understand everything. Jooheon walked forward. Miller asked how he was going to betray them. Jooheon smiled and said that there was a big tomb nearby, the one that the excavation teams had their eye on. Jooheon smiled and said that he would take it. There was a green light shining above the erected stone spikes. The hero said that they were supposed to go to that tomb after he dealt with Miller. They looked at it through binoculars. Miller asked why he would betray the Alliance. The hero looked through the binoculars again and said that he had planned on doing so all along. Solar and Yuya smiled. The hero said that they had argued with them about the division of profits, and he was sure that after that they wanted to betray him too. Jooheon smiled and said that it would be better for him than them. He was sure that they now thought that he was still fighting him. Miller tensed up. Jooheon said that they had just enough time to loot the tomb and escape. All four were standing on the edge of a cliff. The hero said that he had a rough idea of where they needed to go and so he ordered them to move out. The car was approaching the tomb. They got out not far from the tomb. Miller looked around and noticed that the structure was not the entrance to the tomb. The hero said that he was right. He threw a Rubik's Cube forward and said that he usually did not go through the main entrance. He could make a passage himself. There was an explosion in front of them. Miller looked at the hero in surprise and asked if he really threw the relic and just blew it up. Jooheon replied that relics can be used in different ways. A hole formed in front of them. The hero said that they choose a weak spot and break through it. Miller said that it was beyond the law. Jooheon looked at the bespectacled man and asked what he was talking about. Are there laws in the tombs? The king of propaganda called him. He answered and asked what was wrong. The king asked why the guy left his position. Jooheon frowned. He didn't understand how the king knew this. The king said that he came to help and there was no one here. Jooheon smiled and said that he was on the way now, and Miller chickened out and ran away from them without even fighting back. He asked them to wait a little and said that he would catch him soon. He hung up and asked why the news spread so quickly. He wasn't surprised, remembering that he was the king of propaganda after all. He walked forward with a smile and said that they were faster anyway. He offered to go in. They walked through the cave, lighting the way with a flashlight. They walked one after another. Jooheon noticed that this was clearly not one of the 7 great tombs. Yuya noticed its large size. Jooheon turned around and said that the 7 tombs usually leave traces, but there was nothing like that here, and Pandora didn't say anything about it either. He looked at the inscriptions on the walls and said that the tomboglyphs didn't say anything either. It seemed like it was just an ordinary large tomb. Miller asked in surprise, how did the hero know how to read the language of relics? He fell silent. The hero said that Miller was not the only smart one who understands relics. He said that he beat the guy even here. They entered the large hall. The hero asked if this was definitely not one of the 7 tombs. Miller frowned and agreed with the hero. Suddenly, there was an explosion. Miller angrily asked, did he really need to destroy everything? Jooheon said that speed is the most important thing. They avoided all the traps and tried to shorten the path as much as possible. Julian grumbled every time they blew up a tomb. As expected of a gentleman, probably, he saw such an excavation for the first time. Yujo looked ahead and called the boss. More and more dirt appeared on their way. The hero asked, is this really how it should be? Jooheon smiled and said that it should be, realizing that they were in the tomb of the plague relic. Miller looked around and asked how the hero knew that. Jooheon looked at the bespectacled man and said that he knew it from the tomboglyphs. Miller walked behind and said that something was wrong here. He said that he could also receive information about tombs and relics. Jooheon frowned. The guy said that he can't see anything now. It could mean that his relic's use is being blocked. They continued walking along large corridors. The hero said that it was really strange and suggested to speed up. They found themselves in a huge room with unfinished columns. In the middle of the room there was a well. Jooheon smiled and said that it should be used to summon the relic, but they don't have time for that, so he blew up the well, which made Julian go berserk. Everyone turned around because they heard a scream. Slime appeared in the room. It asked who dared. There was a huge pile of slime on the ceiling. It screamed that the heroes had disturbed its peace. The system reported that the relic of terrible diarrhea was agitated, and the relic of terrible blisters was moving. Jooheon smiled. He said that it was disgusting and they needed to burn them, destroy them, restore them, and recycle them. He scraped stone against stone, knocking out a spark. The entire room was covered in fire. The relics screamed that they were hot. The system reported that the chairman was furiously showing his power, and the tomb began to restore itself and all the scattered plague relics began to gather together. Jooheon looked at this message in surprise and could not understand what the chairman was doing here. The floor trembled. The system reported that they were blocked by rows of walls and now they cannot get out. Also, the relic of incitement began to watch them, and the human gaze, filled with gaze, also stared at them. The hero assumed that Kwon was in league with the propaganda king. A bunch of swamp creatures and rats appeared in the room. Jooheon smiled excitedly. He calmly said that it was a trap. The heroes were surrounded. In his mind, the hero asked the one hiding to come out. The heroes were surrounded by a huge crowd of all sorts of filthy creatures and insects. Jooheon looked at the enemies and said that knowing that he was watching the tomb and completely concealed his presence, he could tell that he had planned this from the beginning. Miller turned around. The hero said that he was sure that the propaganda king was put as a guard to watch them. He offered to check it out for Miller if he didn't believe him. The bespectacled man's eyes lit up yellow. He saw Yuta's aura and said that the hero was right and he could feel it. Jooheon looked ahead and said that this is how he uses the patronage relic. Well, surveillance and surveillance are necessary for incitement. Jooheon smiled, looked at the guy and asked if he now believed that he was not in league with them. The creatures were waiting for an invisible command to attack. Miller said okay and offered to discuss it later. Everyone stood back to back. The hero said that Miller was right and they needed to deal with them first. He asked everyone to try not to hurt them, because one touch from them could infect and kill. The creatures began to scream, growl and squeak. The relic ordered to go forward, as the chairman asked. Everyone took out their weapons and prepared for battle. Yuja screamed, put the Van Gogh painting forward, and the blue stream began to drive the bees away from him. He screamed that he knew nothing and asked everyone to leave him. Jooheon began to cut the monsters and said that first they needed to survive. Suddenly he noticed something. The slime gathered again and said that there was no point in cutting it because its body would return to its previous form. Jooheon looked at Miller and asked to give him the relic that he was holding in his hands. He asked why he needed it. Jooheon took and threw the relic into the slime, causing it to explode. Miller watched in shock as his relic was blown up. Mucus scraps lay on the dirty floor. The hero said that at least there was some use for this relic. Miller screamed that it belonged to him. Jooheon asked him to calm down and said that he would restore it. Yuja and Solar turned around. The hero asked them not to be afraid to destroy the relics. They would restore them later. The hero ran forward, cutting down all the monsters in his path. He walked forward with a smile. The room was filled with explosions. The relics screamed and asked why the heroes were so strong. Jooheon smiled, covered in lightning, and said that they looked down on them. He asked them to shut up. He threw several relics forward. Flames burst out. The hero ordered the monsters to die. After a while, the heroes stood in the middle of an empty room filled with ash and slime. The hero decided that everything was clean. Sola approached him and handed him a scroll. He said that there were relics that they could use if they were restored. The hero ordered to collect them. They opened Jon Snow's map, which marked the locations of cholera outbreaks. Jooheon became interested and did not think that they would find a medical relic in the plague tomb. Miller held a bandaged box in his hands and said that there was a relic here too, which greatly pleased the hero. In Miller's hands was the Epic of Gilgamesh, a bag with a pathogen left by the god of plague Nurgle. Jooheon said that this was a very important relic. Miller pulled the bag towards himself and said that he could not give it to the hero. He coughed and said that he didn't care about the medical relics, but he literally had the plague pathogen in his hands and he wasn't sure if he could give it to the hero. Jooheon asked irritably why. Solar said that their boss was different. He looked at the girl and she coughed awkwardly. Jooheon noticed something. He saw that the girl was bleeding from her mouth. Yuya also began to cough up blood profusely. The system reported that the hero's resistance level was increasing. Miller put his hand to his stomach. The hero realized that if his level was increasing, it meant they were being attacked. Miller said that he felt sick. Jooheon looked up, realizing that there was more. Wisps of smoke were floating around the room. Jooheon decided that it was the air. He used the pig house and asked the heroes to stay here. He stood outside the threshold and said that he needed to deal with this. Solar looked at the hero with concern. He asked her not to worry and said that he would handle everything. She asked him to be careful. Jooheon walked to the middle of the room. He looked at the smoke surrounding him with a smile and said that while all the small relics were disabled, he decided to kill them with poison gas. The relic praised the hero for noticing. She said that it was too late. Their weak human bodies would soon fall apart. Jooheon threw the relics forward and asked who knows. He said that everything here would soon explode. Relics were scattered around the room. She asked, "Does the hero really think that he will survive this?" She gasped and said that the hero would kill himself to save his friends. She said that there was no point anyway. More and more relics fell to the floor. Jooheon smiled. The relic said that the chairman would restore it. He took out a shield and said that he was not going to die. The relic was surprised to see Aegis. The relics began to explode. The entire room was filled with the explosion. The hero put the shield in front of him. The house shook. The shield screamed in pain and begged for death, but the hero told it that it could only dream of it. The blast wave only grew stronger. The house was engulfed in heat and fire. Sola opened the door, looking for the boss, and immediately gasped. He was standing in the middle of the smoke, unharmed, with a shield broken in half. He turned around and said that it was over and they could leave. He held a flask with gas and a skull in his hands and said that it was all because of the miasma of the legend of Hippocrates. Jooheon dedicated the flask and said that a long time ago in Europe it was believed that diseases were caused by air spoiled by rotten food or waste. Such diseases were called miasmas. When it turned out that in fact diseases were caused by microbes and viruses, the term miasma was already outdated. Miller picked up Yuya. The hero said that the relic born from this story infected them. Jooheon looked at his friends and said that the relics they had destroyed before were just a distraction, during which time they had managed to breathe in this relic to their heart's content. He said that now they were all infected. The heroes looked at the boss in fear. He held out a bag, asked everyone not to worry because he had berries with him. He dumped a couple of them into everyone's hands and asked them to take them. He also held them out to Miller and Yuya. Jooheon showed the bag with the plague and said that he was taking it. A shocked Julian asked when the hero had time. He shouted that this relic probably contained a bunch of pathogens and should not be allowed into the world. Jooheon looked away and said that he was going to do everything the other way around. Miller asked in surprise, "What did you mean the other way around?" Jooheon uncorked the bottle with the caustic liquid. Everyone was horrified. They screamed and asked what he was doing. The hero began to drink it calmly. Solar screamed that the boss was drinking poison like juice. She asked if he was okay. Jooheon coughed. He grabbed his chest. The system reported that a mutagenic virus had entered his body, a deadly fungus too. His body began to be covered with infections, tumors, and wounds. The hero glowed with a poisonous green light. The system reported that his resistance began to increase incredibly quickly. The hero was bleeding from his mouth, but he was happy. The system reported that his body was full of pathogens. A special relic appeared, appearing only in certain circumstances. A large spirit in ancient clothing and gray skin appeared in front of the heroes. He asked who awakened him. Poison flowed from his eyes. He said that he was the god of plague and the messenger of the queen of the underworld. Only a worthy person can see him. Jooheon waved his hand and asked, "Isn't he worthy?" The god was silent. Sola looked at the huge creature in front of them with fear. Miller frowned. The god said that the guy, without exaggeration, had all the pathogens in the world. The god threw up his hands and agreed to make a contract with the man so that he would work with him for the rest of his days. The system reported that by becoming infected with all possible pathogens, the hero fulfilled the conditions for the contract with Nergal, the god of plague. A green light hit the hero's chest. He smiled, realizing that he had fooled the god of plague himself. The contract was a success. Nergal is the god of plague in the mythology of the Akkadians who inhabited Mesopotamia. He ruled over pestilence and disease and served Ereshkigal, the goddess of the underworld. Maybe because he is such a strange relic, he has rather unusual conditions for appearance. For this you need to have many pathogens in your body. Walking around this room full of plague relics, a person will fulfill all these conditions, but by that time he will already be on the verge of death. Then that God offers to make a contract for the short time that a person has left to live. He is like the angel of death. A statue of Nergal appeared in the hero's hand. He smiled, knowing that the god did not think about his stability. Mentally he called him his slave. Sola approached the hero and asked what it was. The hero answered that it was the main relic of this tomb. Miller said that it was a relic of Nergal, the god of plague, but he reminded that the hero drank it. Jooheon smiled and said that it was a sub-relic, and this is the real one. Miller shouted that it is very dangerous, and the hero agreed. He looked at the evil guy and asked what problems could there be. Solar was standing between two fires. Julian shouted that relics can harm people. They should not go out into the world. Jooheon said that he knew the guy would say that. Miller looked at the hero in surprise when he said that the guy was right. He smiled and asked why he was making such faces. He is not that bad. Jooheon showed the relic and offered to use it for the first and last time, and then he offered to destroy it. Miller thought about it. Jooheon smiled. The guy asked how the hero wanted to use it. The hero said that he had one guy in mind who needed to be punished. Yuta's squad was at the exit of the tomb. Wade smiled and said that it would be over soon. He noted that this tomb was so inconvenient, he wanted to quickly receive a notification that these creatures had died. A girl came up to him and bowed. Wade ordered her to go and check on the situation there. There was a rumble. Wade turned his head. A strange hum came from the depths of the tomb. The king asked what that sound was. Someone decided that the tomb was shaking. Sewage poured out of the depths of the tunnel onto the people. People began to scream that it stunk badly. The waters were approaching. Wade turned around and ordered everyone to run. The plague god was covered in green lightning. Jooheon smiled, catching him with the relic's magic, and asked where he was going to run. The system reported that a terrible wave of cholera was attacking the target. People were completely covered in sewage. A disease with a 90% chance of death was attacking the target. Wade's eyes widened. All the people were thrown into one dirty pile and they started coughing. Wade was covered in feces. The people started coughing up blood. Wade watched in fear as his people complained of stomach pain and blisters. He looked at his hand and had a terrible idea. His whole hand was red and covered in blisters. Wade started screaming. The heroes stood silently in the empty room. Yuya scratched his chin and asked if he was sure he wanted to destroy those relics. Jooheon said that he gave his word. Miller frowned and apologized for always thinking badly of the hero. He came closer and said that he was clearly wrong. He did not think that the hero was capable of destroying the relic for the good of all mankind. He said that there should be more people like him in the world. Jooheon smiled and asked him to stop. Solar looked at Yuya. Jooheon said that he was going to summon the relic and asked to step aside as it could be dangerous. Miller and Jooheon began to summon the relic together. The relic was covered in light. It asked what the heroes were doing. Jooheon smiled, asked him to shut up and die. Miller squinted. The guys were covered by a green flash. The ceiling began to crumble. He looked at the falling debris and said that the tomb was about to crumble. Jooheon went ahead and said that he would guide them with the tomb restoration skill. A few moments later, they found themselves on the street. Miller stood in front of the group and said that they now need to split up. The hero agreed. He looked at Yuya, who asked if Julian would go with them. The hero said that they decided to act separately. Miller wants to continue to bring goodness and justice to the world. Jooheon said that if they were together, they would only continue to bicker. Yuja realized that this was the reason. Miller chuckled and said that the hero could still call him anytime and he would definitely help. Jooheon smiled back and asked if the guy had forgotten about the contract, in which case he would need to rush over immediately. Miller laughed. He said that the hero was a good guy after all. The guy waved his hand at them and said goodbye. Yuja happily waved goodbye. The hero said that it was time for them to go now. Yuja asked where they were going now. He turned around in shock when the hero said that they were going back to get the remains of the relic. Yuja became angry, saying that the hero destroyed the relic because it could harm people. The hero suggested making it so that it would not harm people. He smiled and said that it would be useful to set her on Chairman Kwon. Yuja said that the hero gave his word to Miller. He himself said so. Jooheon smiled and asked what the word was. Was it something edible? Yuya asked if the hero had a conscience. Solar watched the friends' conversation with embarrassment. Jooheon asked Yuya to stop whining and go with him. They carefully collected the remains of the plague relic and pushed all the work onto slave number 1. Some time later, at the villa by the ocean, Kiwon was relaxing in the pool. She closed her eyes and smiled. Someone suddenly demanded to let him in. She sat down. Someone said that he was Jin Kiwon's guest. They told him to stop lying and began to ask him to throw out the unknown person. Wade, all exhausted, tried to get through security. He called for Mrs. Kiwon. Jin calmly walked out of the pool. She smiled and asked everyone to look. She took a towel and introduced Wade. She said that she thought he was dead. Wade was breathing heavily. The girl noticed that his life was battered. He asked her to help him. Jin passed by him. The guy asked if she had any medical relics. Any. Kiwon asked him to shut up. She asked why she needed to help him. He approached her. She said that he was being overly dramatic. Big deal. The relic sent diseases to him. Jooheon drank a bunch and he was fine. Wade screamed that Jooheon was a monster and therefore he was fine, and he did everything that was needed. Kiwon lay down on the lounger. The guy said that he lured the hero into a trap, and she had to deal with him there. She silently looked at the guy, who suddenly began to say that it was her fault too. He asked her to take responsibility. Kiwon smiled impudently and said that Jooheon did not give in from the very beginning. He even went to the tomb himself, and he was not lured by him. Wade threw up his hands and said that he still did the job. She told him that she would give him a relic of Hitler for it. He extended his hand and asked for it and asked for permission to use the medical relic. They had made a deal after all. Kiwon smiled, apologized, and said that she changed her mind about the deal. From the shadows under her lounger, a centipede reached out to the guy. It enveloped the guy's leg. It completely grabbed his body. He groaned. Kiwon looked at him with an angry look and told the guy to get out of her sight. Blood spurted. The centipede began to eat Wade. He fell to the ground. Kiwon looked at the corpse with disgust and realized that Jooheon stole the Goebbels relic. He asked what he planned to do with Hitler's relic then. The servants approached the lady in fear. She ordered the body to be removed because it stunk. People started to clean up the body. Kiwon opened her phone and started thinking about who to assign the job to. She scrolled through her contacts, saying that Jooheon was absurdly strong. Even Wade couldn't handle him, let alone the others. But she said no. She smiled slyly and decided that this time she would meet the hero in person. Sometime later in New York, a crowd of people in a banquet hall. The phone asked what the hero was doing. Miller called the hero and asked why he put the plague relic up for auction. He accused the hero of lying to him, that he destroyed the relic for the good of humanity. Jooheon smiled and said that Miller had heard rumors. He thought he was hunting bad guys, but he was following him. Miller said that he found out about it after he posted ads everywhere. Miller was standing in the desert at that time. The hero asked him not to worry in that case, because he was not going to put really dangerous relics up for auction. He smiled. A box with relics was carried behind him. He said that today they were only offering love relics and the like. Miller asked why such relics were in the plague tomb. Jooheon smiled and asked who knows, love can also be a disease. Jooheon stood calmly among the crowd. He said that he would deal with the plague relics and asked him not to worry because he would not give them to anyone. Miller exhaled and asked the hero to keep his word at least here. Jooheon smiled and wished the guy good luck. Solar approached the hero. She said that everything was prepared and the auction was about to begin. Jooheon smiled and suggested going to earn money. The host put up lots and said that since there were no side effects, then the number of uses should be unlimited, right? People raised their hands. Jooheon looked at Yuja. People started to set prices. Yuja noticed that the hero's goods were flying away again, which was expected for a hero. Yuja was embarrassed and said that maybe they should start selling some nonsense, like fruit elixirs. Jooheon said that it was too stressful. Solar looked at the audience, while Yuja said that the hero would have given this job to someone else anyway. People raised their hands one after another and named prices in the millions of dollars. One person raised his hand and said the price was $80 million. It was Irina Hilton. People, seeing her, realized that they could give up because they would not win her in money anyway. The host was embarrassed and said that it was sold. Yuja suddenly started laughing loudly and asked how it happened that Irina bought this lot. The guy was shaking from side to side. The hero was very embarrassed because Yuja said that it was obvious who Irina would use that base on. Solar looked at this performance in surprise. Jooheon said that the guy had become too impudent lately. She looked at the hero embarrassedly, wondering if he really had a connection with Irina. Jooheon hit the guy and said not to joke with him anymore. Solar called the guy to her. He came up to her and asked what happened. Solar could not find the words. She blushed and asked if Irina and the boss were dating. Yuja thought about it and said not exactly, but remembered that they seemed to have something. It suddenly dawned on him and he decided that they would soon start dating. He stopped and asked why Solar was asking. Solar screamed no. Yuja did not understand anything. She pointed her finger at him and said that this was not what he thought, so there was no need to spread gossip. She said that if he told anyone, she would break all his bones. Solar immediately ran as far away as possible. Yuja folded his arms over his chest and decided that this was definitely what he thought. Solar ran down the hallway and asked herself, is this really true? There were tears in her eyes. She remembered those words and tried to understand what they meant. She remembered how the hero said that all this was in the past. Jooheon then said that he was not going to demand loyalty from the girl. After all, it was her life. Solar stopped and tried to catch her breath. She leaned against the wall, tears streaming down her face, asking herself what to do now. Sometime later in New York, the hero was working at the table. Sola came up to him and brought reports and requests. He briefly thanked her. He began to study the sheets with a smile. He said that they wanted to expand the elixir company. He decided that he would agree to such an offer. Sola asked again. Jooheon said that they were trying to squeeze everything out of the tree of eternal youth. They also create medicines from berries and supply them. He gave the girl a thumbs up and said that in this life he was not going to take the relic syndrome, so he asked Sola to take medicine too. Sola looked down sadly. The hero also thanked the girl for the papers and said that he would read everything. Jooheon looked at the girl. She asked if he had any work in the tombs anytime soon. He asked why she was asking. Sola was embarrassed and said that if there was no work, she would like to take a short vacation. Jooheon waved calmly and said that the girl could do whatever she wanted without any problems. Solar looked at the hero with a heavy look. She turned around abruptly and said that she would go then. George Hilton called the hero. He answered and asked if something was wrong. If so, he was busy and let him deal with it himself. George asked him not to lie since he knew that the hero was at home now. The rope crawled up to the hero. He said that he was not lying and said that he had more things to do at home than in the tombs. The rope said that she was bored. George said that he was calling the hero about the plague tomb that the hero had found. He asked if the hero knew that an application had already been submitted to excavate it. George said that Pandora believes that you should immediately declare that you will excavate the tomb. They have created a system in which the person who submitted the application will have a complete advantage. George sat in front of a pile of paperwork and said that the plague tomb had also been claimed by a certain gourmet king, Guinness Hoer. He stormed into the office and threw a fit that the tomb he had claimed had been robbed. Jooheon smirked and said he was sorry. An excavation application. The right to loot a tomb, purchased from Pandora. Pandora supports such excavations and protects the tomb from other teams. The system was supposedly put in place to prevent conflicts between excavation teams. But in fact, they were declaring that all the tombs in the world now belong to Pandora and that permission to excavate them was required. Purchased, of course, for a large sum of money. In addition, Pandora has the right to take 60% of the relics obtained from the tomb. From the outside, it seems like some kind of fucked up system. But consider that at that time Pandora had so much money, power, and influence that no one dared to contradict them. Jooheon stood up and paced the room, wondering if he could afford it. He asked how he knew that someone had submitted a claim for the tomb. George looked at the documents. The hero said that since he had done it, he should have started excavating sooner and at least put guards at the tomb, because he left the tomb unattended and now insists that it belongs to him just because he submitted a claim. Jooheon smiled and said that even if he had known, he would have still robbed him. George sighed and said that he knew it. He said that the hero had made a bad situation worse. This whole scandal started because of his auction, where he openly stated in which tomb he found these relics. Jooheon smiled and said that it was his auction and he could do with it whatever he wanted, because if you think about it, he hadn't broken the law, had he? Jooheon looked away and asked, right. He thought that even if there were loopholes in this application system, groups of less than 10 people were not subject to the law. There were too many precedents where civilians who walked near a tomb were falsely accused of illegal looting. Even if a group of less than 10 people turned out to be looters, they did not pose any threat. Pandora just wanted to save themselves from further scandals by introducing this, as they thought, insignificant allowance. But the team under his leadership took advantage of this loophole. The hero became a member of the 13th excavation team of the TKVM, although Kwon cooperated with Pandora. He, as expected, did not intend to share half of the profits from the excavation with her. Unlike the other 12 regular, large excavation teams, theirs, the 13th team, consisted of a small group of specially selected people who were ordered to plunder tombs. If they were caught, it was okay because there were no more than 10 of them, so there was no problem. Their team diligently collected relics and received the royal status of Chairman Kwon, although he eventually betrayed them. The hero went to the window and asked if there was a rule that teams of less than 10 people were not subject to the law. He said that he had made a mistake. George was surprised and asked if there was really such a rule. The hero asked to look, being sure that it was there. George agreed in surprise. The hero asked to pass this on to the king of gourmets. Jooheon hung up. He smiled and said it was good that they had a spy. Night fell. Solar was sitting alone at the bar. She was drinking and feeling sad. She looked down and decided to start again and from the beginning. The world went crazy when relics appeared. A person's life changed dramatically depending on how many good relics he had. The others had it tough, just like her. Her debts grew, her health deteriorated sharply, and somehow she got into the TKVM excavation team. Then she met Jooheon. At first, they didn't get along very well, but after going through fire and water together, she began to like him. It seemed to her that her feelings were unrequited, but fate accidentally brought them together. A completely non-working relationship began between them. That last tomb was different from the others. She and Jooheon died in it. But thanks to some relic, the hero managed to survive and return to the past. In general, Jooheon, remembering everything from his past life, is not in poverty now and this is great, but she can't believe that he is about to start dating Irina, and what should she do now? She looked at her reflection in a glass. The hero did not know that she could get her memory back, but she said through the pain that the hero needs to be with Irina and she should not worry about it. Even when her memory returned, they didn't talk about it, and when would they have time? After all, they were running around the tombs all this time. Sola picked up a glass. She clenched her lips. She fell face down on the table and screamed, "What the hell? They didn't even break up with him. Why is she acting like a jealous girlfriend?" Sola looked sadly at the table. It hadn't been a couple of months since they were back together. Shouldn't she be happy? She wanted to believe that this was the beginning of something new. Suddenly, a mug of beer was placed next to her. Sola said that she didn't order it. The waitress smiled and said that today was their anniversary, so they were giving out free drinks to all the customers. Sola looked at the beer. The girl said that Sola looked sad, so they hoped that the beer would at least help her a little. The waitress smiled and said that beer was great for lifting your spirits. Sola smiled a little. She beamed and thanked the girl. Sola drained the full glass in one gulp. The waitress looked slyly at the heroine. Sola stopped. The waitress said that they had a problem. The waitress began to change appearance. In fact, it was Kiwon. She asked how Sola could get caught so easily. Sola screamed. Kiwon only smiled slyly and said that it was too late. Sola began to feel sick and fell from her chair onto the floor. Kiwon said that this drug would have put an elephant to sleep. She opened her eyes wide and said that the girl dared to betray her and now she would pay for it. The girl was taken to the riverbank. The men threw her to the ground. Kiwon approached the girl and said that they were already there and she was glad that she woke up. Sola barely got up and asked what Kiwon would do to her. She kicked her in the stomach, grabbed her by the throat. Kiwon covered herself in an aura and said that first she would borrow her pretty face. Kiwon began to take on the appearance of Sola and said that with her help she would get close to Jooheon, and then she would do whatever she wanted. Sola gritted her teeth and thought that things were bad. She grabbed Kiwon's hand. Kiwon asked if they were alike. Sola hit Kiwon's hand and said that she would not fool the boss. Jin regretted that Sola did not treat her like that. She smiled and said that she knew what to do. She said that the hero would never guess that it was just a mask. Unless, of course, the girl intervened. Sola froze. Kiwon thought about what to do with her. Purple sparks flew between the girls. Kiwon, of course, already had a plan. Sola looked around. Kiwon did not tell her that her relic commanded other relics. It can even create tombs. Cracks appeared under Sola. She fell underground and screamed. Kiwon smiled and hoped that she would like it because she created this tomb just for her. Sola continued to fall down. Jin said that there were no relics in it, but there were plenty of traps. She would have plenty of time to think about her behavior, if, of course, she survived. Sola continued to fall down. She looked ahead in horror and understood that the boss was in danger. Meanwhile, in the hero's house, Kiwon, disguised as Sola, smiled evilly. She entered the room, thought that it was a beautiful house, but was surprised that there was no one in it. She looked around and decided that this was even better, but she had a feeling that she had wasted her disguise. She stood in front of the closed room, wondering where Jooheon was. She licked her lips and decided that it was time to have fun. She entered the room and said that she was back. Jooheon was standing near the table. He turned around and asked what happened, because she took a vacation. Sola laughed and said that she changed her mind. She took a walk and felt better. Jooheon laughed and said that it was better to rest while she could, otherwise there would be a lot of work soon. Sola thanked the hero. She smiled evilly. As expected, her disguise worked because she put in a lot of effort. She stood behind and used both transforming energy and the relic of illusion. The hero would never understand who was in front of him. She approached the hero and touched his hand. She said that she wanted to say something. He smiled and said that she could talk. Kiwon was confused because the hero asked why she looked so much older. He began to stare at her and said that she looked 10 years older. Was she always like this? He thoughtfully rubbed his chin and decided that she had aged so much while working for Jin Kiwon. Kiwon did not understand what he was saying. She smiled with difficulty. The hero said that he should have saved her much earlier. She said that it was not so bad. Jooheon put his hand on the map and asked what she was talking about, because she always said that it was terrible. Kiwon was surprised by this, not expecting this from Sola. She frowned, realizing that she would have to play along. She sighed and said that the mad Kiwon constantly mocked her and all the subordinates complained about her. Jooheon smiled slyly. Kiwon said that it was in the past and she always wanted to tell the hero that. He grabbed her by the throat. He pulled her towards him and said that it was a great performance, calling Sola Jin Kiwon. She began to attack and asked how he knew this, and the hero said that from the very beginning. Jooheon smiled. Kiwon said that it was impossible for the illusion not to work. She said that it was impossible. Jooheon chuckled and said that she now knows what she can do. A moment earlier, he was standing and studying the map. A system message appeared in front of him. The hero felt the strange power of the illusion relic. the Raven told him, so he was prepared when this woman entered. Of course, she used an excellent relic. If he didn't have the Raven, she really would have deceived him. He was now standing in front of Kiwon and understood why she was so arrogant in any case. Kiwon took on her true form. The hero didn't think that they would meet so early. He took out his sword and said that now she has shown herself. He called her mad, and Kiwon was furious. A strong aura began to emanate from her. She asked him not to joke with her. Jooheon covered himself from such a powerful stream. The girl said that the hero would have died instantly and now he will have to suffer. She said that the hero really has a strange ability and she is beginning to understand it. The system reported that an overwhelming aura began to envelop the house. Jooheon noticed that the area began to change. He was surprised to see the creation of a tomb. Kiwon smiled. She said that her relic was of a completely different level than the others. She could create tombs whenever and wherever she wanted. Jooheon laughed nervously and said that it sounded amazing. He had never seen anything like it even in the past. He saw the girl's wounded hand. The system reported that her aura greatly exceeded the hero's resistance. It was capable of instantly smashing a person to pieces. The relics began to scream that they were in pain and that they were breaking. He gritted his teeth. He deliberately brought her to the relic storage, believing that there would be a fight, but his relics could not resist this aura either. He abruptly turned around and began to run. Kiwon was confused and asked where the hero was going. He smiled and said that he would try to escape. The relics on the shelves were being sucked out of their energy. They were moaning and screaming in pain. Jooheon took out a Van Gogh painting and began sucking everyone into it, deciding that he would figure it out later. He saw that the tomb was not yet complete and he could escape through the door. The door was covered with meat. Kiwon said that there was no way out and the hero was trapped. She smiled and told the hero to beg for mercy because that was all he had left. Jooheon clenched his lips. Since his house had now become a tomb, the only way he could escape was by destroying the tomb. He took out a relic from the painting, which the girl said was stupid. He threw a vase at the wall and said that he just needed to break through. A powerful explosion was heard. Kiwon covered herself from the flames and realized that this was his strange ability. Jooheon ran forward. Her relic said that the hero blows them up to destroy the tombs. Jooheon froze, seeing something in front of him. The wall was untouched. Kiwon approached from behind. The girl's relic said that her tomb could not be broken so easily. The hero looked back angrily, realizing that her level was too high. A black flame struck the hero. The system reported that the commander was emitting a first-class aura and the hero's resistance could not fully withstand this aura and a deadly poison began to destroy the hero. He opened his eyes wide. His body bent and he grabbed his chest. His gaze became mad. He realized that he could really die like this. He needed to think quickly before it was too late. He took out his sword, smiled and said all or nothing. Kiwon just smirked. Her relic told the others that she would not tolerate their disobedience. The sword in the hero's hand sparkled. The girl's relic ordered the other relics not to dare to help the man. The sword jumped out of his hands. It pierced the meat and said that he was now with the enemy. The sword was shaking and saying that it could not disobey the commander's order because it wanted to live. Jooheon angrily asked why he had changed sides so abruptly. Kiwon just laughed. She folded her arms across her chest and said that her relic was on a completely different level and all of his relics served her. She said that the relic had a hierarchy and no one would dare to contradict the commander, even at the will of the owner. Jooheon took out a painting and said that it was impossible for all of his relics. The painting was shaking and saying that it could not release them at the commander's order. The hero shook the painting and asked to release at least someone or he would destroy it. Kiwon smiled angrily and demanded that he give in because he could not do anything else. Aura began to attack the hero. She said that without the relics he was nobody. The hero began to cough up blood. Kiwon said that she would take care of the hero. She needs to find out where the hero got this strange ability from and as soon as possible. Jooheon fell to his knees as he thought it was better for him not to come face to face with her. The girl emitted a very powerful aura. Raven asked, "Is the hero really on the verge of life and death again?" He opened his eyes wide. The hero was covered in a blue aura. Raven said that the hero was doing something too often. He asked, "Can he be more careful?" Kiwon watched as the hero talked to himself. He asked if he thought he could have avoided this if he had been more careful. Jooheon stood up, smiled and wiped the blood away. Kiwon asked in shock how the hero could withstand the poison. The hero had a blue aura. Raven said that his strength was limited and he would not be able to protect him for long. The hero said that he realized that he needed to finish quickly. Jooheon ran to attack, which shocked the girl. Raven told him that there was no time. Jooheon raised his fist to strike and asked if he should leave it as it was. Kiwon dodged the blow. He raised his fist again and said that she should pay for playing with other people's lives. Hee-won's eyes widened. They began to exchange blows. The hero struck again and hit the girl in the face. The air was knocked out of her. Jooheon was angry. She sat down, not understanding anything. Her relic said that it felt Raven's energy. Hee-won did not understand who they were talking about. Her relic said that Raven was definitely sealed. A powerful energy struck the girl. Her relic asked what Raven was up to. Hee-won looked up in surprise and asked her relic to calm down. Hee-won hung and a huge spider appeared above her. He said that he knew that it was Raven and would punish him at any cost. Jooheon was surprised to notice that Jin had completely passed out. It seemed that the commander was using all her powers. Raven asked why provoke. The spider screamed that he would kill the hero. Jooheon ran away, dodging the blows of the huge spider. Meat from the floor grew to his boots. The spider said that resistance was useless. Jooheon turned over and began to fall. He fell to the floor. The spider said that he would first kill Raven's master and then deal with him. The spider struck. He said that Raven would die slowly and painfully. Jooheon smiled and asked, "Is this really the end?" But Raven said no. Blue energy hit the spider in the face. Small blue waves began to hit Jin on the cheeks so that she would wake up. The rope appeared and began to tell the spider not to touch its master. Jooheon got to his feet. Raven noticed that he was carried away to another part of the tomb. The rope fought with the spider. Raven said that the rope bought them some time. The system reported that the rope received a new skill and a legendary achievement among all the relics. The hero was shocked by the number of achievements of the rope. The sword trembled and said that the rope dared to disobey the commander. They shouted that they would all die. The spider tried to hit the rope, but missed. The sword trembled and called the rope a fool because he disobeyed the commander and now they will all die. The painting offered to stop him. It lit up and said that it was too late and they would all be killed because of him. A voice came from it. One of the relics asked, "Are they really going to stand and watch? They must do something." They offered him to try because it would not change anything anyway. The rope flew around the spider, which asked him to stop and called him an insignificant relic. He screamed that he would cut it. The rope twisted and screamed that it hurt. It was thrown from side to side. It screamed that it was in too much pain. Jooheon looked at the rope and immediately ordered it to return. He narrowed his face. Raven said that the hero must save himself before his defense ended. Jooheon screamed that the rope would be destroyed if he left. The rope was thrown to the side. It was frozen in pain. The hero said that at least something of him should remain to restore. The rope lit up. It said that it would not retreat and began to repeat this phrase. A system message appeared in front of the hero. The rope was full of determination. He would restore himself with his own power of unbending will. The rope began to glow with golden light. It became a divine rope, which began to comprehend the power of the gods. The rope evolved to S-class. The spider was shocked and asked what the hell. All the relics did not understand what was happening. They had never heard of such a thing. The sword said that his grandmother once said that relics can improve by receiving achievements. Another relic screamed that relics have no grandmothers. The spider trembled and said that if any consumer goods can evolve whenever they want, then what is the essence of the hierarchy? The spider looked at the hero and asked, "Is this really his doing? Does he really want to shake their foundations?" Jooheon looked at the huge monster in shock. The spider said that soon the others would talk about rebellion. Did he really want that? The relics began to look at each other and say that this was amazing and all the news should be spread. Tell everyone about it. The relics can evolve. They laughed, and the sword said that his grandmother also said that a talented owner is needed to achieve. The spider was angry and called his subordinates idiots. The relics said that they would now also evolve because they were loyal to Jooheon. The spider began to spin and say that he would destroy everyone. The sword began to scream for mercy. The painting said that she was wrong. The rope waved in front of the spider's face. He said that he would deal with him first. The rope laughed and offered to try. It began to wrap the body of the spider, who asked, "Hasn't he understood yet?" Jooheon watched tensely what was happening. The crow said that this was his last chance. He wasn't hoping for another miracle. Was he? The rope tied up the spider. Raven said that he might have recovered, but after the upgrade he wouldn't last long, because even an S-class couldn't stand up to the commander alone. The rope started to tear again and said that it hurt. It was painful for the hero to watch too. Cracks started to appear all over the tomb. Jooheon looked down at his feet and was surprised. Raven said that it was because the commander was distracted. The hero said that he understood everything, and since the tomb was created artificially. He frowned and said that he had an idea. Raven said that he didn't like it anymore. He ran towards the spider. Raven screamed that he was running in the wrong direction. Jooheon jumped over the eggs and said that if he left, his relics would be destroyed, and he had worked too hard on them to lose them. He grabbed the sword. It was surprised. He took the painting and assumed that they didn't want to die. The sword caught fire and said that it was touched, it will now be loyal to the hero, and not because it wants to evolve. Jooheon smiled and offered to test the sword's loyalty. He covered himself in an aura, looked at the spider and said that while the rope distracted the commander, the destruction of the tomb should work. The sword asked if he was going to use it to blow it up. There was an explosion. The hero told the sword not to be afraid, because he would restore it later. This time, a hole appeared in the wall. The spider turned around and asked how the hero dared to destroy his tomb. Jooheon smiled and said that there was nothing to be distracted by. He called the rope to him. He said that now they can run. The rope screamed that he was already coming. He flew away from the spider, who told him after him that he could only dream of escaping. Jooheon crouched and said that he could also restore tombs. He touched the floor and it was covered in blue light. The spider screamed that it was impossible. He looked at the hero through the sucking gap and asked how a person can control the tombs. The rope managed to leak into the narrow gap. He flew out on the other side and screamed that he was alive. Jooheon looked at the rope with satisfaction and said that a little more and he would have died. The rope laughed and said that he was still alive. They started hitting the wall on the other side. The hero said that the commander was in a bad mood and therefore this wall would not stand for long. He looked to the side. Raven said that this is where his power ends and when it disappears, all the pain will return to the hero. He must be ready for this. Jooheon looked at the painting and asked everyone to stop joking and get out of there. The relics were surprised. Jooheon looked angrily at the painting and asked if they saw what he did to this tomb. Do they really think that he will lose to their idiotic commander? The relics immediately jumped to the surface. The hero decided that after improving the rope, they all became more obedient. He started coughing when Raven's defense dropped and the terrible pain returned. But he was able to get rid of it with the help of a healing elixir. Armed with protective relics, the hero began to choose a weapon. He thought that the enemy was serious and therefore he needed to choose a high-class weapon. He looked at the pile of relics and asked where the Egyptian divine relics were. He began to get nervous. One of the relics said that she saw them escape recently. Someone said that he could not blame them. They were much higher in rank and if the commander found out that they were with a person, they would be punished much more severely than them. Jooheon asked in surprise, did they really escape? He asked to tell them that he would tear them to shreds when he saw them. He turned around abruptly. The wall collapsed. In front of the hero was darkness with a bunch of red eyes. When the dust settled, a bunch of monsters were looking at the hero. The hero did not understand who it was. A spider towered over the warriors. He said that these were his relics. He promised that now he would definitely finish off the hero. They all screamed and ran to attack. Jooheon smiled nervously, covering himself with a shield. He said that troubles never come alone. Many spiders are crawling towards the girl. She is worried that there are a lot of traps and she can't find a way out. Sola grits her teeth, claiming that Kiwon wants her to die. Suddenly, a web flies towards her. It covers her. The girl lies on the floor, asking the spiders not to come near her. The entities, of course, do not listen to her. Sola closes her eyes in fear. Suddenly, all the spiders are cut down. The girl covers herself with her hands. She emits magic. Sola happily calls for Gildal. She is picked up in their arms when she says that she thought that the savior was destroyed by Kiwon. But it turns out that the commander was in a hurry and did not notice them. Smiling, Sola asks how the girl got into the tomb, to which she receives an answer that there is a passage. An exit from the cave with falling stones is shown. Sola is surprised to believe that the tomb is collapsing. She tenses up, claiming that it's become difficult for Kiwon to maintain the tomb, so she thinks that the boss has dealt with her. The girls immediately run out of the cave because they need to hurry to help the boss. The building is covered in something scary. The beast opens its mouth aggressively. A stone pillar appears, and debris flies to the side. The young man stands, covering himself with a shield. The monsters are overtaken by magical power. Jooheon swings his weapon furiously. The creature cuts into pieces, and a phrase is heard about there being too many of them. Relics are seen, and they are told to fight normally. Things are worriedly noticing that the commander is winning. The young man clenches his jaw, cursing at them. The monsters are overtaken by a fiery force, and a question is heard about whether Jooheon needs help. Everything around begins to burn. Nero asks with displeasure why the boy didn't call him, since this would be the perfect opportunity for him to prove himself. Smirking, Jooheon reports that he was distracted by the escaped Egyptian relics. Nero is happy when he is told to give everyone hell. The relic is shown and they ask if Nero has decided to rebel, but he served his majesty, he should be ashamed. The man scratches his head, stating that he never liked him, ever since he executed the king at his own discretion. Jooheon analyzes his speech thoughtfully, believing that the relics executed their king. Nero frowns, arguing that if they continue to be fools, they will lose the advantages that humans give them. The man points at Jooheon, noting that he is a great writer whose talent they admire. They cannot lose such a great writer. The relic aggressively asks how a person can have talent. Nero raises an eyebrow, realizing that it is useless to talk to him. An explosion is seen when the line is said that he only understands the language of pain. The golden house appears after the order, and the man claims that he will turn the entire place into his stage. Smiling, Jooheon decides that he can use this. The relics are shown being told to go to the golden house. They begin to rejoice and leave. The door slams. The youth puts his hands on his hips, stating that their tossing and turning really pissed him off. If the relics are not going to follow him, it is better not to interfere with them. The things begin to answer, asking if he thinks anyone will follow him after such words, and which relic would betray the commander. Kanat happily reports that he is with the master. Jooheon frowns, wondering what he should do if the relics do not obey. He is surprised when the others also start to support him. They happily declare that their group is for Jooheon. They will not let him die. While the relics are having fun, the boy looks dissatisfied. He turns around tensely when he is asked if he forgot about the others. More things are shown that say that they will do everything for him, to which Jooheon asks why. No matter how many he throws out, they still appear. He thinks about it, thinking that he should be grateful and can use all these relics. Jooheon looks down, thinking that there are no high quality or simply strong attacking relics here, so a frontal attack will not work. He, thinking, decides to try one method. Relics are shown, and the boy states that the ones he chooses will go with him, the rest will help Nero. More things are shown, and a line is heard saying that if they do not want to participate, they should leave now. The youth sternly states that it is their choice whether to fight or not, but they will have to leave, at least not to interfere with Nero. The loyal relics are seen, and they are told to follow Jooheon. They rush to the right place, and the thought is heard that, having given each of them a role according to their ability, the youth took the most useful relics with him and left the golden house. He turns around, realizing that Nero has distracted them, so he was able to sneak to the edge of the room. The pair of relics wonder why so deep. Jooheon decisively states that they will try to attack suddenly while Nero distracts them. A diagram of the monsters is shown, and a phrase is heard about how all the reinforcements are standing in front. They will not break through them, but this means that the enemy will not expect an attack from the flank. Jooheon stops at the commander's vessel, declaring that he is going to attack it. A relic is shown under the girl's power, and it is said that it may be powerful, but it is appropriated. Kiwon has lifeless eyes, and it turns out that like all such relics, this one also has limitations. If they neutralize the human vessel, it will not be able to take all the power of this one. Peeking out from behind the vessel, the young man notices that they need to do everything quickly before this spider notices them. Smiling, he tells everyone to get ready. Jooheon takes off, giving the order to move forward. Nero covers himself with his hand, cursing the relics because there is no end to them. Things are shown, ready to fight the monsters, who are told not to leave traitors alive. The commander notices something, surprised. Jooheon swings at the human vessel, and a question sounds about how he got past the main spider. He smirks, noticing that the monster is unconscious, but his reflexes are working fine. The girl frowns, and the commander asks if the boy thought he could defeat him if he attacked her. Putting his hand forward, Jooheon happily gives the order to attack. The human vessel covers itself with its hands, while the commander asks if this will change anything. Grinning, the boy decides that it is worth a try. He swings his weapon, noting that the spider will take a while to unfold its giant body. Jooheon will have time to take care of it in the meantime. The girl looks down, and the commander tells him not to be mistaken, because this body is much stronger than the others. She swings back. The relics begin to die. However, the boy resolutely tells them not to give up, reminding them of his new romance. Inspired, they go into battle again. The girl defends herself from the blows. Smiling, Jooheon realizes that there is still a little time left. The human vessel grits her teeth, taking the attacks. A rope is tied around her leg. She falls back, and the boy gives an order to Bayan Kansio and Anieo, approaching. The girl, with the commander's consciousness, is confused, falling. She grabs the edge of the door. Not giving up, the spider asks what it is, but the body is only told to rejoice at its successful survival. Jooheon happily reports that this door can send her anywhere, the only useful ability of Anieo and Bayan Kansio. The girl clenches her jaw when it turns out that the boy did not even think to fight her, he just needed to make her stand in the right place. He takes off, asking if the commander will now leave his house. At this, the monster begins to get angry, telling him not to joke. Jooheon decisively pushes the girl. She tries to hold on. She fails and she is pulled inside. The commander's limb appears and his cry is heard. Lightning envelops him and he asks how he, the main one of all the relics, could be fooled by a cheap trick. He is pulled into the door and Jooheon tells him to shut up and get out of here. Smiling, the boy notes that the spider may be a powerful relic, but it depends on its owner. The tense monsters are depicted and the commander is bid farewell. Jooheon looks out the door with satisfaction. The commander enters completely, which is noticed by the others. Putting his hands on his hips, the boy gives the order to close the doors. The monsters are shown again when a phrase is heard about how there are still a lot of enemies here. With sparkling eyes, Jooheon declares that they are very useful relics since the commander collected them. The creatures are amazed when it turns out that they now belong to the boy. Smiling, he asks the relics to close the door and says that he will use it if things get bad. One of the monsters is indignant, declaring that they will not obey him. Pointing his finger at them, Jooheon tells them to attack him then, but the commander is gone and with him their advantages. The creatures rebel, deciding to actually strike. Nero decisively puts his hand forward, telling the relics that they must protect Jooheon. Laughing, the young man realizes that this is going to be fun. The vessel wrapped around the building begins to explode. The people are scared, asking what is happening. Solar walks through the crowd, asking them to move away. She turns around when someone calls her. Young people approach, and the girl asks why they are all outside. Irina sadly states that she rushed over after hearing about everything. The guy awkwardly says that they were also busy. Hyung-nim was left alone at home. Solar thoughtfully realizes that the boy is alone against Kiwon. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurs. The girls worriedly call out for Jooheon. Yuya blocks the passage with her hands and asks if they want to be crushed. People run away in fear, and phrases are heard about the building collapsing. The guy nervously says that they need to wait until everything calms down and believe that the boss is alive and well. He looks up, claiming that Jooheon is a monster, everything will be fine with him. The debris of the building is visible. Passers-by worriedly notice that the destruction has stopped. Solar awkwardly points out that the energy of the tomb has disappeared. Perhaps the boy really defeated Kiwon. The guy desperately calls out for Hyung-nim. The others do the same. The girl, worried, calls out for Jooheon and prays for him to be alive. Suddenly, a silhouette appears in a cloud of dust. Smiling, the young man declares that he is going to go deaf, so he asks the guys to stop shouting. The news broadcast was broadcasting a high-rise building in Manhattan that collapsed. A powerful explosion occurred, and the anchor said that an unusual phenomenon occurred in the penthouse before that, and that Pandora stated that it was a case of an atypical table formation. The protagonist smirked as the news anchor said that a tomb appeared in the residence of a famous tomb digger named Jooheon. The protagonist's face was visible on the screen. A man in a black suit frowned and said that there was breaking news that Jooheon had left the collapsed building unharmed. A dark silhouette of a person was visible in the fog, and the anchor said that they would try to contact the reporter at the scene. The people looked up in shock, and Solar raised her hands to her mouth and loudly called out for Jooheon. The protagonist, whose face was stained with dirt, replied with a smirk that there was no need to shout. He was standing on a building, and the people standing below asked if he was okay, and Jooheon confirmed that he was okay. He pointed to the things tied with a rope and said that he had collected them. The long rope tied many different things tightly, and Yuya asked if they were relics. The youth clutched his head and began to cry, and Solar looked at the protagonist in shock, who said that they were relics for restoration. Solar's cheeks turned red, and she thought that Jooheon not only defeated Kiwon single-handedly, but also took all of her relics. The protagonist approached them, saying that it was hard, and Yuya yelled that his house had collapsed, so he doubted that Jooheon was okay. The protagonist said with a smile that he was okay, and asked Solar to find a new place for the house because the old one had collapsed. Yuya closed his eyes and smiled awkwardly when Jooheon asked him to take the relics and deal with the reporters. The protagonist lowered his head with a sly grin and said that he would be out for a week. The 5 people looked at him in shock. Jooheon threw his head back and began to fall, causing Solar and Irina to flinch in fear and call out loudly for him. He fell to the ground and even his rope screamed, telling him to get up. It was night and the city was foggy. The sky was blue above the tall buildings. A multi-story building could be seen. Kiwon walked down the hallway, not believing that she had lost to the protagonist, and a voice told her that they had not lost. Jooheon had just used a cheap trick. The girl furrowed her brows, closed her eyes and screamed that since he had tricked them, they had lost. Kiwon clenched her fists and said that she would rather deal with the protagonist herself, and asked the relic not to take control at its own discretion anymore because the girl did not trust it. A white staircase was visible. The relic said that Kiwon owed her power to it, and the girl asked if the relic was dodging the issue because it had nothing to say. Kiwon walked up to a massive iron door. The door swung open and purple smoke came out of the room. Kiwon stood in the doorway and said that Jooheon would suffer now. She smirked and said that she had kept them locked up because she could not use them, but the situation had changed. The girl opened a box that emitted a bright light. She smiled and told the relics that they were free and ordered them to find their master. Purple streaks extended from the box. The relics laughed loudly and shouted joyfully. This light spread outside the tall building. A few days later, New York. The golden tiara sparkled, screaming in pain. Yuja, with a face pale with anger, shouted that he was tired of working nights and asked the relic to be patient. Suddenly, the tiara jumped out of the boy's hands, shouting that it distinguished itself in the battle by helping Jooheon, and Yuja screamed in surprise. The boy fell headfirst on the table and cried, and Irina peeked out from behind the wall, asking what happened. The girl came closer and asked if Yuja wanted her to teach the disobedient relics a lesson, and the boy raised his hands, shouting that he shouldn't do that. Yuja's face turned pale. Irina said that he needed to rest more, and he agreed that he needed to take a break. The boy picked up a cup of tea and entered the room where Solar was watching the news on TV. A woman with short brown hair reported that divine relics were appearing all over the world one after another, and they said that these relics were choosing their owners instead of creating tombs. Yuja looked at the TV screen in confusion when the news anchor said that this had caused a dispute between the users of the relics. Sola, who was standing with her arms crossed, explained that divine relics had suddenly started appearing, and instead of creating tombs, they were choosing their owners. The girl touched her chin and suggested that it depended on the relic, but there were so many of them, and they were divine. Yuja turned away and sighed when Sola said that this was suspicious. He was envious of the new owners of the relics. On the TV screen, a girl was smiling and saying that she was just lucky, and Yuja said that these people instantly became owners of divine relics. The boy in the blue hoodie said that they were getting the divine relics for free and it was suspicious, so Pandora should look into it. Yuya and Solar were watching the screen, and the girl noticed that all this was happening while the protagonist was resting. Jooheon was lying on the bed, and Yuya asked how much longer he would sleep. Irina was sitting by the protagonist's bed, admiring him. She was smiling, resting her red face on her hands. Suddenly, she turned around, hearing someone knocking on the door. Solar and Yuya came inside, asking about Jooheon's condition. Irina looked at the protagonist and smiled, assuming that he was fine now, but Yuya was worried because Jooheon had been lying like that for several days. The protagonist's eyes were closed, there was a bandage on his face, and Irina said that he was overtired from using all his strength during the ambush. The girl turned around and added that she was glad that Jooheon was at least not injured. She suggested that Solar and Yuyi should just wait until he recovered. Irina blushed, covered her mouth with her hand, and said with a laugh that she was only happy to wait and watch Jooheon sleep, and Yuyi broke out in a sweat, saying that she was scaring him. He pursed his lips and furrowed his brows when Irina said that his jokes were crude, and Solar blushed, looking at the blonde boy. She raised her thin eyebrows and said that they should leave to give the protagonist a rest. The three turned around when they heard Jooheon's phone start ringing. Solar picked up the device and said that George Hilton was calling him, and Irina said that it was her brother. She put the phone to her ear, asking George what happened, and he asked his sister if she was still there. George held the phone to his ear, asking what happened to Jooheon, and Irina replied that he was completely exhausted and still sleeping. Irina raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked why George was calling, and said that she would put the call on speakerphone because the protagonist's colleagues were there too. The girl took the phone away from her ear, and George informed her that the Pandora rankings had been updated and there were many changes. Solar and Yuja's mouths dropped open in shock and their eyes widened when the man said that all 15 kings had already been surpassed. Solar's sweat dropped, asking if all the king spots had already been taken, and George said that there were only 5 recently. She furrowed her brows and said that it was impossible because one doesn't just become a king. Yuja looked at Solar, asking if they would become kings anymore, and she replied that it was only possible if they removed one of them from their spot. Irina was looking at the phone screen and George said he didn't know if those elections were fair. He assumed it was because of those divine relics. The man took a piece of paper. Sola asked if those relics were part of some plan and George said they were investigating it now. The three of them looked at each other in silence while George said that everything was changing in Pandora, so Jooheon had picked a bad time to sleep. Solar was looking at her phone. Irina said that the protagonist didn't choose this and he needed to recover. George asked what they should do. Jooheon was lying on the bed and Irina said that they should hope that he would get better soon because that was all they could do. It was a sunny day and a tall black building was visible. Jooheon was sleeping with a bandage on his nose. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Irina threw herself into his arms, happy that the protagonist was awake, and he smiled. He sat up, Irina touched his hand, asking how he was feeling, and Jooheon said that he was fine, then asked how long he had slept. Yuya walked into the room wearing bare slippers and was surprised that Jooheon had woken up. He and Solar smiled widely. Yuya said that the protagonist really passed out for a week. The three stood by Jooheon's bed, who said that he just woke up. Yuya and Solar were sweating and smiled awkwardly when the protagonist asked if something important happened while he was sleeping. Seeing their reaction, he frowned and concluded that something happened. Jooheon put his hand on his stomach and told them to let him wash up first and then tell him everything over dinner. There was a plate with a delicious dish on the table. The protagonist munched on it, asking if the divine relics appeared. Yuya and Solar walked up to him. The young man said that the news was constantly talking about it and that they appeared suddenly and began choosing their owners. Jooheon looked at Yuya, asking if the relics choose their owners without creating tombs, and the young man confirmed that it did. There was a news broadcast on TV and Solar suggested that this was not normal. Yuya and Solar looked at the protagonist in shock, who said that relics can indeed choose their owners, but divine relics have a more complex nature and there are several of them. Jooheon touched his chin and thought about it when Solar asked if he had any idea who was behind this. Yuya began to sweat and the protagonist suggested that he did not know, but mentioned Pandora and Kiwon. Jooheon looked away when Yuya said that there was something else. He imagined a building and many human silhouettes and said that Pandora chose all 15 kings. The protagonist looked at Yuya in confusion, who said that this was all because after the divine relics appeared, their owners suddenly became stronger. The blonde boy and Solar looked at the protagonist carefully, who told them that there was no good news and that taking someone's place was not the same as taking an empty one. He picked up his fork and said that everything would still change, so there was no need to worry. Yuya touched his neck and said with an uncertain look that there was one more thing. Solar frowned, asking what it was, and he said that she was probably so calm because she didn't know. Yuya held the phone to the protagonist and said that these articles have been published everywhere since this morning. There was a lot of text on the screen, and Yuya said that the articles were writing rumors about Jooheon evading taxes, carrying out illegal weapons trafficking, and even dating Kiwon. The protagonist gritted his teeth and frowned, saying that all this was terrible. His eyes turned white with rage when Yuya said that the worst thing was that there was news that Jooheon had an adult son that he was hiding. The protagonist raised his hand and yelled furiously, and Yuya asked him not to throw his phone. The boy frowned and said that it was written that Jooheon allegedly had a 9-year-old son and his mother had died. Yuya asked if that was true. Suddenly, the blonde boy looked towards Solar and said that he felt something strange. Solar clenched her jaw tightly, her eyes were shining brightly, and her body was burning. The blonde boy looked in the other direction and said that there was warmth coming from there too. Irina clenched her hands into fists and asked with a face twisted in rage if Jooheon had a child. Yuya shouted loudly that she scared him and asked when she managed to come. Irina and Solar closed their eyes and smiled, asking if the protagonist had anything to say. Yuya turned around in panic, looking at the angry girls, and Jooheon, who was sitting on a chair, yelled that it was all a lie and they had misunderstood. The protagonist frowned and looked at the phone, saying that the child couldn't be 9 years old because he himself was a child 9 years ago. He showed the phone to Irina, saying that there was a photo and they didn't even look alike. The screen showed a boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. Jooheon said that he was French, as written in the article, so there could be no connection between them. Irina took the phone in her hands, and Solar came closer, putting her hand on her waist. Jooheon, who was sitting on a chair, said that something like this had happened before and he recognized the relic of Goebbels. He imagined the face of a man with blonde hair and confirmed that it was the relic that was missing from the propaganda king Wade. People were floating on the water and Jooheon said that he stole the relic while Wade was rolling around in the sewage of the plague tomb, so he didn't even notice it was missing. Yuja touched his face and asked if the protagonist still had the relic and wondered why it would attack him. Jooheon crossed his arms and said that he destroyed the relic. He remembered raising his hand to summon lightning and said that he destroyed all the relics he didn't like because the risk outweighed their abilities. Yuja raised his eyebrows in surprise when the protagonist said that the Goebbels relic was one of those because it was Nazi and there were many more. Jooheon touched his face and looked away, saying that for this reason he did not understand what was happening, and said about the power of the relic that no longer exists. There was a glass of water and a plate of food on the table. The protagonist guessed that there was a relic with such a power and told the three of them to finish eating first and then discuss everything. The sun was shining on a tall building. Jooheon finished eating first because the news had taken away all his appetite, and the rest of the news was relatively good. The rope tied the protagonist's face. Yuya was successfully restoring the relics. The main relics were already ready to use. Various items were lying in a huge pile. These relics were safely stored, and most of them had not yet been restored. Jooheon sat. Yuya looked at him. It was much more efficient to sort the remaining relics and restore only the ones that are suitable for use. The protagonist sat in the lotus position by the pile of relics, sorting them. He imagined the fire from Hephaestus's forge and Pygmalion's tools, and many of the relics turned out to be useful. The brown-haired man looked at a marble statue of a woman. In Greek mythology, Pygmalion was a sculptor who created a statue of a girl and fell in love with his creation. The bearded man was hammering an anvil. Hephaestus was the Greek god of blacksmithing, who forged many incredible tools for the gods of Olympus. The fire was burning. Of course, this was not a relic of Hephaestus, but only a fire from his forge, so this relic was not divine. The protagonist carefully examined the objects in his hands and thought that Pygmalion was not a god, so his tools should not be divine either, but they could be useful to Yuja. The sun's rays fell on the tall multi-story buildings. During the few days it took to prepare, they also managed to find out about their next target. There were newspapers on the table. The protagonist was saying that all eyes were on a giant tomb in Central Asia, and every self-respecting excavation team had already arrived. Yuya crossed his arms, asking if they would be going too, and Jooheon confirmed that they would, adding that they had several reasons for doing so, handing him something. Yuya picked up a photo of several men. He said that some idiots were arguing at the entrance to the tomb, and then suddenly recognized Jooheon. The protagonist pointed at the photo with a smirk, telling Yuya to pay attention to the one standing next to Jooheon. There was a short boy with blonde hair who claimed to be Jooheon's son. The boy was smirking, putting his hands in his coat pocket, and the protagonist said that he seemed to be in possession of relics as well. Jooheon said that age doesn't matter, and Yuja remembered the jellyfish from Macau, his mouth hanging open in shock. Jooheon smiled and offered to meet that boy and show him what happens when you deceive adults. The protagonist crossed his arms with an evil grin and added that they would also take his relic. Red sparks were visible on the green plain in Kazakhstan. A beam of bright light stretched to the sky. Suh angrily gritted his teeth and said that they had a great opportunity to dig up the tomb without Jooheon's interference. A crowd of men stood in the clearing. Jooheon crossed his arms and Suh yelled that he was annoying him because he had been causing trouble ever since Jooheon had turned them down. Suh walked up to the bearded man and asked how they were doing, and he realized that they were from the TKVM. The bearded man spread his arms out and said that they had tried to reason with Jooheon, but it was no use because he was so stubborn. Suh frowned and clenched his jaw, saying that it was time to stop talking and force Jooheon to back down. The blonde boy touched his face and said that Jooheon was a very capable guy who had just become a king. Guinness grinned confidently and said that they needed to get rid of this Jooheon as soon as possible and clean up the tomb. The bearded man spread his arms out and said that he still couldn't calm down after the plague tomb. Someone in black shoes was walking on the green grass. Louis Martin put his hands on his waist and said that he had been spreading fake news all this time and that it should delay Jooheon, but he didn't know for how long. The girl with her hair tied up turned away, touched her face and said that Louis was right. The man standing next to him concluded that they needed to hurry up to minimize their losses. Suh said with a smirk that it was high time for them to try talking to Jooheon one last time, and if that didn't work, attack him. The blonde man with glasses turned around when he heard his name. He saw a crowd coming towards him and said that it would be useless even if they united. Jooheon said with a serious face that this tomb was too dangerous, and if they really wanted it, he could retreat, but on one condition. Suh clenched his fist in rage when Jooheon said that he should go in alone, without his employees and subordinates. Jooheon raised one finger and said that Suh wanted to clear the tomb by sending these poor guys to disarm the traps, and he couldn't just leave it like that. Suh furrowed his brows, shouting that no one was forcing them there, and Louis whispered that it was useless as expected. The brown-haired man smirked and whispered that they needed to surpass Jooheon's strength. Then Suh put his hands in his pockets and said that he would distract him. The men looked unfriendly, and Suh ordered them to attack at the right moment. Suh spread his arms out to the sides, offering a compromise. He asked if they could go there to die alone. The man smirked and suggested 5 trained fighters per team, when suddenly someone said hello loudly. Jooheon, with a confident look, asked if they were gathering there as beggars, making a mockery of themselves. He walked up to Yoon-soo with his hands in his pockets. Jooheon looked at the protagonist and asked if he should be bedridden, and Jooheon replied that he had gotten better a long time ago. The bespectacled man furrowed his brows in surprise when the protagonist praised his work. Jooheon smiled and put his hand on his chest, saying that Jooheon could go free, and the man yelled, asking since when was he his subordinate. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd. Yoon-soo asked if he rejected their offer. Jooheon furrowed his brows and yelled that Jooheon was talking nonsense. Yellow lightning appeared around him, and he asked the protagonist to tell them the truth because he did not give him orders, and these false accusations were just insulting. Jooheon furrowed his thin brows and said that he would not give Jooheon any slack just because they worked together before, and asked if the protagonist had lied to him back in the plague tomb. Jooheon smirked and told Jooheon to attack him if he was insulted because he hadn't seen his skills in a long time. The protagonist looked at the crowd with a smirk and asked if they were jealous of Jooheon being his exclusive lawyer. Jooheon gritted his teeth as people shouted that he was a hypocrite even though he pretended to be nice. The man glared at Jooheon and called out to him. He extended his hand forward. The protagonist widened his blue eyes and frowned. He jumped back, asking if Jooheon was angry. Jooheon fell to the ground, sliding on it. He picked up a piece of paper and said with a confident smirk that he hadn't lied anywhere, offering Jooheon to look at their contract. Jooheon frowned and shouted that the contract was unfair. The man with glasses ran after the protagonist while the people in the crowd didn't realize what was happening. Yoon-soo looked at the fighting men who were allies in shock. The protagonist stood at a distance from Jooheon. Yoon-soo said that they could get rid of Jooheon with this fight. Yoon-soo looked at Louis, suggesting to change the plan and help Jooheon, and Louis agreed. Yoon-soo raised his hand and ordered them to fight. Jooheon turned around when people came to him and said that they would help him. They smiled, shouting that they now realized that Jooheon was the culprit, and after such a story, they can't just stand by and watch. The protagonist stood in front of them, asking if they thought they could defeat him with numbers. The people came closer to Jooheon and shouted that they would definitely finish him off now. The protagonist smirked and called them stupid. In the cave, there were statues of people and animals. Jooheon, Solar, and Yuya walked through the cave, with rocks falling from the ceiling. The protagonist looked up, laughed, and assumed that the trap had been triggered by the noise. The Jooheon who had been fighting with the crowd was a fake created by Pygmalion's relic. The protagonist smirked and said that while they were busy outside, he would take the relic and then go see Louis. There was a statue of a man holding a spear at the entrance. Yuya walked past the statues, saying that this was a normal path, and Jooheon said that the master's room was right below them. The protagonist touched the floor and added that he thought it would be better for them to go straight ahead. There was an explosion, and Yuya jumped back, screaming loudly. Rocks fell. A huge hole was visible in the ground. Jooheon climbed down with the help of a rope. Solar and the protagonist were looking around a large room with many statues. Yuya was the last one to go down. Jooheon said that he could feel the energy of a relic here. The statue of a man in armor was holding a spear in his hand, and they came to the conclusion that these relics were different from the ones they had seen before, as if they were made with more love. The three of them walked closer to the statue, looking at it. The room was filled with different statues, and Jooheon came to the conclusion that they were on a large board for playing Jenga. The protagonist smirked and asked the relic if it was asking them to play a game, and it replied that Jooheon was a quick thinker. There were two identical statues, and the relic ordered the protagonist to take the position of a general. It wanted to know if he was smart enough to deserve it. Jooheon smirked and said that the relic was lucky and he would play with it. Yuya asked with a scared face if the protagonist was sure he could do it. The protagonist turned around and told the young man not to worry because he would think of something. There were statues of warriors in the room. The protagonist stood in the center of the grid. The statue began to smoke and emit a green light. The man's eyes began to shine, and the relic ordered Jooheon to go first. Yuya sweated and said that he was worried about the protagonist. He doubted that he even knew how to play Jenga, and even if he did, he would hardly be able to beat the relic. Jooheon crossed his arms and said that he wanted to discuss the rules of the game first. In the distance, there were figures of a horse and an elephant, and the protagonist guessed that they were Chinese Zyanki, judging by the arrangement. Jooheon said with a grin that they have Jenga in Korea, but the rules are completely different. Sparks flew past the statues, and the protagonist said that in Chinese Zyanki there is a river, but in the Korean version there is not, and therefore the Korean pawns can move forward and sideways from the very beginning of the game. There was a cannon on the floor. Jooheon said that the Chinese cannons move much more freely than the Korean ones, which can only jump over other pieces. The relic replied that this was not such a significant difference. The protagonist said that the Korean elephants are much more mobile and can cross enemy territory. The relic imagined an elephant that attacks warriors and shouted that this was already a significant difference. The protagonist raised his hand and said with a smile that for this reason it would be unfair to play by rules that only one side is familiar with. Jooheon thought with a smile that the relic fell for his trick. He remembered how he and Solo looked at the inscriptions on the trees and thought that he had learned about the relic from the hieroglyphs on the way to this hall, and it was the relic of the art of war. The scroll emitted a green light. Jooheon thought that the art of war was an ancient Chinese military treatise written by the strategist Sun Tzu, which was followed by many military commanders, and some passages from it were widely known among the people. The warriors fought. The protagonist remembered one of the quotes from the art of war: "If you know the enemy and know yourself, even if you fight 100 times, there will be no danger." The statues stood opposite each other. Jooheon thought that based on such a story, the relic's abilities must be incredible, and a game of Jangi with him was a surefire loser. The protagonist grinned and decided that in this case, it would be better not to play at all. There were Chinese characters on the white polygons. Jooheon thought that it was not that he was wrong, because the rules of the game of Jangi really differ from country to country. He imagined a map of the world and thought that the ancient Indian game of chaturanga became the ancestor of chess in the west and Jangi in the east, and during the transition, the appearance and rules of the game changed significantly. The man sweated, emitting a green light, and the protagonist thought that at first glance, Jangi and Xianqi seemed almost the same, but they were so different that it was impossible to play a game if everyone was guided only by their own rules. The man picked up a sword and said that this was sad, thinking about what to do. He furrowed his brows and suggested that they play by the protagonist's rules and asked him to explain them. Jooheon smiled and refused, saying that it was unfair. The relic replied that it was the very embodiment of strategy, so it did not care that he was not familiar with the rules. Yuya and Solar looked at the protagonist in fear, who refused again, and the relic screamed in anger. Jooheon smirked and thought that his goal was to avoid the game at all costs. The man's eyes were shining brightly. The protagonist did not know whether to start provoking him, and suggested that they hold another competition instead of Jangi. He crossed his arms and said with a smile that only in a real battle can he demonstrate his resourcefulness, because Jangi is a game of imagination after all. There were statues in the room. The relic asked if the protagonist was proposing the tomb test set by him and said it was rude, and Jooheon replied that it was only because the relic's test could not be fair. The protagonist suggested with a sly grin that the relic was incapable of fighting real battles, and all these words about strategy only applied to the games in Changi. The man remained silent with his brows furrowed, while Jooheon silently prayed that he would fall for this provocation. The protagonist smiled when the relic said that he would regret it. The warrior statue held a spear in its hand, and Jooheon thought that as expected. Proud relics are easy to provoke. The relic said that these statues are not just game pieces. The statues began to move, and the relic added that each of these warriors was the strongest war machine, and now the protagonist would face the might of this army. The elephants raised their heads, standing behind the warriors, and the relic told Jooheon not to blame it for his death because he brought it upon himself. The protagonist clenched his hands into fists, and Yuya put his hands on his head, shouting that there were too many enemies. Jooheon took out his sword and said with a smirk that it was better than Jangi. Yuya suddenly grabbed his chest and let out a loud sigh. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, and Yuya asked why it hurt so much. The blonde youth trembled with his hands on his chest. Jooheon assumed that his copy above was destroyed, and Yuya asked how he knew that. The blonde was making a marble statue of the protagonist, who said that if the fake made by Pygmalion's relic was destroyed, its creator would be overcome with extreme pain. Yuya cried, screaming that he was not warned about this, and Jooheon said with a smile that this was also a risk of sorts. Solar raised her hand and asked if the enemy would break in soon, and the protagonist said that it was possible. The girl widened her red eyes and offered to stop them, but Jooheon said that there were too many of them. He turned around and told Solar not to fight them, but to make noise and come back if anything went wrong. Yuya said that he would go too, and the protagonist looked at him, saying that he was unwell. The youth placed his hand on his chest and said that this was the reason he was going there, because he would not be able to fight them, and he was no use in this state. Jooheon walked closer to them and said that they just needed to buy time. There were elephants behind the line of soldiers, and the protagonist said that he would come to Sol and Yuyi once he had dealt with them. Jooheon smirked and told them not to worry because he had already fought the commanders. The roofs of buildings were sticking out of the ground. There were cracks in the ground and pieces of the statue that the copy of the protagonist had turned into. Jooheon was frozen in shock as the people screamed that they had been tricked. The man with glasses opened his mouth, thinking that even Jooheon's relic had not noticed this, and suggested that he needed to strengthen it if the fake was not that good. There was a head of a statue lying on the ground, and Jooheon thought that it was definitely Jooheon's work because his skills had improved a lot since he forged Nero's relic. The man furrowed his brows and thought he couldn't believe that Jooheon had become so good and assumed it was because of Jooheon's instructions. The two men looked at each other and decided that they would go into the tomb. Jooheon ran up to them and asked who gave them permission to do so, and the man with brown hair yelled that there was no point in doing so now. Jooheon furrowed his brows and began to sweat as the man yelled that Jooheon had gone through and there were no more traps because he was destroying tombs. People rushed to the entrance of the tomb, yelling that they had to catch the protagonist before he took the relic. A crowd of soldiers were walking through the cave. Jooheon Suh furrowed his brows and said that he thought they would definitely beat Jooheon this time. The man with the beard scowled and said that nothing would change. The statue of the protagonist smiled and gave the middle finger. The crowd stopped, looking at this with confusion. They assumed that Jooheon was laughing at them. The men closed their eyes and began to insult the protagonist. One of them extended his hand forward and said that they did not have time and they needed to catch up with him. They ran forward while Solar and Jooheon watched them. They smiled happily, happy that these fools ran to the room with traps. The girl looked at Jooheon and said with a smile that they needed to get there first. The blonde boy with a confident look said that he would teach them wisdom. Half an hour earlier, Jooheon, with a satisfied smile on his face, presented a sculpture of the protagonist with his middle finger extended. "What do you think?" he proudly asked Sola, after which he clarified whether it was an ideal target to distract those who would come. Folding his arms over his chest and proudly raising his head, Jooheon said that he made the sculpture in a hurry since they did not have much time, but it still turned out well. After thinking for a while, Sola, standing in front of the statue, asked what was wrong with the protagonist's face. Jooheon did not answer this. Instead, he turned his head and shouted, asking Gilda, who was pushing a huge stone, how she was doing. The relic reported that almost everything was ready. A few minutes later, everything was ready. The guys blocked the way with a boulder, and on the way to the room with traps, they placed the statue. Laughing ominously, Jooheon said with satisfaction that those who came would definitely fall for it. Suddenly, voices and fast stomping were heard approaching. Sola, hearing this, said that they were already coming here, so they needed to hide. Hearing the same thing, Jooheon got scared. A few minutes later, when the guys hid, they saw through a small crack that a huge crowd of people had come to the statue. Coming forward to the statue, the man, spreading his arms, asked discontentedly if this was really the statue of the main character. Everyone in the crowd began to swear angrily. Listening to this, Jooheon giggled quietly, covering his mouth. A few seconds later, the leader of this entire crowd shouted that they had to catch up with the main character. Immediately after this shout, everyone rushed along the road that led to the room with traps. As soon as everyone ran away, Sola and Jooheon ran out of hiding. Sola, running ahead, said that they needed to get there first. After a while, a huge crowd ran through the huge gates into a spacious room. Looking around and turning to everyone, the guy said that this was a very large room, but it seemed that there was no relic in it. Jooheon Suh, turning to everyone, shouted that there was nothing here, and then ordered everyone to move on. Yes, everyone in the crowd shouted loudly and synchronously. Suddenly, the huge gate slammed shut with a crash. Running to the door, the guy pointed at it and shouted that the door was closed. Those who managed to check further reported that the one in front was also closed. At that very second, everyone panicked. At that very second, everything began to shake. Jooheon Suh screamed in horror, asking what was even going on here. The floor began to crack, and small stones fell from the ceiling. Everything began to collapse, and after a few seconds, the entire floor finally broke, and the entire crowd fell into a huge hole with something very sticky and disgusting. The huge gate opened a little, and the silhouette of Jooheon appeared in the crack. With a happy and satisfied look, he shouted that this is what all these people needed. The guy stood at the edge of the pit, mocking those who fell into this trap. Laughing, he mockingly asked if they really thought this was an empty room, then explained that there were traps everywhere. Those in the crowd who managed to stand up were all covered in dirt. They approached the pit and, pointing their fingers at Jooheon, cursed loudly. Suddenly, an order was given for everyone who could to attack Jooheon with relics. Hearing this, the guys in the crowd grabbed their relics. "Oh, is this true?" Yuja asked mockingly. With a wide smile on his face, he picked up a jar that was half filled with an unknown liquid, then said that Jooheon just recently acquired new relics. Opening the jar, Yuja immediately threw it into the pit with all his might, shouting that he could also use these relics, and that was why he would turn this place into a stinking hell. Hitting the ground in the pit, the jar broke and all its contents spilled. Acrid smoke and smell filled the entire pit. Those who were below screamed. The stench of excrement and rot was incredibly strong. Laughing ominously, Yuja, putting his hands on his hips, screamed, explaining that this relic emits the smell that man hates the most. Wait, suddenly a loud scream was heard. Solo was surprised. Hearing this scream, Yuja turned around in surprise because he recognized the voice. It was Jooheon Miller. The guy was incredibly serious. Yuja, seeing Jooheon, said that he came early, adding that he could have come later. Walking towards the guys, Jooheon said that it was time to stop because Yuja had already gone too far. Yuja spread his arms in displeasure and asked if Jooheon was really on the side of that wild crowd. Hearing this, Miller, with a completely serious face, told Yuja not to talk nonsense because he was trying to leave that whole crowd. Something unnoticeable, the guy said under his breath. After a short pause, he asked if they were not on the same side now that Jooheon signed the contract, after which he added that he was now Jooheon's boss, so Jooheon should obey him. Hearing this, Miller became very angry and clenched his teeth in anger. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted that it was an unfair contract, and after a short pause, having calmed down a little, he added that in any case, if Yuja did not stop, he would be forced to attack him. Hearing this, Yuja tensed up, asking why Jooheon was so angry. Sola, with a drop of sweat on her face, turned to her comrade in agitation and shouted that it was all because he was provoking Jooheon. Then Yuja turned to the girl and asked if she really wanted him to let this whole crowd go, as Miller demanded. At that very moment, Jooheon, who was already enveloped in yellow lightning from anger, interrupted the conversation between the two friends. With hatred in his eyes, he told Yuja that he would give her time to choose a weapon. Hearing this, the guy smiled contentedly and said that he just wanted to try one relic, after which he added that he had already used it. Without moving from his place, Jooheon asked in surprise if Yuja was really not going to choose a weapon. At that very moment, he felt that something was wrong. At that very moment, everything swam before his eyes. Clutching his head, Jooheon screamed, asking what it was, when suddenly he heard loud screams and sword blows. Removing his hand from his face, he saw that a real battle was taking place around him. Many warriors were fighting to the death. Standing in the center of the battle, Jooheon, with a drop of sweat on his face, screamed, asking if this was all a hallucination. Immediately after, he put 2 fingers to his temple. His eyes lit up with a bright yellow fire, and lightning shot out from his fingers. Jooheon immediately said that it was all useless because if he used Zhuge relic. But before he could finish speaking, a strong pain struck his head. Looking around, he saw that he still had not left the battlefield. People were dying around him. "What the hell?" he screamed, looking around. Covered in yellow lightning, he screamed in horror, asking if his relic was broken. Suddenly, everything around him became silent, and Jooheon found himself in pitch darkness. His power immediately evaporated, and he himself did not understand anything. Suddenly, a loud laugh was heard from Yuja, who shouted that the hallucination worked. In front of Jooheon, who did not react to anything, Yuja stood with a wide smile on his face, asking how Jooheon felt about being fooled. Sola immediately asked in surprise what kind of relic her friend used. Yuja took a small package from his pocket, saying that it was a labyrinth of hallucinations, explaining that he had prepared this relic in case those excavators bypassed their trap. Unrolling the scroll, on which many warriors were drawn, Yuja explained that the type of hallucination changes depending on what picture you draw. After that, Sola turned to Jooheon, who was standing still, and said that if this was a hallucination, then it should quickly dissipate. Hearing this, Yuja was a little confused. Jooheon didn't react to anything, because he was still in a hallucination and his body was shaking. Sola looked at him and said that Jooheon was using Zhuge relic, and it was very powerful. At that moment, Yuja, raising his fist, with a wide smile on his face, said that it was okay, because they still had enough time to get out. "Yes, let's go," Sola answered. Master suddenly came from the side. Hearing this, Yuja looked to the side in surprise. It was Jooheon, who fell to the ground and, curled up, screamed loudly. Shaking and pressing himself to the ground, he screamed that he could not protect the master. Sola and Yuja looked at the guy in surprise and shock. Jumping away from the guy in horror, Yuja asked what was wrong with Jooheon. Did the vision really work too well? Jooheon continued to scream loudly and call for the master. Suddenly, putting his hand to his chin, Jooheon thoughtfully asked if it was because of Zhuliang's relic, and then said that everything in the tomb was Chinese, so he painted the labyrinth in the same style. Jooheon hit his head and pulled his hair non-stop. Jooheon, looking at this, explained that based on what he remembered from the manhwas about the Three Kingdoms era, Zhuliang was weak to the Three Kingdoms, and especially to Liu Bei. After saying this, he smiled contentedly, looking at Solu, and said that perhaps this caused such an effect. Sola immediately replied that it was probably so, and then added that they said Zhuliang was very loyal. Yes, Jooheon cried out, asking afterward, "Isn't that wonderful?" Suddenly, Jooheon grabbed Jooheon's leg tightly. Jooheon got up from the ground, shouting in rage, asking what the guy had done. Jooheon, frightened, shouted, asking if he had really woken up. Jooheon was furious. There was rage and hatred in his eyes. Jooheon, confused, said that it seemed that Zhuliang's relic was very good, and then said that he had found a weakness in this relic. Suddenly, he laughed hysterically and, pointing his finger at Jooheon, asked if he didn't like Liu Bei, and then asked how he felt about the Three Kingdoms. After that, he laughed even harder and said that this is how they found out who is the boss and who is the subordinate. Hearing this, Jooheon shouted, asking not to tell the protagonist about this. Sola looked at this in complete confusion and did not know what to say. After a while, some managed to get out of the hole. Covered in dirt, Jooheon, shaking his hair, said that this was humiliation. At that moment, water poured down from above. Guinness, holding his hand outstretched, said that he would now wash everyone with a water relic. At that moment, Louis pointed his finger into the distance and said that Jooheon and Sola were busy with Miller, so they did not even notice that they got out. In the distance, right at the gate, three were standing and talking among themselves. Louis said that this was their chance to escape. Jooheon immediately turned to Guinness and said that they had lost a lot of people. With an upset look, Guinness replied that nothing could be done about it because the strongest survives. Immediately after that, everyone who managed to get out moved further down the narrow corridor. Guinness said that now they knew that there were still traps here, so they needed to be more careful. Jooheon, who was one of the first, asked how the protagonist had gotten around all of this. Suddenly, the protagonist's voice was heard from the side, mockingly asking if they were really talking about him now. Hearing this, Jooheon immediately tensed up. The protagonist came out of a small dark corridor, who was enveloped in incredible magical energy. There was a satisfied smile on his face, and his eyes were burning with a bright blue fire. Looking at everyone who got out, he told them to stop running already. Coming completely out of the shadows, the protagonist greeted everyone, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After that, he looked at Jooheon and Guinness and said that they seemed to be pretty battered, after which he asked what they were going to do next. Were they really wasting time again? Hearing this, Jooheon shouted in anger what was the protagonist talking about. Smiling maliciously and taking out a small bag from his pocket, the protagonist said that he had already cleared the tomb, took the relic, and was returning. The tomb was closing, he said after a short pause. Hearing this, Jooheon shouted, saying that Jooheon was lying. Advancing, he shouted that the protagonist was just trying to fool them, adding that the protagonist's team was where they came from, which meant that Jooheon could not have cleared such a large tomb by himself. The protagonist laughed at this. In the room he came out of, there were many broken statues that had attacked him just recently. The protagonist said that this was not a problem for him, because he had always calmly cleared tombs alone, after which he added that if they did not believe him, then he could even show the treasury. The protagonist folded his arms and kept a mischievous smile on his face as he asked if anyone wanted to see the treasure. Jooheon was very angry about this. Suddenly, Louis stood in front of Jooheon and asked him with a smile on his face why not, then added that in any case, they could just take the relic from the protagonist. Seeing the boy, the protagonist looked at him with disdain and asked if this was the same boy who pretended to be his son. There was hatred and disrespect for Louis in his eyes. Looking at him, he said that he would regret daring to deceive adults, but not before. Putting his hands in his pockets, Jooheon ordered Louis to explain why he chose him. Then the boy could not help but shout that it was because of Jooheon that his guardian disappeared. Jooheon immediately looked at the protagonist and asked if he was really killing people now. Hearing this, Jooheon thoughtfully raised his head up and said that he did not remember ever doing such a thing. Then suddenly he looked at Louis and with a crazy smile on his face said that he had never harmed civilians, after which he added that the same could not be said about those who dared to go against him. Louis was shaking from this, gritting his teeth. The protagonist continued to say that they were fighting for tombs where laws did not apply, so the boy's guardian knew exactly what he was getting into. Suddenly, the guy could not stand it, and putting his fists out, he shouted loudly, ordering the protagonist to stop making excuses because it was Jooheon who killed General Kira. Hearing this, the protagonist was very surprised. The smile disappeared from his face. Was he really related to Kira? He wondered to himself. After that, he remembered Vivian saying to himself that there were many talented children working for Kira who used relics. Is Louis one of those kids? The protagonist thoughtfully asked himself. The boy's eyes showed anger and hatred. Gritting his teeth, he said that he would never forgive Jooheon. At that moment, a relic similar to a microphone appeared in his hand, and an incredible force filled the entire room. Jooheon Suh, who was standing nearby, stepped back and shouted that this was not part of their plan. Louis immediately apologized, saying that Jooheon Suh was now his soldier. At that moment, Jooheon Suh was enveloped in purple magical energy. The next moment, everyone in the room screamed, after which they were enveloped in strong magical energy. A message appeared in front of the protagonist that people were being incited. The next message said that the provoked people saw the protagonist as an enemy, and their minds were filled with rage. A huge crowd with eyes burning with purple flames looked at Jooheon. Louis, without thinking twice, pointed his finger at the protagonist and shouted for all his soldiers to attack. At that very moment, people rushed at the protagonist with screams. Jumping back, the protagonist mockingly said that everyone who had given in to a child so quickly was pathetic. When suddenly he saw a relic in the boy's hand. He immediately realized that it was Goebel's relic. He immediately asked himself where Louis got such a relic from, since he had destroyed it with his own hands. When suddenly the protagonist noticed a message that appeared in front of him. The Raven reported that this relic was an ordinary fake created by the power of imagination. The next message said that, however, the relic had absolutely the same abilities as the original. A fake, the protagonist asked himself in surprise. From incredible strength, the protagonist clenched his teeth, and a drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. He asked himself if this was really a fake with the abilities of the original, when suddenly it dawned on him. In his head, he immediately said that only one relic could create such fakes. After saying this, he went down in his memories. He remembered an old man with a very long gray beard. He continued to say that this was a relic of the most brilliant creator, one of the three giants of the Renaissance, Leonardo da Vinci. After that, he remembered Jooheon, whose eyes were burning with a bright yellow fire. In his head, he said that in the past, Jooheon had this relic and it was because of it that the guy became the king of fraud. Imagining Leonardo da Vinci drawing, the main character said that Da Vinci had a scientific approach to paintings, adding that the artist's masterpieces reflected extreme observation, perfect technique, and anatomical knowledge. After saying this, he introduced many created items and said that perhaps this is why the relic of Leonardo da Vinci shows incredible abilities in copying other relics. After which he added that this relic can make fakes without the original, using only the power of the owner's imagination. Introducing Jooheon, who was standing in a beautiful suit, he said that Jooheon once pulled off many machinations using the relic of Leonardo da Vinci. After which he added that when Jooheon joined them, he used his abilities for the benefit of the team. After that, he left his memories, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Looking at Louis, he said to himself that he did not think that he would meet the relic of Leonardo da Vinci so soon, after which he added that he would definitely take the relic and strengthen Jooheon. Immediately after these thoughts, he forcefully hit the floor and a strong shockwave was heard from it. He immediately shouted for everyone to disperse because he had business with Louis. "Don't mess with me," the boy shouted in rage, straining himself. Red lightning covered his body. The protagonist stopped. The space around him began to change. Louis shouted that he could handle it without soldiers because he had relics. A notification appeared in front of the protagonist, informing him that an enemy workshop was being summoned. The surroundings quickly changed, turning into a workshop. Paintings and photographs appeared on the walls everywhere, as well as statues and busts. Everyone's eyes were glowing with a bright yellow fire. As soon as the workshop completely appeared, those who were painted or depicted began to crawl out of the paintings and portraits. The statues moved from their place, heading towards the protagonist. Looking at all this, the protagonist said in surprise that Louis has good abilities, adding that the boy controls the servants and changes the zone. After that, he looked at Louis, who had a satisfied smile on his face, and added that for a child, Louis has an incredibly strong dominance, and the boy also clearly has artistic skills, after which he added that Louis seems to be a man of many talents. After these words, the protagonist smiled madly, and at that very second, an incredibly strong magical energy enveloped him. Looking at the boy, Jooheon said that it was a pity that they were on different sides. Immediately after these words, a hellish flame flared up, rising all the way to the top. A few seconds later, the light of the Hephaestus Forge rose above the protagonist. It was a huge lava monster, which was full of hatred and rage towards everything. The protagonist, as soon as the monster appeared, told him to turn everything into ashes. Wait, Louis screamed in horror, seeing the huge monster. The protagonist immediately asked what was wrong, because he was just using his relics, just like Louis. Drops of cold sweat ran down the boy's face. He was very scared, and then screamed, asking if he was really going to blow up the entire tomb, after which he screamed that Jooheon's friends were here. Upon hearing this, the protagonist smiled maliciously and said that he believed in his friends and knew that they would be able to escape. Immediately after this, the light of the Hephaestus Forge screamed loudly, filling everything with fire. The fire immediately enveloped all of Louis's soldiers. No one could escape. The fire caught up with everyone, then destroyed them. At this time, in front of the gate, everything began to shake, and stones began to fall from the sky. What was that noise? Looking around, Jooheon asked in surprise. Immediately after these words, a huge stream of fire burst out of the gate. It rushed straight at Jooheon Suh. Looking at this, Jooheon realized that the flames would not reach them, after which he covered his eyes with his hand, saying that even here he was hot. A few seconds later, the flames died down, leaving behind only ash and black smoke. Suh immediately turned to her friend and said that something seemed to have happened. Jooheon turned to the girl and said that they needed to go there, but only after the fire died down completely. At this time, the main character in the room, enveloped in fire, stood in the very center. With a satisfied smile on his face, he turned to the fire monster and said that it was an incredibly powerful relic, after which he asked that if Hephaestus had such a flame, then what would Hephaestus' personal relic be? When suddenly he noticed Louis, who was trying to run away on tiptoe. Well, that's it, the protagonist said right away. Throwing the rope relic, the protagonist ordered it to tie up the boy. The rope tied Louis without thinking twice. Approaching the boy lying on the ground, the protagonist said that if he was going to leave, he should leave the relic here. What relic did the boy shout? The relic of Da Vinci, Jooheon immediately answered. Hearing this, Louis, trying to get out of the rope, asked where the protagonist learned about such a powerful relic. Jooheon, with a sarcastic smile on his face, said that Louis uses fakes created by the relic of Da Vinci. Yes, Louis shouted, adding that he did not have the relic itself, after which he said that it was not his. Blue flames burned in the eyes of the protagonist. Looking at the boy, he said to himself that he did not really feel the aura of the relic. At this time, Jooheon ran up to them with the others. What's going on? Jooheon asked as he ran, adding that they heard an explosion. Seeing the guys, the protagonist turned to them and said that he was just in time, especially Jooheon. Miller was very tense, because Jooheon was standing behind him, teasing him. The protagonist said that in order to make sure, he borrowed the power of Zhu Liang's relic, after which he added that, as he thought, the Da Vinci relic was not here. However, this is not so important, he said after a short pause. After that, they stood in front of Louis, who twitched, shouting that he said so. He was very unhappy that they did not let him go. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if the protagonist understood the value of the Da Vinci relic, and then said that he only used the relic with permission. Hearing this, the protagonist put his hand on his hip and asked with permission. At that moment, a crazy smile appeared on his face. With shining eyes, he asked from whom Louis got permission. The protagonist stood with his hands on his hips, asking from whom the tied-up guy got permission. Jooheon frowned and smiled, telling him to speak, but the boy couldn't say anything. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking if he was putting too much pressure on the kid. The boy smiled, saying that it was very sweet to worry about it, but this kid owned the relics. Louis frowned, saying that he couldn't tell them about it, because then he would get into trouble. The protagonist noted with displeasure that he would be in trouble if the boy did not do this, ordering the rope to shake him. The relic ordered the boy to answer, because the owner asked a question, it shook him in different directions. The rope shouted for the child to answer. Louis, with stars in his eyes, agreed to tell, saying that the relic was in America. Jooheon grinned, noticing that America was too big, asking him to be more precise and ordering the rope to shake him again. Jooheon frowned, turning to the boy. Louis shouted that the hero would not get there anyway, saying that the relics were in the Pentagon. The rope reported that the boy said that the relic was in the Pentagon. Jooheon arched his eyebrows, repeating the words in surprise. He imagined a pentagon-shaped building, saying that this was the headquarters of the U.S. Department of Defense, asking if the government itself really disposed of this relic. Jooheon smiled and put his hand to his chin, saying that this Da Vinci relic is worth it. The boy frowned, saying that if they try not to decorate it, they will make enemies in the US government. Louis hung his head tiredly, saying that they should give up and let him go. The rope asked the owner if he should let him go. The protagonist said that they should not do that, because they will still need the boy. He frowned, not understanding why the boy said that. Julian frowned, asking if he really wants to kidnap a child. Jooheon looked at him, asking if he can't do that. The boy looked at the bodies of the people to the side, saying that he has already set all the excavators on fire, asking to at least leave the baby alone. The main neuro frowned, saying that it does not matter that he is a child, because he is using relics. Julian gritted his teeth in displeasure. He adjusted his glasses, asking if he really needed to explain what was wrong, since if the hero didn't stop, he would be forced to stop him. Jooheon put his hands in front of him, saying that he would recognize old Miller, asking if it was really necessary, suggesting that they settle this by talking. Julian frowned, lightning flashed brightly around him. He refused in annoyance. The boy noted that this was expected. Jooheon frowned, telling his subordinate to stop, otherwise he would tell everyone about his weakness, even the media. Lightning flashed around Julian, asking if the boy watched to do this. After he was burned by the relic of Inda, Jooheon raised his eyebrows and hid behind the protagonist, calling him a psycho. Jooheon smiled, saying that he was not going to just stand by. He ordered the creature that appeared above him to attack. The relic waved its hand to attack. Julian's eyes widened. He put his hands in front of him. Bright yellow lightning emanated from them. The lightning countered the bright fire. Louis narrowed his eyes, watching it. A bright explosion lifted up the debris of the floor. The rope loosened its grip and rushed to the owner, asking if it needed help. The boy opened his eyes in surprise. Louis frowned. Jooheon frowned, saying that at this rate they will destroy the tomb and the hero will not even win because Julian has a divine relic. The boy smiled, saying that he was just testing him and of course he will use other relics later. Julian frowned and put his hands forward, asking where the hero got such a relic. The boy pursed his lips in displeasure. Jooheon smiled, asking why he did not attack. The rope hit the boy on the head, telling him not to touch the owner, to which the protagonist noted that he did not give such an order to the relic. The rope split into two ropes. The heroes froze, watching this. The relic began to attack Julian. The boy frowned, asking the rope where the hostage went. The rope bent, saying that the hostage was tied up. The hero shouted that the rope tied the wrong one. Its ropes wrapped around the stone. The boy frowned, saying that this boy switched himself and escaped. The rope bent, asking for forgiveness for the mistake. Julian gritted his teeth as he listened to the guy's words about the rope not being to blame. It was all Miller. Jooheon held his hand out in front of him, saying that it was because of him that they lost the boy. The guy asked him to say thank you for stopping the protagonist, because he was one step away from breaking the law and becoming a kidnapper. The protagonist frowned, thinking that maybe he should return his memory, although this would only make the guy worse. The guy turned around, saying that there was nothing to talk about with him, asking him to follow him because there was nothing else to do. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking if he was sure, because the US government was no joke. That boy could very well take revenge. Jooheon smiled, holding a piece of clothing in his hand, saying that he was going to find him with the map of Zheng. The guy screamed, asking when the protagonist managed to tear the cloth off him. The buildings were lit by bright sunlight. The hero was saying that the raid on the Art of War tomb was relatively successful. They took the relic from there and got information about the Da Vinci relic. The chips with hieroglyphs were cracked. The hero said that the Art of War relic was quite useful. It was able to cast 36 different buffs during the battle. Jooheon was painting the chips. The relic was a little worn out. The hero was suppressing it, but it could be easily restored. Jooheon stood in front of the table, folding his arms across his chest and thinking that while they were preparing for a new case, he still needed to sort out something, find and collect information about Louis. The protagonist covered his face with his hand, thinking that he knew that the Da Vinci relic was in the Pentagon, but he couldn't just break in there. He needed more information that could help them. Sola came closer, addressing the boss. He turned around asking if she had found anything. The girl said there was nothing about it. She furrowed her brows, saying it was unknown who his parents were, why he was working for an American general as a Frenchman. So many questions and no answers. Solar held up her hand, saying the boy was connected to the TCVM as well as the American government. The hero looked at her, nodding his head. He smiled widely, saying that was another reason to capture the boy. The girl smiled, saying that he was appointed king by Pandora. His name was the King of Shenanigans. The hero introduced a smiling Louis. Jooheon was working hard, not taking his eyes off the relic. The hero realized that was the boy's former name. Jooheon frowned, saying he didn't like it at all. The protagonist smiled and furrowed his brows, saying that everything was clear now. They needed to stop the boy. He raised his eyebrows, saying that he would certainly be of great use to them in their search for Da Vinci's relic. The girl agreed with him. The guy leaned his hands on the table, saying that he had found it. He would say more precisely when they left. The light fell on his face. The girl asked if they were leaving now, to which the hero replied that it was too early. A flash shone brightly on the volumetric map. Solar asked if he was cunning. The hero noted that they should be prepared for this. He raised his eyebrows, saying that for now she needed to gather more information about him, and he would make a backup plan. The girl's eyes widened. Jooheon smiled, saying that they needed a plan in case they did not catch Louis. A tall building with large windows reflected the clear sky. The phone vibrated, informing that the protagonist was calling. The man did not understand why the guy was calling him, intending to ignore him. George exhaled heavily and picked up the phone. A question was heard on the other end of the line, asking why he couldn't answer faster. The man sat in a chair, saying that it was too much of an honor for someone who was going to burden him with work. The protagonist happily noted that they understood each other perfectly. George frowned, asking what the protagonist needed again. The guy smiled, asking if there were restrictions for minors in Pandora's laws on the ownership of relics. The man frowned, answering that there were none. The guy asked if there should be. Jooheon held a mug in his hand, saying that children should not play with dangerous things like relics. George was surprised that the guy said something smart for the first time. The main neuro smiled, his eyes shining, asking him to stop whining and promote the law because it would be useful. The man with glasses reported on the news that Pandora had announced changes to the law on the ownership of relics. In particular, minors are no longer allowed to own relics. People on the street raised their heads to watch the program on the big screen on the building, listening to the words that all children under 12 years old are required to hand over the relics to their adult guardian. If a minor wants to use the relic, he must first get permission. In case of unforeseen circumstances, all responsibility falls on. Loud laughter interrupted the man's words. Bright rays of sunlight fell on the buildings. The main character stood in front of the TV screen, saying that George is not wasting time. Yuja, who was standing next to him, asked if he really had a hand in this, to which the main character replied, "Of course." Jooheon smiled, saying that it was done to stop Louis. The young man raised his eyebrows, asking if he himself was not going to catch him. The boy furrowed his brows and smiled, saying that if they clipped his wings, it would make things a lot easier and would help a lot even if they lost the boy. Yuja raised his eyebrows, asking how that would help. The boy asked if he remembered the rumors Louis had spread about him. The boy screamed and covered his mouth with his hand, asking if he was really going to. The protagonist smiled, interrupting him and saying that was exactly what he was going to do. Jooheon smiled scarily, saying that if he became his guardian, the boy would give him his relics. Yuja widened his eyes, saying that he was a real devil. The boy held out his hand, saying that the boy started it. The protagonist said that he had already asked Edward for a DNA test. Yuja pressed his palms to his cheeks and screamed. Jooheon smiled, asking why he was so surprised, since they would fake the results. The boy asked if he really thought that was necessary. Yuja furrowed his brows, saying that the whole world would believe that Louis was his son, asking if that was not what he wanted to avoid. The boy raised his brows, saying that the Da Vinci relic was worth it, and the rest could be dealt with after achieving the goal. He pointed his finger at the boy, saying that it would be best to kidnap a child, telling him to work hard if he did not want to babysit his nephew. Yuja raised his brows and cried out, not understanding which nephew he was talking about, asking the boy not to say that, since it was stupid. A dark sky descended on the city. Louis frowned, asking why Pandora made such conditions. Guinness folded his arms across his chest, saying that with parental permission it was okay to use the relics, telling him to just ask. The boy looked at him, saying that he didn't have parents. Louis gritted his teeth, saying that it would be good if General Kira was still alive. Jooheon smiled, thinking that this was a good opportunity to entice him. The chairman would like it. The boy put his hand forward, saying that the boy just needed an adult guardian, asking if they should do it, since if he wanted, the boy could connect him with Chairman Tijen. Louis raised his eyebrows and widened his eyes, asking if that was true. Jooheon put his hands forward, saying that the chairman had his eye on him for a long time, so he would be happy to help. The boy smiled and raised his eyebrows, saying that these rules could be good for him, since with the guardian's permission, he would not be responsible for using the relics. The boy smiled and pressed his hand to his chest, asking for a favor. Jooheon said that he would go to the man right away. Louis smiled, thinking that the TKVM were big shots in excavation matters. They would help him a lot. A few days passed. The sun's rays reflected off the windows of the buildings. The phone rang, indicating that Edward was calling. The protagonist picked up the phone. The man on the other end of the line asked if he could talk. The boy frowned, asking if he really thought the protagonist had just answered like that. He asked how the results were going. Edward said that he was just about to send them, but he wanted to check something first. Jooheon closed the laptop, asking what he was talking about. The man looked at the documents in his hands, asking if he had mixed up the hairs he sent for DNA testing. The protagonist said no, asking what was the matter. Edward raised his eyebrows, saying that the results were strange. The man approached the two boys with a folder, saying that they would of course fake the report anyway, but they still needed to do a real paternity test, and it was positive. The protagonist's eyes widened. His loud question could be heard in the room, asking what the man was talking about. Sola appeared in the doorway. The protagonist asked if they had done the test correctly, and Yuja appeared above the girl. Jooheon stood with his other hand in his pocket. The man said that was the case because they had done a full test, but the result was very strange, so he asked if the guy had sent two identical samples. He imagined a DNA strand in its brightly highlighted sections. Edward raised his eyebrows, saying that the DNA was too similar, but if everything was correct, then the DNA was so similar that they were either twins or clones. The protagonist widened his eyes and opened his mouth, not understanding how this was possible. Sola raised her eyebrows, asking what happened. The guy said that they were on time, asking to listen with him. The guy held out his phone, saying that he definitely did not mix anything up. These were different samples. The boy's hair was left on the rope, and the second sample actually belonged to Yui. The young man frowned and cried out loudly. He asked why the boss sent his hair. The hero remembered how he pulled out a few hairs on his head while he was sleeping at his workplace, but he still did not wake up. The guy, looking at him, said that he thought it did not matter because they were going to fake the results anyway. The boy gritted his teeth in displeasure. Edward's voice came from the phone in the boy's hand. He greeted the hero, saying that the results matched. Yuja raised his eyebrows in surprise. The man said that this meant that the test confirmed that the boy was Louis's father. Yuja looked around in surprise. He imagined that a boy was standing next to him, holding his hand. The boy grabbed his head with both hands, asking how this was even possible. Edward said that the machine said so. Yuja frowned, asking if they were joking, because he did not understand why they would even conduct a paternity test if they were going to fake it anyway. The man said that they needed to first get the results in order to fake them, and they turned out to be positive. Yuya fell to his knees and grabbed his head, screaming that it was unfair. He grabbed the protagonist's hand, asking if his boss understood. Because it couldn't be, the guy suggested that maybe he didn't know something. The protagonist shouted in displeasure that he did the same. Jooheon smiled, saying that he could have a funny past that they didn't know about. The young man shouted that he was dumped after a month of dating when he was 20, and that was all he had ever experienced. The guy imagined a smiling Yuya surrounded by two girls. The protagonist tearfully asked the guy to stop teasing him. A voice came from the phone in the protagonist's hands, saying that the results were strange, too much of a coincidence for both the parent and the child. Edward asked if he had a twin brother or a clone. Yuja frowned and screamed. Did he really look like a soap opera hero, asking how he could have a twin brother 20 years younger. Sola raised her eyebrows, saying that he was right about that. The guy smiled. Yuja was kneeling, leaning his hands on the floor. The heroes asked why they got such results and if it could be a mistake. The girl raised her eyebrows, listening to Edward's words that they conducted the test several times, and the result is always the same. At first they also thought that they were wrong. Sola asked why then it happened. The boy was sitting on the floor, sadly lowering his head. The main character smiled, saying that perhaps Louis is not quite human. Yuja jumped up from his seat, saying that it is, because something is wrong here. Sola suggested that he is a relic in the form of a human. The main neuro introduced a boy in a dark coat, saying that high-class relics can easily change their appearance. He remembered Nero, who folded his arms over his chest. The boy looked at Yuja, saying that the next time they met that boy, they should monitor his aura. The boy gritted his teeth in displeasure. The hero froze in place, frowning. The protagonist asked Edward to send the test results. Yuja came closer, asking what he was going to do with them, to which the boy replied that he wanted to use them for good. The protagonist smiled, saying that they did not even need to be fake to call the boy the father of the child. Yuja screamed, asking if he was really going to dump the boy on him. The boy grabbed the boss's hand, asking what wrong he did. The boy asked him to relax, because this was just a backup plan. Sola raised her eyebrows, watching the whining boy. Jooheon smiled, saying that if they kidnapped him, it wouldn't be useful, but otherwise, they would prove the fact that Yuya was his father. The boy cried out in displeasure, not understanding why he was calling it a fact. A black car was driving along the road. The protagonist was sitting behind the wheel of the car, telling everyone to get ready because they would soon be at Louis'. Solar raised an eyebrow. Hearing the question if the coordinates were correct, she answered, yes. Yuya gritted his teeth, saying that they needed to capture him, otherwise he would have to become a father to a child he didn't even know. The car stopped. The protagonist told them to stop mumbling because they had arrived. The boy pointed to a building on the right side of them, saying that Louis should be here. Solar raised an eyebrow, asking the boss to look in the direction indicated. They saw a boy walking with Jooheon. He asked where they were going, to which the girl asked if the man nearby was from TKVM. The guy confirmed her words, asking what they were planning. He told them to keep an eye on them because they couldn't miss them. The heroes approached the car. Jooheon looked at them through the windshield of the car and, noticing them getting into the car, said that they should go after them. The guy raised his eyebrows, asking if Solar could discreetly send Gildal to their car. The girl widened her eyes, saying that it could work. The car in front moved. The guy said that he would give her a bug to ask Gildal to install it because they needed to find out what they were planning. The girl said that she would pass it on. Yuja looked at the red traffic light, saying that this was their chance. Solar frowned and turned to the relic outside the window, saying that she was counting on it. Gildal moved closer to the car. Flames appeared above Louis' head. The boy sat with his hands folded in his lap, asking how long they had to go. The flame was next to the seat. Solar smiled, saying that the relic had done its job. Jooheon put his hand on the steering wheel, saying that they needed to listen now. The boy pressed the button on the phone screen, and they immediately heard the man's words about not far away. The boy replied that he understood. Yuya moved closer, leaning on the girl's front seat. The protagonist frowned, listening to Youngsi's words that if the boy wanted, they could have lunch together later. There were many good restaurants near the company office. He asked what Louis liked. He could ask for whatever he wanted. The chairman would buy everything. Looking at the phone screen, the guy asked if they were really going to the TKVM headquarters. Yuya raised his eyebrows, saying that if so, then they were going straight to the enemy's lair. Asking if maybe they shouldn't do this, the protagonist raised his hand to his face, asking to continue listening. The cars were stuck in a small traffic jam at the traffic lights. The boy thanked the man, to which he replied that it was just a small thing. The chairman would become his guardian, so Louis could ask for whatever he wanted. Jooheon's eyes widened. The boy cried out in surprise, asking if the chairman would really become the boy's guardian. The protagonist smiled widely, saying that it must be because of Pandora's new law. Louis was clearly annoyed that he didn't have parents. The guy introduced the boy and the chairman standing behind him. The protagonist grinned, saying that the TKVM offered him guardianship because the chairman would not miss such a great opportunity. He would only be happy to take control of this child and use him. Louis smiled, sitting in the passenger seat. Youngsi raised his eyebrows, looking at him. Yuja raised his eyebrows, asking if this was the same as his backup plan. The guy smiled, saying that his plan didn't involve guardians. He wanted to reunite the family, and it just so happened that the baby's father was sitting behind him. There were other cars parked next to the car. The boy asked with displeasure why the protagonist thought he was the baby's father. Jooheon replied that it was true, but in any case, there was nothing surprising. The only problem was that everything was happening too fast. It seemed like they would sign the contract today, and if they didn't stop them, there would be trouble. Yuja grabbed the seat in front of him, asking what they should do. The protagonist smiled, saying that they should work on the main plan. The boy noted with displeasure that this is exactly what they would do. The tall TKVM building appeared in front of the protagonists. Louis led Youngsi inside. The guard stood at the door outside. He closed his eyes. The rope quietly moved closer. The relic hit the man on the back of the head. He lay unconscious, his back against the wall. Jooheon noted that the security here was terrible, but he had to act quickly. Solar stood in front of him, saying that she would send Gildal to check the cameras. The man held out the document. The chairman smiled, saying that it was a contract. If the boy signed it, he would become his guardian and he would be able to use the relics freely. In addition, he would guarantee the boy's full support. Louis smiled, thanking the man. Jake smiled, saying that in return, he asked to be allowed to use the Da Vinci relic from time to time, to which the boy agreed without any problems. Louis clenched his fists in joy and smiled, saying that if he asked nicely, the Pentagon would allow him, noting that not many people could use it, but he thought the man could. The chairman looked at the boy, saying that he had found an incredible child, for which he would receive a reward. Youngsi smiled, thanking him. Louis asked if this was the place to sign, to which the man replied yes. Suddenly, the lights in the room went out. Youngsi frowned, asking what was going on. The boy's eyes widened, noticing that the lights had gone out. Flames appeared from the vents. Jake jumped up and covered his nose, asking if it was poison gas. The man frowned, shouting that they were under attack. Louis covered his mouth with his hands and closed his eyes. He looked around, saying that he could not see anything. The relic of the girl appeared behind him. In the room with the smoke, he heard the boy screaming, telling them to let him go. The man looked away, realizing that the people had come for the boy. From down the long hallway, his order was heard to find the child. The fire alarm went off, illuminating the room with a red light. The men in vests frowned, ordering them to lock all the doors and take positions. Louis opened his eyes slightly. He heard screams for him to be found. He screamed, seeing that he was being held by a ghost. Jooheon ran next to him and smiled, asking how he was doing and saying that he could have waited, asking if he really wanted this man to be his guardian. Louis opened his mouth in surprise. The head neuro frowned, saying that he could stop worrying about the relics. The boy opened his mouth wide, telling them to stop. People ran up to the boy and girl, telling them to stay put. The hero froze, saying that they found them too quickly. Jooheon Suh frowned, saying that the chairman ordered them to use the detection relic, so it really was them. Jooheon smiled, saying that he didn't think Taejun could use his brain, to which the boy remarked that the hero had more problems. JK gritted his teeth, saying that he was standing on a minefield. If he dared to take even one step, he would tear him to shreds. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying that they would see about it. The man smiled, telling them to give up, since this was their last chance, since the kid had already signed the contract. JK showed him the document, saying that he was now the guardian, telling the guy to return the boy. The protagonist frowned, thinking that they were late, but not all was lost. Standing in front of the heroes, the man said that if he did not let him go, he would call Pandora and the police, since this was his right as a guardian. Jooheon smiled, his eyes shining brightly. He asked if he was sure about this. The young man shouted, asking the boss not to do this. He smiled, saying that they also had the right to do this. Yuja shouted loudly, trying to stop him. JK froze in place, his mouth slightly open. The main neuro smiled, saying that the man behind him is Louis' biological father. The boy grabbed his head with his hands, asking why he was doing this to him. The man gritted his teeth, asking what he was talking about. Jooheon Suh frowned, asking who would believe him. Jooheon smiled and took out documents, asking them to look at it. The men's eyes widened, looking at the documents in his hands. Jake furrowed his brows and gritted his teeth, not understanding how this was possible. The men were shocked and asked what it was, and it turned out to be documents confirming the boy's words. Yuya appeared in despair when they started talking about him. The boy was perplexed until it turned out that the guy was Louis' biological father. He got angry, asking what kind of nonsense Jooheon was talking about. Louis gritted his teeth, and a phrase was heard about how he wanted to find his father so much. He shouted about it in all the media, so he should be grateful. The boy shows the recorder when it is revealed that he was simply being framed, and thanks the boy for coming clean, as he recorded everything. Jooheon looks on with displeasure when the man claims that he could have simply faked the results. Frowning, Taejun claims that he knows the boy planned it all. He tears up the papers, believing that they mean nothing. Smirking, Jooheon tells him to check for himself if he doesn't believe him. The man with glasses whispers to the chairman that the boy is confident in his words, but in response he receives that his confidence will fade once they conduct the test. Taejun's eyes flash, telling everyone to keep an eye on Jooheon, as he is definitely lying. The lab is shown, and the thought is voiced that Taejun reran the DNA test, fully confident that the results were faked. The boy looks at the people with indifference, and it turns out that they were watching him the whole time while they were waiting for the results, but when the results came, they were forced to let them go. The TKBM building is shown, and it becomes clear that the truth was on their side. The DNA test is shown, and everyone realizes that Yuya is indeed Louis' father. Smiling, Jooheon says that he did not lie. The guys look depressed, and the man remembers that the boy said that he did not have parents. Throwing his arms out to the sides, the boy says that if there are no more questions for them, they will leave. Taejun clenches his teeth, claiming that he cannot believe that Louis was taken from under his nose. Jooheon pats him on the shoulder, wishing him luck. He is satisfied that he succeeded. A yellowish sky is shown, and it turns out that after taking the child, Jooheon decided to go straight to the Pentagon so as not to waste time. A train station is shown, and it is said that they went there by train, and they needed to prepare before arriving. A dazed Yuya is seen, and it is revealed that he is still in shock. Smiling, Jooheon tells him to wake up, because he can't sit like this forever. The boy desperately claims that the news is saying everywhere that he is Louis' father, to which he is told to relax. The boy discontentedly asks to let him go, because he does not want to go to the Pentagon. The young man calmly tells him to shut up, because he will not let him go until he gets the Da Vinci relic. Louis frowns when he is asked to think about how they can get it, because if he fails, Jooheon will keep him on a leash for the rest of his life. Solar joins the conversation, noticing that the boy does not want to help them, so she asks if he will pull some dirty tricks. Louis watches with an arched eyebrow as Jooheon declares that he will make him submit to him. Holding a writing quill, the boy states that it is a Shakespeare relic and will loosen the boy's tongue. He begins to write, deciding that they need to force him to give up more information about the Pentagon. As the train speeds forward, Solar notices that Louis has a high dominance level and asks if Jooheon is sure he can control him, to which he answers in the affirmative. The tracks are suddenly covered in lightning. The train is caught in it. The young people look around in shock. The entire vehicle is covered in lightning. Suddenly, an explosion occurs. People scream and cover themselves with their hands. Rope, worried, notices the danger. Damage to the train is revealed. A notification comes in that a tomb is forming in the area. Rocks begin to fall everywhere. The vehicle is no longer on the tracks. Its carriages are scattered. Rope tied the owner, asking if he was okay. It turns out that the relic also saved Solar and Jooheon. A magical beam is seen breaking through the sky, and a question is heard about what happened. Rope unties the team, and it becomes known that they have entered the tomb. Jooheon clenches his jaw, wondering where the tomb came from, since he did not feel it at all. Jooheon, worried, asks what kind of tomb it is. A notification comes in, saying that the relic causes the tomb to form faster. Frowning, the young man realizes that this is the effect of the relic and the tomb was created by a person. He turns to Solar, asking how many passengers were on their train. She seriously notes that there were not many, and is ordered to take Gildal and carry the survivors to safety. The girl is surprised when it turns out that this is not an accident and someone is attacking them. Jooheon reaches into his pocket, telling Solar to take the relic. He takes out Baeyeon's pendant, saying that he had it with him when he fought her, so Gildal couldn't hurt him. Solar takes the relic, and a line is heard saying that it could help them now. Gildal appears, asking if Baeyeon is on their side now. She shows her biceps, stating that she is filling up with power. A destroyed train is shown, and the order to evacuate the passengers is heard. Jooheon looks out the window, deciding to check out the situation. Suddenly, he notices someone rejoicing over the train being smashed to pieces. The young man follows the familiar voice. A smiling Joshua appears. The thought of the King of Fate sounds. He puts his hands in his pockets, laughing because he thinks that no one survived. The bald guy joyously notes that it seems that civilians were also injured. Turning around, Joshua states that if accusations fly, it will be specifically against TKVM and Chairman Kwon. The person simply wanted to take the child. Jooheon worriedly asks if they are here because of Louis, when a proposal is made to find him. Suddenly, a rope is tied around the boy. Jooheon resolutely declares that he will not let them take Louis. Suddenly, the boy disappears from the relic. Everyone is shocked, and it is suggested that this is a summoning relic. Louis is immediately captured by the villains. He asks to be let go with a grumpy expression, and Joshua wonders what they should do with Jooheon now. It is suggested that the boy is hiding like a rat again. Joshua smirks, deciding to just blow up the entire train. This makes Louis tense. The hooded boy happily tells his partner to bring the atomic bomb relic. Jooheon grits his teeth, eavesdropping. Jooheon worries that they will all die, and the boy decides to summon all the protective relics. Aegis is shown worried when they want to block the explosion. The laws of Hammurabi are surrounded by lightning, and the idea is voiced that they will absorb some of the damage. Jooheon holds a certain button in his hand that will protect them. A target is seen on the train when it is reported that the target has been detected. The boy decisively states in his mind that now is the right time. Joshua happily gives the order to blow up the transport. An atomic bomb flies towards it. A magical beam breaks through the sky. Aegis covers Jooheon. Covering himself with his hand, the boy notices that the attack is indeed powerful. A huge explosion is shown, and it is reported that the atomic bomb is the most terrible and deadly weapon ever created by man. The fear of nuclear war gave birth to several relics. Jooheon clutches his head in fear, and it is revealed that some of the bombs are more destructive than the atomic bomb itself, perhaps because the fear of them was stronger than themselves. Smoke from the explosion is visible. Joshua claps his hands. He laughs happily. Grinning, the boy thinks that Jooheon will definitely not survive this. Suddenly, he is amazed that the burning train is intact. Joshua turns around, saying that he said that the bomb should not harm them, but that does not mean they need to make it harmless. He curses in displeasure, but is suddenly told to stop. Jooheon is standing on the train. He frowns, arguing that there are relics they can use and those they can't, and Joshua has crossed that line. putting his hand in his pocket, the boy declares that he will pay him back in the same coin. The laws of Hammurabi are shown, and a phrase is heard about the unbreakable rule of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The boy covers himself with his hand from the bright glow. A magical light fills the entire area. Joshua's subordinate squints at it. The others grit their teeth, trying to protect themselves. Jooheon laughs, asking how the boy is feeling. He lands, telling them what happens when they take what is his. Louis lies on the ground and is told to stop pretending to be dead. Yuja is worried that he might be injured, so she asks them not to push him. The boy frowns with his eyes closed as the countdown continues. He stands up and the boy claims he knows Louis is uninjured. Suddenly, the boy turns around when he is told to stop. An injured Joshua approaches him. Smiling widely, he states that this damage is nothing, there is a way out of every situation. The boy glares at the subordinate, telling him to sacrifice himself for him. He extends his hand forward. Joshua grabs the man, summoning lightning. Louis is shocked, realizing that he is transferring his injuries to the subordinate. The boy laughs, and it turns out that Jooheon feels sorry for those who followed him. He grits his teeth, noticing that the boy has killed many more of his followers, but he only attacked the enemy. Joshua smirks when Jooheon claims that he did not betray anyone, unlike the hooded boy. Suddenly, after a call, a rope appears. It binds a surprised Louis. The boy cries, noticing that he is tied up again, since he always escapes. Joshua looks at the boy hungrily as he tries to deal with him. Jooheon tells him to come to him firmly. Yuja watches from the sidelines, realizing that the villain's wounds have disappeared and that they are going to fight one-on-one. He picks up the slingshot, remembering that the boss said to help him if such a situation arises, and decides that now is the time. However, Joshua immediately notices him. Smiling, he asks if Yuja thought that he would not be noticed. The brown-eyed boy tenses up and is told not to swing the relics that he cannot even use. Suddenly, the slingshot begins to melt. Jooheon calmly says that he can handle Joshua. Smirking, he claims that Yuja did everything that was needed. The boy appears with a book in his hand as the thought sounds that he destroyed an entire relic in an instant, using the power of superiority in the future of the Nostradamus relic. A gray-haired man is shown, revealing that Nostradamus was a French pharmacist, astrologer and prophet who lived during the Middle Ages, known for his book The Prophecies of Mitchell Nostradamus, a collection of prophetic quatrains. A group of people are shown, revealing that the predictions were very vague. Military men are shown, revealing that it could indeed seem prophetic if people interpreted it correctly. A meteorite is seen flying towards Earth, revealing that the man's predictions still excite people to this day. A book is shown, revealing that the relic of the King of Fate has become a weapon in his interpretation, and that he owns 2 prophetic relics. The Temple of Delphi, which has the ability to show the future, is shown, revealing that it is a spatial relic with a fixed location, and that it only allows one to see the future through dreams. Joshua's attackers are seen, and the idea is heard that he uses Nostradamus's prophecies in battle, a relic that is most likely a 5th-class relic. The boy smiles, and it is revealed that it cannot show the future, but can create it. Everything is on fire, and it is reported that the events are happening in the near future by the King of Fate, so in some way it is one of the most powerful relics in the world. The boys stand opposite each other, and it is said that Yuyi's slight provocation showed that the relic is active, so Joshua's words can be deadlier than a bomb. Jooheon thinks. He clutches the weapon in his hand. The idea is heard that he needs to shut the boy up. The boy immediately rushes into battle. However, Joshua attacks faster. Stepping aside, Jooheon notices that he is fast. The King of Fate happily says that he is also training. The boy takes off, thinking about how he never leaves his room, but still trains. The axe flies towards the disappearing Joshua. Jooheon is shocked to realize that he has teleported. Grinning, the King of Fate claims that all this is pointless, he cannot defeat him. The boy turns around and is told of his imminent death. He resolutely notes that he expected this. Jooheon tries to attack again. The thought sounds that now they will determine the winner. Smiling, Joshua thinks about how he can kill his opponent. Radiating a lot of magical energy, he claims that the boy has caused them a lot of trouble, that he should die as painfully as possible. First his nails will be pulled out. Jooheon watches silently when it is reported that his legs will break before that. He takes off, and a phrase is heard about a hole appearing in his heart. Joshua worriedly asks why his prophecies do not come true. The boy swings at him, saying that he talks too much. His fist lands squarely in the King of Destiny's face. The boy falls to the ground. He clenches his jaw, remembering that he used future advantage. Jooheon, his eyes flashing, asks if he thinks that if he predicts the future, everything he says will come true. The boy smiles, wondering if his opponent will predict what will happen to him in 10 seconds. He grabs him by the collar. Jooheon watches in surprise. As the fight goes on, he realizes that this is what it means to beat the crap out of him. Jooheon throws another punch. Joshua loses a tooth. He falls to the ground. The boy frowns as the boy asks why his relic doesn't work. The King of Destiny lies down and listens to the phrases about the relic of Nostradamus, which turns his words into actions. Jooheon smirks, saying that he knows a lot about relics. Joshua spreads his arms out to the sides, and the boy claims that this is a very strong ability. He thought for a long time about how to fight it. Jooheon happily says that he suddenly got an idea, because what's the point of prophecies if no one can hear them? He takes out earplugs from his ears, and it turns out that it was a relic. The evil plug is shown, and it is revealed that it is like a loud radio. It broadcasts various noises into the ears, drowning out other sounds. Jooheon is perplexed, asking if they had such a relic. The young man happily claims that it is number 359 in the collection of trash that they are sorry to throw away. Smiling, he says that he was not sure that it would work, that everything worked out. Joshua gets up, noticing that he was easily defeated, and assumes that his relic was known in advance. He looks away, remembering that this was written in the order. The guy stretches out his hand forward, stopping Jooheon. He nervously offers to negotiate with him, to tell him his future. Menacingly flashing his eyes, the young man declares that he does not hear anything and takes out a blade. He slyly notes that the King of Fate did not want to negotiate before. Joshua is amazed when his opponent realizes that he is just trying to buy time. Suddenly, his head is cut off. The boys watch in shock. The King of Fate's head flies off. Jooheon watches this, finding it predictable. He displeasedly claims that it is fake. Joshua's body changes. A prisoner's clothes appear. The corpse lies on the ground, and the boy believes that the King of Fate cast his illusion on some prisoner. Louis is surprised, but it turns out that Jooheon sensed something was wrong when he was beating him. Jooheon, watching from above, realizes that they were wasting their time. Smiling, the boy refutes this thought. A house with a light inside appears, and the boy says that he cut off Joshua's head before the connection was broken. The pain should be transmitted to him. The King of Fate desperately clutches his throat. The boy runs up to him, asking what's wrong. Trembling, Joshua says that he thought he would have time to break the connection, but Jooheon simply cut off the head. The subordinate asks worriedly if the boy is okay. There is a mark on the King of Fate's neck, and it turns out that he can still feel the blow. Joshua grits his teeth, remembering that they also lost the child. He leaves, deciding not to sit still, but to come up with a new plan. The boy starts rummaging through the papers. He finds an order to eliminate Jooheon. The King of Fate, frowning, claims that there are very precise facts here. The very important information is shown, and Joshua decides to make a good plan to eliminate him once and for all. The name John Smith is visible, and it is said that the boy will receive a reward from him. Smiling menacingly, Joshua tells Jooheon to get ready. Corpses in an overturned train are depicted. The young man turns to Sola, asking if these are all the passengers, and it turns out that Gildal is now carrying the last ones. The girl really does carry the wounded, and it is said that with Baehyun she has become much better. Solar crosses her arms, claiming that they have made it right, but there are still a lot of casualties. They throw her a bag of medicine to give to the dying. Jooheon turns away, saying that he will quickly clear the tomb. Jooheon is nervous when it turns out that he has to go with the boss. Smiling, the young man says that the two of them will do it faster. The young men walk among the trees, and a phrase is heard about how the closer they get to the tomb, the more familiar it seems. Jooheon awkwardly notes that the views here are gorgeous, like a landscape painted by an artist. He is surprised when the young man says that they will soon find out what kind of relic is here, since he is already starting to feel its aura. A pond and a palace appear. Looking at it, Jooheon thinks that the relic is Korean. The young men are surprised when they are noticed. The young man tensely claims that the relic is too friendly. A boat appears in front of them. Jooheon speaks thoughtfully about Walji Pond. He smirks as he realizes that it is a historical site in Jeonju. The boys stand near the boat, and it is suggested that this is a relic from the Silla era. The young man offers Jooheon to get into the boat. They cannot refuse the gift of a relic. Looking at the formation in the middle of the lake, the protagonist offers to get into the boat. Jooheon, very nervous, asks Jooheon if he seriously listened to the relic. He was very nervous, assuming that the boat could capsize or a monster would jump out of the pond. Looking at Yuja, the protagonist said that he did not think that this was a hostile relic, at least because it was very hospitable, and considering that it considered Walji Pond its home, he guessed what kind of relic it was. Yuja, who was listening to him, stood in a stupor. The boy grabbed his head as the protagonist climbed into the boat. Suddenly, the boat sped across the lake saying that it was nice to have guests, otherwise it was so boring without them. The protagonist frowned slightly as the relic told him to go up to the gazebo when they arrived, as they had prepared something for them. Soon, the boat stopped near a small structure in the middle of the lake. As he climbed the steps, the protagonist announced their arrival. Yuya walked behind Jooheon, saying that he wasn't sure if they should go there. Yuya and the protagonist suddenly froze, surprised by what they saw. Inside the gazebo, there were tables with drinks and various delicacies. Yuya and the protagonist admired the dishes. Jooheon chuckled, realizing who exactly owned the tomb. Walchai used to be an artificial pond dug near the Donggung Palace, a place for contemplating nature and holding ceremonies. And at the bottom of the pond, people found many artifacts, including the most famous among them. A wooden cube with 14 sides, the Shirangu cube, with words written on each side. These were tasks for a drinking game, and the people had fun drinking and playing the game. The protagonist smiled as he recalled how people were so surprised that drinking games existed in the distant past, and then the story quickly spread, and from it a relic was born. Looking at the tables with alcohol, the protagonist became sure of what kind of relic it was. Jooheon smiled when the relic invited them to sit down, while Yuya looked at the dishes in disbelief. The boys sat down when Jooheon said that this relic would not poison the food, so they could sit down. Suddenly, Shirangu appeared in the air, covered in mana, saying that it was great that they had decided on their seats. Yuja looked at the cube in surprise when it said that they could eat as much as they wanted, but with one condition. The protagonist also looked at the relic when it said that they would only drink while playing the game. Smiling, the protagonist asked if this was a test. Shirangu swayed slightly, confirming this, saying that only a true joker would pass the test. Jooheon stopped smiling, looking at Shirangu when he said that it was their triumph to determine whether they fit that description, then complimented the protagonist's instincts. Jooheon frowned as the relic told him that the first one to get drunk would lose, and if he lost, he would acknowledge the winner as the owner. But if he won, he would turn them into alcohol. Jooheon gritted his teeth and got angry when he heard Shirangu saying that if a person couldn't appreciate his triumph, then he should pay for it. The worried Yuja immediately started whispering to the protagonist that it was too dangerous. But a moment later, the guy was puzzled when Jooheon told him not to worry because they had a chance, they just needed to change the rules a little to suit themselves. Then Jooheon looked at Shirangu saying that they agreed to his conditions, but in exchange, he should let them offer games too. Smiling, the protagonist said that it would be much more fun that way. Shirangu, who was floating in the air, agreed to the condition. After that, the empty tables were occupied by the corpses created by Shirangu. The relic summoned subordinates to fill the empty seats, and the party began. Naturally, the relic was confident of its victory. The protagonist frowned, mentally saying that modern drinking games required more than luck, such as reason, intelligence, and memory. As Jooheon poured himself a drink, he understood that the alcohol would take all of this away, and that strategic thinking would help him win. The subordinate relics drank, and the protagonist offered them the craziest games he could remember. They ended up in the forest. Solar looked at the guys with confusion. Drunk Jooheon could barely look at the girl, while Yuja had long since lost consciousness. Solar, very worried, asked the drunk protagonist about what happened. Remembering how worried she and Gilda were when the tomb shook, the girl told how she ran to see what happened, but they were lying there on the ground. The protagonist smiled, saying that he won, and the tomb shook in horror. Taking Shirangu in his hands, the protagonist said that it was a relic from the tomb. Solar stood in front of Jooheon, asking him to close the tomb and go. He closed his eyes, saying that he could not even get up. The girl closed her eyes when Jooheon said that there was supposedly a cure for drunkenness in the collection of trash that was a pity to throw away. Solar's voice was heard in the forest, asking to tell where and what was located. Soon, a wave of energy rose up from the gazebo. The gazebo began to sink, plunging into the pond. The people watching from afar were surprised. Many began to scream, happy that the tomb was disappearing. The old man smiled and thanked the protagonist for saving him. Yuja, looking at the desert around him, asked what they would do now since they were in the middle of the desert. Taking the phone and starting to call, the protagonist said that they could contact someone here and call, but the problem was that they did not have a car. While the protagonist was thinking, Sola approached him and asked if they would help the people. Frowning, the girl said that they would better stop somewhere and rest now. Looking at the prisoner, Jooheon said that he wanted to immediately go to the Pentagon before this kid came up with something else. Turning around, Jooheon said that they would first get to the city and then regroup and go, but they would need to get ready as quickly as possible. Suddenly, many cars appeared in the distance. This greatly alarmed Jooheon, Suh, and Yuye. Looking at Yuye's SUVs, he asked what kind of cars they were. Some of the people mistakenly assumed that they were a rescue team. The protagonist frowned, realizing that it was not them because he had not called anyone yet. One of the SUVs began to slow down. Its back immediately opened, and soldiers ran out. They instantly surrounded the group, ordering them not to move. The system notified the protagonist that a barrier had been created by an enemy relic, due to which he could no longer escape or teleport. Jooheon became serious, realizing that the enemy was even using relics. Watching as the soldiers aimed at the frightened people, Jooheon realized that although they were not rescuers, they did not look like Pandorans either. When Jooheon asked about their identity, a soldier shouted, demanding that they not move. The commander of the soldiers smirked, asking the protagonist why he needed to know who they were, since he was going to die soon anyway, and if he surrendered quietly, his death would be less painful. Jooheon was starting to get angry, listening to the commander, while Yuye was simply confused. Suddenly, the soldiers turned their guns towards Jooheon. They all lined up in a row, ready to fight. Surrounding the group, the commander told Jooheon that they knew a lot about him. Smiling, the commander said that they even knew about his weaknesses. The protagonist became angry hearing the man's words. Luckily, the tomb formed by the King of Fate turned out to be a normal one, and the protagonist and Yuye quickly cleared it after visiting it. But the problem appeared after they left it. They were surrounded by soldiers. Their commander smiled maliciously, telling the protagonist to surrender since they knew his weaknesses. Yuye asked worriedly about the identity of the soldiers. The protagonist told him that he himself did not know them. Looking at the commander standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if they were allowed to be American soldiers threatening innocent people. Jooheon frowned, listening to the commander tell him that his very existence was already a crime, especially in this situation. Looking at the worried civilians, the commander said that he would not touch them, and then asked the hostages to step aside and follow further instructions. Jooheon angrily asked the man which hostages he was talking about. After all, he was the one who saved these people. The commander's face twisted. He, laughing at the protagonist, asked him not to make him laugh. After all, he did not save people. Jooheon angrily told the commander to quickly get the civilians out of here. Looking at Solar standing behind him, the protagonist said that the people should move away. The girl was able to understand something, hearing Jooheon's words. Turning around, the protagonist smiled at the people, telling them that the soldiers wouldn't hurt them and that they could walk freely. He calmed the people down with a smile on his face while thinking about how he would kill all the soldiers. At the same time, Gilda, who was disguised, walked along with the people. The protagonist looked at her, preparing to take action once Gilda, who was walking behind the people, attracted their attention. A moment later, one of the soldiers looked puzzled when he saw Gilda. The relic was surprised when the soldier asked her to stop, but she immediately came to her senses and attacked the soldier. The soldiers were struck by lightning and screamed in pain. Standing at the head of his group, Jooheon smiled, offering to get rid of all the enemies. Worried, Yuye asked if it was worth it for him to fight. Looking at him, Jooheon told him to summon Salary. The commander of the soldiers became angry and began shouting, ordering the soldiers to attack. The protagonist took a stance to attack and told the commander that he was talking too much. In the blink of an eye, Jooheon hit a dozen soldiers with his attack. The soldiers were scared and started shooting at him randomly, but all the bullets were blocked by Hammurabi, who came out from underground. Standing behind the relic, the protagonist snapped, calling the situation unpleasant. Remembering the recent battle, Jooheon thought about how the Aegis could be used to attack and defend at the same time, but it needed to be repaired after it blocked the nuclear explosion. Looking at the bullets being blocked by Hammurabi, the protagonist relaxed a little, because Hammurabi would still return the bullets back and they would be lucky if some of the soldiers were hit by the bullets. A moment later, the bullets flew off Hammurabi and hit the soldiers. Sola, who was calling Gilda, sharply shouted, saying that she would provide them with another opponent. At this time, the summoned Salary irritably called the people a noisy and rude audience. Yuye glanced at the relic asking it to do something. He was very worried, trying to convince the relic to start acting. Salary glanced at Yuye agreeing to help. Suddenly, mana spread from Salary's body and he himself raised his hands. The protagonist grinned, saying that his partners were doing a great job. Jooheon rushed at the soldiers, deciding to do something himself. But a moment later, he frowned, hearing the commander's shouts ordering him to exploit the protagonist's weakness. Suddenly, seductive girls appeared in front of the protagonist. These were seductive relics. Jooheon was stunned by what he saw. The commander began to laugh madly, asking the protagonist if he had already started to go crazy. The protagonist, who was being hugged by the relics, was dumbfounded when he heard the commander tell him that he knew he was weak to the temptation of the relics. But a moment later, the commander stopped laughing when Jooheon told him that he was worried earlier because of his words about finding his weakness. But now he realized that it was in vain. The protagonist suddenly attacked the commander and he barely managed to defend himself thanks to the barrier. Jooheon approached the commander, saying that everything would end quickly. The commander was angry, looking at Jooheon, asking how he even knew about his weaknesses. Jooheon glared at the commander after the question, ordering him to speak. The events in the desert take us a few minutes ahead. The soldiers stood with their hands up and obeyed Jooheon's orders. Yuja stood in front of the kneeling soldiers, telling them not to even think about doing anything, otherwise they will regret it. Looking at Jooheon, Yuya excitedly asked if everything was ready, who told him to wait a bit. The protagonist chuckled, telling the cowardly guy to keep an eye on the soldiers. Taking the gadget in his hand, Jooheon asked the commander if all the information was in it. After receiving an affirmative answer from the beaten commander, the protagonist decided to look at the recording relic. Activating the relic, the protagonist began to look at the panels in the air. Jooheon chuckled, seeing a huge amount of information. On one of the panels, he saw an order to kill him. Solar and the protagonist frowned, trying to figure out who could have done this. Yuya nervously glanced at them, listening to them discuss the photos that the customer posted. The protagonist, frowning, said that the information was bad because it contained many made-up facts. But a moment later, he became despondent, realizing that all of his abilities were not lies, but the pure truth, because there was information about his relics and strategies. Reading the text, the protagonist noticed that there was even a crow written there. Solar worriedly asked the protagonist if everything was true. The protagonist looked at the panel again. Realizing that it was written about his fascination with relics, it also wrote that he could be seduced by a female relic. Jooheon glared at the commander, saying that it was because of their stupidity that they lost. Yuya laughed while an angry Jooheon told Solar that it was all a lie. Looking at the panels, the protagonist said that there was both truth and lies, but the most important parts were true. Jooheon, looking at the panel with confusion, said that they could have just lied so that more people would dare to attack him. In his mind, Jooheon imagined the customer without understanding who it could be. It could be Yulian, but he would not act through contractors. But Pandora could very well, because they had the King of Fate. Yuja pointed to the panel, asking what kind of seal it was that looked like a dog's paw. Jooheon looked at the panel with disbelief. Pointing to Yuja's seal, he asked who could sign with the seal of a dog's paw. Looking at the seal, the protagonist realized who the customer was, those who knew about his abilities. The protagonist grinned, realizing that they were 3 Egyptian gods. Yuja cried out, not believing that Egyptian gods did this. The boy hesitantly asked if these gods did not listen to him. Jooheon told him that they did not listen to him because they ran away when he fought with their commander. The protagonist realized something and looked to the side. He grinned, looking at the soldiers, remembering that he can summon gods. Extending his hand and wrapping himself in mana, the protagonist prepared to summon the relics. A moment later, the system notified that the summoning was impossible due to the relics escaping to a place from which summoning was impossible. Yuja and Sola stared at the protagonist, who told them that these were definitely Egyptian gods because he could not summon them. Jooheon got angry, saying that he would kill the dogs when he met them, but first they needed to get to the Pentagon. Looking at the car nearby, Jooheon said that it was good that the soldiers brought them cars. Pointing at the commander behind her, Solar asked what they would do with the soldiers. Jooheon answered her by telling her to leave them here. Since they took their weapons and relics, they can't do anything. The commander gritted his teeth in anger, deciding that this was his chance to get rid of the opponents. He watched as the protagonist approached the car that contained the explosives. He only had to set the time on the explosives. The commander's lips stretched into a smile. The soldiers nodded, expressing their understanding to the commander. Seeing how Jooheon was almost approaching the car, the commander began to worry. He took out the detonator from his pocket, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, Gilda looked at him. But Jooheon did not notice anything, reaching out his hand to the door. The group leader immediately pressed the detonator. The explosives exploded, destroying the car and everything in the area. The commander smiled wildly, happy that he got rid of the enemies. But suddenly a hand fell on his shoulder. Jooheon, with a fist raised to strike, greatly frightened the commander. The soldiers were horrified, realizing that they would be in trouble. Standing in front of the prone commander, the protagonist said that he was too impudent. The commander looked at Jooheon, gloating at him because he slowed him down and now they could not go on the cars. The protagonist frowned, saying that they would just fix the cars and go. Looking at Jooheon, the protagonist addressed him as a slave, ordering him to fix the car. A moment later, a quarrel occurred between Jooheon and Jooheon. The guy cried, saying that he was not a workshop, and the protagonist was angry, ordering him to get to work. Jooheon became despondent, saying that he would try to do everything. Then the protagonist looked at the prisoner, ordering him to help. He cried out indignantly, saying that he didn't have to do that. Suddenly, the rope pulled the boy, telling him to help his father, but the boy objected, saying that he wasn't his father at all. The father and son began to repair the car together. At first it was difficult for them, because it was different from restoring relics. Then they called rescuers for the passengers. Most likely the rescuers would be surprised by the soldiers lying on the ground. The protagonist turned the key. Immediately after that, the car started. Jooheon pushed Louis, happy with the repaired car, while the protagonist smiled, reminding him of how he whined. Looking at the commander, he wished him luck. The commander angrily told the protagonist not to go to the Pentagon, because they were already worried there, and he still wouldn't get what he wanted if he went now. Jooheon looked at the commander, thinking about it. While driving in the car, the protagonist thought, trying to understand what happened at the Pentagon. The closer they got, the more questions they had. Solar asked Jooheon in confusion if he saw it. The entire oncoming lane was filled with cars leaving. Civilians were sitting in them, shaking in fear, and the roof and trunks of the cars were filled with things. Driving in the oncoming lane, the protagonist realized that they were all leaving the city in which something happened. After reading the news on the phone, Solar said that it was all because of the tomb that appeared in the Pentagon. When Jooheon asked about the veracity of her words, she decided to increase the volume of the phone. The protagonist frowned, listening to the news, which said that a giant tomb swallowed the Pentagon and its surrounding area. Louis began to wake up after hearing that Pandora classified this tomb as the maximum level of destructiveness. Looking out the window, Louis didn't understand where they were because he had just woken up tired from fixing the car. While stretching his wrists, the guy realized that he wasn't even tied up. His face twisted in anticipation. He knew that this was his chance. Frowning, he mentally asked Jooheon if he always wanted to mock him. Enveloping his body in mana, Louis mentally told Jooheon that her would pay for everything. Suddenly, Jooheon appeared, startling the guy greatly by asking what he was going to do. Taking the keychain in his hand, Jooheon asked if the guy had just been looking for this very thing. Smiling, Jooheon said that it had taken all his relics while he was sleeping, so he didn't even have to try to do anything. A moment later, Jooheon ordered the rope to tie the guy up. Jooheon watched with a smile on his face as the rope tied Louis up. Louis yelled, asking Jooheon if he didn't respect himself, since Jooheon treated him like that and he still worked with him. Jooheon looked at Louis with an arrogant expression, saying that he still didn't understand something. He was with Jooheon because he was paid by Jooheon. Jooheon angrily ordered both of them to shut up when they started arguing. He then looked at Saul, asking how they didn't even notice how such a tomb appeared. Saul, looking at the screen, said that it was most likely a tomb that had formed recently. Looking at the protagonist, the girl suggested that the tomb had appeared while they were dealing with the tomb of the King of Fate. Jooheon became dejected, realizing that attacking the Pentagon was a bad idea in the first place. Suddenly, the system notified the protagonist of the appearance of a huge tomb, the Valley of the Kings, which was a desert tomb, the Tomb of Wrath, one of the 7 great tombs. Looking at the pyramids in the distance, Jooheon said that it looked impressive. Looking at the Egyptian structures, the protagonist said that there would definitely be another Egyptian relic. Looking into the distance, the protagonist thought that the Egyptian gods could be there. Soon they arrived at the tomb, which was fenced off by soldiers in an outpost. Stopping in front of the soldiers, the protagonist said that he was already sick of them. Jooheon got out of his car. A soldier came forward, reporting a dangerous area ahead. The protagonist, hearing him, said that they came for an excavation. The soldier, without expressing any emotion, said that they cannot let them pass. But a moment later, he was surprised, realizing something. Jooheon became worried when a soldier asked him why they came on a military transport. Looking at the soldiers, Jooheon became very worried, realizing that they were now suspicious of him. Suddenly, the soldier and the protagonist turned around, hearing the commander's shout. A man approached them, apologizing for his subordinates. The man smiled, introducing himself as Matthew. The protagonist frowned with suspicion, looking at the man. The events take us to the Pentagon, the Tomb of Wrath. Anubis, standing on the roof, laughed, saying that this border was more like a fortress. Anubis smiled, saying that if he were to fight the protagonist, it would be here. Looking at his comrades, Anubis said that Jooheon had probably already been exhausted by those who took the order, so he would come to them exhausted. Seth sighed in irritation, asking if it would be their merit even if they caught Jooheon. Osiris yawned, saying that there was nothing wrong with asking for help from friends since they were all Egyptian gods. Anubis angered Seth, saying that they had done far more pathetic things anyway. Recalling the past, Anubis said that they ran away as soon as they realized the commander was coming. Afraid that they would be killed if they were seen serving Jooheon, they ran as fast as they could. But even so, they were caught by the commander, all of them standing in front of him. Pointing at them, he said that they would surely die for being slaves to a man, so in order to survive and clear their names, they needed to kill Jooheon. Seth suddenly shouted, asking Anubis why the commander had told them that, and Anubis asked in confusion if it was that important. Anubis was puzzled when Seth told him that he thought they should think differently. Seth frowned, saying that since the protagonist defeated the commander, they shouldn't have run away. Anubis and Seth stared at each other after what was said. Osiris suddenly yelled that he missed the TV in Jooheon's house. Seth stuck out his tongue, saying that he missed breaded chicken, especially with sauce. Anubis suddenly yelled angrily, asking what they were talking about. He was very angry, reminding Seth and Osiris that they were divine relics. Suddenly, he smelled something and stopped yelling. He suddenly turned around angrily, saying that he smelled Jooheon's scent. Standing on the edge of the roof, the relic said that it was time for them to fight, but Seth and Osiris could not help him, so he would have to fight alone. He bared his teeth, realizing that Jooheon was already battered and all that was left was for him to finish him off. But a moment later, he saw the unharmed protagonist and was very shocked to see his condition. He saw him smiling, not understanding how he could be unharmed. Was it possible that no one attacked him? Remembering the cursed relic he sent to interrupt the connection with the raven, Anubis became very angry. Seeing the outline of the raven, Anubis began to scream, calling people useless. Seth began to scratch his ear, saying that it was his own fault for trusting people. Anubis covered himself in flames, saying that he would not give up and would go to him himself. A second later, Anubis's body completely dissolved into thin air. Osiris and Seth looked at each other, not understanding what to do. Jooheon looked up at the sky, seeing a golden funnel. The protagonist chuckled. The commander looked at Jooheon and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist chuckled, saying that he felt something familiar. Then Jooheon looked at the commander, asking what was said there, then remembered and said that it was indeed a military vehicle. Looking at the car, Jooheon said that he did not steal it, but rather their guys attacked them. With a smile on his face, Jooheon said that after the battle they were left without a car, and he decided to borrow their transport. Looking away, the commander apologized for the oversight. The protagonist continued to smile as the commander said that they had disagreements after the tomb appeared, and several squads went to destroy the excavation groups nearby. Matthew spread his arms out to the sides and said that they were just about to wrap up the operation and return the soldiers. They decided that it was better to cooperate with the excavators rather than fight them. Matthew closed his eyes and smiled, saying that the president wanted to meet the leaders of the strongest teams, including them, in person. Jooheon chuckled when Matthew asked to follow him into the car. Soon, the car doors opened. Looking out the window, the protagonist said that they wanted to be introduced to the president. Jooheon and Louis were very excited to hear this. While riding in the car, the protagonist said that the tomb absorbed the relics that were stored in the Pentagon, since they could not otherwise need excavators. Solar glanced at Jooheon, who said that he thought that he would learn a lot of information by coming here, but everything only became more complicated. Looking at Louis, the protagonist said that he no longer needed him. Louis began to shout angrily, asking what he was talking about. Jooheon chuckled, saying that since the Pentagon had become a tomb, it would be useless since they would only arouse suspicion if they walked around with it. Louis cried out, asking him to stop. Jooheon frowned, turning to Jooheon. Jooheon understood him and frowned too. He stood up and began to approach the frightened Louis. Jooheon glanced at the protagonist when he told him to shove Louis into the relic of Van Gogh. Taking the painting in Jooheon's hand, he told him to come to him, and no one would hurt him. Starting to suck Louis in with the relic, Jooheon said that although it was cramped, it was quite safe. Approaching the Pentagon, the group saw only ruins. Everything was swallowed up by the tomb. After a while, Matthew frowned. They stopped because of a group of people blocking their path. John stood in front of them. Getting out of the car, Matthew asked John why he blocked the road. Approaching John, Matthew said that they were taking the guests to the president. John heard him and announced the president's departure. Matthew was very puzzled when John told him that they would take the guests to the conference room themselves. Suddenly, the protagonist got out of the car and asked the reason for the stop. John smiled and bowed slightly, greeting Jooheon, saying that he would now be his escort. Matthew suddenly shouted, saying that he had not received such an order. Jooheon saw this and smiled. Looking sadly at Matthew, Jooheon asked him not to worry, he could return to his post, and they would follow the new escort. Matthew frowned deeply, hearing the guy's words. He held out a business card, asking to at least take it. Smiling, Matthew nervously said that he was extremely interested in the excavations and would like to work with them one day. Turning around, Jooheon said he didn't have much hope, although he would keep the business card. The protagonist stopped in front of the car. He knocked on the door, ordering them to get out since they would be walking from here. The car doors opened. Solar got out, asking if he was confident in the new guide and if he could be trusted. Jooheon said not to worry since he was a reliable person. Grinning, the protagonist said that the new guide would guide them just like a guide dog. Soon, everyone was nailed to the tomb. Jooheon, who was walking behind John, turned to him. Mockingly, he asked if it was difficult for him to walk on 2 legs. John began to get very nervous, asking what the protagonist was talking about. Jooheon suddenly screamed, ordering him to stop fooling around. A moment later, he suddenly struck the man's body. The blow caused him to fly back. Yuya excitedly asked the protagonist why he hit him. But a moment later, seeing Anubis, Yuja cried out. Standing in front of Anubis, Jooheon said that he had previously thought of looking for him after meeting the president, but he found him himself. Enveloping himself in mana, the protagonist bared his teeth, asking Anubis if he knew what happens to deserters. Anubis suddenly became agitated and began to sweat. Standing in the middle of the ruined city, the protagonist told Anubis standing in front of him that it was time to pay for his escape. Baring his fangs, the dog said that his master was wrong if he thought he would give up so easily. Living skeletons began to appear from under the ground. Taking out his sword from its sheath, Jooheon threatened that the relic would have to deal with the consequences of its behavior. Anubis said that this would only happen if the master won. Hearing the call to attack, the skeletons rushed forward. A satisfied smile appeared on the boy's face. Striking the enemies with his sword, he reminded them that the skeletons would have no effect on him. The dog grinned and said that he had not forgotten. However, he had the ability to summon them endlessly. New monsters rose from the dead, their red eyes blazing. Frowning, the artifact thought that these skeletons were a distraction for a surprise attack. Yuja looked at his pants pocket in surprise when he saw a glow there. The artist took out a sparkling relic of Van Gogh from there. The artifact asked what happened and why it hurt so much. The relic spat out a dumbfounded Louis onto the floor. The boy looked at his hand and asked what just happened. Suddenly, his consciousness clouded and he squinted. Anubis appeared in his head and asked if his accomplice had failed to do anything. Louis grabbed his head and screamed. Lying on the ground, the boy realized that they were communicating with him via telepathy. The dog gritted his teeth, stating that his ally was the closest to his goal of all those who took the order to eliminate the main character. Opening his mouth wide, Louis shouted that he did not even have a chance to strike. The artifact replied that he had plenty of chances. Frowning menacingly, he asked to return the cursed copy of the relic of Merlin. Scratching his cheek, the boy replied that it was taken by Jooheon's subordinate. Anubis was furious upon hearing this. Yuja knelt in front of Louis and asked if everything was okay. Seeing something strange, the artist opened his mouth in shock. Something in his pocket began to glow again. Noticing a clot of energy jumping out of his pocket, the restorer realized that the relic had decided to escape. The artifact, shrouded in pink energy, went forward. Anubis ordered it to cut off the protagonist's connection with the raven. Jooheon looked away, hearing his friend's warning. The panda-shaped keychain flew past him. The dog said that he would definitely not miss next time. The cursed relic turned around and crossed its arms in front of itself. Waves of purple energy appeared from it. A strong wind rose. The keychain turned into a huge pumped-up monster, causing misunderstanding in Yuja. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the guy said that the enemy only touched him, but it was terribly painful. The notifications that appeared said that a copy of the Merlin relic made by the relic of Leonardo da Vinci is able to temporarily seal the power of the raven. Looking at these notifications, the young man realized that along with the power of the raven, the entire system will be sealed and that the windows are shaking because he was hit. The panda took a fighting stance. Anubis laughed evilly. The tomb robber realized that he could not fall into the enemy's hands. He decided to attack before the enemy took action. A fireball appeared in his hand. A giant fire demon appeared above the panda. who was ordered to burn everything to the ground, Anubis asked where his master got such a powerful relic. The guy answered that a lot had happened while the dog was away. The demon opened his mouth to collect energy inside. The skeletons rushed forward along with the panda. The artifact shouted that there were many more of them. The demon swung his fiery fist. Looking at the explosion, Jooheon Suh thought that they could not survive there. The girl turned around and said that she had to help her friend. The artist asked what she had in mind. Summoning a spirit behind her, Suh crossed her arms over her chest and said that Gilda had changed a lot during Anubis's absence, so he would not expect such a strong attack. The dog opened his mouth wide and ordered his army to go on the offensive. Watching the battle, the artifact shouted that they would be able to win if they surrounded the enemy. Spirits appeared behind him. Turning around and seeing ghosts emerging from the ground, the relic asked who they were. Hearing the order of their master, the spirits rushed to attack the skeletons. Turning around, the protagonist grinned and decided that the more allies, the better. Solar ran up to him from behind and promised to deal with the skeletons. Jooheon said that in this case, he would take on the pumped-up panda and the rebellious relic. The cursed artifact looked down at him, hearing the threat addressed to it. The panda hit her fist against her fist. The guy drew his sword and decided to deal with her first. The blade of the sword flashed in the air. The monster put his hands in front of him to block numerous attacks. The young man concluded that the enemy relied only on strength and not on technique. Having missed another blow, the panda's eyes widened in fear. A deep cut formed on her chest. Anubis realized that his toy was losing cotton wool. Squinting, the tomb robber urged the enemy to take care of his head. Finding himself in the shadows, the cursed artifact looked up in confusion. The demon, towering over him, swung a fiery paw. Feeling the heat of the approaching blow, the panda pitifully frowned. The blast wave destroyed the earth and raised its debris into the air. Anubis turned away from the ghosts of Guild and looked behind him in fear. On the ground, a torn panda toy lay among the remains of the fire. The protagonist declared that there was one less relic. Walking towards his old friend, he said that it was his turn. Standing surrounded by spirits, Anubis asked if the owner really thought that someone was afraid of him. Closing his eyes, the dog thought to himself that he was indeed afraid. Jooheon grinned maliciously. A blue haze appeared behind him. The relic wondered what to do and decided that the best option would be to run away. Seeing Anubis rushing to run away, the guy insulted him. At the command of the owner, the rope rose into the air and went after the fleeing enemy to grab him. Seeing the writhing rope behind him, the dog asked why this was happening again. He shouted that no one would be able to catch him this time. Skeletons in blue robes appeared on the battlefield. The rope flew into the air and turned the enemies into a pile of bones. Running away from the rope that was trailing behind him, Anubis asked when the rope had managed to level up to S rank. Squinting, the dog thought that he would be in trouble if he was caught. He needed to hide somewhere, but there were only the ruins of the city ahead. There was not a single place to hide on the roads. Suddenly, the artifact saw the door of the women's restroom and thought that this was an excellent option. The rope broke down the door, declaring that the enemy would not be able to hide from it. Approaching the stalls, it was surprised that the relic was hiding in the toilet and promised to find it anyway. Looking into a dark stall, the rope asked where his enemy was hiding. There was no one in one of the stalls. The other was also empty. The rope realized that this was the last stall, but there was no one in it. She thought she had been tricked while Anubis was hanging from the ceiling. Gritting his teeth, he wished the artifact would leave here as soon as possible. His muzzle was covered in sweat. The rope crawled towards the exit, thinking that this was an extremely strange situation because the dog definitely went here. Thinking that his opponent had learned to fly, the rope raised his head. The relic's gazes met. An awkward silence hung. The artifact rushed up. Anubis opened his mouth in fear, trying to convince the relic that he was just a fluorescent lamp. The rope wrapped itself around his neck, offering to play. The dog frustratedly tucked his tail between his legs while the rope carried him to his master. Anubis opened his mouth wide, begging his old friend to stop, but the rope continued to pull him along. Stopping and raising his head, the rope asked if he had done a good job. The dog turned white from strangulation. The protagonist praised his relic. Kanat beamed with happiness. Jooheon smiled, deciding to get down to business. Sternly widening his eyes, he said that it was necessary to choose what dish the disobedient artifact would go to. Anubis fearfully put his head on his paws. Putting up 3 fingers, the guy asked if he wanted the artifact to be served raw, fried, or boiled. The dog rose to his paws and asked what the hell he was talking about. Closing his eyes, the young man approached him and asked if his friend wanted to become sashimi, steak, or soup. Anubis thought that his master was much scarier when he smiled. Taking a knife in his hands, the tomb robber asked him to answer the question. Widening his eyes, the dog realized that his master was really going to kill him. Remembering how he ran away with Seth and Osiris, the artifact asked for mercy, because if they had remained on the battlefield, the commander would have killed them. Frustratedly lowering his ears, he added that high-class relics are cruelly punished for subordinating people. The protagonist stated that he had no idea how hard it was for them. Rising up on his hind legs, Anubis asked if his master understood them now. Gritting his teeth and cracking his knuckles, Jooheon said that he would not forgive the artifacts for doubting their master's victory. Spreading his paws to the sides, the dog shouted that the commanders rule the world of relics. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy menacingly replied that he did not care who his opponent was, but the artifact still dared to underestimate him. Frowning angrily, he added that the relics continued to betray him even after defeating the commander. The young man asked his old friend to explain the appearance of the order to eliminate him. Anubis' eyes widened in shock and asked how the owner knew about him. The tomb robber asked if the dog had run out of excuses. A piercing scream was heard. Sola and Jooheon watched in surprise. After finishing his work, the protagonist asked his partner to restore the artifact. A half-dead Anubis was lying on the ground. The artist bared his teeth in displeasure and shouted that his boss should stop breaking relics in order to use them normally. Frowning, the restorer asked not to create more unnecessary work for him. Jooheon suddenly stopped. In the ruins of the city, two familiar figures appeared. A pillar of light burned behind them. Seth and Osiris flashed their burning eyes. Throwing a touching look at them, the beaten Anubis said that he knew that his best friends would come to his aid. Seth frowned and shouted the name of the owner. The dogs fell on their backs next to their owner. Osiris explained that they were not guilty and that they were just following their friend. Anubis was shocked that his allies came only to surrender. The boy thoughtfully scratched his chin and asked if he could really trust them at their word. The dogs wagged their tails when they heard that their master believed them. With his tongue hanging out, Seth suggested going home and eating chicken with sauce, while Osiris expressed a desire to watch TV. Anubis burst into tears behind their backs, and the boy thought that it was even better that the relics had become real pets. Smiling, he agreed and asked them to look after their friend, and the dogs raised their ears. When Seth and Osiris heard that if Anubis did something mean again, they would have neither a TV nor a chicken, they bared their teeth in displeasure and agreed to keep an eye on him. Hovering over the sobbing artifact, Seth ordered him not to do such a thing again, and with his mouth wide open, Osiris urged him to apologize to his master. Frustrated, Anubis asked how the divine Egyptian relics had come to this. The other dogs thought that chicken and TV were more important than honor. Jooheon narrowed his eyes sternly and asked everyone to step away from the artifact so he could restore it. Looking at his friend, the tomb robber said that it was time to return to the tomb. Sola smiled and expressed her uncertainty about whether it was worth excavating now. Hearing that they had not rested for a long time and that they had no strength, the protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Deciding to call someone for help, he opened the contact list on his phone. Hearing that the leader wanted to call Irina, Sola opened her mouth in fear. The blonde put the phone to her ear and said that she had already seen everything on the news and was going to leave. Raising her eyebrows in concern, she asked if her friend was hurt. Jooheon replied that everything was fine. He hung up and said that his friend was on her way. Sola crossed her arms over her chest, saying that it was nothing special. A sudden noise and earthquake made the heroes tense up. Notifications reported that the tomb was expanding due to an unknown force. The boy gaped in shock and wondered how the tomb could grow. Turning around, the boy asked what Anubis had done. The dog opened his mouth and shouted that he was innocent. A huge spider appeared above the ground. Bright lightning pierced the relics. Seth shouted that the commander was draining their power to expand the tomb. The dogs bent under the pressure of the irresistible force. Anubis realized that the commander had seen everything. Jooheon grabbed his head and asked what they should do now. Looking at him, the boy replied that they were too close to the tomb to run away and advised his friend to protect his head from the debris. The boy gaped in fear and asked if they really had no other plan. The tomb robber gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that if they had a plan, they would not have ended up here. The city sank into ruins. Sand fell from a high tower. The walls of the pyramid cracked. The heroes found themselves in the center of a well-lit hall. Looking around, the protagonist sternly knitted his eyebrows and realized that they were in a tomb. He turned around, glancing at the dogs. Hearing the order to wake the others, the relics bared their teeth and agreed. Anubis licked Saul's cheek. Osiris licked Jooheon, who had his eyes closed. Seth licked the sleeping Louis. Jooheon asked if everything was okay. The artist, covered in drool, rose to his feet and said that death was much better than working in such conditions. Frowning, Saul replied that she was still alive too. The guy crossed his arms over his chest and said that there was nothing wrong with that. Seth continued to lick Louie's hair. The young man asked him to stop pretending to be dead. The boy rose to his feet, wiping the drool from his face. The dog standing behind him called him very tasty. The heroes stood in the center of the room. The leader explained that they were swallowed by the tomb and that they needed to get out. The robber looked away, saying that they were going to conquer this tomb anyway. Yuja asked with a tense look if it wasn't scary that they weren't ready for this at all. Baring his teeth, Seth added that they were badly battered and that they needed restoration. Behind him sat a disheveled Osiris. Putting his hands on his belt, the protagonist asked if they were so fragile that they needed restoration so urgently. The answer was negative. Then he said that the relics could wait. Seth frowned angrily and called his master very rude. When he was reminded of the chicken, the dog imagined a huge chicken leg in his head. The artifact angrily bared its fangs, saying that the owner was insulting the noble relic, thinking that it could be bribed with an ordinary chicken. Smiling, he added that he still forgives the owner. Anubis thought that his friend was completely different before the chicken drove him crazy. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Having decided to begin exploring the tomb, the heroes went forward along the corridor. There were people standing around the corner. They cast long shadows on the stone floor. Sola said that she heard voices. The protagonist standing in front of her replied that he would go and check whose voices they were. Standing around the corner, he concluded that the tomb had swallowed someone else. The rope rose into the air, asking who was there. Jooheon frowned furiously and ordered his subordinates to hurry, since they would not have such a chance again. The people in vests stood in front of him with serious faces. The director of the TKVM explained that they had lost a child and that this was the only chance to find Da Vinci's relic, after which he ordered them to search every corner and find it. Jooheon peeked out from around the corner and asked if the chairman was going to take the relic too. Kanat asked if he could do it. The guy said that he wouldn't let that happen. A malicious grin appeared on his face. The man continued to yell at his subordinates standing in a row in front of him. The boy said that the enemy was well prepared. The tomb robber crossed his arms, explaining that Jooheon had brought hunters with him. Solar asked who they were. The bloody men grinned evilly. They were the kind of people who preferred to kill people rather than dig up tombs, so they were called bounty hunters. Glancing at his friend, the protagonist added that they kill diggers and take relics from their corpses. Yuya frowned in fear, calling it looting. Looking down, Jooheon decided that the enemies were probably armed. While his team was not prepared and did not even restore the relics, the Aegis and Anubis were lying on the ground and crying. They were no good. The squad leader said that they had not rested for a long time, so they should not fight the enemies right now. The artist happily raised his eyebrows and said that for the first time he liked the idea of the boss. Walking further down the corridor, the guy explained that they needed to go in the other direction, so they were unlikely to cross paths with enemies. The team followed him. Torches hanging on the wall illuminated the hall. The heroes entered the room with the sarcophagus. Along the walls stood statues of pharaohs. Their faces were hidden in the shadows. Looking back, the young man ordered the team to prepare for an imminent battle. The restorer fearfully asked who they would have to fight if there was no one here except statues. His friend explained that there were a lot of traps. Hearing the terrible noise, all the squad members, except the leader, opened their mouths in shock. A huge foot stepped onto the stone floor. The statue loomed over the uninvited guests and asked who dared to disturb the peace of the pharaoh. Yuja grabbed his head, seeing the giants come to life. Taking out his sword, the tomb robber asked why his friend was surprised by something like this. The artist threw up his hands and asked if this could be considered normal. Huge stone giants surrounded the heroes from all sides. The team leader said that this was a simple trap and that they just needed to break the statues. The restorer was indignant that it was not as easy as it seemed. Smiling, the main character called him to action. The statue clenched its fists furiously. A beam of energy appeared in the air. Jumping to the side in time to avoid the blow, Yuja shouted that he just wanted to live. Swinging his sword at the enemy, Jooheon asked his friend to try not to die and promised to deal with it as soon as possible. A powerful blow from the sword cut the statue in half. Its head fell to the ground with a crash. Louis hid behind a stone and screamed. The rope rushed to the side. The boy asked her to help his master, but the rope tied his bodies and said that he would look after him. At this time, the enemy rushed to attack the unsuspecting artist. Having cut off the monster's arm, the boy asked if his friend was standing still because he wanted to die. The frightened restorer fell to the ground and apologized. The young man took a step forward. A huge cloud of dust rose in the room. Wiping his chin with his hand, the tomb robber said that they had a good workout. The heroes stood in front of the fragments of destroyed statues. Jooheon grabbed his head and asked if it was over. His boss put his sword in its sheath and confirmed it. Looking back, he reminded that it was a fairly simple trap. The artist widened his eyes in horror and said that they didn't have to go that way at all. Hearing that they were taking a shortcut, he raised one eyebrow in surprise. The heroes continued walking down the corridor. The restorer asked where they were going. The protagonist replied that everything would become clear soon. Pointing around the corner, he said that their goal was here. Jooheon looked around the corner. Irina looked back, hearing familiar voices. Seeing her friend, she smiled happily. Jooheon waved his hand and was glad that they finally met. The artist asked if this was really what they came here for. The girl said that she didn't know where to go, so she was glad that her friends found her themselves. Putting her hand to her chest, Irina explained that an earthquake had started, after which she found herself in the tomb. The guy said that there was nothing to worry about because he managed to find her by the aura of Midas. The restorer raised his eyebrows and said that they were also swallowed by the tomb. The girl looked at him and worriedly asked if everything was okay. The answer was affirmative. Taking a torch in his hands, the young man said that now all that was left was to take the relic, and asked his friends to wait a little while he looked for the treasury. Bringing the torch to the wall, the tomb robber suggested that the glyphs would tell them the way. Seeing many symbols on the wall, Jooheon asked if it was written whose tomb it was. The team members gathered around their leader, waiting for an answer. Thoughtfully putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist explained that there was too much text, and thought to himself that on the approach to the tomb there was a message about the Valley of the Kings. There was a pyramid in the mountains. The Valley of the Kings is a place in Egypt that became a cemetery for the pharaohs during the New Kingdom. Tombs were built in this valley and buried deep in the rocks of the gorge. Two people with shovels stood in front of the tomb. The well-known pyramids are the tombs of ancient Egyptian kings. Their construction was very expensive and took a lot of time. That's why the pharaohs of the New Kingdom built their tombs in the Valley of the Kings. The walls were covered in Egyptian hieroglyphs. Solar raised her eyebrows and asked what was written there. Lighting the runes with a torch, Jooheon said that most likely there were several relics here, which is not surprising, because in the tombs of lust and envy there was also more than one relic. Looking at his girlfriend, the guy added that there were many more in this place, because there was a lot of information on the walls about completely different relics. Jooheon and Irina smiled enthusiastically, hearing that there could be relics of the Pentagon here. Grinning, the young man said that he could not say for sure who the owner of this tomb was, because there was too much information. Holding the torch above himself, he said that it was time for them to go. The artist nervously looked back. The heroes walked forward along the corridor. Suddenly, soldiers came out from around the corner. The man in the helmet opened his mouth in shock. He swung his axe and ordered the heroes to stop. The tomb robber raised his hands up. Holding his hands up, the protagonist explained that they were ordinary excavators and noticed that, judging by their uniforms, they were American soldiers. Smiling, Jooheon asked if the Pentagon had really sent them to excavate, since they were holding axes instead of machine guns. The man in the bulletproof vest replied that they were a special forces unit from the US Army's relics department. The man with the axe added that only they had the right to excavate this tomb. Pointing his finger at the heroes, the soldier asked them to stop excavating and follow their instructions. The guy looked at the armed men and asked if they hadn't heard that the Pentagon had teamed up with the excavators, about which his team was supposed to meet with the president. The soldier replied that he had contacted some teams, but the protagonist's team was not among them. The young man looked down in displeasure, realizing that he had been recognized. Looking at his girlfriend, he asked her to help because the military would not let them through just like that. Hearing that they needed to be hit a little, Irina smiled and agreed. The soldiers opened their mouths wide and ordered the excavators to put their weapons on the floor and surrender. The girl put her hand forward, covered in golden lightning. Bright energy pierced the soldiers' bodies. Some of them fell to their knees, clutching their chests. The gray-haired man asked why his hair had started growing. Another man asked what happened to his neck. He had grown gills. The tomb robber smiled and asked if it was really that hard for his girlfriend to control her power. The girl raised her eyebrows in disappointment and replied that she had only used a small part of her power. Notifications appeared, informing that the tomb had begun to synergize with the bankruptcy relic and that the curse's power had grown stronger. Upon seeing them, the protagonist's mouth dropped open in confusion, surprised that there was a cursed relic here. While the soldiers were under the effect of the energy, Jooheon turned around and declared that they needed to flee while they had time. A new notification appeared in front of his eyes, informing him that the pharaoh's curse had begun to attack. The heroes' bodies were covered in a purple haze, and Yuja and Irina's mouths dropped open in fear. Seeing his hair in his hands, the artist realized that he had begun to age. Clutching her chest, Sola realized that she had begun to grow younger. The boy looked around and gritted his teeth. An old man and two little girls were sitting on the floor in front of him. The girls looked at each other in fear. Looking at them, the boy wondered what had just happened. Solar touched her face and said that she had turned into a child, and Irina said the same. The Tomb Raider furrowed his brows in surprise. Yuja grabbed his head and asked why he turned into an old man and how to change it back. Pointing at his boss, the artist furiously asked why he hadn't changed. The protagonist suggested that it was because of dominance. Looking at his reflection in the blade of the sword, he realized that the curse hadn't touched him because of his resistance, but now was not the time to explain all of this. The restorer shouted that the boy hadn't changed either. Louis frowned in displeasure, saying that it was because of his strength. Crossing his arms, the protagonist said that panicking wouldn't help matters, so they needed to come up with a plan. Looking at him with tears in his eyes, Yuja stated that it was easy for his boss to say that. Putting his hands in his pockets, Jooheon asked if everyone was okay and could talk. The old man grabbed his back. Sola put her hands on her waist and said that her mind remained the same. Folding her hands, Irina replied that she was also fine. Hearing that their leader was beginning to understand who the owner of the tomb was, the girls' mouths opened in surprise. The artist asked who it was. Crossing his arms over his chest and smiling, the boy explained that the age of his comrades had changed due to the curse of the pharaohs and that it affected the entire tomb, but was strengthened by Irina's ability. Looking away, he concluded that this was the tomb of Tutankhamun. Looking at his friend, the restorer said that he was familiar with the name. The young man expressed his confidence that his comrade had already heard of it. There was a huge tomb in the rocks. Although the pharaohs of the New Kingdom were buried in the Valley of the Kings to protect the tombs from thieves, this did not stop the robbers. The painting depicted ancient Egyptian people. The only untouched place was Tutankhamun's tomb. There were many treasures there, which immediately attracted the attention of the public. Next to the mask of the pharaoh were small figures of gods. Many tried to rob the tomb, but a terrible rumor spread that anyone who entered Tutankhamun's tomb would be cursed. There was a huge blood stain on the wall. The man in the hat looked away. One of the discoverers of the tomb, Lord Carnarvon, died soon after, but different sources testified to completely different states of his health. In any case, rumors of a curse spread throughout the world, and since relics are born from stories, Tutankhamun's relic is able to cast a curse. Realizing this, the protagonist frowned in displeasure. Holding his back, Yuja asked how they could defeat such a relic. Crossing his arms over his chest, Jooheon replied that they would figure it out when they came to the treasury. Looking at his aged friend, he added that the team might not even make it there, as the curse could overtake them at any moment. The leader suggested moving carefully so as not to attract attention and not to use the relics. Sola angrily crossed her arms over her chest, while Irina smiled happily. The squad moved forward along the corridor, walking ahead of everyone with a torch in his hands. The guy explained that they needed to go around all the traps and not get caught by other excavators. The corridors were empty, dust was flying in the air. Glyphs helped the team avoid traps. Looking down, the young man thought that they needed to move calmly and quietly so as not to attract the attention of the owner of the tomb, who could impose even more curses. His feet stood on the ledge. In front of him was a huge vertical shaft, which was built to protect the tombs from thieves. Such deep tunnels were full in the Valley of the Kings. Squinting, the tomb robber concluded that this shaft was very deep, as it was created by the relic. Hearing that they could die if they fell, Yuja clenched his teeth in fear. On the opposite wall was another corridor. The heroes decided to get to the other side, climbing down the rope one by one. The rope tying the boy asked if it was about her. The protagonist raised his hand and explained that they could be noticed by the relic if they all moved together. He ordered the rope to tie him up and move him to the other side. The artifact lowered its head, not believing that its owner allowed itself to be tied up. The rope wrapped around his body. Jooheon asked him to take his time and move slowly. Saying that he had nothing to worry about, the rope flew into the air over the abyss. The team members were surprised that it worked. The boy slid down the wall. His feet touched the stone floor. The rope released his body. The young man praised it for its excellent work and asked to go back to transfer the rest of the team. He added that the girls could be transferred both at once because they were small. The rope agreed. The heroes looked warily into the shaft. Louis raised his eyebrows, thinking that this was a great opportunity to escape. Seeing how the rope tied the two girls, the boy decided that no one would be able to catch him. Grinning, he decided to escape. The girls watched as the rope tied their bodies. Louis decided that he would escape as soon as the relic carried them away. Looking at the old man's back, the boy decided that he was not an obstacle. The artist put his hand to his mouth and asked his friends to be careful. The rope carried the girls through a deep shaft. Realizing that it was time to run, the child rushed back down the corridor. The restorer turned around. With his mouth wide open, he ordered the boy to stop. Putting his hand on the wall, the main character asked what was going on there. Louis smiled slyly and was glad that he had managed to escape. Suddenly, a wrinkled hand grabbed his sleeve. Jooheon pulled him towards himself and with a menacing look declared that he would not let him go anywhere. The boy shouted that the old man did not have enough strength for this. The artist frowned angrily and insulted him. Throwing the child to the floor, he repeated his words once more. Louis called on his opponent to let him go. Hearing the screams, Jooheon realized that there was a problem. The rope lowered the girls to the floor. The boy writhed in the restorer's arms, not understanding where the old man got so much strength from. Grabbing him by the neck and looking at his boss, Jooheon said that everything was fine and that he had managed to catch the fugitive, and asked the rope to quickly return to him. At that moment, the child hit him in the face with his elbow. From such a blow, the artist lost his balance and found himself over the abyss. Gritting his teeth, Louis looked back. The restorer stretched his hand forward, smiling nervously. Falling down the shaft, he screamed. Hearing him, Irina looked down in fear. The boy called out to his friend. Following the master's order, the rope rushed down after his friend. The young man realized what had happened only when he reflexively screamed, a drop of sweat running down his tense face. In order to save Jooheon, who was falling into the abyss, the rope had to stretch out and speed up. This would definitely attract attention. The tomb robber looked away. A purple haze appeared above the heroes. The voice was glad that it had found them. A notification said that the curse of the pharaohs had begun an attack. The body of the artist, who did not understand anything, began to dissolve in the air. The rope asked what was happening. The disappearing Sola looked at her boss in fear. Gradually turning into a haze, Irina called out to her friend. The protagonist, in shock, extended his hand to her. Holding his hand in the air, he realized that his friends had disappeared. Looking at his hand, Jooheon realized that he himself had begun to disappear. The wind carried the purple haze throughout the deep shaft. Finding himself in a cramped sarcophagus, the boy realized that the walls were too hard and that there was very little air here. Trying to lift the lid, he concluded that it was pointless. Furiously knocking on the lid, the young man asked someone to let him out of here. The tomb robber looked to the side. Hearing someone's voices, someone said that their master was here. Frowning, the protagonist asked if there was a rope behind the wall. The rope rose above the sarcophagus and replied that other relics were here too. Behind her back were many different artifacts. Her owner asked if she could help him free himself. The relic sparkled and asked what kind of unusual thing it was. Zufu crawled up to her and explained that it was a coffin. The rope objected that it was a very strange coffin. The worm replied rudely that their master was lying in a coffin. Jooheon gritted his teeth in displeasure. He asked if this was true. In front of the relic stood a sarcophagus in the shape of a pharaoh. A purple glow appeared in the air. The girls fell to the floor with a crash. They realized that they had teleported to some unfamiliar place. Torches were hanging on the walls of the tomb. Rising to her feet, Sola concluded that the relic had cursed them and scattered them around the tomb, and asked how her friend was feeling. Irina replied that everything was fine and asked the same question. Standing in the middle of the corridor, the girl replied that everything was fine and stated that they needed to find the rest of the squad. Hearing that they had no choice and would have to use the relics, the blonde opened her mouth in surprise. She clasped her hands to her chest and asked what would happen if they were cursed again. Sola explained that it was risky but they had no other choice. Smiling, the girl said that Gilda was a very good detective and that the relic would move slowly and carefully. Raising her clenched fist, she firmly stated that they needed to act the same way as with the rope and then they would not be caught. Irina watched her friend's actions with delight. Sola put her hand forward and began the summoning. A ball of bright energy appeared in the middle of the corridor. Gilda appeared in the air and spread her arms. Looking at her, the girl hoped that her plan would work and there would be no curse. The spirit looked at its owner and asked why she was summoned. Irina asked if it really worked. Looking at her, Sola sighed in relief and answered in the affirmative. The blonde clenched her fists and called her ally amazing. There were two doors next to each other in the room. The girl asked her relic to find the main character and lead them to him. She added that they needed to do it secretly and carefully because they were being watched. Gilda bowed and said that she would be back soon. The girls watched her go. Sola said that now they just had to wait. Smiling happily and closing her eyes, Irina sincerely praised her friend and said that Jooheon was very lucky to have her. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Her cheeks turned red. Turning away embarrassedly, she said that there was no need to praise her, but the girl continued to smile. A group of people were walking down the corridor. They had badges with the inscription TKVM hanging on their chests. Suddenly, a bright glow appeared above their heads. Jooheon appeared from the purple haze. He landed on one of the employees. Someone asked where the old man fell from. The artist clutched his head in pain. The worker asked if the others thought the man looked familiar. The restorer opened his mouth in fear when blades of weapons appeared in front of his face. Someone ordered him to introduce himself. Looking around, Jooheon realized that he was among people from the TKVM and wondered what he would do now without the rest of the squad. Hitting his hand with a bat, the employee ordered him to answer his question. The artist pressed his hands to his chest and asked for mercy. Looking at his comrade, the TKVM worker assumed that he was a simple civilian who had accidentally been carried into the tomb. The man smiled, agreeing with this assumption. Hearing that he smelled of relics, the restorer looked away in horror. He hovered over him, ordering him to surrender and give them the relics. The old man lowered his head, declaring that he knew nothing. The employee made sure that it was an ordinary civilian and offered to simply take his relics and let him go. Looking at the grinning men, Jooheon realized that they did not recognize him. He decided that the TKVM would never let go of a member of the protagonist's team, and that because of the curse, he was not recognized. A drop of sweat was running down his tense face. Deciding that he had a chance, the artist pleadingly knitted his eyebrows and said that he would give up all his relics. The old man added that he simply collected them, so they were weak. Putting his hands on his belt, the employee ordered him to give up all the artifacts, because this was not a toy. A man in black shoes approached them and asked what was going on. Recognizing this voice, the restorer sternly knitted his eyebrows. One of the employees replied that they simply found a civilian. Jooheon grinned maliciously, hearing that his subordinates were going to take the stranger's relics and give them to him. The TKVM worker put his hand forward and added that they were told not to make a fuss and that they always listened to orders. The company director looked at the old man with distrust. An evil grin appeared on his face. He felt like he had seen this man somewhere before. Jooheon clenched his teeth in fear, thinking that he had been recognized after all. He opened his mouth in shock when he was addressed by name. The man asked where his friends were. The rest of the TKVM team were surprised. The employee frowned in confusion. Jooheon gave him a stern look and asked if they hadn't realized it right away. The director gave his enemy a stern look. The artist tried to correct the situation by asking him to repeat the question and explaining that his hearing was really bad. The man smiled even wider and ordered his subordinates to cut off the old man's ears since he didn't need them. The restorer opened his mouth in shock. His eyes turned white with fear. The employee grabbed him by the ear and asked which one to start with, the left or the right. Jooheon began to squirm, screaming that he did not even understand what was being said. Jooheon, with his eyes flashing, extended his hand and ordered his opponent not to talk nonsense. The artist's body was covered in a red haze. His hands got rid of wrinkles. Looking at his hands, the boy thought that he wanted to get rid of the curse, but now was the most inappropriate time for this. A crowd of bounty hunters were drilling him with their eyes. The artist folded his hands and apologized for lying, adding that he had a phone, laptop, and a house from TKVM. The man pointed at him with annoyance and said that he personally saw the Apple logo on his phone. He asked what they should do. The chairman smiled slyly. Jooheon ordered to kill him, because in that case Louis would come back. The restorer opened his mouth in shock upon hearing this. He put his hands out in front of him and asked to be heard and promised to help if he was spared. The employees stood in front of him, not taking their eyes off him. Jooheon promised to tell them about all the weaknesses of the main character, because he had been working with him for a long time and knew a lot. Nervously pursing his lips, the boy thought that he was just trying to buy time. His hands were shaking from tension. Calling it an interesting offer, the director of TKVM slyly narrowed his eyes and decided to listen to his captive. Crossing his arms over his chest, the man became interested in the weaknesses of his sworn enemy. He hoped that it was worth it. Sweat appeared on the frightened artist's face. Furiously baring his teeth, Jooheon ordered him not to waste his time. The artist smiled tensely, not understanding what to do now. Grinning, the director ordered him to start talking. Clutching his own pants in his hands, the restorer thought that he would buy time if he told about the weaknesses of the boss, but he did not know what to say. After recalling all the various battle scenes of his friend, Jooheon realized that he had no weaknesses. The employee held out a knife and asked why their prisoner was silent. The boy opened his mouth wide and said that he would tell everything. The man in sneakers approached them, interested in such a conversation. Jooheon adjusted his glasses and asked if he could join in. Extending his hand, Taejin asked what he was doing here. The man replied that he was in one of the 7 great tombs for the same reason that everyone else was here. Squinting, he explained that he was scouting the situation with the help of Jooja's relic and noticed that the protagonist's team was having problems. The director of TKVM raised his eyebrows in disbelief. Julian added that a curse had been cast on them, which scattered the team throughout the tomb. The man realized that this was why the team member was here, and concluded that Jooheon was now alone too. The artist looked away in fear. Julian smiled and decided that together they could get the information they needed. Giving him a stern look, Taejin asked why he was going to attack the protagonist if they had signed a cooperation contract. The man frowned and said that it was all nonsense because they had not signed any contract. Young-si whispered in his boss's ear that it was true. A cheeky grin appeared on the director's face. He said that they had a common enemy, torches illuminating the corridors of the tomb. Extending his hand, Taejin suggested that they work together. Hearing that with his power they could easily find the protagonist, Julian raised his eyebrows and confirmed it. Spreading his arms out to the sides, the chairman asked his new ally to lead him to the enemy, adding that they would be able to learn about his weaknesses. The man narrowed his eyes and called it a great idea. Taejin smiled widely and called his choice the right one. Hearing that they needed to hurry, he suddenly frowned and asked why. Julian held out his hand and explained that the curse was weakening, so they might miss the enemy if they continued to waste time. Hearing the suggestion to listen to him on the way, Jooheon gritted his teeth in fear. Looking back, the chairman ordered his subordinates to move forward. The man with glasses frowned sternly. He grabbed the boy's hand, ordering him to move forward. Getting to his feet, the artist shouted that he was in pain. Squinting, Julian whispered that he was only trying to save him. The restorer looked at him questioningly. Gritting his teeth, Jooheon called him too fickle. The man looked back and explained that he was nearby and heard the noise. He added that the curse was a punishment for all the bad things and asked why people can't live a normal life. The boy frowned in displeasure, listening to this grumbling. Julian looked down at him and asked him to think about what he should tell Taejin. Turning around and looking at the TKVM staff, the artist thought that he now had a chance to survive. Putting her hand to her chin, Sola said that they had problems. She added that Gilda was unable to find the boss and suggested that he was hidden in a special place. Her friend folded her arms in frustration. The dejected ghost lowered his head. Putting her hand in her pocket, Irina thought that she could help with something using the sacred Mayan book. In her hands was a relic. The girl asked what it was. Holding the book in her hands, the blonde explained that this artifact can tell what danger threatens their friend, no matter where he is. The book was covered in a light haze. This relic gave a vague description without any details, but now any available information was important. Looking at her friend, Sola asked if she was sure she could do it. She raised her eyebrows in surprise when the girl replied that it was worth it. Smiling resolutely, Irina declared that it was her turn to take a risk. The blonde knelt down in front of the book and asked her friend to move away a little just in case. The girl asked her to be careful. The symbols depicted on the relic began to glow. The pages began to turn by themselves. Yellow lightning appeared. The girl asked what danger threatened her friend. Burning torches hung on the wall. Yellow sparks flew in the air. The girls realized that the curse had passed them. Hearing her friend scream, Sola looked around in fear. She asked what happened. Irina looked in horror at the hieroglyphs that appeared in the air. The girl raised her eyebrows in confusion, hearing that her friend would be lying down. The blonde said that his body would be tied with a rope. A tear rolled down her cheek. Sobbing, she asked what her friend was doing, clenching her hands into fists. Sola assumed that he was talking about the rope. Looking around, the girl asked her relic to find the rope. Gilda bowed and agreed. Frowning in disappointment, the girl remembered that her friend was always near the rope. She opened her mouth in shock. Clenching her fists to her chest, Irina asked if the main character really fell in love with the relic. Sola asked what they were talking about. Putting her hand on her friend's shoulder, the girl explained that she sent Gilda to look for him and that their boss was not like that at all. With tense eyes, she asked her friend not to be upset. Suddenly, Sola screamed that now she would have to be jealous of her friend and the rope. The blonde asked what her friend had just said. The light of the torches illuminated the corridor. The protagonist lay in the sarcophagus, his fists crossed on his chest. He asked how long it would take to save him. The rope wrapped around the sarcophagus and shouted that the lid did not want to open at all. Nero crossed his arms over his chest and offered his help. The rope turned away and agreed. The emperor explained that gold becomes liquid when it melts, so the coffin needs to be melted. Jooheon nervously clenched his teeth upon hearing this. Raising his hands up, the relic summoned fire. The guy asked him to stop, saying that his death would come faster than the coffin would melt. Nero raised his eyebrows in displeasure and said that people are too weak creatures. The young man squinted as he heard a sound. Notifications appeared that the mummification process would begin in 5 minutes and that the tomb robber would become a mummy and go to the afterlife. Dozens of hands extended embalming tools to him. A voice said that this was an incredible experience that not everyone could survive. The relic explained that first the brain had to be pulled out through the nose. Seeing sharp scalpels in front of him, the protagonist thought that he would be turned into a mummy and clenched his teeth. He begged for help. The rope rose above the sarcophagus and asked what had happened. Its owner asked the relic to do something. Swords and vases lit up. Someone asked what they could do. Statues, a teapot and other artifacts sparkled. Someone said that they did not know how to open the coffin. Calling them useless, Jooheon frowned. One of the artifacts asked if he needed his help. Hearing a familiar voice, the boy turned to the side. The worm rose above the ground and warned that his help was not free. All the relics gathered around the sarcophagus. The young man asked what he needed. Suh was surprised that his master agreed to the deal so quickly. He asked if the master was in a hurry, angrily clenching his fist. The tomb robber thought that the relics were in trouble. Raising his head, the worm said that he wanted all of his fortune. The artifact stood in a row in front of the sarcophagus. Suh waved his tail and added that he wanted all the relics. The face depicted on the sarcophagus expressed serenity. The artifacts gathered around him. The worm repeated his demand, saying that this was a small price to pay for preserving life. The tomb robber bared his teeth and thought that his relic was too fearless. Suh shook his head and demanded to be let go because he was not being paid for his work. His master frowned angrily and asked if the relic had gone crazy because this was too much. The worm looked very angry. He said that his master was crazy because he refused the offer to save him. He did not care at all if his master wanted to be a mummy. The girl ran into the room with the artifacts. She asked what Suh was doing. The protagonist, still under the lid of the golden sarcophagus, recognized the voice. Sola swung her leg and crushed the impudent worm. Irina tugged her hand, saying that she heard her friend's voice. Sitting down opposite the sarcophagus, the blonde asked if her friend was there. Jooheon sighed with relief, hearing her voice. Dust settled on the lid of the sarcophagus. The guy was glad that adequate people had finally come to him. His girlfriend asked how he ended up here at all. Squeezing the crushed worm in her hand, Sola asked what she needed to do with it. Suh tried to justify himself, saying that he was just trying to help the owner. The sarcophagus stood on the floor. The young man said that the relic knew how to pull him out, but would only tell about it in exchange for his fortune. The girls glared at the worm when they heard the order to make it talk. Someone suggested burning it. Suh begged for mercy. The other artifacts gathered in the corner, watching the events. The beaten relic bowed its head, surrendering and telling them that they needed to read a spell to free its owner. The girl shook it in her hand and ordered it to start reading the spell. Thanks to it, the lid of the coffin began to glow. Seeing the gap, the tomb robber smiled, realizing that the sarcophagus was opening. The lid rose into the air. The girls raised their eyebrows in surprise. Rising, the protagonist said that he almost suffocated. Tears appeared in Irina's eyes. She rushed forward, glad that her friend was alive. The rope also rushed towards him. The rope wrapped around the owner's head and asked if everything was okay. Jooheon answered affirmatively and asked the relic to let him go. Clenching her fists, the blonde asked her friend if anything had happened between him and the rope. The guy asked what they were talking about. Hearing that their friend had been in the sarcophagus the whole time, and the rope had simply tried unsuccessfully to free him, the girls looked at each other in relief. Worriedly placing her hands on her chest, the girl explained that the Mayan book had given a strange prophecy, which said that the young man would lie down and his body would be tied with a rope. Spreading his arms, the tomb robber said that he really was lying in the sarcophagus and that they were going to mummify him. He decided that for this he needed to be tied with a rope. Smiling, Irina realized that the prophecy was not talking about the rope. Clapping her hands, she added that they had already thought of the worst. Frowning, the protagonist asked what could be worse than turning into a mummy. Picking up the artifact from the floor, he said that they needed to find Jooheon since he had managed to get out of the sarcophagus. Putting her hand out to the side, Sola said that Gilda, who was standing behind her, would help with this because the ghost had recently found the sarcophagus and the tomb relic had not noticed it. Taking the scroll in his hands, Jooheon asked his friend to do this. The girl said that she would immediately send the relic to search. The guy crossed his arms over his chest. While Gilda was looking for the boy, the heroes decided to rest. Fortunately, not a single relic was lost or damaged. Many artifacts had gathered in the room. Looking at his rejuvenated friends, the young man decided that it would be necessary to deal with this curse. Gilda returned and, hovering in the air above the heroes, told them everything she had managed to find out. Hearing that Yuya was with Taejun, the tomb robber frowned sternly. Sola added with a frown that they were talking about his friend's weaknesses. Crossing his arms, the protagonist realized that their comrade had teleported next to the TCVM staff and called him unlucky. Scratching his chin, he decided that he didn't have to worry about the boy telling him anything because he didn't know about the crow. Jooheon decided that he needed to deal with the chairman. The girl turned to him with her hands clasped together. She explained that Julian was there too. Hearing this, Irina raised her eyebrows in surprise. Putting her hand forward, Sola explained that the vice captain was also discussing the leader's weaknesses. Gilda was floating in the air next to them. Imagining a stern Julian against the backdrop of lightning, the guy decided that he could see the crow's aura with the help of Juja's relic and therefore could find out about its weakness. Looking away, the boy wondered what the man was up to. Someone pinched the hem of his jacket. The Tomb Raider leaned over. Solar whispered to bring back the man's memories. Putting her hand to her mouth, she said that they wouldn't be in this situation if they had done it earlier. Raising his head, the protagonist promised to think about it and thought that it was unlikely that they would suddenly become friends. Remembering how Julian poked him in the chest, Jooheon decided that there were too many disagreements between them and that they had fought a lot in their past life. Squinting, the boy said that along with the good memories, the bad ones would come back, and Solar looked at him and guessed that it definitely wouldn't get any worse. Putting her hand in front of her, the girl said that Julian was going to attack her friend along with Taejun and asked if that wasn't stupid. The boy raised his eyebrows and agreed with his friend that the man should remember everything that the director of the TKVM had done. Putting his hand on his belt, the tomb robber promised to use the relic when he met Julian and said that it was time for them to go now. Pressing his hands to his chest, Irina asked if something bad had happened to Yuja. The team leader replied that he was fine. Smiling, he added that they just needed to solve one problem. The man came out from behind the corner. The TKVM staff were walking along the corridors of the tomb in a large crowd. The boy walked among them, thinking that he was being watched too closely. Julian walked ahead. The artist wondered if he had a plan and how they were going to escape at all. Taejun looked back and asked how much longer they had to go and if they were being led the right way. The man smiled and answered in the affirmative. Looking at him, the restorer thought that the enemy was starting to suspect something. Looking away, he realized that he could only hope for a miracle. Someone asked if the staff were looking for him. The men in uniform turned around in surprise. The protagonist grinned slyly. Yuya looked at his ally and asked if he really led them to the boss. Julian answered negatively. Squinting, the man thought that the guy found them himself. Taejun was happy to see them, but Jooheon raised his hand, approaching the opponents, and said that he did not care at all. Smiling, he said that he came here for the vice captain. The man gritted his teeth in displeasure. The guy said that he heard that they began to work together with the director of TKVM against him. Resolutely knitting his eyebrows, the young man said that he would not forgive such a betrayal. Opening his mouth wide, Julian shouted that his ally had misunderstood everything. The chairman put his hand to his chin and realized that they were not getting along. Yunxi said behind his back that he was right. Under the orders of their superior, the employees formed two straight lines for the opponents to engage in combat. The man bared his teeth angrily. The vice captain raised his hand and shouted that they did not need to fight at all. The Tomb Raider remained silent, maintaining a confident expression. Hearing that he could say whatever he wanted, Julian raised his eyebrows in confusion. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had already made his decision. His feet left the ground. Swinging his fist, Jooheon rushed forward. The guy readied his sword. He gritted his teeth and shouted for Jooheon to listen to him. The main neuro frowned, leaving a bright mark near his face. The guy swung the weapon at Julian, saying that he could say whatever he wanted, but he had already made his decision. Jake smiled, saying that he would kill two birds with one stone. Yuya raised his eyebrows, knowing that things were bad and that he needed to stop the boss as soon as possible, but he didn't know how. Julian frowned. He moved forward. Flashes of light appeared behind him. The boy shouted that the protagonist was leaving him no choice. The boy reached out to the protagonist with his hand, creating a bright flash next to him. He grabbed his weapon. Julian frowned and moved closer, asking Jooheon to listen to him, because in reality he was pretending to work with them to save Yuya. Without his intervention, the boy would have been dead a long time ago. The boy saved him. The protagonist's eyes widened. Julian asked the boy if he believed him now, because he had misunderstood everything in the beginning. Jooheon smiled, saying that as he had already said, the decision had been made. The boy's eyes widened. A bright explosion thundered across the battlefield, lifting the floor debris into the air. The heroes covered their eyes, not understanding what was happening. Jooheon screamed loudly, squeezing his eyes shut. The protagonist pointed the object in his hands at the guy. A translucent blue liquid hit Julian's face. His eyes widened. He fell to his knees, screaming that he was in pain, lightning shining brightly around his body. The guy opened his mouth wide and screamed. The hero did not understand what was happening, perhaps he was hallucinating. Jooheon appeared in front of him, frowning, telling him to run. The guy was surprised by his appearance. The head neuro grabbed Julian by the shoulders, saying that this was a trap and there would be no reinforcements. The chairman had set everything up. The guy sadly arched his eyebrows and pursed his lips, listening to the hero's words that he could no longer watch people die, so he told him to take the rest and leave. An army of monsters appeared in front of Julian. He heard Jooheon's screams asking why he didn't run. The protagonist rushed straight to the monsters. The guy realized that he remembered everything, how Jooheon sacrificed himself to save them. Julian frowned and gritted his teeth, watching him go. Solar raised her eyebrows and shouted loudly, trying to stop him. The guy put his hand in front of her, saying that they were leaving. The girl raised her hand, trying to object, but Julian said that this was an order. He did everything to make his sacrifice worth it. Eventually they found the entrance, but he had to make the same decision as Jooheon. The heroes walked forward. A wall of rats appeared in front of them, their eyes shining brightly red. They opened their mouths, showing sharp teeth. Julian turned to the heroes, asking them to run, while he himself would deal with them. The guy froze, raising his head up and thinking that he was not at all confident in his strength, but he thought this was the best decision. Julian opened his mouth wide, rushing to attack. This is how he died. The rats ate him alive. The guy was breathing heavily, trembling through his body. The protagonist asked if he was awake. Julian's eyes were wide open. He remembered that voice. The guy held his hand out in front of him, asking what happened after they got out of the tomb. The protagonist said that it was a long story. JK opened his mouth wide, asking what they were doing in displeasure. Julian froze, his blue eyes wide. The man turned to Jooheon Suh in annoyance, asking what relic the guy used. He raised his eyebrows in concern, saying he didn't know, so the chairman told him to find out right away. The guy lowered his head, saying that it was Taejun's voice. He turned around, frowning furiously. Julian was moving forward. There were bright yellow lightnings around him. JK's men pressed their hands to their heads. Bright flashes were shining around them. They were screaming loudly, trying to hide from his relic. Jooheon smiled, saying, "Wow." Julian's eyes were shining brightly. The protagonist was thinking that before the guy wouldn't hurt a fly, but now he was burning people alive. He definitely remembered everything. Jooheon asked a guy passing by what was wrong with him, to which Julian told him to move aside if he didn't want to turn into coal. He frowned and clenched his teeth, saying that he needed to deal with Jake. The guy held his hand out in front of the man. The chairman asked what Julian was doing, asking if they hadn't agreed, would he betray them so easily? The guy gritted his teeth. He frowned, saying that it was Jake who betrayed them. A bright flash of lightning flashed in the space. Around Julian, people fell down, surrounded by yellow flashes of lightning. Jooheon Suh frowned, saying that the guy had become a completely different person, suggesting that Jooheon was controlling him. Suddenly, a bright lightning passed through his body. The man gritted his teeth and frowned, looking at him. He clenched his hands into a fist, saying that he would kill him. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was very interested in who would win. The boy told Jooheon to run away from here as fast as possible, but noticed the relics in his hands, asking what he was carrying. The boy smiled, saying that he took it from the TKVM soldiers. The protagonist smiled, saying that he was good, telling him to stand behind him. The boy asked what he was going to do. Jooheon put his palm on the floor, saying that he would simply destroy it, so they would sweep everyone away. Energy passed through his hand, destroying everything under the people's feet. Jooheon asked what about Julian, to which the protagonist said that the boy would somehow figure it out himself. The man frowned and turned around, not understanding what was happening. The floor shook under their feet. Jake and Julian fell down. The man shouted in irritation. Jooheon put his hand above his eyes, saying that it was a beautiful view. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, looking at him. The boy smiled, saying that Solar and Irene were waiting for them. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He asked what kind of sword the boy was holding. Jooheon looked at the weapon. The boy took the hilt. The system reported that this was the sword of Liu Bei, the emperor of the Shu kingdom. The boy smiled, asking what this relic was doing here. The boy asked if Liu Bei was one of the rulers of the Three Kingdoms era. Jooheon said that the boss should know something important about Julian. It seems he had a weakness for the Three Kingdoms. The boy frowned, looking at him. The hero pulled the sword out of its sheath, listening to the boy's words that Zhu Liang was powerless against the relics of that era. The hero asked if this was true. If so, then great. Jooheon raised the sword above himself, shrouded in aura, saying that this relic fell into the right hands. The main smiled, saying that one of his subordinates had Zhu Liang's relic. The sword glowed brightly, asking who dared to pull it out of their own free will. It jumped out of the boy's hands, saying that only a worthy person can become its master. Jooheon asked the sword hovering in front of him what its criteria were, to which the relic said that the owner must not be a great monarch or at least have his traits. A blue aura enveloped the blade of the sword. He said that the owner must have a high level of dominance. Suddenly, the relic screamed, noticing that the hero fits the second condition. The boy smiled, his body surrounded by a pink aura. He said that this is true. The relic hovered in front of the heroes, saying that the first point is still valid, because dominance alone is not enough. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking if it is safe. The protagonist frowned, asking what he was talking about. Jooheon was reflected in the blade of the sword. The relic said that the guy had leadership qualities, which meant great potential to become a monarch. The young man cried out, saying that this relic does not understand people at all. The protagonist frowned, asking why he was still here. The sword in Jooheon's hands shone brightly, saying that he was a worthy person, so he would lend him his power. The guy smiled, asking why he could not do it right away and not make a show. The sword shouted discontentedly that it could not do otherwise. The hero thought about how he got Liu Bei's relic so easily. It was very useful. He would definitely go for it in the future, but it was good that everything turned out this way. The heroes slowly walked forward, finding themselves in a large hall. One of them shouted that this room was simply gigantic. They followed Jooheon up the steps, asking if it was a dead end, since it was such a big place and there was only one door. A rope was hanging from the ceiling. The protagonist noticed that there was an exit. Yuya immediately noticed it. The youth furrowed his brows, looking at the relic and saying that they probably found the rope's sister. The guy looked up, saying that they probably need to climb up there. He would go first, and they should be careful since there are traps here. The heroes froze, noticing that the rope was descending. Jooheon looked up, saying that it would hold him. However, he had created a protective shield. There were already plenty of traps here, but they should at least protect them from the TKVM. Yuya frowned, looking at him. The youth asked if they hadn't fallen through the floor. The guy frowned, saying that he didn't think they had fallen too deep. The chairman and his gang were incredibly resilient. There was movement behind the boy. The protagonist dodged Julian's attack. Yuja screamed when he saw him. The boy stood behind the heroes, his cape rising up. He frowned and screamed why Jooheon didn't save him, to which the hero replied that it was his own fault for being slow. Julian said that the boy stole his relic. The protagonist smiled, saying that he noticed it quickly. Yuja raised his eyebrows, asking when he managed to do that. Jooheon held out the bottle in his hand, saying that he picked it up when the boy dropped it while unconscious. Julian screamed why the hero decided to take it for himself. He frowned, asking what the boy did to him then, because he was sure that he didn't imagine it. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that it was a long story. He really didn't imagine it and it all happened for real. Julian screamed, asking how that was possible, because then it turns out that he is dead. The guy took a step forward, saying that he is too. Jooheon, standing in front of him, said that he does not know if he went back in time or was simply reborn, but now they live in the past with the memory of the future. The hero smiled, saying that this is a great chance. He will not allow history to repeat itself, and for this he needs the guy's help. Julian's eyes widened in surprise and his mouth opened slightly. He frowned, turning to Jooheon. The guy smiled and, holding the relic in his hand, said that he was taking it with him for now. The hero opened his mouth in surprise. Julian shouted, asking him to stop his nonsense and give him the relic. The protagonist frowned, saying that he was up to his old tricks again, and he thought the guy was touched by their reunion. He bared his teeth, saying that if he didn't stop showing off, he would have to take extreme measures and use this relic. The hero raised a shining sword, saying that this was an addition to his collection, the relic of Liu Bei. The relic, surrounded by a blue aura, asked if this was his Zhu Liang, his best comrade. Julian frowned, shouting, "No." Flames appeared around the guy. The voice said that he was glad to meet the owner again. The guy frowned and cried out in displeasure. He fell to his knees. Julian lowered his forehead to the floor, asking the master to accept the bow. The protagonist smiled, saying that it worked well. The guy looked at the hero with displeasure, calling him an idiot. Jooheon raised his sword, saying that the guy and his team now work for him. He pointed the tip of the sword at Julian, who was sitting on the floor, saying that his subordinates would obey the hero, but this was not news because they had already signed the contract. The guy frowned, asking if he was talking about the same slave contract, shouting that he had forced him to sign it by force. Jooheon handed him the document, saying that the contract was unequal, so he changed it a little, asking him to take a look. Yuja came out from behind the protagonist, not understanding why he did this. The guy squeezed the document in his hands. Jooheon threw the contract to the floor with all his might, shouting that everything was the same here, only now his salary was 0-1. The protagonist smiled, saying that the guy was in his power because Liu Bei's relic belonged to him. Jooheon frowned, asking who would sign such a contract. The boy smiled and asked Liu Bei to come over. The hero cried out, asking if he was making fun of him. Dust rose from the rebel. The man's shaking hand rested on the ground. Jake gritted his teeth, calling the boy insolent. He frowned, saying that he would get to him, and Jooheon Suh, barely able to move, asked if the chairman was okay. Jake turned around, saying that he was perfectly fine. Now they needed to get out of here. The boy raised his eyebrows, saying that he was glad to hear that he was okay. However, their team was not. The people were lying motionless, facing the ground. Some of them were kneeling, holding their heads in their hands. The man shouted, calling them weaklings. He frowned, ordering everyone who could still walk to be gathered. The boy hurried to do so. Jake gritted his teeth, saying that nothing could stand in his way. He stood in front of a small group of people. As expected, the chairman gathered the remaining soldiers and immediately moved after the protagonist, and of course, he did not spare even his own. They moved quickly and had already reached the room where Jooheon found the protagonist, but he had already set up traps there. The people in vests moved one after another. They raised their heads up, telling the chairman that there were ropes hanging from the ceiling. One of them asked if it was a trap, to which the man standing next to him replied that it did not look like it. The heroes happily rushed to the relics, shouting about whether this was a treasure trove. The man told them to collect them all. The guy smiled, touching the relic. Jake smiled, noticing that their efforts finally paid off. Suh raised his eyebrows, asking him to just imagine how much it could be worth. The guy looked at the item in his hand, asking if it was his relic. The man folded his arms, asking what he was talking about. The guy turned around, saying that they lost these relics when they fell, and for some reason there were many of the same ones. The chairman's eyes widened. He frowned and opened his mouth wide, shouting that it was a fake, telling them to put it back. Suh, who was standing next to him, cried out in concern. A bright explosion thundered. They put their hands in front of them, hiding from the debris. The subordinates were lying on top of each other, pressing their faces into the ground. The man asked how bad it was, to which he immediately received an answer that they were in a very bad way. The protagonist laughed, saying that he knew they would come for him, that's why he set a trap for them. The man frowned and looked away, saying that it was Jooheon. The guy, pressing his hand to his shoulder, said that he seemed to be at the top. The heroes looked at the ropes above their heads. The chairman asked if he really climbed these ropes. The guy ordered those who could to climb. The hero's palm clenched tightly, grasping the rope. The guy opened his mouth wide, shouting that his voice sounded close, which meant he was probably somewhere nearby. The subordinates diligently pulled the ropes. The girl clenched her teeth, looking up. Suddenly, one of the ropes broke. People fell down with a scream. The man frowned, ordering the guy to show himself right away. The guy calmly noted that the chairman was very loud. A sarcophagus appeared behind Jake. The hero pressed his hand, pushing the lid back, saying, "This is what happens when they climb where they shouldn't." The man and Suh looked in his direction in surprise. The chairman frowned, realizing where the boy had been hiding all this time. Jooheon smiled and raised his index finger, saying that the voice they heard was just a recording. The man displeasedly called him a sly fool. The boy raised his eyebrows, thanking him for the compliment, asking if they would solve their problem. Jake frowned, asking what kind of solution he was talking about. He clenched his teeth furiously, asking the hero not to be mistaken, asking if just because he was alone, he would be able to defeat him. The man's eye shone brightly, saying that his strength was enough to easily destroy him. Jooheon smiled and showed the man a map, saying that everyone knew he was strong. That was why he did not come empty-handed. The hero turned to the golden sarcophagus, telling it to act. It moved from its place. Jake smiled, saying that it was cute that the guy had a relic, asking if he was sure it would work on him. The protagonist smiled, saying that it wasn't a relic, it was a trap. He told the king to find eternal peace. The golden sarcophagus rose up. Its eyes shone brightly. The man began to dissolve into space. Suh screamed. He froze in place, screaming that the chairman had disappeared. The guy frowned and pointed at the protagonist, asking where he hid it. Jooheon smiled, saying that it worked as expected and that he didn't hide it anywhere, asking him to just listen. Suh gritted his teeth and frowned, looking at him. The golden sarcophagus fell at his feet. The guy lowered himself to it. He screamed, hearing bangs from the inside of the sarcophagus. Jooheon Suh frowned, asking if the chairman was there. The man shouted in displeasure, asking why the lid wouldn't open. The boy looked at the golden sarcophagus in front of him, asking what the protagonist had done. The boy folded his arms and smiled, saying that it was a trap that only kings could fall into. He had been there himself, an incredible experience. He raised his index finger and smiled, saying that he wanted to share this experience with the chairman. Jooheon Suh screamed, asking if he was in his right mind. The hero put his hands forward, saying that if he looked from the other side, the relic had worked, meaning it recognized him as a king. Jooheon Suh frowned, asking what good it would do if a man was trapped in this coffin. The protagonist turned around and smiled, saying that it was a minus, wishing him luck in freeing the chairman. The boy frowned and shouted, ordering him to get Jake out of there. The guy held the sword in front of him, telling him not to take another step. The protagonist, standing in front of Jooheon Suh, said that he knew that he couldn't resist him, so it was better for the guy to go and watch the sarcophagus. Jooheon Suh grinned in displeasure and grabbed his throat with his hands, telling him to just wait and then they would deal with him. Jooheon put the sword on his shoulder and smiled, asking what he should wait for since he wasn't afraid of them. The protagonist stood there, leaning the relic on his shoulder. The people from the TKVM wouldn't bother him for a long time. The excavators were wounded, and Jake was locked in the sarcophagus. Now it was time for them to meet the owner of the tomb. The heroes approached the bright gate. Jooheon and Julian covered their faces from the wind. They opened the large door leading to the treasury, thinking that the room would be full of relics and that would be the end of their mission. But everything was not so simple. The boy's eyes widened. He cried out in surprise, seeing a sandy desert in front of him. The heroes froze in place, not understanding how this was possible. Jooheon thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, saying that he was sure that the treasure was here, asking if his memory had failed him. Julian frowned, saying that he remembered it too. Solar opened her eyes wide, looking at the boy and asking if maybe the future had changed. He took a step forward, offering to look around. The heroes covered their faces with their hands. Yuya said that the sun was very hot. The main character gritted his teeth, saying that this was a real desert. The boys turned around in surprise. The door was closing before their eyes. Jooheon cried out. He reached his hand towards the entrance, shouting, "No." Julian raised his head, saying that it was a trap. The guy folded his arms and smiled, saying that it was unlikely, because he could sense the relics. This was definitely not an ordinary trap. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, asking what they should do now. Were they really going to fry here to death? The protagonist smiled, saying that they would think of something. He frowned, looking ahead. No matter what Jooheon said, he was scared of the unknown. There was absolutely nothing in the desert. He did not see any relics or an exit. In front of his eyes were only sand hills. Because of the heat, his subordinates quickly became exhausted, so he could not force them to go further. Solar and Irene were breathing heavily, covering their eyes from the sand flying into their faces. The hero pointed to an oasis in the distance, offering to rest under that tree. The guy asked if there was any shade there. Jooheon smiled, saying that it was better than nothing. Yuya wiped the sweat from his face with his hand, agreeing with his words. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. The heroes froze as the winds raised the sand. Irene grabbed the guy's leg. He furrowed his brows, telling Julian to grab the kids and run. Solar and Irene were already weak due to the curse. The guy noticed that there were many of them, asking if he could handle it alone. Jooheon frowned, saying that it was better for him to be alone. Julian told the kids to follow him. Yuya pointed at himself, asking why only them. Solar widened her eyes and frowned, asking how they could leave the boss. Julian furrowed his brows, asking if she could fight now, especially since he wouldn't accept their help no matter how much they offered. The guy thought that he had a trauma from the past. The protagonist stood with his back to them. The guy said that they should retreat and not interfere. They could help later if necessary. Monsters appeared from under the sand in front of Jooheon. The snakes opened their mouths and hoods, their tongues moved outside. The guy smiled, saying that he hated snakes. He squeezed the hilt of his sword, saying that he was not going to fight them, but rather just cut them into small pieces. The protagonist took a fighting stance, ordering the giant snakes surrounding him to approach. The angry snakes shouted that Jooheon was not suitable for their task and asked him to leave. He stood in the circle of snakes with a sword in his hand and asked in surprise what task they were talking about and asked to tell him about it. The main snake laughed loudly and said that of course there was one, but the guy would not receive a relic for it. The angry guy turned away from the snake, but she continued to say that the commander had blacklisted him and he was forbidden to enter the tombs and receive tasks. She immediately shouted for the snakes to get rid of him. With their mouths open, the snakes attacked the guy from both sides, while the main one shouted for them to take away his sun god power. A blue aura appeared around the guy. The surprised snake opened its eyes wide and asked why Jooheon had such a strong dominance. The protagonist abruptly cut the snake's neck. Standing in blood, the guy asked if they were going to give him tasks. He smirked and said that he would make them. Jooheon immediately jumped up from his spot. He jumped towards the angry snakes, who opened their mouths wide. He immediately struck the snake with his sword. Jooheon held onto the sword and looked to the side when one of the snakes screamed that the guy was dangerous. He held the sword with a blue aura in his hand when the main snake attacked him. Jooheon's relic immediately appeared, saying where they were going. The guy praised the rope for tying the snake's neck, to which it was happy with the praise. The snakes got angry and screamed, recognizing Jooheon's relic. The rope squeezed the neck tighter and screamed that it didn't care. The guy smirked, said that he fought with their commander, and asked if all the relics would really obey them. Running towards the snakes, Jooheon shouted that since they were so brave, he would deal with them instead of their commander. Cutting the snakes in half, the boy said that the snakes were only scary because of their size, but the problem was that there was no end to them. Looking at the remains of the snakes, he said that as soon as he dealt with one, more snakes crawled out of the sand and his relics began to run out. Newanime said that one more swing and she would break, and Jooheon was upset, saying that this was bad. The snakes surrounded the boy and said that they would not attack him even if he used up all his weapons. Smiling and taking out a relic, he said that he had plenty of them. Looking at the enraged snakes, he said that he was testing a new weapon, and they make excellent sandbags. Jumping at the snakes, they screamed, gaping. Jooheon immediately stabbed the dagger into the snake. The snake raised its head in pain as Jooheon held onto its nose with the dagger. Its eyes widened in pain. The other snakes watching this began to scream that he was drying up. He smirked and asked if they had heard of the 10 eunuchs. Stabbing the dagger into the snake, he said that it was their relic and that it would squeeze every last drop of life out of them. Jumping off the snake, he asked who was next as he flew towards the other snakes. As the main snake fell, it began to dry up, telling the others to run. A scream was heard from behind Jooheon for him to stop. Rocks immediately began to fall. The building in the area suddenly began to collapse. Sand figures rose up. Jooheon looked up, standing with the dagger in his hand. He grinned and said that he had finally waited for it. A voice came from the ravine, saying that Jooheon was as impudent as they said. The indignant boy looked up, listening to what he should have understood why they refused to give him a mission. Smiling, he said that he didn't care about the missions because he could break through wherever he wanted. The army with red eyes stood in front of him and laughed. The leader of the royal guards told them to grab him and make him kneel. Looking at Jooheon, he told the army to fight for the king. A voice was heard from behind the attackers, asking who they were. Jooheon asked if they were really people, to which Miller said that they were summoned by the relic, they just had a human appearance. Jooheon, Miller and Solar watched as the guards passed by them. Frightened, Jooheon said if they really passed by. Turning to Irina, Solar said with fear that they were probably going to the boss, but there were too many of them. Looking at the guards, Jooheon looked at them with confusion. The army was quickly approaching the boy. Standing in the center, surrounded by guards, the boy said that there were many of them. With an indifferent look, he thought that one relic could not do this. Looking up, he saw the relics and thought that they must have combined all their powers. Looking at the relic, he thought that they all reflected the famous pharaohs since they were in the Valley of the Kings. Standing in between the army, Jooheon said that he would respond to them with dignity since there was an entire army of them. Screaming, he released all his relics, looking at the army with a smile. The pop-up messages said that the god of wrath and chaos, the king of the underworld, and the guide of souls were coming to earth. A paw appeared next to the boy. Osiris, Seth, and Anubis stood in front of Jooheon, ready to protect him. The guards laughed, saying that they would not touch them. Smiling, the guy called them idiots and told the dogs not to waste too much energy. All three immediately soared up above the guards. The satisfied guy asked if the gods were angry with them. The dogs jumped next to the guy. Seth asked the protagonist if they would be rewarded later because his conscience was somehow bothering him. The protagonist immediately said that the reward would be 4 boxes of chicken from different deliveries and a bunch of pickled radishes. Seth was very surprised and inspired to hear this. He immediately shouted for the guards to kneel before the gods. The guards shouted, asking why Seth was doing this, while Jooheon stood aside, satisfied. The protagonist told Osiris to try his best too, because then he would let him meet those idols he always watches, to which the dog exclaimed in surprise. Osiris shouted if it was possible, to which Jooheon folded his arms and asked if he had heard anything about fan meetings. The dog told the guy to give him 5 minutes and then attack the army right away. Anubis looked at the guy and asked what about him, and Jooheon replied that he hadn't fully recovered yet. He told the dog to just stand there with a menacing look, to which Anubis shed a tear and began to stutter, thanking his owner. Looking at the battle between the relics and the guards, Jooheon thought that the guards clearly did not expect an attack from the gods. The protagonist's face had glowing eyes and a smirk on his face. Now we can break through, he said to himself. Seth and Osiris growled furiously at the guards, emitting incredible magical power. The royal guards protected themselves with shields and slowly retreated. The relics screamed, asking each other why the gods were attacking them. Seth, with his eyes burning, growled and raged for the guards to obey the protagonist, adding that they should do it faster, because he was hungry. 2 relics, looking down on everything from above, said among themselves that the gods had gone crazy, and the other said that their gods obeyed Jooheon. We can't do anything, the first relic responded to this. Immediately after that, they ordered their entire huge army to attack. Seth has always been an evil god, said the first relic. After these words, the entire royal army was enveloped in incredible magical power. The second relic said that it never liked Seth either, sat down. Hearing this, he turned to the owner in irritation and said that those relics needed to be punished. The protagonist, keeping his hands in his pockets, replied that he should do what he wanted since he himself did not object. Seth immediately asked if the owner was definitely not against it, since his abilities would take away some of Jooheon's powers. Hearing this, the smile disappeared from the protagonist's face and he tensed up a little. Looking at Seth, he asked if Seth was really worried about him. Seth immediately shouted that he was, of course, worried about his owner. Then, in an upset and sad voice, he asked if something happened to the protagonist, who would buy him chicken. Hearing this, the protagonist smiled contentedly and told him not to worry and do what he wanted. Hearing this, Seth laughed, after which, proudly raising his head, he said that this sounded very self-confident. Then I will use force, he said after a few seconds, after which his magical power increased several times. Incredible magical power blew everything around, raising columns of dust. The royal army stopped in horror. In front of them, a huge Osiris appeared from the dust. The gods were taking on their true form. Immediately, the body of Anubis appeared from the column of dust. And after a few seconds, Seth's burning eyes appeared. 3 huge gods stood in front of the small army and laughed madly, spreading their arms. Without wasting time, Seth stretched out his paw, mockingly telling the army to now try to survive his sandstorm. 2 notifications immediately appeared in front of the main character. The first one said that the god of wrath and chaos was calling a sandstorm. The next one said that an angry whirlwind was tearing everything apart in its path. A huge tornado was approaching the small army, which ran away in terror in different directions. Seth, watching all this, jumped on the spot and laughed madly and shouted for his whirlwind to tear and destroy everything in its path. The protagonist, seeing this, with a drop of sweat on his face, said in confusion that Seth seemed to like this. The relics that controlled the army did not lose their heads and, having endowed the warriors with power, ordered them to destroy the huge gods. The entire royal army immediately turned around and prepared to throw spears. The spears hit Seth's body and stuck into him. Seth immediately felt a strong burning sensation. Shaking himself off, he asked in confusion if the army had really cast a spell on these spears. "I sympathize," was suddenly heard from behind Osiris. Hearing this, Seth screamed in rage, asking if Osiris was really going to just stand and watch. "Oh, right," Osiris said hastily, coming to his senses. Immediately he shouted loudly and menacingly, asking how the army could attack their gods. Immediately after these words, many lightning bolts struck from the sky. The lightning bolts struck the army perfectly, splitting the warriors into small pieces. With a mad smile on his face, Osiris shouted that the relics that controlled such an army would be next. Seth looked at this from the side in confusion, saying that Osiris was usually so calm, but now he was not himself. Seeing this, the relics screamed in horror, asking each other if Osiris was not a good god. Another relic immediately asked if Osiris really wanted to kill them the same way he was killed. The relics stood in a circle to discuss a plan of action. Suddenly, one of the relics said that they still had hope, after which he told everyone to look at Anubis. Anubis, in turn, stood silently to the side, menacingly looking at the small army. The relic said that Anubis was not bothering them. Looking at him, he said that perhaps Anubis was on their side, so they needed to contact him. God Anubis immediately heard in his ear, who immediately twitched his ear. Looking where the sound was coming from, he saw that there were many relics standing on the edge of a huge wall. They were shouting for Anubis to stop Seth and Osiris because if the commander found out, they would punish everyone. Turning to his comrades, Anubis laughed and said that those relics really thought that he was on their side since he was not attacking. Seth laughed at this, shouting for everyone to die. Anubis thought to himself that he needed to do something, but he did not know what. Cold sweat was running down his muzzle. Then he suddenly realized that he would attack the relics with words. He immediately screamed in rage, asking how they dared to disobey their gods. Hearing this, the relics shook in horror. Anubis continued screaming, asking how they dared to attack their gods, adding later how they dared to be indignant at their anger. After Anubis fell silent, one of the relics, standing in the center, said that something was fishy here because Anubis only talks but does nothing. At that very second, the relic sent several carrots to Anubis, telling him to shake them if he was being held hostage, because if so, they would save him. Looking at this, Anubis was furious. Stretching his paw forward, he used incredibly strong magical power. At that very second, a huge column of flame burst out of the ground. The next second, it expanded, creating a huge pit into which the army began to be sucked. Anubis screamed, asking if it would really only reach them in the realm of the dead. Suddenly, his power evaporated. Falling to his knees in front of the army, he said with heavy breathlessness that the guys could go and they would find the exit themselves. Watching this, Seth laughed loudly, shouting that Anubis could not even open the gates of the underworld. Confused, Anubis said that he was simply not in shape. "So be it," said Osiris, unrolling a huge scroll from which terrible magical energy was immediately released, after which he added that he would help Anubis. Two notifications immediately appeared in front of the main character. The first one said that Osiris was using the Book of the Dead. The next one said that the opponents were descending into the afterlife. An unknown force began to grab all the warriors of the army by the throat and drag them into a huge pit. The protagonist, looking at this, laughed contentedly and praised Osiris for cleaning up the place well. Suddenly, behind the protagonist, he heard the shouts of his comrades who were coming towards him. Putting his hands in his pockets and turning to his friends, he asked why they didn't leave and what they were doing here. Jooheon immediately replied that they didn't want to leave Jooheon, and then asked where they could hide in the desert. Jooheon was very serious. Looking at the protagonist, he said that those soldiers appeared next to them. Hearing this, the protagonist said that it was good that his friends came here then, and then said that it would all be over soon. A drop of cold sweat ran down Jooheon's face from confusion. Looking at the boss, he asked if Jooheon was okay. "What are you talking about?" the protagonist immediately asked. Jooheon immediately pointed at the three huge gods and said that the protagonist activated 3 divine relics at once, then said that it was like committing suicide. Little Solar and Irina looked around in confusion. Jooheon explained that using the relics takes away the power of the owner, then asked Jooheon if he knew that divine relics take away a lot of power. After a short pause, he shouted that so many relics could kill the protagonist. After Jooheon finished, the protagonist folded his arms, smiled maliciously, and said that he knew. "But I can handle it," he said, turning away, then asked if it was not obvious. Jooheon looked at the boss in confusion, asking how this was possible. Jooheon then said that it was time to leave, so they needed to collect the relics. Seth immediately shouted, ordering all the relics to stand at attention. All the relics were lying on the sand in front of the protagonist and the 3 gods in a few minutes. Jooheon, standing in front of the relics, with a wide smile on his face, asked if they hadn't realized right away that resistance was useless, and then said that all the relics now belonged to him. The mask of Tutankhamun, shaking with fear and sweating, said that he would follow the protagonist. Jooheon, looking at the mask, asked if it was really the one in charge here. "I suppose so," the relic answered. The protagonist then folded his arms across his chest and with a malicious smile on his face, told the mask of Tutankhamun to collect all the relics in this tomb, because they were now his. Hearing this, the relic was immediately overcome with horror. Shaking even more, it said that all the relics were already here, and there were no others. Mistrust and contempt appeared in the eyes of the protagonist. "Is that so?" he asked. Immediately, putting his hand on his hip, he raised his head and asked what kind of bird it was in the sky. After a short pause, he said that it seemed to be a relic too. Hearing this, the bird was very scared. The next second, Tutankhamun's mask was wrapped in a rope. The protagonist immediately spun the relic around and said with a smile on his face that since the mask was the most important thing here, let it bring him the bird itself. A few seconds later, the protagonist launched the relic into the sky with incredible force. Cutting through the air, the mask flew in horror at the bird, screaming that at least one of them must escape. "I'm trying," the bird screamed in horror, seeing that the relic was behind its back. The next second, Tutankhamun's mask hit the bird perfectly. Immediately after that, both relics flew down to the ground. The protagonist reported that the criminals had been detained. After that, the protagonist remembered many relics and said that he took a lot of relics from the Valley of the Kings, after which he added that it seemed as if he took the entire Egyptian civilization for himself. Recalling the drawings in the Egyptian pyramids, he explained, starting with useful workers such as architects, clerks, and warriors, and ending with the pharaohs, Cleopatra and Hatshepsut. After that, he remembered the mask of Tutankhamun and said that this relic was the most valuable since it was the master of the tomb and the relic of wrath. After that, the protagonist left the memories and 2 notifications appeared in front of him. The first one reported that the protagonist received one of the keys of majesty, the key of wrath. The second one said that Jooheon can use the power of wrath, and these are destructive explosions, a temporary increase in the abilities of relics, as well as a temporary increase in the effect of relics. More and more messages began to appear in front of the protagonist with each passing second. The protagonist was confused and asked himself what this wrath key was. After saying this, he went back to his memories, saying that Tutankhamun was a child when he ascended to the throne, which is probably why the young ruler turned Sola and Arena into children. After that, he remembered the girls who had become normal and said that as soon as he took the relic, the curse lifted. After that, he remembered himself looking at the downed bird and said that there was another relic that he took with him. The bird was lying unconscious on the sand. Jooheon said that it was the divine relic of Thoth, and then explained that in Egyptian mythology, Thoth was the god of wisdom, knowledge, and the moon. After these words, he remembered the rock paintings in the pyramids, where Thoth was depicted as a man with a bird's head, and said that Thoth appears in many stories, helping or giving advice, after which he added that it was also believed that Thoth transports the souls of the dead to the afterlife. After that, he left his memories. Looking at the bird, which slowly began to come to its senses, he said to himself with a smile on his face that he could not believe that he was lucky enough to find so many divine relics. "Since you are the god of knowledge, then you probably know everything," said the main character. Having risen, the crippled bird asked discontentedly what the main character was talking about. The main character, kneeling, with a smile on his face, asked to tell where the Pentagon relics were, the very ones that this tomb had swallowed, after which he asked if the truth was that these relics were here. After hearing this, Thoth spread his wings and discontentedly asked how he could know this. Jumping and spreading his feathers in all directions, he added, asking that even if he knew, why would he tell the man this? Getting up from his knee, the protagonist told him not to show off. A crazy smile appeared on his face, with which he said that Thoth had run into the wrong person. Hearing this, the bird was very scared, and drops of cold sweat were running down its entire body. Immediately after this, the protagonist began to beat the bird. Looking at this, everyone was shocked. Jooheon looked at what was happening with tears in his eyes, realizing that now the boss would tell him to restore Thoth. After a while, the beaten and crippled bird led the guys along the corridor and, pointing forward, said that the relics were there. With a smile on his face, the protagonist said that this should have been done right away. The protagonist approached the crack that Thoth pointed to and saw what he was looking for. In the huge room behind the crack, countless riches of relics were hidden. The protagonist immediately realized that all the relics were disguised as tomb decor. A few seconds later, the protagonist was already digging through many relics, telling the others that they first needed to find the relic of Da Vinci, because this relic was their goal, so they needed to look carefully, because the relic should be somewhere here. Jooheon, sorting through the scrolls that glowed with a golden light, said with a drop of sweat on his face that he did not even know what to look for. And that was true, Jooheon said in confusion, when suddenly he picked up something in his hands and thought. In his hands was a book wrapped in a rope. When suddenly he shouted loudly that he had found the right relic. A notification immediately appeared in front of him, informing him that this was Leonardo da Vinci's notebook. The next second, the protagonist threw it to Jooheon and said that it was now his. Trying to catch the book, Jooheon was shocked by what he heard. Taking it in his hands, he turned to the boss and asked why he was giving it to him. Hearing this, the protagonist extended his hand and asked discontentedly if Jooheon didn't need it, because if not, then let her give it to him and he would sell the relic to someone. Hearing this, Jooheon angrily shouted that gifts are not taken away. At this, the protagonist laughed, saying that he was joking, adding later that only artists can use this relic anyway. Jooheon immediately grabbed the book tightly. Looking at the relic, Julian put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked if this was the relic that turned Jooheon into the king of fraud. Coming up, Sola answered that everything was exactly so, after which she said that no one knows if this will happen again. Suddenly, Jooheon saw the protagonist open the red bottle with a smile on his face and say that he would now take all the relics with him. Wait, Jooheon shouted loudly. Hearing this, the protagonist turned to his comrade and asked if he didn't like that he was using Jooheon's relic, after which he added that Van Gogh already had room. Confused, Jooheon said that that wasn't the point, after which he asked if these weren't Pentagon relics, adding that all these relics belong to the United States. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist agreed with his comrade and said that the truth was that they did. Immediately after that, he said that he would take everything for himself and pointed the bottle at the relics, which at that very second began to suck everything in. Jooheon spread his arms in different directions, discontentedly asking the protagonist why he was always making enemies for himself, after which he added that the US government was not the easiest enemy. Hearing this, Jooheon asked with a wide smile on his face if he was now not allowed to rob anyone, after which he said that he would not stop, after which he asked if Jooheon remembered what Kira did with these relics. Jooheon immediately fell silent, looking at the boss in confusion. He immediately plunged into memories. He remembered the burning houses and cities, saying that Kira unleashed a war. That's exactly it, the protagonist said firmly, after which he asked if it would not be better if he had these relics. When suddenly Jooheon loudly shouted that now Kira was missing, which meant no one would unleash a war. From this, a drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's face. After a short pause, he said that Jooheon could not be out-argued. After that, he turned to his comrade with a cold face and said that it was all unimportant, after which he added that no matter what he said, he would not give up the relics, because soon the world would be ruled by those who had more relics. Jooheon, turning away from the boss, with anger in his eyes, said that he was very toxic. Laughing, the protagonist thanked him for the compliment, saying that he was not far behind either. After some time, the protagonist shouted to everyone that they were leaving. Everyone immediately followed him. Coming out of the tomb, Yuja turned to the protagonist. They walked along a long corridor, which was lit only by rare torches. Yuja, walking behind, asked why they were literally leaving, because before it happened somehow differently. After that, with a wide smile on his face, throwing his arms out in different directions, he said that before the protagonist simply said that he was closing the table. Jooheon just laughed at this without saying anything. After a while, they came to the exit. Putting his hand on the wall, the protagonist said that they only needed to pass through this wall. After these words, incredible magical power was released from his hand. At that very moment, a huge, powerful explosion was heard. Coming out into the street, the protagonist said with a satisfied smile on his face that he found this tomb useful, so he wanted to keep it. Hearing this, Jooheon stretched out his hand forward and asked if he really thought this would work, because without the owner, the tomb could collapse. At that very moment, the tomb began to collapse. The protagonist did not lose his head and, throwing his hand forward, asked the tomb who gave it the right to collapse. The tomb wall began to quickly recover. Jooheon said to himself that he would simply use the tomb restoration skill to save it. Without thinking twice, he called the owner of the tomb. Tutankhamun's mask immediately appeared next to the protagonist. Jooheon immediately ordered the relic to use its power to prevent the tomb from disappearing. Hearing this, the relic was terrified. It immediately screamed, asking if the protagonist even knew how much power it took. With a crazy smile on his face, Jooheon said that it was none of his problem. The relic immediately screamed, asking who the protagonist thought he was. Why would he do this? A strong magical beam shot out from the tomb into the sky. The protagonist replied that he really liked the traps here. Some time passed. Footsteps and shouts were heard in the tomb. A group of guys ran to Yoongi and reported that reinforcements had arrived, then asked where the chairman was. Another guy, confused, said that they received a message that the chairman was locked in the sarcophagus. That's right, Yoongi replied sadly. After that, he remembered running towards the sarcophagus, which evaporated right in front of him, and then said that the sarcophagus had disappeared. Yoongi was kneeling, holding his head and shouting that he had not taken his eyes off the sarcophagus. The entire team that had arrived shouted that they needed to urgently find the chairman using the relic. At this time, a few meters below was the sarcophagus, in which the chairman was shouting that he was here. Hitting the lid with force, he tried to shout to the guys that he was right below them. He pushed the lid with both his hands and feet, but it did not give in. His relics did not work either. The chairman was furious about what was happening. Beads of sweat were running down his entire face, and veins stood out. He understood that the protagonist was involved in everything. Shouting in rage, exuding strong magical energy in the sarcophagus, he said that he would kill Jooheon as soon as he got out of here. His body was covered in a strong red magical aura. After a few seconds of unsuccessful attempts, he realized that dominance was not working either. Suddenly, everything around him began to shake. Screams were heard from above, asking each other if the tomb was collapsing and an earthquake had begun. "Let's go," they shouted from above, adding that they needed to save themselves. Hearing this, the chairman began to bang on the lid of the sarcophagus in a rage so that no one would leave. From above, there was a loud stamping of feet and screams of people trying to run out of the collapsing tomb. The chairman shouted that he was here, adding that they had gone and found him because he simply needed to be dug out. In a rage, he shouted with all his might, asking where all his soldiers were loyal, adding that he would fire everyone when he got out. The sounds and screams died down. Fury, anger, and hatred appeared in the chairman's eyes. Veins stood out all over his face. "Bastards," he shouted loudly. A strong blue magical pillar continued to shoot out of the tomb into the sky. The program broadcast breaking news that the excavations of the Tomb of the Kings were continuing. There was no information about new relics, but the traps were still working and there were more and more wounded. A bright source of light was shooting into the sky. People evacuated the injured, putting them on gurneys. The man on the TV screen said that Pandora said that they will act more carefully from now on, as they assume that this is an abnormal tomb without relics, only with traps. The protagonists sat on the couch. Jooheon stood next to them. They listened to the words that it will probably take some time to excavate the tomb, so the residents of nearby houses will have to face difficulties. The young man raised his eyebrows, asking what happened there. The guy smiled, saying that he ordered the relic of Tutankhamun to leave the tomb as it is. Jooheon smiled widely, saying that Jake was locked inside. The young man screamed loudly. The man was still locked. The golden sarcophagus lay among the stone terrain. The hero said that this trap only works on the strong. He himself fell into it and barely got out, so the man should also experience it. Laughing, the guy said that he hoped that Jake would never get out. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, saying that he was evil. The main character leaned his hand on the back of the sofa, saying that the man deserved it. He himself was going to go to bed because he was tired. Kanat wriggled surrounded by hearts, asking if the owner was tired and whether he needed to make the bed. The guy smiled, thanking the relic. Kanat circled around the hero, saying that it was not worth thanking. The relic was on the made bed, asking him to lie down, because they had not slept in a warm bed for so long. Kanat sat up, hearing the question of who decided this. A paw appeared in front of him. The relic screamed when it saw the fox. Daji frowned, saying that it had a name, no need to call it a fox every time. It closed its eyes, saying that it would be the first to sleep with the owner. The rope cried out sadly and displeasedly. It wriggled sadly, saying that it was unfair. After all, it had made the bed. Daji sighed displeasedly, saying that it was not such a hard job. It narrowed one eye and fluffed up its tails, saying that the rope did not even have luxurious soft tails. The relic wriggled displeasedly, saying that in this form it was also nice to hug it. The fox frowned, asking if it was really a bamboo wife. Daji stuck out her tongue, asking what the rope would say if she did so. The relic froze, seeing clouds of dust rising in front of it. A smile appeared on the girl's face. Daji laughed. She raised her hand to her face, saying that in this form she would definitely attract the attention of the owner, because he would definitely bite on her gorgeous figure. The girl smiled involuntarily, telling the rope to give up. He sadly bent, saying that he really could not do this. He turned around and sadly moved forward, dreaming of having a way to become a human. Daji, lying on the bed, asked if he was already leaving, but that was right. She licked her lips and laughed contentedly. Jooheon raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guy asked the departing rope why he was sad. The relic wished goodnight to the owner and hurried away. He sadly bent, saying that he wanted a human form. Behind his back, the hero threw the fox out of the bed, saying that it leaves a lot of fur. The rope looked into the room where Anubis was sleeping. The relic screamed loudly, asking him to wake up. The dog cried out in fear. He lowered his ears, angrily asking what he wanted. The rope froze in front of him, asking to tell him how to become human. Anubis raised his eyebrows, saying that all relics above class S can do this. He looked at the rope, saying that out of all the forms, choosing a human was a little unusual. The relic bent, saying that it already had an S-class, asking why it could not do the same. Anubis turned around, saying that originally the rope had a different class, maybe it was because he was a mutant. The relic bent, asking to tell anyway. The dog lay down on the floor and waved his paw at him, saying that he irritated her, asking him to be more modest, because he was just a mutant. The rope bent in irritation. It wrapped around the dog's neck, asking to tell. Anubis opened his mouth wide. He started to kick, asking to be let go, but the rope did not stop asking its question. Thoth raised his head, thinking that a low-class relic allowed itself to do this to a divine one, asking if they really had no hierarchy. He narrowed his eyes, thinking that he needed to run. Apparently this rope was obsessed with transformation, which meant he could use it. The bird watched as Anubis tried to get out of the rope's grip. Thoth turned to the relic, the rope rose. The bird, looking at him, said that it could help. The relic was happy, asking if it was true. But first Thoth asked to listen to his request. The rope bent, asking what kind of request it was. The bird paid attention to the shackles on its paws, saying that their master had chained him here. He asked to free him, and in exchange for this he would tell how to become a man. Kanat bent down in displeasure, saying that then Thoth would run away. The bird looked at him sadly, thinking that it would be too easy. He said that he could teach him to transform, but he could not do it since he was unable to move, since the man had used his dominance on the shackles. Kanat turned and moved forward, saying that he could help in another way. Before the bird's eyes appeared a chicken in sweet sauce. He sadly lowered his beak, asking what it was. Kanat said that it was a tasty dish. Thoth opened his beak wide, displeased, asking if he really thought that he was the same as these dogs. A second later, Kanat stood in front of him, showing grain in a sack. He bent down, saying that there were different grains, asking if he ate such. A voice from the darkness told Thoth not to disgrace himself, since the walls have ears. The bird opened its eyes wide, seeing white paws coming into the light. Seth's face appeared from the shadows. He bared his teeth in displeasure. The dog said that if he ran away, they would find him. The bird cried out in displeasure, asking if he was sick, to which Seth replied that he was the only one sick here, saying that he would now look after him. The dog turned to the rope and, looking at him, said that he should not waste time. If he wanted to transform, he could turn to the worm, because he had many connections. Maybe he knew a relic that could help. The relic bent, asking if this was true. He cried out piteously after the escaping rope. The worm was counting the money lying in front of him. He cried out loudly, hearing a noise behind him. The worm bent irritably, asking the rope to open the door more quietly. The relic came closer, saying that he had a request. He asked how to become a man, because Seth said that the worm could help. He exhaled heavily, saying that this dog always blamed everything on him. The worm looked at the rope, saying that he did not know how to help, because transformation was a basic ability, but only high-class relics had it. The rope bent, saying that Seth said that the worm might know a relic that could help. He froze, asking if the rope was talking about a transforming relic, because with its help you can really change your appearance. The rope happily moved, asking where it was. The worm bent, asking if he really wanted to become a human so much, to which he received a confirming answer. He froze, thinking that the rope seemed completely desperate, which meant that this was his chance. The worm said that he could introduce him to the transforming relic. The rope happily came closer and shouted, "Hooray!" But in return, the worm said, he would ask for a fee because there is no such thing as a free lunch. The relic asked how much he wanted. The worm lowered his head and laughed. He imagined himself on a column surrounded by riches, saying that it would only amount to $100 million. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. Jooheon smiled nervously. The guy asked slave number 1 to tell the truth, asking what he did with the rope. The young man scratched his head, saying that he did nothing with it. The relic ran around the entire room, doing all the household chores. Jooheon looked at the hero, asking why the rope was then being removed from his room. Jooheon screamed and, opening his mouth wide, said that he had no idea. Maybe he was looking for something. The boy tilted his head to the side, listening to the young man's cries that the hero was probably jealous, saying that he himself was tired of restoring the relics. Jooheon smiled and wiped a tear from his eye, saying that the rope had grown up. He understood how hard it was for the boy and decided to help. A list of prices for the rope's duties appeared in front of the smiling Jooheon. The boy squeezed the sheet in his hands and cried out loudly, asking what it was. The relic asked for payment. The boy noted with displeasure that he had not asked her to do this, and now she was demanding money and such sums at that. The rope said that he was not robbing, but earning extra money. The main character laughed, asking them not to quarrel. He folded his arms across his chest and closed his eyes, saying that, as the boy said, the rope had grown up and become smarter. Jooheon with tears in his eyes asked him to stop laughing and do at least something already. Kanat grabbed the boy's phone, saying that if he didn't pay, he would take it. Jooheon screamed, asking where he got his phone from. He rushed after the relic, saying that she didn't know the password anyway and asking for the phone back. Jooheon thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, wondering why Kanat suddenly needed money. Maybe he should give him some kind of salary. The phone in the hero's pocket rang. The number on the screen was not identified. The boy wondered who could be calling him. He brought the phone to his ear, answering the call. His eyes widened when he heard that it was Jacob on the other end of the line. The boy imagined a man with a short haircut and blue eyes, wondering if he was the President of the United States now and why he was calling him. Jacob was talking about wanting to meet the hero in person since Colonel Tyler had said the boy was going to see him. Jooheon was walking around the room, confirming these words, saying that on the way to them he had ended up in a tomb. Jooheon folded his arms over his chest, asking who he was talking to. The main neuro covered the speaker of the phone with his hand, saying that he was talking to the President of the United States. The boy looked at him in surprise, asking what he wanted. Jooheon pressed the volume up button, saying that they would find out now. The boy stood surrounded by Julian and Saul, listening to Jacob's words about the hero refusing the colonel's escort on the way to them and leaving the transport, asking if it was true. Jooheon's eyes widened when the man said that this would not have happened if he had done otherwise, and then, accordingly, he would not have taken their relics. The guy smiled awkwardly, thinking that the man knew that he had taken all the Pentagon relics, asking what he was talking about. Jacob reprimanded the guy for not trying to lie, because the Pentagon kept the relic of the Silver Pavilion. Sola and Julian widened their eyes, looking at the phone. The man said that he found out that this relic was recently registered in Pandora under the name of Julian, with whom the hero cooperates. The guys nervously clenched their teeth. A quiet conversation was heard in the room with plants on the table. Jooheon asked if he really registers all the relics in Pandora, to which the guy answered discontentedly, yes, because this should be done according to the rules. The main neuro covered the speaker of the phone and, frowning, asked how he could leak them to Pandora. Julian held out his hands, saying that he had just regained his memory and did not know anything yet. He raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully, saying that it was the law of the international organization, so he had to abide by it. Jooheon frowned and pointed at him, telling him to go and withdraw the application in the future, and for now he should not use the registered relic. Julian gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction, saying that he already understood. The guy looked at the phone, from which a question was heard. Why was he silent? Did he really regret his actions? Jacob brought the phone to his ear. Laughter was heard in the receiver. The man tapped his finger on the hero's personal file, listening to him say that they found a room in the tomb filled with relics, but did not know that they belonged to them. Jacob opened his mouth, saying that all their relics were stored in the Pentagon, but when the tomb appeared, it absorbed everything and they can prove it. The man stood up from his seat. Two people stood in front of him. The president asked to give them back the relics. The guy smiled, thinking that he expected such a demand. He replied that he would. Words of gratitude came from the phone. The man would tell him the place and time of their meeting, asking to bring the relics with him. Jooheon brought the phone to his ear, agreeing to his demands. Solar's eyes widened. The guy hung up. The girl raised her eyebrows, asking if the boss was really going to give them all the relics, to which he replied, of course not. He smiled and shook the phone, saying that he was going to give them copies, so there was nothing to worry about. Julian frowned, saying that he would make the situation worse. He smiled and looked into the next room, saying that the copies would be like the original, asking slave number 1 to get to work. Jooheon was lying on the floor tied with a rope, asking with displeasure, is this really happening again? Julian frowned, asking if the hero was going to give away the fakes, then why meet in person, to which the guy asked him if he really thought they would understand everything right away. And in fact, the hero wanted to meet him because the president could tell him a lot of interesting things. The guy in Solar frowned, listening to his words. Jooheon stood next to Jooheon at the work table. This is how their relic copying project began. It was a great opportunity for the young man to test out the new Da Vinci relic, because it could copy not only the appearance, but also the abilities. The fakes it made were almost indistinguishable from the original. Various objects hovered in front of the guy's eyes. A bright light appeared from the book in front of the heroes. Jooheon cried out in surprise. The protagonist did not think that everything would turn out perfectly the first time. After all, it takes strength, perseverance, and talent, and therefore not everyone could use Da Vinci's book. It takes time to get used to the relic to get perfect fakes, so the young man was worried at first. Jooheon took the book in his hands, saying that he did it. He looked at the guy worriedly, asking if he was doing everything right. The protagonist smiled, thinking that he was their future swindler. As expected from the king of fraud, he did everything on time. Chests with gold coins, boxes with scrolls were collected in a pile. Exhausted, Jooheon asked if he was finished and if there was anything else needed. Jooheon smiled, sending him to rest, saying that he would finish himself. He looked at the object in his hand, asking if this was a plague relic. The protagonist smiled ominously, saying that he would not just give them the relics, but even give the president a gift, asking if he was not cute. The young man screamed in fear, asking if it would be too much. Finally, the copies, identical to the originals, with a bonus in the form of a plague, were ready. The day of the meeting with the president came. The cooing of the objects was a dark aura enveloping everything around. The car moved along the road. The radio reported that the team participating in the excavation of the Valley of the Kings suffered serious losses. Austin spent hundreds of millions of dollars. Solar raised her eyebrows, asking why no one had realized yet that the tomb had been plundered. Julian thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin, saying that he did not understand it either, because the states knew that they had taken the relics, to which the guy replied that they did not declare it. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, saying that they probably didn't want to say that they lost everything from the Pentagon. Maybe they would say it in a day or two once President Gray got his relics back. Solar folded her arms, asking if Jacob wasn't supposed to be elected in 5 years, to which the hero, with a frown, noted that she was right. The future was changing again. The guy looked ahead, wondering if the man would start a war again. Jooheon looked at Julian, who was sitting in the backseat, who said that he didn't know. The guy imagined the ruins of the city in flames, saying that Jacob was in power when the tension between the relic users grew. He was the one who started the World War. He imagined Kira and Jacob standing back to back, saying that thanks to him, the goddess of war could do all sorts of terrible things. That's the kind of man he was, ruthless and unpredictable. The president frowned, looking away. Solar and Julian's eyes widened as the protagonist told them to be prepared because they were going into the tiger's den. Jooheon smiled, his eyes shining brightly. In front of the protagonist was a large building. It was the White House. The protagonist and Julian were sitting at a table in the conference room. They looked up and widened their eyes. President Gray entered the room, adjusting the sleeves of his jacket, asking where their relics were. Jooheon smiled and came closer, noticing that he wanted to get straight to the point, saying that the man was very impatient. He placed the bag on the table, asking him not to worry because the Pentagon relics were with him. Jacob raised his eyebrows, asking if he really kept his promise, asking him to forgive his distrust because there were various rumors about the hero. Jooheon folded his arms over his chest, saying that the rumors about him allegedly being a swindler were nonsense. The man laughed, noting that this was indeed the case. The people walked forward. The guy frowned, asking who they were. The president said that they were professional restorers. Jacob held out his hand, saying that they would evaluate whether the relics were damaged. The guy mentally understood that the man wanted to make sure of their authenticity. The guy's hands reached for the golden relics. The hero said that official in general means that they work for the government, a group of talented restorers who think they know the world order. They are stupid people who think that others are scammers, but they are actually influential and good at what they do. The bright rays of the sun and the blue sky reflected on the windows of the buildings. Jooheon smiled, thinking that as expected of the president, he wants to seem like he is not a fool, but the fakes are made by Da Vinci's relic, so they will not notice anything. The guys watched the relic appraisers. Jacob put his hand to his chin, asking what they thought. The protagonist and Julian frowned. The guy nervously bit his lip. The protagonist stood with his arms folded across his chest. The people reported that they did not notice the fakes, asking to forgive their tactlessness. Jooheon, who was watching them, said that in the modern world, you need to be careful. The president smiled, thanking him for understanding. Jacob smiled, noticing that the guy was not at all like he was described, saying that he wanted to work with him more in the future. The protagonist smiled, saying that it was mutual, while wondering if it was time to coax out information. The guy turned to the man standing in front of him, asking if he could ask a question. The president put out his hand, suggesting that they sit down and talk. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, thanking him and thinking that everything was going smoothly so far. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened, looking at the bright yellow trail. The man frowned, asking if everything was okay. A bead of sweat dripped down the hero's face. He replied that everything was fine. Jooheon pressed his hand to his chest, thinking that he had a feeling that the relic was gone. But now the conversation was a priority, because he could not miss such a chance. A bright flash moved forward, leaving a trail in space. Anubis fell to the ground with a crash. The dog opened his mouth wide, ordering the one who dared to swing at him to show himself. Seeing the wreckage in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. The disappearing relic asked him to run. Anubis rose to his paws, asking what was happening and who did this. Words were heard that they were the ones who did it. The dog's red eyes opened wide. The sword pierced Anubis' body. He screamed in rage. The creatures smiled, saying goodbye to the dog. He screamed in displeasure. How could they do this to the division commander? The creatures surrounded Anubis, saying that he was no longer a commander, now he was nobody, and soon he would die altogether because the sword passed through his core. The dog raised his eyebrows, a shudder ran through his body. He bared his teeth, saying that you can't kill your own kind, asking if they really think that the commander will let them get away with it. To which he immediately received an answer that it was the commander who gave this order. Anubis' eyes widened in surprise. The creature in the skull mask and horns reported that the commander ordered him to be killed because he was no longer one of them. Now he was just a puppet in the hands of Jooheon. Like everyone else, the days of the Egyptian relics were numbered, now they were just scum. Anubis' body was shaking, drooling from his mouth. The dog's death would serve as an example to the others, an example of what happens to relics when they bend to a person. Anubis looked up at them, saying that it was unfair because he was forced. He tried to kill the guy many times for the commander. His hand tightly gripped the handle of the weapon. The voice said that they did not care anymore because not a single attempt was successful. The tip of the sword came out of the dog's body, leaving a deep wound. A bright light was around Anubis lying on the ground. He realized that his body was falling apart, his paws were dissolving into space. The dog lay motionless, saying that the commander was a terrible person. They should all burn in hell because he did everything he could, and this is how it ended. His ears rarely rose, hearing a voice asking what happened. Rope bent over the lying dog, saying that he was here. Small particles of Anubis' body rose up. The relic asked what was wrong with him, to which the dog replied that he was dying. Rope said that he would bring a restorer. Anubis' body almost completely dissolved. He sadly spoke about how he would not last long, asking to pass on his message to Jooheon, although he doubted that he would have time to tell everything. Rope bent, asking him not to die. Anubis opened his mouth slightly, telling him to listen carefully, intending to tell about the commander, but Rope standing nearby asked him to be silent so as not to make things worse for himself, to which the dog replied, either now or never. A human voice was heard asking if it was a relic. The men approached the rope asking where it came from. The relic told them not to come any closer. Anubis closed his eyes, disappointed in the people. The rope cried out pitifully, asking the dog not to die. In the place of the lying Anubis, only an ant cross remained. The people were interested in the fact that relics can change shape, saying that the president would like it. They tried to grab the rope, but it wrapped around the neck of one of the men, calling for the owner and saying that they were in serious trouble. Jacob sat at the table opposite the boys, saying that the states asked the King of Fate for a prophecy, and the result surprised them. The president smiled, saying that he could share this information, but on one condition, if they helped in excavating the tomb of the prophecy. Jooheon raised his eyebrows, saying that it would not be a problem, thinking about betraying the man later. The boy's eyes widened when he heard a voice calling him. He turned around in surprise and opened his mouth. Julian frowned, asking what was wrong, to which the protagonist replied that he just imagined it. The voice echoed in his head again, screaming that he was in trouble. The boy's eyes widened. Jooheon stood up, saying that he had to interrupt their conversation because something happened outside. Solar and Yuya were sitting on the couch. A sound was heard and they turned their heads. The hero approached them with his jacket over his shoulders. Yuya asked if the meeting was already over. The hero said that he needed to check something, and the meeting was not over yet. He was nervous and said that the rope was sending a signal that something was happening outside. He began to go down the steps. Yuya asked if the hero was sure that this was possible. Was he sure that it was worth leaving the meeting for this? Jooheon was sure, it seemed urgent to him. He went outside and saw the aura of a rope behind the bushes. The rope was screaming and asking people to leave. Jooheon went deeper into the garden and saw the rope screaming at two people. He asked what was going on and the rope suddenly turned around, happy to see its owner. Jooheon angrily asked what they were doing here. The guy with glasses raised his hand. The hero asked, "Aren't they restorers?" He said that they were, and they found out that there were broken relics here. There were fragments of relics lying on the ground. The guys said that the rope wouldn't let them near them. Jooheon didn't expect to see this. The relics even had broken cores and he didn't understand who did it. Yuja came up to him and screamed. There was also a relic of Anubis lying on the ground. The guy picked up the relic and asked if he was talking about it. Yuja began to panic and asked them to be careful with it so as not to break it. He looked at the guy in surprise. He asked Yuja to stop yelling because he just picked her up and it was not for him to teach him how to handle relics. He asked if he had a license. The guys stood in front of the heroes. The bespectacled guy said that according to Pandora's rules, only a professional restorer can work with relics of class S and above. Yuja screamed. The guy said that amateurs like Yuja would break complex relics in no time. The guy became furious, asking if they really called him an amateur. He opened his eyes wide. The restorers asked if he wasn't the one who put Professor Richard in prison. The guy in glasses looked angrily at the hero and said that the other restorers looked up to him. He asked if the guy really thought he was better than the professor. He clenched his fist and demanded Jooheon leave. He added that they would restore the relic themselves. An old man appeared behind the heroes. He smiled slyly and asked the heroes not to worry and said that his guys know their business and the quality is guaranteed. Jooheon turned around and said that they underestimated his restorer. Jooheon screamed, pointed his finger at the guys and said that if they are so cool, then let them restore it here and now. He turned to the hero, who asked, what if they break it? To which Jooheon said that they piss him off. The hero also agreed with this. He put his hand in his pocket and said that the restorers should restore the relic here and now, but if something goes wrong. He smiled evilly and said that they would not get away with it, and he also guaranteed this. The guy with glasses nervously clenched his teeth and said that they did not need to threaten. He said that nothing would happen to his relic. It lit up in the guy's hands. He said that he would restore it in an instant. Jooheon looked at Jooheon and asked what he thought, suggesting that they could really succeed. Jooheon smiled and said no. He did not take his eyes off and said that. He saw Anubis cracking and smoking. Jooheon said that they would never cope. The restorers began to ask what was going on. They asked why the restoring relic did not work. The two guys were sweating over the restoration of the relic. Jooheon said that he knew it would work. He proudly folded his arms and said that from the very beginning, when they picked it up, they didn't even know what happened to the relic. He walked up to them, extended his hand and asked them to give him the relic. They asked sullenly, does the guy really think he's better than them? Jooheon exhaled and imperiously asked them to just give it to him, since they still couldn't do it. Jooheon looked at the destroyed Anubis. He knew that restoring a destroyed relic was much more difficult than restoring a broken one. He thought about Jooheon. He knew that the King of Machinations would be able to do it, but he didn't know if the current Jooheon could do it. He took Anubis in his hands and realized that if not, they would lose Anubis and Jooheon would do it. He nervously looked at the relic. The hero thought that the guy only gained confidence after defeating Richard. He sat down on the ground, put Anubis on the grass and took out a brush. He said that he understood what needed to be done and would try now. He touched the relic. It sparkled. The heroes were enveloped in flashes of energy. The restorers looked at what was happening in shock and said that this could not be. Anubis began to shine. He asked in bewilderment what happened. He said that his core was being restored. Jooheon smiled with difficulty. He shouted that it worked. He saved Anubis. He looked at his brush. It was smoking and asked why it was so difficult. It said that it would break now too. He bent down and said that he would finish for now because he needed to restore the tools, but he saved Anubis. He proudly looked at the restorers of Pandora and asked which of them was an amateur now. Anubis shone even brighter. The guys asked what the hell. Anubis took the form of a hound and stepped onto the ground. The little black dog looked at the guy and said that he brought him back from the dead and it was incredible. Kanata hugged the dog. Touching him, he shouted that he was alive and was happy, while Anubis was irritated. Jooheon looked at Jooheon contentedly and praised him, calling him slave number 1. The guy was embarrassed. Jooheon was embarrassed. They told him that since he started, he should restore other relics too. He shouted that the hero was still looking for ways to bury him with work. The ashamed restorers walked away. The hero asked where they were going. He said that they insulted his restorer and called him an amateur. Jooheon smiled. The official restorers no longer showed off, and their pride was hurt. They thought they were the best in the whole world, but in fact they screwed up. Then they returned to the conference room and they continued the meeting with the president. Of course, he insulted the TKVM a little. The hero said that they wanted to take the Pentagon relics for themselves. He remembered how the president got angry then. Now Chairman Kwon will have problems. They did not notice the fakes and they received valuable information. It was a good meeting. Jooheon lay down on the bed and took out a book. He told himself that he was tired, but the day was productive. He looked to the side. Anubis was standing in the middle of the doorway. The hero asked what he wanted to say, but the god replied that nothing important. Jooheon sat down. Anubis said that he wanted to thank him for saving him, but the hero said that he should thank not him, but Yujay. Anubis growled that he had just come from him. He brought him, so he was grateful to him too. Jooheon smiled. Anubis added that he would never forget their kindness, and now he truly recognized the hero as a master and would follow his orders. Jooheon smiled slyly and said that he finally came to his senses. He asked the god to listen to his first order. Anubis was surprised that it had already happened. He sat down. The hero asked if he remembered the order to eliminate Jooheon. The hero said that it was just a document where all sorts of nonsense was written, but people, seeing it, tried to kill him. He closed his eyes and smiled. Anubis said that he did not notice that it bothered him much. The hero said that he could not sleep because he was being pursued in nightmares. He looked down at the dog and said that Anubis had started this mess, now he had to clean it up. He asked him to sort it out, this was his first order. Anubis nodded angrily and accepted the order. Some time later, in a dusty warehouse, someone was running away from the pursuer. A man was calmly walking behind him, around whom a rope was spinning. The man ordered him to surrender and said that you can't run away from him. He smiled and ordered the rope to tie up the fleeing man. He tripped over the guy's foot. He fell, hitting his cheek on the asphalt. The man pulled out a document, said the name of the fleeing man, Evan Goldman. Evan struggled with the rope that tied him up. The man called him a drug dealer, and the guy asked who he was. The bald man stopped in front of Evan and said that he had recently accepted an order to kill Jooheon, and he didn't see any progress. The man narrowed his eyebrows, said that his name was John Smith and he was Evan's customer. Evan grinned and asked where the guy was in such a hurry. They were still getting ready. The man looked angrily at Evan. He said that they could have already killed him and taken all his relics. He smiled and said that he was sentencing the guy to death. How dare he attempt on the life of his master? Evan, shocked, began to ask, is his master really a hero? Tutankhamun appeared next to John. He asked him to take care of the guy. He said that the one who disturbed the peace of his master would be punished. Evan screamed and asked him not to touch him. He said that he was just doing his job. The guy began to be sucked into the liquid. He did not understand anything and asked what it was. His hand was smoking and drying up. John said that this was the curse of Tutankhamun and now his life would be noticeably shorter. The guy turned into a mummy, which surprised John a little. He asked the rope to let go of the body. He began to spin around the man and asked to pay him for the work, to which John reproached him for thinking only about work. He handed him a coin of 501, which the rope was incredibly happy about. John tensed up, wanting the owner to moderate the ardor of the rope, but remembered how Jooheon told the rope that he could ask for money, but so that he knew when to stop, he asked not to fleece his slaves, because they were already pathetic. The rope began to wag in front of the man. He said that now he would also pay him. He was dancing while Anubis in John's form was writing down information on a piece of paper. Tutankhamun asked who was next. He suggested looking at the list. Meanwhile, at the meeting, a guy slammed papers on the table and asked why their people were being attacked. He yelled at another guy who said that the report said that they were cursed. The guy yelled that it was terrorism. A woman looked at a pile of papers and noticed that all the victims were connected by an order to kill Jooheon. Another girl frowned at her and said that they were preparing to attack her, but they were attacked first. The angry guy yelled that it was all Jooheon's fault. He said that they should take away his royal title. He asked why they even made him king. Another guy with glasses nervously grabbed his head and asked if they had a choice. After all, the system decided for them. He nervously studied the papers while the others were arguing. It was Yunxi. He was thinking about the fact that Chairman Kwon was still not there. Someone suddenly jumped up from his chair. Someone thought that if the children couldn't get along with each other, then their quarrels could destroy TKVM from the inside. He decided that he had to take care of everything. The guy kicked the door down. It flew off its hinges and fell to the floor with a crash. The stranger asked where they register relics here. The guy shouted that he needed to withdraw the application and others shouted, asking if he really thought they would let him. Miller appeared and raised his hand, which began to sparkle with lightning. He said that if they didn't want to do it the easy way, then he would make them. The office window was knocked out by lightning. Screams of employees could be heard from there. The car was rushing along the highway. Solar was sitting in the passenger seat. The hero hoped that Anubis would cope. She asked if he was afraid to let him go. Jooheon smiled and said that Anubis was loyal to him and he would not betray him again. He said that he could be let off the leash, and in the meantime they would do other things. Jooheon called out to the boss and he turned a little. The guy was sitting next to the tied-up child and asked if kidnapping children was really his other business. The hero said yes, and it was a stupid question. The guy fell silent. The hero said that Louis was too good to leave him to the States. He added that he still needed to be taught a lesson. He said that he almost killed Jooheon. Jooheon pursed his lips and looked at Louis gloomily and asked him to get ready. He said that he would wet his bed for the rest of his life. Jooheon praised the guy and asked him to keep an eye on the child. Solar said that Vice Captain Miller was calling. She pressed accept. Jooheon frowned and asked him to post. Miller said that he was done. Solar and the hero were embarrassed, hearing the screams of the employees. Jooheon asked what was making noise. He asked if the guy was making a scene there. An explosion was heard behind Miller. He said that he just wanted to ask where he could revoke his registration, but they did not make contact. The hero realized that the guy was making a scene. He praised him and asked why he was calling him in that case. Miller stood in front of the charred bodies and said that he learned something interesting. He looked at the knocked out Jooheon and said that those who were hunted by Anubis and even Jooheon were here. The guy was lying unconscious. Miller said that he just asked about the TKVM and now he assumes that there is some kind of trouble there. The car drove forward. Miller asked if the hero remembered Kwon's children. He said that while the chairman is not at the helm, the hero gasped. He remembered that Kwon has 2 sons and a daughter, each inherited a small company and lives happily. But they did not achieve much success in the world of relics. Their father's shadow overshadowed them. One had no talent, but the other 2 were quite capable. And while their father is gone, such talents will not be wasted. The hero remembered that they did not get along with each other. He smiled and decided that they would certainly not share power, and for him this would be a great opportunity. Kwon's eldest son is Sangwoo. From an early age, he was in leadership positions and he was the best replacement for his father. But he doesn't know how to handle relics at all. Pandora had given him a D rank before. Jooheon thought that it was unlikely that anything had changed now. He sat at the table and said that he was repeating it again for Yang. He said that Mrs. Jooheon said that she was not interested in relics. Yang said that she had exams soon. Songfu shouted, asking what she was even thinking about. He didn't understand when she would finally understand. Yang agreed with him. Director Songwoo, as it was written on the sign, ordered to try to convince her. Yanchin looked anxiously at the director, who said that they had made so much noise, and all because of his father's vault. He wrinkled his forehead. Yanchin asked, could he really not open it? Yanchin began to apologize in fear. Songwoo said that he lacked dominance. Was that really what the guy wanted to hear? He pointed his finger at his subordinate and said that this is why they need Jooheon. They must act quickly before Songyi takes her. Yanchin looked at the director questioningly and asked, can't Mr. Songyi open the vault himself? Songwoo stood up from the table and asked him to stop asking stupid questions. Yanchin said that he was leaving right now. Songwoo looked after him furiously. He said that his father's relics would be his and his alone. The hero knew that unlike the eldest son, the other 2 children had talent. In the past, the hero even taught them how to use the relics. The car arrived at the destination. Yanchin handed the girl a photo of the hero and said his name. He said that the report listed a complete list of his crimes. He and the girl sat on the couch. Yanchin said that the hero was an incredibly cruel person and posed a great threat to the TKVM. Jooheon looked at the hero's photo with interest. The guy said that they needed Chairman Kwon's relics to confront him. He looked at the girl and asked if she was listening to him. Jooheon turned to the guy lovingly and said that the hero was just a handsome man. She asked what he did before. Yanchin embarrassedly scratched his neck and pointed to the list of crimes. The girl said that she did not mean that and asked if the hero performed on stage. She threw a dissatisfied look at Yanchin, who said no such thing and said that now is not the time to admire the hero. He put the photo of Solar and the others on the table, saying that they are the hero's subordinates and they are also full of trouble. Jooheon began to look at the photos with admiration. She recognized Yuja in them, whom she saw on TV and liked Solar's appearance. Yanchin did not know what to do next. Jooheon was already singing the praises of Arena Hilton and her incredible dress. Yanchin screamed and the girl jumped up in fear and asked what he wanted from her. He pointed at her and said that they were talking about criminals, to which Jooheon replied that the brothers would take care of them. He pursed his lips in displeasure. Yanchin asked her to imagine that Saj would receive her father's relics. He leaned forward and asked if she really thought he could handle it and stop the criminals. He said that all the hope of TKVM lay on her and only on her. Jooheon stretched out her hands and said that she was not interested in the relics. The guy began to ask her for help. The girl looked at him suspiciously. He said that he and the director would take almost everything on themselves. Jooheon agreed on the condition that they would do the work themselves. Yanchin could not hold back a crazy smile. He was glad that he finally persuaded the girl. He shouted to himself that the chairman's relics were theirs. He planned that they would deal with Jooheon's team first. Meanwhile, Jooheon sat on the couch, laughing and saying that he was sorry. He said that they needed more information on those 3. Miller asked why. The hero was sure that they could not get along with each other. He imagined their fight and said that the eldest son always listened to his father and the youngest son always did what he wanted. Jooheon, the only daughter and the youngest in the family, did not try to separate them. She either stayed away or one of them lured her away. Jooheon smiled and said that they would use one of them and steal the chairman's relics because his team knew how he kept them. Chairman Kwon put the relics in an impenetrable vault and hid it from everyone. Even if they found it, they would not be able to open it. Only the chairman himself and his blood relatives are capable of this. Therefore, he never thought of stealing his relics. but now that his children have quarreled, they have a chance. Jooheon rubbed his chin and said that they would kidnap one and force him to open the safe, which was expected by Miller. He looked at Solar and said that for now they needed to keep an eye on them. The girl said that she could help with that. She frowned. The hero asked if she could keep an eye on 3 at once. Solar said that she would try. There was a knock on the door. Everyone turned around and Yuya said that he would open it. He went to the door and asked who was there. The other side apologized for disturbing him. The unknown guy smiled and asked if Jooheon was home. Yuya told the hero that they had come for his soul. He calmly allowed the guest to come in. Yuya opened the door and asked the guy what he needed. Sai was standing outside the threshold. He asked Yuya if he was Jooheon. Yuya blocked the guy's way and asked who he was. But Seonyi demanded that the guy tell the hero the news that he was waiting for him here. Yuya smiled nervously. The stranger demanded to do it faster because he still had a lot of things to do. Yuya suddenly slammed the door and said that he did not want to do business with him and wished him all the best. Jooheon approached the door and asked who was there. Seonyi pounded on the door and asked if the guy knew who he was. Jooheon frowned. The guy asked him to forget it and said that there was some crazy guy there. Seonyi continued pounding on the door. The hero opened it and asked who he was. Seonyi stopped and said that he immediately recognized the hero. Jooheon's eyes widened. In front of him stood Chairman Kwon's second son. He began to take out his business card. He handed it to the hero and said that this way he would see who he was, but the hero said no need. Jooheon smiled and said the guy's name. The guy asked how he knew him. He laughed and decided that he was popular here, and the hero noted that he was still as crazy as before. Jooheon folded his arms over his chest. The guy offered to get straight to the point and told the hero to work for him. He extended his hand and said that he would pay him well. Jooheon asked if he was really trying to buy him. Why? Yuya looked out the door. Seonyi said that it was a long story. He said that he was at odds with his brother. He was trying to take his father's place, but his father was in the way. Jooheon smiled slyly. He realized that the guy came to him for this reason. Seonyi said that he knew what the hero was capable of. He asked how much money the hero wanted. Jooheon grinned. He didn't expect the chairman's son to find him himself. Seonyi was shocked. The hero asked if he was laughing. Jooheon smiled evilly and said that money couldn't buy him, and he was worth much more. He decided that he would take full advantage of Seonyi. The lights were on in the high-rise building when Jooheon said that money couldn't buy it because it was worth much more, to which Seonyi was indignant that he was talking about an amount greater than 2 million, after which he irritably asked if he knew what kind of money that was. The guy pointed at him and said with a grin that he could set him up with someone. Jooheon put his hand in his pocket and said that he wasn't happy with that either. He showed him his phone, where the wallpaper was of him with Irina Hilton, and said that he already had something, which surprised Seonyi, who laughed awkwardly, saying that he seemed to have everything, to which he replied that there was something he was missing. Jooheon grinned, and when Seonyi asked what, he said the relics. He looked at the guy and said that Seonyi came to him because he wanted to take his father's place, which meant that he would get all the relics. Seonyi grinned slyly and said that he also had a team, but Jooheon didn't care about them. He said with a sweet smile that he only needed half of the chairman's relics in exchange for his position, to which Seonyi got very angry because of his greed. After which he said that he didn't need him then, to which Jooheon thought about it and offered 30% of the relics in that case, but he would choose them himself. Seonyi ran his hand through his hair, thinking about 30%, to which Jooheon mentally asked him not to strain his chicken brain, and asked out loud what was there to think about, since he didn't need so many relics. Seonyi frowned and said that he agreed, but he wouldn't let him try the relics, he would take them by sight. Jooheon grinned, thinking that at least he had some kind of idea, and his ears said that they had an agreement. They shook hands. Seonyi clasped his hands and smiled happily. Seonyi opened the door for the guys and offered to discuss the details of the deal, to which Jooheon thought that Raven would tell him about the relics anyway, so he didn't care about this condition of the deal. Seonyi said that since they were partners now, Jooheon had to offer him a cup of coffee, to which Yuya whispered in the commander's ear that he didn't want to let him in the house, since he looked crazy, to which Jooheon said that everything was fine, since they made a deal, so they needed to discuss the details. Jooheon offered Seonyi to come in, to which he said that this was the first thing they should have started with. The can of coffee sparkled in the light of the lamps. Seonyi folded his arms across his chest and asked discontentedly if there was any other coffee, to which Jooheon replied that their entire refrigerator was filled with energy drinks, since Yuya only survived on them. Seonyi crossed his legs when Jooheon said that they weren't here to drink and asked if he had a plan. He had already figured out that the brothers were feuding, so he waited for an answer. Jooheon watched Seonyi with annoyance as he admired the many fine relics in the room. Jooheon explained that they kept all the relics here, to which Sung-yi smirked in disbelief, as he was surprised that they kept all the relics at home, since they usually took some for themselves and left the rest in storage. Jooheon and Solar were tense when they asked if all their relics were here. Suddenly, lightning began to concentrate around Sung-yi. He smirked ominously and said that he would take all the relics then. Jooheon smirked, thinking that the guy was a bad person, and wondered out loud if robbery was part of their deal. Sung-yi put his hands in his pockets and said that the world is ruled by the strongest, and he is the strongest here, so he does what he wants. Jooheon nervously exclaimed that he said the same thing, and Jooheon, folding his arms, said that the guy has a lot of confidence, then suggested that he try. Sung-yi heard that they were all weak, so they can't do anything to him, to which he said that there was too much noise. Jooheon did not understand what Jooheon was doing, since he hoped that the commander was not going to give up all their relics, and at that moment Anubis and Seth came in, asking what was going on. Sung-yi perked up at the sight of the relics, finding them interesting. He put his hand forward, used his power and said that the relic now belongs to him, after which he ordered them to obey. The power hit the relics, which were outraged by what he was doing. Jooheon excitedly noticed that the dogs had returned to their original form. Jooheon thought intently that, as expected of Kwon's son, he was doing quite well in dominating, as he was as strong as he was in the past. Jooheon praised him, saying that he was doing well, but now it was his turn. The relics were pulled towards Sung-yi by the force. He grabbed them as they were about to fly away. Jooheon watched him intently when he heard that they were losing the relics, so they couldn't just stand there and do something. Sung-yi raised his hands and commanded the relic to show what it could do. Suddenly, the smile on his face froze. One of the relics began to curse, while Sung-yi's hand began to turn black. The relic lit up with a red flame. Anubis seemed to break out of his statue, which scared Sung-yi a lot when he spoke up, wondering what kind of dominance he had. His eyes flashed when he said that the guy disappointed him. The space exploded, throwing Sung-yi back. He looked at his burnt hand and didn't understand what was happening. Anubis was approaching him. He wished death on the guy and opened his mouth. Jooheon clasped his hands and asked the commander what was going on, to which Jooheon replied that in a nutshell, the relic went crazy because he lacked strength, since their dogs are god-ranked, and it takes a lot of dominance to just activate them. Moreover, the relic still needs to be severed from its master. The stronger the host, the harder it is, and at that moment, Anubis was biting Sung-yi's head, to which he groaned, not understanding what was happening, since he was much higher than Jooheon in the dominance ranking. Jooheon grinned evilly and asked why he was so confident. He promised to show how strong he was. A terrifying power spread around Jooheon. Sung-yi had to cover himself with his hands, since it was impossible to look at the outgoing light. Jooheon stroked Anubis and said that they should watch the news. Both relics approached their host, when Jooheon said that if Sung-yi knew how the world worked, then he should know about his relationship with Pandora. He asked the boy if he would tell his enemies about his power, since they did not even suspect that it was not even half of his dominance. He looked at the defeated guy and said that he came to him, believing Pandora, because he was too naive. Jooheon took a step towards the guy and said that if someone else were in his place, he would have finished him off right away. He was standing in front of Sung-yi, who was the son of Chairman Kwon, and he was needed to open the vault. Sung-yi hissed when he heard that he should thank his father, plus he should compensate for the damage, to which the guy immediately became indignant about what kind of damage they were talking about. Jooheon looked at his room and said that Sung-yi destroyed his apartment, so he should pay for it, to which Sung-yi became indignant that Jooheon himself destroyed it and called him small. Jooheon then hit him, saying that he should be addressed as Hyeon, after which he ordered him to clean up the place and buy furniture no cheaper than the old one. Jooheon then called Kanat to him, who immediately asked what happened, to which Kanat replied that if Kanat needed money, Sung-yi would give it to him. Kanat immediately turned to the guy and asked if he would give him money, to which Sung-yi replied that he would already pay the rent. Jooheon said that this was not enough since he had caused moral damage to his religions, to which Anubis asked if he should not pay him in that case. Nut squirmed in front of Sung-yi, happily repeating that he could take his money, to which Jooheon confirmed that he had plenty. Nut hovered over the nervous guy, asking for the money. Sung-yi screamed. Nut took his credit cards, money, and clothes from him, to which the guy begged him to stop. Nut was delighted, while Sung-yi tearfully asked where the relic got the terminal from. The tied-up guy looked at the screen in surprise, where messages were coming in one after another with large sums of money being transferred to the commercial organization Worm. Sung-yi, still tied up, fell to the floor and saw the Worm, who was happy that they would soon collect $100 million. Jooheon looked at the relics with a satisfied grin and said that they were great, after which he interrupted their entertainment, since that was enough for today. He looked at Nut and said that he needed to talk to the prisoner. Sung-yi was freed and wanted to thank him for this, but he interrupted himself mid-sentence and cursed, to which Jooheon said that the guy himself was to blame for coming to him, but he wanted to get down to business. Jooheon sat down on a chair and asked Sung-yi how he was going to get his father's relics. He smirked and asked how he could help the guy, to which Seojingi said that he had a plan. Suddenly, Sola interrupted them, asking the commander to look at the TV screen. The announcer, with a frightened expression on his face, was explaining that according to the results of the research, the tomb that appeared in France was the Tomb of Pride, one of the 7 great tombs. The French government ordered the area around the tomb to be closed off, to which Jooheon muttered about one of the great tombs. Solar said that everyone would be heading there now that it was on the news, and then asked if they should go, to which Jooheon replied that she was right. Suddenly, someone called Sung-yi. He answered the call and asked irritably about the entire team, Youngcheng, and then asked him to spy on someone. Sung-yi hung up and muttered that everyone was rushing to that tomb, to which Jooheon asked who the caller was. Sung-yi explained that he had sent people to spy on his brother because he thought he was going to the tomb too. Jooheon continued holding the phone as he asked who Youngcheng was, to which Sung-yi replied that he was the vice captain of the TKVM excavation team. He explained that Youngcheng was following his brother around like a little puppy dog and it was annoying him, to which Jooheon thought that nothing had changed. He thought that Youngcheng was a mean, greedy and disgusting guy who had betrayed them, and now he was groveling before Seongwoo and looking for an opportunity to prove himself. And when he had a chance, he would do what he had planned. Jooheon said that they needed to get to the tomb before them, and they would deal with the storage later, and if the guy wanted him to help him, then he should come with them. Unhappy Seong-yi called the commander fickle. Night fell over the house when Seong-yi decided to agree to Jooheon's proposal. The sarcophagus lay in the tomb among the sands. The man looked at his hand and cleared his throat. It turned out that he was lying in the tomb, he needed food and water, and he did not understand how long he had been lying there. Magic formed around him as he said that at least he had the Achilles armor with him, since without it he would have died by now. He gritted his teeth and thought about what he should do next, since he couldn't last much longer like this, so he wanted to know when he would be rescued. The chairman lamented that it wasn't for nothing that he assembled a team for such a case, and didn't his children need him. The group of explorers walked through the tomb, and one of the guys said that the tomb was indeed still active, to which another guy said that that was why they needed to explore it. The chairman heard about how Jooheon destroyed the previous excavators, but as a researcher, this guy was grateful to him for preserving the tomb, and this phrase made the chairman furious, so he asked what these people were carrying. The guys jumped in fear because the ground shook. They thought it was a trap, so they wanted to run away, but the chairman immediately shouted for help. However, the researchers had already fled, even though the chairman had asked them to come back since he was stuck there. At this time, Jooheon's team was preparing for the expedition when a problem arose. The French were overly guarding the tomb, and the European Union had even banned foreign teams from entering. They were being thoroughly checked at the airports, meaning they would have been immediately turned back and sent back. Jooheon was telling someone on the phone that the plane was out of the question, so the question arose as to what he would do. Irina heard the answer that they would fly on a regular plane. They would just ask Yui to make fake passports, to which the girl asked him to be careful since she was worried about him, and Jooheon said that she should not worry, after which he promised to see him when he returned. He, without turning around to Yui, who had approached, asked if he had heard that it was time to get to work. Jooheon promised the guy an assistant, to which he happily asked who it would be. Nut dragged in a tied-up Louis and expressed his hopes to Jooheon that they would get along. The family of forgers worked together to make fake passports for everyone. They bought first-class seats and flew to France. Yuya leaned back in his seat and said that he was tired, to which Jooheon praised him and asked him to rest while they were flying. Yuya clenched his fists and said that he couldn't afford it since the commander would deduct the ticket from his salary later, which meant he should watch movies and enjoy the trip to make every penny worth it. To which Jooheon asked him to calm down since he would pay for everything himself and nothing would be deducted, so let him sleep since his health was more important. Yuya grumbled that if the commander was so worried about his health, then he shouldn't give him so much work, to which Jooheon told him to be ready to get to work as soon as they landed. Suddenly, something caught the commander's attention. He felt a little familiar energy. It turned out that Youngcheng was sitting in economy. Next to him was Seongwoo, who was grumbling that he couldn't stretch his legs because there was not enough space, to which Youngcheng shrugged and said that this was economy. He looked at the boss and said that they should blend in with the crowd unless Seongwoo wanted to be sent back. Seongwoo frowned and asked why he couldn't just bribe someone, to which the guy replied that not everything in the world can be solved with money since the Tomb of Pride is too precious. The captain's voice came over the speaker, wishing them a pleasant flight, and Yangchen was glad that they were already taking off. The landing gear rose. The plane took off. Solar was irritated to hear that Yangchen was there too. Jooheon came up to her and said that he and Kwon Seongwoo were hiding in economy class, and he was sure of it. Solar clenched her hand into a fist and asked if they were being followed and what they wanted, but Jooheon didn't have an answer. He said with a grumpy expression that they should act first since this might be their chance to deal with them. He looked back at Seunggi, who was on his phone, and asked him not to tell Seunggi yet or he might cause a drama. Jooheon said that only Yuiha and Solar knew about this for now, so they should be prepared if something happened, to which Yuiha almost cried since he didn't want to know all this and prepare. He wanted to sleep. Jooheon pinched the boy's cheek and told him to wake up since this plane was now a battlefield, to which the boy moaned about how he couldn't spend even one day peacefully. He was indignant at the comparison to a battlefield since they were 9,000 meters above the ground. Jooheon said that this is why they need to solve all the problems here and now, and then ordered him to choose a weapon, to which the boy shed a tear and thought that he wanted to go home. Jooheon began to rummage through his bag. He pulled out the relics and thought with a smile that he hadn't used them in a long time. For the first time in a long time, Jooheon made a contract using the laws of Hammurabi. There are so many conditions that Seongwoo will go crazy, and he will probably want to tear it to shreds when he sees it. However, this will only make things worse since the contract will be activated if it is torn. Jooheon turned to Kanat and asked her to take the contract to Seongwoo. Yuiha looked at the commander in surprise and said that he was acting much more gently than he expected, to which Jooheon explained the conditions. Yuiha thought that the commander would come to them with his fist, to which Jooheon replied that it would be better if they came themselves. He thought about the people on the plane and how there was so little space. Plus, there were too many witnesses. Jooheon smirked and said that it was important who would strike first and who would be noticed first, plus the contract had to provoke him. Sunwoo and Yangchen were sitting in economy class. Sunwoo heard an urgent call to take something. He was surprised to see Kanat handing him a contract. He took the paper from the relic's hands, to which Yangchen said that this Kanat looked like the relic that Jooheon had. Kanat said goodbye, and Sunwoo carefully read the terms of the contract, which had Jooheon's name on it. Yangchen nervously heard that the contract was indeed in Jooheon's name. Yangchen immediately grabbed Kanat angrily. Seongwoo nervously asked what his subordinate was doing because Kanat was asking him to let him go in an exhausted voice, to which Yangchen replied that they needed to catch the relic. People started turning around and asking what the noise was about. Yangchen grabbed Kanat hard and hurt him with his power. He put the relic in a space bag, saying that he would hide it for now, then asked about the contract, and Seongwoo explained that he hadn't even finished reading it. He crumpled the paper and said that Jooheon wanted him to give him his share of his father's company, the property, and the relic storage, then called him names. Yangchen assumed that the guy was somewhere around here spying on them. Seongwoo frowned and said that they wouldn't let it go like that and that they needed to send spies after him. He thought about his men, who were all on this plane. They were undercover spies, so he hoped that this place would become the guy's grave. A delicious lunch was brought to the first class when Jooheon thoughtfully said that Kanat should have returned by now. Yuiha, with his mouth full, suggested that the relic had been caught, to which Jooheon smiled and said that it was even better for them. He drank the juice and thought that Kwon Sunwoo was not capable of such a thing, but Yangchen could do it. He sipped from the glass again and thought that since he had reacted so sharply, the provocation had worked and they would be there about now. Men in uniform entered the first-class compartment. A man in an airplane crew uniform approached Jooheon and said that they had received a report that they were carrying prohibited items, and then asked the happy guy to show his documents. The surprised guy heard that you were carrying relics from him. Jooheon smirked and asked them not to pretend to be guides. The people smiled ominously and said that he noticed quickly. Jooheon barely had time to notice the sudden movement. The blow was lightning fast, which surprised the guy. The attacker kicked him. Jooheon managed to jump back and said that he immediately noticed that the guys were about to miss. The attackers got angry when they heard that they were pumped up with absorption relics, but they were using them so thoughtlessly. Did they really want to end it here and now? Yuiha and Louis heard that they should take care of themselves since he would not be able to keep an eye on them now. Yihyun pulled out a knife which flashed in the light of the lamps. He took a stance and invited the drug addicts to attack. The guys rushed to attack, offering him to die. Yihyun attacked. One of the attackers covered his eye, trying to dodge the attack. He grabbed Jooheon's hand, happy that he caught it. Jooheon kicked him. Yuiha screamed in horror as the guy flew towards him. He tried to crawl on all fours, thinking that he needed to run, but he didn't know where. One of the attackers grabbed Jooheon by the neck. Solar attacked him with a bat, screaming at him not to touch her boss. The guy got hit in the head with the bat. Jooheon thanked the girl. She said that there was so little space, to which Jooheon, rubbing his sore neck, said that it was really problematic. They stood next to each other, preparing to repel attacks, and Jooheon thought that the passages were too narrow to fight here and there were too many obstacles. He comfortably gripped the knife and thought that the worst thing was that he couldn't use the relics freely. Jooheon gritted his teeth and thought that if they weren't on the plane, he would have already smashed them. He could damage the planes with his relics, and then the lives of hundreds of people would be at risk. All the more or less useful relics would damage the plane, meaning his options were limited. They were right to use the absorption relics in this situation. He looked at the attacker and thought that STmanhwa was a worthy opponent. Jooheon almost missed a punch when he thought that this was probably Yongchen's idea, but how could he defeat them? The toilet door opened and STmanhwa breathed out in relief. He rubbed his wet hands, thinking that he hadn't been able to go to the toilet properly for a long time. He looked at the guys from his father's team in surprise when they asked what he was doing here. Jooheon smiled contentedly. He suddenly attacked, ordering them to step aside. The boys were scared that Jooheon was going to STmanhwa, to which he also asked what he was doing. Jooheon put a knife to STmanhwa's throat and ordered him to listen. He told the boys to surrender or he would kill him, to which STmanhwa did not understand what was happening. He asked to tell him what was going on, to which Jooheon ordered him to shut up, since he was nothing to him. Sweat appeared on STmanhwa's forehead when he heard that the commander was not joking. STmanhwa began to scream for him to be saved and for something to be done. The men in black suits screamed for the protagonist to let STmanhwa go. They asked if he knew who he was. Jooheon smirked and replied that he knew that he was the second son of the traitor Taejun. The blade pressed against STmanhwa's neck, blood flowed out. The protagonist asked if they thought he wouldn't kill him, and STmanhwa screamed, begging him not to kill him. The brown-haired boy sweated, his eyes filled with terror as the protagonist told them to tell him where Chairman Taejun's vault was and to sort things out. Jooheon grinned slyly and added that they should give him the chairman's share in TKVM. The man clenched his fists, screaming that the protagonist had gone crazy and was literally asking for everything the chairman had. Jooheon, who had the knife pressed against STmanhwa's throat, asked if that wasn't a fair price to pay for his son's life. STmanhwa turned pale and began to cry, screaming loudly for the men to do as the protagonist asked when he suggested just killing him. Jooheon held STmanhwa by his clothes with his other hand and the man said that they would do as he asked and then asked him to put away his sword. The blonde boys sweated and looked at Jooheon in shock, who said that he was not going to wait. The male lead smiled and said that he had already sent a contract with a list of his demands to their boss. The men looked at each other and Jooheon told STmanhwa to sign the contract to save his brother. STmanhwa gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows in anger, asking Jooheon to let go of his rope. The player in earphones fell to the floor and bounced off, and the man screamed that it was a valuable relic. STmanhwa walked up to Yangchen, shaking with rage and asking what Jooheon was doing on the plane, and Yangchen assumed that he had followed them. They sat in chairs next to each other. STmanhwa covered his face with his hand, telling STmanhwa to be quiet because he was currently being held hostage. The man with glasses touched his forehead and said that there was no way out. Yangchen looked at him in shock and asked if he was going to sign the contract. STmanhwa looked at the piece of paper and said that it was just a contract and nothing would happen to them, at least on the plane. The man picked up a pen and added that for now they would save STmanhwa and then they would sort everything out once they got to Earth. Yangchen turned away and let out a disgruntled sigh when STmanhwa told him to pull out that rope and return the contract to Jooheon. The rope flew out, screaming in joy at being free. The rope approached Yangchen, asking what he thought he was doing, and the man raised his hands, saying that they had signed the contract and now it was time to return it to its owner. The relic said they would pay for the delivery, and Yangchen's sweat dropped, saying that the protagonist should pay. The rope twisted, screaming that Jooheon had told it they would pay. Yangchen turned around as STmanhwa handed over a stack of money and said it was 2 million won, and that it was all the cash he had. Shock appeared on the men's faces as the rope said it accepted card payments and had a terminal. While they were arguing, the people on the plane turned around and watched them. The rope grabbed the scroll and flew away, and STmanhwa screamed after it for it to give him his money back. He furrowed his brows, touched his hair, and cursed, and Yangchen said that the relic should not have let go. A man in leather shoes approached them and said he had a question. He looked at STmanhwa and asked if they were sure they were going to France. STmanhwa raised his hand, asking who it was, and Yangchen said it was the leader of the foreign team they had hired. Yangchen turned to STmanhwa and said that Europe was restricting entry to foreigners, and it would be strange for only a team from the TKVM to go. The man with the scars on his face frowned, asking what they were whispering about. Songwoo crossed his arms and asked what he wanted, and the man said he heard Songwoo's brother was being held in first class. Songwoo frowned when the man said he was 90% sure they wouldn't be allowed in. He raised his hand. Yanchin said they would take care of everything, and he didn't have to worry, and the man asked them to take care of more than just themselves. He furrowed his brows and said that they agreed to work together for the money, but mostly because they wanted to get to Europe, and if Seongwoo couldn't guarantee it then they would come up with something themselves. Seongwoo replied that they would do their best. The man with glasses gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows in anger when the foreign team leader asked what exactly they would do. Yanchin looked at him, saying that these guys had been in trouble a lot and that was why they were worried, and Seongwoo yelled in rage, asking where he found them. The foreign team leader raised his hand, asking Seongwoo to stop ignoring him, and Seongwoo placed his hands on the chair, saying that he would tell them anyway. The rope held a scroll, telling the owner that it had brought the return contract. Jooheon, who had a knife at Seongyi's throat, told the relic to give him the contract. He unrolled the scroll and was surprised that Seongwoo actually signed it. The man in the blue suit raised his hand and demanded that the protagonist give them Seongyi in that case. Jooheon placed his hand on Seongyi's shoulder and said that he only promised to spare his life and that he would be with him until the end of the flight. Jooheon said with a smile that he would let Seongyi go once their boss fulfilled the terms of the contract. The men in uniform frowned. One of them said that they would stay with them then for Seongyi's safety, and the protagonist did not object but ordered them to leave. Seongyi and Jooheon sat in their seats while the men were cleaning, and the protagonist thought that they had solved the problem with his hostage. His face was calm and he thought that at least nothing would happen to them on the plane, unlike when they landed. The other passengers looked around with fear on their faces, and Jooheon thought that they probably already realized from the noise what was going on, and that the police might already be waiting for them at the airport. The man with the scars on his face gritted his teeth, while the protagonist thought about how they could avoid trouble. Jooheon crossed his arms and saw two people in the same uniform walking down the aisle, asking to be let through. The man with the blonde hair angrily yelled that they had asked them to be quiet, and the leader of the foreign team smirked, saying that they were the ones making the noise, so there was no point. Jooheon opened his mouth, looking at the leader in confusion, who said that they wanted to talk to the pilot and persuade him to change course. The plane worker raised his hand and yelled loudly, asking who he thought he was and if he knew that the chairman's children were on board. And the leader of the foreign team put his hand on his waist, saying that he didn't care because they had caused a ruckus and now they might not be allowed into France. The man with the scars on his face furrowed his brows and yelled, urging his comrades to get rid of anyone who got in their way. The protagonist sat with a serious face and thought about how the terrorists who suddenly appeared had gotten into a fight with the guys from TKVM and how they used to be in league with each other, but now something had changed. Louis and Yuya hugged each other, screaming in fear and asking Jooheon what to do. While the men were fighting, Seongyi looked at them with confusion. Suddenly, the youth screamed in pain as he was hit in the shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air. The protagonist kicked the man in the beige uniform and chased him away. He turned to Solar, who was holding a bat, and ordered her to run to the door and leave. The group of 5 people went forward, and Jooheon said that they would wait in economy class. The protagonist had just said that he would try to delay the enemies, when suddenly they froze at the same time with expressions of horror on their faces. The 2 men were fighting, and Jooheon realized that the commotion was not only in first class, and the plane had become a battlefield for terrorists and TKVM. The protagonist thought that the scared passengers were running and screaming. Jooheon smirked and said that the plane was finished, and Solar and Yuya looked at him dumbfounded. The plane was flying in the air. The protagonist said that they were in a very bad situation. Yuya turned pale in fear and pressed his palms to his sweaty face when Jooheon said that in the worst case, they might even fall. The men fought and the protagonist said that they were waving relics that had a strong aura. Jooheon narrowed his eyes and said that if they accidentally hit the plane, they would crash. Yuya and Solar looked at the protagonist in surprise, who turned around and said that it didn't mean they would die, they just needed to prepare well. He smirked and said that they had a plan. The men fought while the passengers on the plane screamed in fear. Seongwoo gritted his teeth, asking how they could betray him, and Yanchin replied that they wouldn't calm them down now. The man with glasses turned around and looked at Yanchin in shock, who said that they needed to crash the plane and that his relic would save them. The crying woman was holding a child in her arms, and Yanchin said that this way they would get rid of both the traitors and the witnesses, and if they were lucky, it would also hit Jooheon's group. Sweat beaded on Songwoo's hand as Yanchin said that the passengers were just unlucky, so there was no need to worry about them. Songwoo gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows, agreeing with that, and Yanchin said that it was the right decision, and in that case, he would take care of the matter. There were passengers sitting on the floor, and a man in black pants was walking past them. Solar's eyes and mouth widened when she saw Yanchin. The girl peeked around the corner, thinking that Jooheon had told her to take care of the passengers first, so she decided to follow Yanchin later. The two girls, whose faces were bruised and sweaty, looked scared. They hugged each other and pressed themselves against the wall, begging for mercy when Sola approached them, but she raised her hands and said that she would not hurt them. Sola smiled and said that the rest of the passengers were going to first class and invited 2 female passengers there. In another row there were other passengers who could not leave because they were injured. Sola said that she would take care of them. She sat down and thought that she somehow had to get around the fighting men. She was not surprised that someone was injured. Suddenly Sola frowned and thought that it would not be difficult to find the passengers, but then she would have to get back somehow. A girl with long black hair stood and smiled. A man in a blue shirt asked for help and for medical relics. A child cried, holding on to his father's shaking hand. The father suddenly grabbed the man in front of him by the shirt and demanded the relics from him. A woman in leather boots walked along the floor, shooing the man away. She approached the passenger and offered him a medical relic. The woman smeared cream on the man's wound. He opened his mouth in shock when he saw that his wound had healed, and suddenly someone came closer, recognizing their relic. The man picked up a child and asked the woman to heal his wife, who was seriously injured. Suddenly, the doctor looked away when someone called out to her loudly. The man in the black sweater frowned and asked her to show him the relic because it looked like the one their doctors had. The woman smiled and said that she had taken it from them. The corpses of the passengers lay on the seats. The woman put her hands on her waist and said that she had not beaten them enough because they were sitting still while others were injured. The men in dark clothes ran towards her, intending to take the relics. The doctor clenched her fists and frowned. She turned around and asked if they thought she was afraid of them. The woman punched one of the enemies and he flew back. She put her hand on the chair and said that she was not as weak as they thought and they would not catch her. The doctor kicked the man. The mother covered the child's eyes, watching the fight in fear while the doctor told the enemies to give her their relics. Sola looked out from behind the chair and thought that it was definitely Chloe, who was the doctor on their team. While Chloe smiled, Sola thought about how she was not with the terrorists, but she was not with the TCMB either, which was good. The woman was carrying many relics in her hands. She walked up to the mother and child, said that she would help the other passengers with this and asked where they were. Sola hid behind the seat, thinking that Chloe might be on their side since she was helping people, but she needed to be watched. Jooheon crossed his arms and asked his subordinates if they were done yet. Yuya and Louis turned around, shouting that they had a lot of work to do and needed time. There were bodies on the floor and the protagonist said that he had calmed everyone down and saved the passengers. He smiled proudly, adding that it seemed like not everyone since Solar hadn't returned yet, but he was done with his work and Yuya glared at him, thinking that he wanted to punch him. The youth looked at the book in his hands and said that they were finishing up. Jooheon put his hands in his pants pockets while Yuya said that making passengers was not the easiest task. Yuya raised his hands and sweat dropped when the protagonist offered to help. Yuya shouted that he was not done yet. The plane flew through the sky while Jooheon thought that the situation was out of control, so they came up with a plan. There was a crowd of people inside the Van Gogh relic. The protagonist thought that while they were fighting each other, they would crash the plane. They made fake passengers to avoid suspicion. Jooheon waved his hand with a smile and thought that they would then escape with the real passengers, and in this way, they not only saved the innocent but also earned themselves a great reputation. Yanchin walked with Seongwoo and the plane worker, and the protagonist thought that the passengers already knew that TKVM was to blame. Seong-yi turned around and frowned when someone called him. Yanchin raised his hand and asked Seong-yi and Jooheon to go with them. The protagonist put his hands in his pockets and said that he would not let his hostage go. Yanchin frowned and replied that the director signed the contract, and now Jooheon is obliged to let him go. The protagonist smirked and reminded them that he said he would keep Seong-yi alive. Seongwoo furrowed his brows and insulted Jooheon when he said he would let Seong-yi go once the director fulfilled the terms of the contract. Yanchin looked at Seongwoo with a smile and said that this distance was enough and they would have time to catch Seong-yi. The protagonist looked at them with a serious look when Yanchin said that they would not land at the airport and would not fulfill the terms. The man with wavy hair widened his eyes and smiled madly, adding that it was because the plane was about to explode. Jooheon widened his eyes in shock. A huge explosion occurred. Smoke appeared in the plane, and people began to panic because of the explosion and worried that they were falling. The protagonist furrowed his brows and thought that they were really falling and that they did not have much time. He turned around and ordered Yuja, who was clutching his head in fear, to forget about the fakes because there was no point in them anymore and to grab the rope and not let go. Jooheon released the rope, ordering it to tie them and all the passengers. The brown-haired man opened his mouth in shock as the rope tied his wrist. The passengers screamed in fear as the rope tied them, and the protagonist told them to hold on tight. Sungyi was sighing heavily as he lay on the floor. Yanshin, who was kneeling, called out to Sungyi and shouted that they had a protective relic. Sungyi was sweating and angrily asked if it was their doing. Yanshin said that they had no choice. The man grabbed the electrifying relic and said that they needed to save themselves. Sungyi put his hands on his head, closed his eyes, and opened his mouth. The burning plane was falling down rapidly. When it hit the land, it broke into pieces with a loud sound. The parts of the plane were burning while someone thought that Jooheon was going to die. Yanshin gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows. A mad smile appeared on his face and he thought that the protagonist was finished. Sungyi leaned over with his hand on his chest and said that it was good that relics exist. Seongwoo put his hands on his hips and asked where the nearest city they could go to was. They both looked after Yanshin, who told them to stand still while he checked what happened to Jooheon. He looked between the pieces of the plane. Suddenly, the man furrowed his brows and turned around. The protagonist was lying on the ground. Yanshin put his hands in his pockets and thought that Jooheon was still breathing, but he didn't have much longer because he couldn't survive something like that. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurred. Seongwoo and Sungyi looked up in shock. Yanshin walked towards them with a smirk while they asked him what it was. The man came up to them and explained that he helped these people to go to the afterlife faster, and Seongwoo crossed his arms, asking what happened to Jooheon. Yanshin smiled contentedly and said that he saw his corpse with his own eyes, and the other passengers were also dead. Black smoke billowed in the air, and the three decided that they needed to rest quickly and the relics would help them move, and Seongyi said that they were very heartless. He scratched his sweaty face and looked away when Seongwoo glared at him aggressively and told him to shut up because it was his fault. The plane continued to burn, and Yanshin told them to stop arguing because they needed to go. Seongwoo and Yanshin left the crime scene, but a village covered in snow was visible, and the protagonist thought that if he had been there, all that was left of him would really be a corpse. Jooheon smiled and thought that, unfortunately for them, he was still alive. Yuya was rubbing his shoulders, screaming that he was going to die from the cold, and the protagonist asked if he could let him show off. The rope wrapped around Jooheon, asking if he was cold, and Yuya frowned. Sungyi, whose face was red, asked where they were anyway, and the protagonist guessed that they were at the North Pole. The man in the medical gown put his hand on his chest and said that he never expected to be here, and it was the real Sungyi. The protagonist imagined Seongwoo, Yanshin, and Sungyi next to them, who was fake. Under the rubble was the body of the fake Jooheon. The protagonist crossed his arms. He thought that Yuya and Louis not only made the passengers, but also copies of their crew. Yuya was holding an artifact in his hand, and the protagonist thought that the youth released everyone before the plane crashed, and that was enough to fool the enemies. Jooheon looked at the piece of paper in his hand and thought that the real passengers were tied up with a rope and escaped through the invitation of the Odin god. The protagonist looked at the crowd of frozen passengers and thought that something should be done about the fact that they were transported to the North Pole. Solar walked up to Jooheon, asking if he was hurt, and he replied that he was fine. The protagonist clapped his hands and called out to Yuya and Louis, who turned around with displeased expressions. They frowned in shock and turned pale when Jooheon ordered them to create some kind of transportation, like a train, since there were a lot of people. The protagonist told them to do it quickly, and Yuya waved his limbs, indignantly shouting that Jooheon was crazy. Solar smiled awkwardly when Jooheon reminded him of the Da Vinci relic and that Yuya would make a train and Louis would make tracks. Solar turned away, thinking that the protagonist was busy now, and she would tell him about Chloe later, but for now she would watch. The girl with black hair smiled while Solar wondered if they would team up with her. The news broadcast showed a burning plane and a report of a car crash, the remains of which were found on a small island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. The screen showed smoldering fragments while the anchor said that there were 269 passengers on board the plane, and so far 16 survivors have been found, and most of them are TKVM employees. According to them, they were able to save themselves thanks to the relics. Seongwoo touched his forehead and gritted his teeth, saying that they deeply regretted that they could only save 2 passengers. He sat behind a chair in front of a crowd of people. He apologized and promised to compensate the families of the victims. The TV screen showed many people in black suits. Sunwoo's courage and sincere remorse impressed investors, and TKVM stocks rose. Irina raised her eyebrows in shock and realized that the plane that crashed was flying to the same place and at the same time as the one Jooheon was on. She reached for her phone, saying that it couldn't be. The girl called Julian and asked if he was watching the news and said that the plane that the protagonist was on had crashed. Irina's blue eyes widened in shock when Julian told her to turn on channel 4. The brown-haired woman said that a witness had claimed that the explosion was an act of terrorism, and the culprit was the leader of the famous excavation team, Jooheon. Irina's hand shook as the news anchor said that the protagonist's people had gotten into a fight, which led to the explosion, and the plane had crashed. Jooheon was smirking in the photo and the news anchor said that it had been confirmed that the protagonist and his crew were dead. Irina's face turned pale in horror and she started repeating Jooheon's name. Julian furrowed his brows and said that he himself couldn't believe it because the protagonist was crazy, but not that crazy. The man held the phone to his ear, saying that the news reported that there were TCMVs on the plane and that they were the only ones who survived. Irina furrowed her brows and pursed her lips when Julian suggested that it was all their doing and now they were trying to shift the blame onto the protagonist. Julian sat at the table saying that he would try to find out what happened. He was sure that Jooheon was still alive because he couldn't just be killed. The girl clutched the phone in her hand. Then she brought it to her ear and screamed that she would help Julian. It was night in Paris and the lights were on in the buildings. There were newspapers on the table while someone was reading articles about the end of Jooheon's team and how the main contenders for the role of Tomb Raiders were now the TKVM. STmanhwa took the newspaper, saying that these articles were great because Jooheon was the villain and they were the heroes. Yanchin said with a smirk that STmanhwa had an interview scheduled later and the man with glasses said that he would try to squeeze out a tear. Then he asked what happened to the passengers they saved. Yanchin said with a confident look that he promised those old men a good amount of money and they immediately agreed to side with them. STmanhwa crossed his arms, saying that there might be other survivors and that everyone on board knew that the TKVM were criminals. He looked seriously at Yanchin, who said that no one survived except them, not counting their staff and those 2 passengers. The black-haired man looked at STmanhwa menacingly, saying that he had personally verified this. Yanchin put his hands behind his back and thought that innocent people had died, but TKVM had gotten rid of the protagonist and they had no choice. He imagined Jooheon's face and thought that he was too dangerous. He thought that he could breathe a sigh of relief because the deed was done. STmanhwa frowned, saying that STmanhwa's opinion was not taken into account here because he was to blame for all of this. There was white snow on the trees and mountains. People were warming themselves by the fire, smiling. The creature in black armor emitted flames. The protagonist drank from his mug, asking how long his subordinates would work, and Yuya indignantly shouted that making a train was not easy at all. Jooheon came closer to him and said that it looked good. He hoped that the train would work. Yuya turned around and looked at the protagonist, dumbfounded, who asked him to make a dining car because he was hungry. There was a lantern on top of the train. Jooheon thought that his skilled subordinates managed to make a train while being in the middle of the North Pole. Black smoke came out of the chimney, and the protagonist thought that the train moved without a hitch. Warm steam came out from under the wheels, and Yuya shouted that the transport was working. The protagonist looked out the window, smiling, thinking that they just needed to head south, where they would reach the nearest city with a signal, and the game would begin. The people smiled gratefully at Jooheon, who thought that the passengers were completely on his side because he saved them and warmed them up in the cold, but they also knew that the TKVM was to blame for the crash. The people frowned furiously while discussing the TKVM. The protagonist thought that he didn't even need to do anything because they themselves would want to tell the world the truth. He smiled, resting his hand on his face, and thought about STmanhwa himself being lynched by the passengers. Suddenly, he turned around. A bright light was coming from the back. Jooheon took the bright object in his hand and opened his mouth in surprise. The object illuminated everything around him, and the protagonist realized that the contract had been destroyed. The piece of paper was burning. STmanhwa turned away. The protagonist thought that for this reason, his relic had been activated. The TKVM decided that there was no point in the contract if he was dead, and now the relic would make everything written on it come true. Jooheon turned around when STmanhwa ran up to him and called out loudly. The man yelled with a worried look that he remembered where the storage was, although he didn't understand how, since he never even knew about it. STmanhwa sat down next to him, and Jooheon thought about finding out about the location of the chairman's storage. STmanhwa furrowed his brows, saying that he doubted it, and he could have dozed off and had such a dream, but he saw the place very clearly. The protagonist replied that they would still check it out. Jooheon touched his chin, smiled, and thought that everything worked out well, and at this rate they would reach the storage on a red carpet. Solar came up to them and said that there were houses ahead. The protagonist said that they would go there. The train was moving along the tracks. Jooheon thought about what he had doubted at first, but the closer they got, the more distinct the houses on the horizon became. People froze with their mouths open in shock. The locals were extremely surprised when they noticed the train, where there were more people than in their entire village. The lights were on in the tents. Jooheon thought that the locals welcomed them warmly, and they were finally able to rest. As it turned out, they were in northern Canada. Solar looked through the doorway, smiling, saying that there was internet here, and the protagonist thought that they had not flown that far. He smirked, ordered the girl to gather everyone, and said that they were starting a counterattack. The lights were on in the tall building, while someone was screaming in panic, calling for Yanshin. The TV was broadcasting breaking news that the passengers of the plane that crashed the day before had survived, and at the moment they were in a small village in northern Canada. The host reported that the public was in an uproar over the truth, and the victims claimed that all the information they had received was fabricated. The blonde girl screamed that it was not Jooheon who caused the plane crash, but the TCMC, because the main character saved them. Yanshin gritted his teeth and began to shake as the host said that in light of the information they had received, the plane crash case would be re-examined. Songwoo stormed into Yanshin's office, who immediately began to say that he had seen corpses. Songwoo frowned and screamed that Yanshin had not been looking closely enough. He did not understand what they should do now. People crowded outside the TCMC building, and Songwoo screamed that a crowd had gathered outside the headquarters. They were being boycotted, and now they would lose everything. Yanshin bowed, his voice shaking, saying that he would handle everything. Songwoo turned around, telling the long-haired man to do his job. Yanshin raised his head and gritted his teeth, angrily calling Jooheon a scoundrel. There were many articles on the phone. The protagonist smiled when he saw that it was Jooheon calling him, and assumed that he had seen the news. Jooheon put the phone to his ear, and Jooheon immediately yelled into the phone, asking what happened. The man said with a happy expression that they knew that the protagonist was alive, and Arena blushed. Jooheon asked why Canada, and Jooheon said that they were sent there by a relic and that he had a further plan. He smiled and said that he could handle it on his own and did not need their help. The protagonist said with a confident grin that he was going to rob Chairman Taejung. An image of a guy in warm clothes was shown, handing blankets to a girl. Thanks to the locals of the Canadian village, his crew and passengers escaped danger. An image of dozens of snow-covered ice floes floating on the sea appeared. But it turned out that they were on an island and they needed to cross the Arctic Ocean to get to the mainland. An image of dozens of small houses on a snowy island appeared. The village supplies were quickly running out and the protagonist was about to force Ia to make a ship. A Canadian flag was flying over a tall clock tower. The protagonist said that he found out about them. The Canadian government decided to send transport and food. They just had to wait a little. An image of a dark-haired man filming a crowd of people appeared. The passengers kept throwing mud at the TKVM while the protagonist was busy with other things. Yuya asked the protagonist if he found out where the chairman's storage was. He replied that he did. Folding his arms, Jooheon said that Sungyi told him, and oddly enough, it was not far away. Looking at the red-haired girl and the fair-haired guy, who were looking ahead with a little fear, the protagonist said that they should finish here and go on a small plane. Placing her hand on her chest, Sola said that she thought someone should stay with the passengers, adding that she would be here. Pointing at her with anger on his face, Jooheon asked if she was going to duck out, saying that it would be better if he stayed. Closing his eyes and folding his arms, he asked what if there was a fight, saying that she was much better at it than him. He added that he could keep an eye on the passengers as well. With her eyes blazing and her aura flaring with anger, the red-haired girl told him to shut up and get out of here. Turning her head to look at the girl, the protagonist asked if she had any business here. Leaning forward, Sola stated that to be honest, she was among the passengers. Picking up her phone and turning around abruptly, the protagonist interrupted her, saying that it was the pilot. The red-haired girl pursed her lips and mentally stated that she couldn't tell him about Chloe, adding that she understood that he was busy. Looking at the dark-haired girl holding a plate and fork, Solar mentally stated that luckily the island was small so she wouldn't miss her. Looking at the girl in a white robe eating, she mentally added that she would keep an eye on her. A small red and white plane was flying low over the sea. The protagonist said that the plane had arrived on time and that Sungyi and Ia had already left on it. Looking at the plane moving away in the sky, the protagonist said that it felt like they had been flying for an eternity over the ocean and ice floes, and he was told that the storage facility was close, but it was God knows where. He mentally added that Sungyi was an asshole. With a frustrated expression on his face, The fair-haired guy asked how much longer they had to go since his legs were already falling off. Raising his hand up, he angrily stated that they said it was not far. The stone fence was wrapped in red chains that emitted lightning. The guy said that the entire building was a relic, and apparently it was their storage. 3 people calmly approached the object. One of the group asked how he even remembered it. The other replied that it did not matter and that they should go. They looked at the huge, completely enclosed and chained building. One of the men stated that it was gigantic and suggested that this was why it was placed on an uninhabited island. Turning to the brown-haired guy and smirking, the protagonist asked how much he was worth and told him to open it. He began to bring one of his hands to the door with chains. It was a massive door capable of withstanding a bomb, but it was able to open with one wave of Sungyi's hand. In front of the protagonist's team were chests of treasures, scrolls, and other valuables. The protagonist mentally noted that everything the chairman had collected was inside, a whole mountain of relics. Throwing his arms out to the sides, one of the boys cried out in shock. Sungyi, walking forward, said that now he would finally take his father's place. Raising 3 fingers with a sly smile, the protagonist said that he first needed to give him 30%. Frozen in place, the boy said excitedly that he remembered. Turning his head, he told Jooheon to take whatever he wanted. The protagonist asked for time. The protagonist looked at the many purple information windows that appeared above each relic. Jooheon mentally noted that Sungyi thought he would choose the relics at random, but he analyzed everything through the crow. Looking at the scrolls and books that were emitting bright particles, he said with a smile in his mind that these relics were so-so compared to the ones the chairman carried with him. He added that he was not the type to refuse them. The brown-haired guy holding a flashlight looked at the guy with a little frustration. The protagonist thought about taking everything that seemed useful and putting the relics away under Sungyi's strict supervision. Turning around and smiling, the protagonist mentally asked if he really left him 70%. Standing up and putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist said that he was done and the guy could take them. He also asked if Sungyi had a place to put them. Putting his hands on his waist, the guy confirmed. The protagonist told the brown-haired guy to collect them and they would wait for him outside. The protagonist and Yuya slowly walked out of the room. The protagonist suddenly turned his head. He grabbed the sword and began to cover it with a blue aura. With a burning eye, he delivered a powerful blow to Sungyi's back. Raising his hand in fear, Yuya asked what the protagonist did. Shifting his gaze, he replied that he knocked him out and now they needed to take the relics before he woke up. Lowering his hands, the blonde boy stated that the protagonist said he would leave them to him. Smirking, Jooheon asked how he could seriously believe him. Sweating profusely, the boy asked fearfully why he took his relics back then. The severed Sungyi lay on the stone floor, surrounded by various relics. The protagonist stated that he did it to make the boy relax, and added that thanks to this, he immediately sorted all the relics. He told Yuya to put them in a separate bag. Starting to walk forward, the boy agreed with annoyance. A small plane quickly flew towards the island. The protagonist mentally said that after taking absolutely all the relics, they returned to the plane and Sungyi, at least, will live. There were several wooden houses on the snowy island. The protagonist stated that he somehow did not want to kill him, and stated that he believed that he acted nobly. The dark-haired girl, holding the phone to her right ear, said that the operation was suspended. Chloe, smiling and looking forward, said that everyone had started the TCVM, but she didn't think the local leader was much better. Looking at the girl on the phone, Sola thought about how far she had gone to make a call. Peeking around the corner, she mentally said that this was suspicious and asked who she was talking to and what she was talking about. Sola, summoning a fiery image in a mask, asked if she could eavesdrop on her. Gildal replied that she would try. The red substance slowly made its way towards the girl across the snowy ground. Chloe said that she needed to get to the mainland first, and then to the airport. She also added that she would lay low for now. Looking back, the dark-haired girl said that she would call back if anything changed. The person on the phone said that they had not finished speaking yet. Closing her eyes, she mentally noted that she felt like she was being followed. Solar said that in that case, they should finish quickly. The dark-haired girl turned around abruptly. She was looking towards the empty house. She narrowed her eyes silently. Putting her hand to her chest, the frightened red-haired girl thought about what she knew the girl would feel and added that she needed to be careful. Hearing the sound of an airplane, she raised her head up and noted that her boss was returning. The protagonist got off the plane and stepped onto the ground. Smiling, he asked if something was wrong. Holding her fist to her chest, she answered that it was not and asked where Sungyi was. Putting her hand in his pocket, the protagonist stated that they got rid of him. The girl asked again in surprise. Smiling maliciously while looking forward, the protagonist said that they no longer needed him. The fair-haired guy looked at him in fear. He picked up the phone and looked at the screen questioningly. The protagonist told them to take a look. The two members of his team looked at him questioningly. Squinting his eyes and smirking at the screen, Jooheon said that the storage was just the beginning. Banging the table, STmanhwa shouted and asked how they could sell the company building. He also clarified if his father's share was included in the sale. Opening his mouth wide, he asked with rage on his face why he was only hearing about this now. The man replied that they themselves did not know what happened. Putting his hand on his waist, he angrily told them to find out and figure it out because they needed to get everything back. The frightened boys twitched. Gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, STmanhwa asked what was happening to the company. An image of wooden boxes with relics appeared. The protagonist said that Chairman Kwon's storage was just the beginning. An image of burning paper in a white basket appeared. The protagonist thanked STmanhwa for destroying the contract, as the conditions were now being fulfilled one by one. An image of several glass high-rise buildings appeared. The TKVM buildings were now being sold at a low price, as were Chairman Kwon's shares. An image of a gray-haired grandfather looking away seriously and a blonde girl smiling kindly appeared. The protagonist mentally stated that he had warned Edward and Irene in advance to accept any offers related to TKVM. He looked at his phone, the news on which was completely filled with the sale of TKVM assets. This was the result of his actions. Grabbing his head, the dark-haired guy stated that it was getting worse and worse. With his hands behind his back, the guy turned to the director. Continuing to look at the floor, Yanchin could not decide whether to allow the guy to speak or not. Pursing his lips, he declared with wide eyes that Mr. STmanhwa had disappeared. An alert appeared from a guy frozen in a strange pose. The man said that he suddenly turned into a statue in front of everyone. He stood up abruptly from the table, startling the guy. Grabbing the phone, he angrily said that he had said everything and they needed to cancel. Pulling the phone away from his ear, he saw a man in front of him, looking angrily ahead. He said that they needed to return to Korea. Leaning on the table and looking up in fear, the director asked what they should do with the tomb. Veins appeared on the face of the man in glasses. Gritting his teeth, he stated that they had lost their company. They had lost their workers, they had not gotten rid of Jooheon, they could not do anything. Looking ahead, he added that now his brother had also turned out to be a fake, and now they had no time for tombs. Leaning his body back and moving away a little, Yanchin asked what happened to Sungyi. The man said that Jooheon had planned everything and they had fallen for it. The image of the protagonist appeared in the head of the director, who hung his head in shock. The man with glasses said that the protagonist had outplayed them. Clenching his fist, he said that all they could do was return to Korea and try to fix everything. The director of the company gritted his teeth and looked at the floor with genuine hatred. An image of Yanchin appeared, raising his hand in front of the proudly walking STmanhwa. TKVM had decided to leave France. Among all the teams, they had the best chance of conquering the Tomb of Pride. An image of several newspapers about this appeared. The rivals did not hide their joy, mocking TKVM, and the protagonist was among them. An image of a small village on a snowy island appeared. The protagonist added that even though they were stuck in the middle of nowhere, it was very good that they got rid of their main competitor. The protagonist, who was sitting on his phone, turned towards the sound. A short, gray-haired grandmother approached him and said that the government had said that they had sent a ship. She said that they should get to the nearest airport, and from there they would finally return home. Smiling, the protagonist thanked the grandmother. Starting to wave her off, she said with a smile on her face that they should help each other out in difficult times. She added that he should tell everyone to get ready to sail. The protagonist agreed. Placing his hands on his knees and raising his head, he exhaled. Looking at the light, slightly cloudy sky, Jooheon thought that their vacation was over. So, a huge number of tall buildings illuminated the streets of the city. A dozen people in suits were sitting at a long table. The man standing in front of them thanked them for allocating their time. Putting his fist to his palm, the dark-haired man told him not to waste time on greetings and to get down to business. Another man asked what happened to TKVM and added that the news showed that the situation was critical. STmanhwa said that it was, but not all was lost. Looking at several men in suits, he said that if they helped them, they would fix everything and get rid of Jooheon. Smiling, he held out his hand and said that they were the heads of the best companies in the world. The men began to laugh. One of them said that the guy was as confident as his father. The man in the suit said that TKVM was indeed their close partner, so they couldn't leave them in trouble. Dozens of directors consulted among themselves. One of them said that he was afraid that they would get into trouble too. He asked if there were other companies that had agreed to help them. Sunwoo said that of course, and said that the heads of overseas 0020 groups had responded. Smiling, one of the directors said that they were serious guys. With a confident expression on his face, the director of TKVM adjusted his tie. One of the men said that this meant that they had nothing to worry about. They had decided to help. Smiling, Seong-woo thanked everyone present. Grinning evilly and narrowing his eyes, he mentally declared that he knew they had to go back to Korea, and now Jooheon wouldn't run away. An image of several CEOs of large companies standing next to each other appeared. Seong-woo thought that he could take his father's share, the relics, and the buildings, but he couldn't take their connections. Closing his eyes, he mentally said that he would show him what he could do. Sharply opening the door, the dark-haired guy shouted that everything was bad. Looking worriedly at the CEOs who turned around, the guy apologized, realizing that they were in a meeting. One of the men asked what he wanted to say. With a worried expression on his face, Seong-woo, slightly stammering, suggested that they return to the discussion. Looking at the phone, Kim said that there was definitely something serious there and he would find out everything himself now. Opening his mouth and eyes wide in shock, he loudly stated that 0020 groups had gone bankrupt. Sharply turning to the side, the director of TKVN shouted out and asked what had happened. Looking at the scared, clenched-teeth Seong-woo, the guy said that first their shares fell and then the factory exploded and the director's money disappeared from the account. Handing the phone to the director, he added that in addition to this, everyone who was involved in the company received such a message. The message from Arena Hilton said that they must be scared in connection with the recent events, but there are no coincidences. She added that they should think about what they did wrong and carefully choose their allies in the future, because they should not forget what she is capable of. Looking at the phone fearfully, the director said that the very same queen of bankruptcy was to blame. One of the men remembered that she was close to Jooheon, and the other assumed that it was because they were going to attack him. Turning to the left, Kim said with a sad expression that now it was clear what would happen if they helped TKVM. Continuing his sentence, the other director stated that they would also go bankrupt. Slamming both hands on the table, Seong-woo shouted at them to wait, because it was not a fact that this was her doing, and maybe she was just making fun of him. Picking up his jacket, one of the directors apologized and said that he could not risk his business. An image of a large illuminated room wall appeared. All the directors began to run away under various pretexts. The director of TKVM lowered his head and silently looked at the floor. Gritting his teeth in anger, he cursed out loud. Entering the meeting room, the guy in the suit apologized and said that they had another problem. Handing him a box with a stack of applications, he said that the employees were quitting one by one because they were afraid of the bankruptcy queen. With an angry expression on his face, Sunwoo slammed the box with all his might. The guy started picking up the applications from the floor. The TKVM director sent them. An image of several expensive buildings of a huge company appeared. Walking up to the man, the brown-striped girl with a phone in her hand said that Sunyi called him and said that he was okay. Sunwoo told her to make a video call because he needed to talk to him. Looking at him questioningly, Linda agreed. She added that he was pale and asked if everything was okay. He replied that the office was in total chaos. Putting his fist to his forehead, the TKVM director said that all their relics, stocks, real estate, and even employees were all gone. Raising her finger, the girl said that he answered. The brown-haired guy greeted him with his palm outstretched and asked how they were. Sunwoo fell down while looking at his phone. He opened his mouth and screamed in anger. The lights were on in the cottage windows. A disgruntled voice was heard. Someone asked why his interlocutor was screaming like that. Sunwoo frowned menacingly and asked if his friend knew what happened. Sunyi replied that he was also hurt. Grabbing his collar, he told him that the main character abandoned him in the cold and that he was barely saved. Sunwoo then asked why his brother went somewhere with the enemy and why the enemy saved him along with the other passengers. Sunyi's eyes turned white in surprise. His image flickered on the TV screen. The director of TKVM asked if his friend really teamed up with Jooheon against him. Joohee asked if that was true. The guy on the other side of the screen scowled angrily and said that he had no choice because his brother took over the company. Sunwoo replied that he was the eldest and said that it was only natural. The boy said that it was unfair because he was much better at managing the relics. Joohee looked away. She closed her eyes and put her finger to her temple when her brother shouted that managing the relics would not help in running the company if one had no brains. The girl stood between the brothers and clenched her fists, calling them to be quiet and asking if they had called each other just to argue. After she decided to end the call, Sunwoo asked her to wait for a bit. crossing his arms over his chest, he explained that his friends should know that TKVM would soon go bankrupt because of the protagonist. There were many shining boxes in the room. Jooheon first took all the relics with the help of Sunyi. Then the stock dropped and the company lost its real estate. The arrow on the chart was pointing down. The CEO of the company said that there were so many losses that it was pointless to even count them. Joohee clenched her fists, saying that the stock should have gone to her. Sunyi shouted that his sister was too young for this. The girl pointed at him and said that he was not allowed to speak. The siblings looked at their older brother when he asked them to be quiet and said that he asked his father's partners to help the company. But the bankruptcy queen intervened and they all refused. Adjusting his glasses, STmanhwa added that the employees of TKVM were quitting one after another, so he had no idea how to fix everything. Covering one hand with her other, Joohee said that their company was being boycotted. The siblings looked at each other. An awkward silence hung in the room. The girl frowned and suggested that they just take all the money and run away. Smiling, Sunyi suggested not even trying to find their father. The director looked away when he heard his brother's suggestion that Taejun would simply kill them if they found him. He scratched his chin and agreed. His younger brother smiled tensely. Looking at his sister, Seong-woo suggested that they postpone the search until the immediate problems were solved. He thought that otherwise his father would have a heart attack. Seong-yi raised an eyebrow, surprised that they could agree on anything. A happy employee ran into the room, shouting that they had found the chairman. Hearing that their father was alive, the siblings' mouths dropped open in shock. A surprised cry rang out in the room, and the starry sky hung over the cottage. A warship was sailing out to sea. The protagonist was lying on his bed, reading a book. Yuya approached him and asked him to look at something. An article was open on his smartphone screen, saying that the search party had found Chairman Taejun. Smirking, Jooheon was surprised that they managed so quickly and were able to open the sarcophagus. Scratching the back of his head, the boy realized that they had problems because the enemies would want revenge. Holding the phone in his hands, the guy said that they would not succeed. The artist opened his mouth in surprise. Getting out of bed, the young man offered to call the chairman, putting his friend into a stupor. Walking along the corridor, he decided to congratulate his opponent on his return to Earth. The restorer ironically noted the fact that the man would probably be glad to hear him. The blue sky was reflected in the windows of the building. Someone called out to the chairman. Yanchin put his ear to the sarcophagus. Seong-woo asked if the workers were sure that his father was there. The scientist replied that they scanned the sarcophagus and could confidently say that the chairman was inside. Squinting, the worker said that Taejun was alive. His colleague added that he heard everything and even responded. Sunwoo opened his mouth wide and called out for his father. Joohee asked if he was okay. There was no answer. The eldest son asked why his father wasn't talking. The scientist called it strange because they had just talked. Hearing the suggestion that the chairman might have died, the boys raised their eyebrows in shock. Sunwoo ordered to open the sarcophagus right now. The employee replied that they couldn't do it, otherwise they would have opened it right away. The man in the vest tried to move the lid of the coffin. The people pushed the lid unsuccessfully. They were ordered to use the relics. Holding a vibrating phone in his hands, the interim director of the company asked who was calling him. Putting the receiver to his ear, he heard a familiar voice. The person on the line asked if they couldn't open the coffin. Everyone in the room looked around, hearing that voice. The protagonist smirked contentedly. Sunwoo gritted his teeth in displeasure as he was surrounded by his friends, and Jooheon offered to help free the chairman from the sarcophagus. Hearing that he would have to give up all his relics in exchange, the director's brows furrowed in anger. Clenching his fist, he asked if the enemy really thought they couldn't do it without his help. The boy asked if the son really wanted to waste time risking his father's life, who would soon suffocate. Taking the bait, Seong-woo took the phone away from his ear and turned to his father, saying that they could open the sarcophagus if he gave up the relics. The golden sarcophagus shook, and a dissatisfied cry came from within. People immediately rushed to the coffin, realizing that the chairman was alive. Taejun furiously shouted the name of his sworn enemy. His eldest son looked at the coffin with concern. Yellow particles were flying around the sarcophagus. The man inside decided that his relics were in the vault and would not find the enemy even if the contract with them was terminated. The chairman said that he refused the relics. Seong-woo put his hand to his forehead and thought that they were in a terrible situation. The young man waited for an answer, standing next to his friend. Hearing that his enemy refused the relics, the tomb robber smiled and decided to test it. Taejun agreed faster than expected. His relics jumped out of Van Gogh's relic one by one. It was clear from one look that they were purified. The sparkling relics lay on the floor. In fact, the guy did not know how to open the sarcophagus, but the coffin should have opened itself. Since it was pulled out of the tomb, gusts of wind flew out of the coffin. Hearing that the sarcophagus opened, the protagonist smiled broadly and said that their business was finished. The lid of the coffin rose into the air. A bright light burst out from inside. STmanhwa, along with his friends, leaned over the sarcophagus. Suddenly, their mouths dropped open in horror. Taejung, who was lying inside the coffin, looked very emaciated. He raised his mangled hand. His eldest son asked what happened. Joohee covered her mouth and said that she was very scared. Hearing the order to urgently call the doctors, the TKVM employee picked up the phone. The man grabbed the coffin, saying the name of his enemy. Frowning furiously, he rose from the sarcophagus. His son asked him to lie down again because he needed rest. Looking at him, the chairman shouted that he did not need any rest. STmanhwa extended his hands to him and suggested that he first conduct a medical examination. Taejung replied that he would rest after he dealt with the enemy, because he had relics, a team, connections, and money. His whole body was shaking. The guy in the tie was covered in sweat. His eyes turned white. His father said that he had restrained himself before, but now everything has changed. He added that their main goal was to get rid of the main character. Sungwoo looked at him with concern, wanting to tell him what had happened while he was away. The young man looked down. The man asked why his subordinates were not doing anything. Joohee tensely put her finger to her chin. Yanchin looked away. The chairman asked if Sungyi had done something. The general manager again suggested conducting an inspection first. The director expressed his desire to kill the enemy and looked at the people standing around him, asking what was wrong with them. The eldest son opened his mouth to say something. He looked down and explained that all the relics in the storage room had been stolen. Taejung bared his teeth furiously, not understanding how this could have happened. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that all the real estate and shares of the company had been sold. Hearing that the employees were leaving en masse, the chairman frowned menacingly and asked what was going on. Throwing a stern look at his son, he asked if they were lying to him to send him to the hospital. STmanhwa said it was true. The guy explained that it was written in the news. The director asked to show them. The man held the tablet with trembling hands. Taking the tablet in his hands, Taejun asked what the hell was going on. Seeing the news, his eyes widened in shock and realized that it was true. His son asked him to calm down. The ship was sailing on the open sea. There was a mug of hot coffee on the table. Candy wrappers were scattered around. The relic asked what could be more beautiful than coffee with candy and a view of the endless sea. Chewing on a cake, Zufu paid tribute to the human race for the excellent food. The rope abruptly opened the door. The worm asked him not to break in so unceremoniously. The rope crawled up to him and asked him to give her something. The relic, sparkling with joy, said that her colleague had received $100 million and asked for a thing that would turn her into a human. Looking at her, Zufu praised her for her ingenuity. Looking behind him, he decided to get something. The rope was in anticipation. The worm's tail was holding a tied scroll. The rope immediately opened it. It was written on the paper that relics were forbidden to use, sell, or transfer relics that turn them into humans. Otherwise, they would face punishment. The artifact explained that it had received this warning and asked what they should do now. The rope silently looked at the open sheet of paper. The worm apologized and said that he did not know about this when he agreed to the deal. Raising his head, he added that the money had already been deposited into the account, so it could not be returned. Zufu added that he was very sorry and offered his friend some sweets. The rope silently trembled from stress. She grabbed the worm tightly and ordered it to hand over the relic immediately. While tied up, the artifact said it could do nothing about it because it would be punished if the relic fell into the wrong hands. Hearing that it would be taken away and never returned, the rope hung in the air. Lowering its head, it thought that its master would be angry then. Suddenly, Zufu looked away. The dog entered the room. Seth raised his ears and said that such a warning had never been received. Showing him the scroll, the rope asked if it was a fake. The answer was affirmative. The worm shouted that the commander was ruining his business. The divine relic declared that this was not a businessman, but a real deceiver. The rope squeezed the traitor even tighter. Zufu screamed in pain. Trembling with fear, he asked to let him go and promised to give the relic in return. The rope asked if it was true, and when it landed on the table, the worm thought it was about to die. A head of garlic and some kind of plant leaves appeared in front of them. The artifact explained that it was Hwanung's garlic and wormwood, and that the relic had to eat them to turn into a human, and the rope tied them together. The tiger and the bear were sitting in a cave, and according to legend, Hwanung gave them garlic and wormwood and told them to eat it for 100 days to become human, but since the relic was divine, the effect would appear immediately. Introducing the winking protagonist, The rope declared that it would finally be able to be with its owner and wondered what they would do. Zufu straightened up and asked what his friend was waiting for, and the rope glowed with happiness. It bowed its head to the garlic and wormwood. The relics watched as their friend tried unsuccessfully to eat the garlic. Raising its head, the rope trembled. Wriggling furiously in the air, the artifact screamed that it had no mouth. The worm looked at it and decided that it was a really big problem. Rope couldn't believe that it had no mouth. Zufu suggested imagining that it did. Seth thoughtfully put his paw to his chin. Looking at his friend, the dog asked if he had another relic. The worm lowered his head and replied that he had nothing else. Hiding his head behind his body, the rope said that all its efforts were in vain. The other artifacts watched their friend cry. In front of the multi-story buildings there was a beach. Having made a long journey, the heroes reached northern Canada. There was an airport, so everyone would be able to return home if necessary. The passengers became noticeably more cheerful. People talked to each other and laughed. It was very hard for them because they survived a terrorist attack. Smiling, the main character asked them not to forget their things. Seeing his friend, he asked her to pack her things. Solar ran up to him and said that she had something to tell him. The girl, with a serious frown, said that Chloe was among the passengers. Squinting, Jooheon asked if they were talking about their old colleague. The answer was affirmative. The brunette stood among other people. Solar explained that she noticed her on the plane. Then the doctor was among the TKVM and terrorists. The wind blew her hair and robe. The girl explained that she could not figure out who she worked for and what she needed, so she decided to tell her boss. Putting his hand to her chin, the guy praised her and said that it was unlikely that Chloe was in league with the terrorists. Solar said that she decided to keep an eye on her for this very reason. The young man turned around and asked where she was now. People were standing one after another. The girl said that the doctor was at the head of the line and suggested doing something until she managed to hide. The brunette looked back. Sola asked if she should call Guild. The Tomb Raider answered that she shouldn't do it because Chloe would immediately notice the surveillance. The doctor smiled. The girl noticed this and looked away. However, there was no one in that place anymore. With her mouth wide open, Sola realized that the object of her observation had simply disappeared. The crashed plane was engulfed in flames. Chloe was on board that day. The brunette crossed her arms over her chest. She was a doctor on the team from her past life and owned Florence Nightingale's relic. When the world was in chaos, everyone needed doctors, so the team owed Chloe their lives. The city was on fire. People were walking forward along the corridor. Solar suspected that the doctor was connected to terrorists, so the protagonist decided that he urgently needed to talk to her, but there was one problem. He looked at his friend and asked if Chloe really disappeared. The answer was yes. The girl added that she was constantly watching her, but she still managed to escape. Jooheon smiled. Remembering how the brunette looked back, the guy said that she immediately noticed the surveillance. Sola followed her tracks. The young man explained that Chloe was also following. On the train, in the village, and on the ship, she had nowhere to hide. But as soon as the opportunity to blend in with the crowd arose, she took it. A dust cloud hung over the city. Looking away, Sola apologized. Her boss replied that everything was fine and that they would still manage to find her. Smirking, he said that he was even glad that the doctor managed to escape, since it meant that her intelligence had not diminished. The ship arrived at the port. People walked along the corridors, but the heroes still could not find Chloe. The brunette was squatting. She managed to escape from Sola, who was difficult to deceive with some simple relic.